Chapter 1. Xiao Zawi, open the door at once. When will you gather the protection fee for this month? If you cannot manage it, I shall take this dilapidated Qingyun pavilion as collateral, a mere run-down establishment, and you truly believe that a few beast eggs can elevate it to the status of Qingyun pavilion? You are nothing but a discarded wretch expelled from Qingyun Temple, deluding yourself into thinking you are a descendant of the beast-taming families of Hongwu continent. Mo Fan, I know you are inside. I shall grant you one more day. If you fail to present the protection fee by tomorrow, do not blame me for the ruthless wrath of the Longhu gang. As a group of burly men wielding clubs gradually receded, the villagers of Anha village emerged from their homes, pointing and murmuring at the dilapidated Qingyun pavilion. Within the Qingyun pavilion, Mo Fan sat nonchalantly in a rickety rocking chair, absorbed in an ancient tome under the faint glow of a kerosene lamp, utterly unfazed by the commotion outside. Once the final line of text was etched in his mind, Mo Fan closed the book and straightened up, staring blankly at his right hand. He had once been a notorious drifter in society, living a carefree life. Yet 3 days prior, he inexplicably found himself transported to this fantastical world. During these 3 days, he absorbed all the memories of this body, and through the scant few texts available, he gleaned some of the bizarre wonders of this realm. The owner of this body, also named Mo Fan, was a pitiable soul whose parents had vanished, and whose grandfather had recently departed in search of his son and daughter-in-law, leaving him with nothing but this decrepit beast shop that even beggars would shun. This Mo Fan was originally the young master of Qingyun Temple, a prestigious sect in Hongwu continent, but he was deemed a failure, unable to cultivate spiritual power, let alone the ancestral art of beast taming. The world he had entered was one where cultivators thrived and magical beasts roamed freely, with individuals awakening their spiritual roots by the age of 10. Those with spiritual roots could become rare spiritual cultivators, harnessing spiritual energy and pursuing the path to greatness, while those born without such roots could refine their bodies to become martial practitioners, aiming to wield swords across the world. However, Mo Fan possessed neither spiritual roots nor the ability to cultivate martial arts due to blocked meridians, rendering him a quintessential failure, relegated to a life of languishing in this antiquated beast shop left by his great-grandfather. As for the other esteemed entities of Hongwu continent, there were the beast tamers, a lineage to which Mo Fan belonged. Beast tamers were all spiritual cultivators, yet those who could awaken the innate talent for beast taming were exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in this land. Mo Fan's bloodline traced back to a millennia-old beast-taming family, with his ancestor Mo Qingyun having once dominated the realm and founded Qingyun Temple, which had since remained at the pinnacle of the continent, basking in glory. However, Mo Fan's memories since birth had been confined within this decrepit abode. His grandfather had mentioned that this schism with the main family of the Mo clan arose during his great-grandfather's era, leading their branch to voluntarily sever ties and relocate to the obscure Anha village, where they had remained unnoticed until now. Outsiders, however, labeled them as the discarded remnants expelled from Qingyun Temple, claiming that no one from their line had awakened the talent for beast taming since the time of his great-grandfather, which was why they had been scorned by the Mo family. Yet, the memories Mo Fan received clearly indicated that his long-lost adoptive father and his grandfather were both adept beast tamers, and the notion of being a failure was far from the truth. It simply ended with him. Forget I shall find another place to lounge about here. It seems there are no such things as mortgages or car loans. Just the ancestral inheritance, although lacking in some aspects. At least I can enjoy being a young master, not too shabby. He clenched his right hand, a fleeting look of gravity crossing his handsome features. Since his arrival in this world, he sensed that his right hand harbored an ancient power, as if a tremendous force coursed through it each night, subtly guiding him to grasp something with this hand. However, despite numerous attempts, he had yet to uncover what this force yearned for. With a soft sigh, he momentarily set aside thoughts of his right hand. Mo Fan, while sighing, rose and opened the door, affixing a yellowed notice to the entrance of Qingyun Pavilion. From this day forth, purchase 1 magical beast egg and receive another free, along with a copy of a yellow-grade cultivation technique available immediately. Observing the tattered notice and the dilapidated door, Mo Fan shook his head, deeming today a day of welcoming guests, even though he knew it was unlikely anyone would pay a visit. Strolling back inside, he glanced at the dusty shelves where 3 neglected beast eggs lay scattered, his brow furrowing as he approached. These 3 eggs had seemingly been in Qingyun Pavilion since his birth. Evidently lifeless yet, the original owner had steadfastly believed in the possibility of miracles, tending to them in the hope that they might hatch. Had it been in the past, Mo Fan would have scoffed at the naivety of the original owner. How could a dead egg possibly come back to life? However, inexplicably, he felt his right hand stir, as if that mysterious force was about to burst forth. Compelled by an unseen urge, Mo Fan extended his right hand, gently brushing against one of the black-gray beast eggs. In the next moment, an extraordinary change occurred. As Mo Fan's hand made contact with the beast egg, a radiant golden light suddenly erupted, seemingly originating from his right hand, quickly enveloping the egg in a flowing golden aura. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over Mo Fan, and miraculously, a series of dazzling golden characters appeared in his mind. Divine, level, heavenly, Tao, holy hand. Immediately after, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness, integrating seamlessly with his awareness. Once he processed this information, his face flushed with excitement, his gaze fixated on his right hand. From this moment forth, this is no ordinary hand. It is a hand imbued with divine power. The information revealed that this divine, level, heavenly, Tao, holy hand possessed the capacity to alter the fate of magical beasts. Any beast touched by this hand will be blessed with golden light, awakening a higher bloodline talent. In this world, magical beasts were classified by bloodline ranks, ranging from ordinary beasts to spirit beasts, sacred beasts, super sacred beasts, and finally, mythical beasts. According to the descriptions in Mo Fan's mind, should the holy hand reach a certain level, it could easily transform an ordinary beast egg into a mythical creature. As the golden light continued to flow into the beast egg, Mo Fan sensed that the mysterious force had diminished to the point where it could no longer bestow its golden glow. He retracted his hand and awaited in silence to see if the egg could be resurrected. After a brief moment, the golden light that had floated above the beast egg was gradually absorbed, disappearing into nothingness. Yet, after the light vanished, Mo Fan was astonished to find that the previously lifeless black-gray egg had undergone a dramatic transformation, now radiating a vibrant crimson hue adorned with golden patterns. Whether it was due to acquiring the divine, level, heavenly Tao holy hand or not, with just a glance, Mo Fan felt as though he possessed the vision to see through the egg as a fiery red fox, coiled in on itself, gradually emerged on the surface of the crimson shell. This is the fire spirit fox. Mo Fan quickly deduced that this was a magical beast of the spirit beast rank. From a lifeless egg to a spirited spirit beast, was this the power of the divine, level, heavenly, Tao holy hand? In disbelief, Mo Fan raised his right hand, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared in his mind, and a golden mark materialized within the depths of his consciousness. He was momentarily startled, and before he could react, the golden mark in his consciousness erupted, transforming into a swirling mass of golden energy that churned wildly within his mind. Mo Fan felt a sharp, piercing pain in his head, as if thousands of silver needles were stabbing into his skull, causing him to writhe on the ground. His anguished cries drew the attention of those strolling in the village, who peered into Qingyun Pavilion and witnessed Mo Fan thrashing about on the floor, clutching his head in torment. Trouble. Quick, go to the village head and summon him. Mo Fan has gone mad. As Mo Fan rolled on the ground, racked with agony, he experienced a soul-wrenching pain, as though his very essence was on the verge of being torn from his body. Yet, in the recesses of his mind, he clearly sensed that the golden energy was expanding his consciousness. Humans possess 2 reservoirs of power, the Qi Sea and the Consciousness Sea. The Qi Sea relates to spiritual and martial cultivation, serving as the reservoir for spiritual energy in spiritual cultivators and inner force in martial practitioners, which is known as the dantian, whereas the consciousness C represents an individual's mental prowess, necessitating strong mental faculties for alchemists, artifact refiners, and extraordinary beast tamers. The broader the consciousness C, the stronger an individual's mental talent, allowing for a more extensive path in cultivation. This original body, which was merely an ordinary person, was now expanding its consciousness C, indicating that he was far from a failure, until his body felt numb and his mind blank. Mo Fan suddenly sensed a release, and the pain dissipated. He rose from the ground, feeling as if he had just emerged from water, a puddle of sweat pooling beneath him, a testament to the sheer terror of the previous agony at that moment. The village chief arrived at the entrance, witnessing Mo Fan in utter disarray, unable to restrain himself from rushing in. Mo, family lad, are you all right? Mo Fan paid no heed to the chief's concern, as he was entirely absorbed in the depths of his own spiritual consciousness. The golden seal he had just encountered was, in fact, a scroll of a god-level beast taming technique, a transcendent art that had been infused into his body alongside the divine heavenly hand. To practice this technique, one must first forfeit all their cultivation, thus embarking on a path that defies the heavens. Upon this realization, Mo Fan could hardly contain his laughter, for he currently possessed no cultivation whatsoever. There was no need for him to self-destruct his abilities. This beast-taming technique was tailor-made for him. Ha 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 ha! Unable to restrain himself, Mo Fan erupted into boisterous laughter, prompting the old village chief and the villagers crowded at the door to exchange bewildered glances, silently contemplating whether this lad had truly lost his mind. At this juncture, the old chief, filled with concern, remarked, "Young Mo, the chief understands your current feelings since your grandfather's departure. Life has indeed been rather harsh for you. Why not sell this Chinyan pavilion, exchange it for some silver, marry a wife, and purchase a plot of land to cultivate?" The old chief, speaking earnestly, had naturally concluded that Mo Fan's prospects were dim. Rather than clinging to a failing beast egg shop, it would be wiser to convert it into some money to secure a stable existence for the latter half of his life. Mo Fan regained his composure and calmly replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions. Chief, I know what I must do. I have decided that, from this day forth, this Qingyun pavilion shall be closed." Closed? Closed? With a resolute expression, Mo Fan accepted the baptism of the god-level beast taming technique. His soul had fully integrated with this body, accompanied by the lingering emotions of resentment and anger from the original owner. Now that he had taken possession of this body, he was Mo Fan of the Hongwu continent. The Mo family owed his family a debt, and he would eventually reclaim what was rightfully theirs from the Qinyan Hall. Though he had lived as a mere drudge, one who merely subsisted, even a drudge might occasionally harbor lofty dreams. Now, endowed with an invincible golden finger, he too wished to rise higher and glimpse the world of the powerful. The village chief, believing Mo Fan had come to terms with the situation, was about to offer his assistance in seeking out merchants willing to pay a premium, when he saw Mo Fan disregard everyone and rush to the entrance to remove the signboard. "Mo Fan, what are you doing?" Mo Fan cleaned the back of the signboard and took up a carving knife to begin etching, declaring, "What is Qinyan Pavilion? From this day forth, Qinyan Pavilion is closed, and my shop shall be renamed Egg House." Mo Fan had contemplated this with the divine heavenly hand and beast-taming technique at his disposal. Ascension to divinity was merely a matter of time if his beast egg shop retained the name Qinyan. Would it not be a boon to the Qinyan Hall? Once the sign was hung, the dilapidated little house transformed in Mo Fan's eyes, acquiring a profound significance. The village chief and the villagers sighed in unison, lamenting that the lad had likely gone mad, and dispersed, no longer patronizing the beast egg shop. Returning indoors, Mo Fan eagerly grasped the fire spirit fox egg. Scrutinizing it closely the moment he touched the egg, a stream of information inexplicably surged into his mind. Fire spirit fox, spirit beast grade, 3 hours until hatching. Mo Fan was taken aback, having just attuned to it. He was astonished to discover it would hatch in merely 3 hours. Naturally, the sooner one could tame a beast, The better utilizing the beast taming technique from the very beginning of the egg stage consumed considerably less mental energy than taming a beast after it had hatched. Moreover, the higher the bloodline and cultivation level of the magical beast, the greater the mental energy required for taming, rendering the process increasingly arduous. Thus, regardless of the perspective one takes, the process of taming must commence from the very egg. With this thought in mind, Mo Fan hurriedly closed his shop and began to cultivate the divine beast taming technique. Hoping to master it before the fire spirit fox hatched, as the principles of the beast taming technique had already been thoroughly integrated into his consciousness, he bypassed the stage of comprehension entirely. Consequently, once he sat cross-legged, he swiftly entered a meditative state. As the first principle began to circulate, an immense force surged around him, akin to a celestial whirlwind. This was spiritual energy. The spiritual energy, seemingly drawn by an irresistible force, began to permeate Mo Fan's body through every pore, flowing through his meridians, and after completing a minor cycle, ultimately converged in his dantian. Simultaneously, another force seemed to be growing within him, as his meridians expanded and his muscles strengthened. Mo Fan's body trembled slightly. Overwhelmed with excitement, it was evident that he was no longer a mere wastrel. The descent of spiritual energy into his dantian signified that he had officially entered the realm of spiritual cultivation, becoming a bona fide spiritual apprentice. Concurrently, an internal force began to develop gradually. He was not only cultivating his spiritual energy, but also integrating martial energy into his dantian, each occupying its own domain without interference. The dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts was unprecedented. As the beast-taming technique continued to operate, Mo Fan was not only absorbing spiritual energy and refining his body with internal force, but his consciousness was also undergoing a profound transformation, with spiritual energy, internal force, and mental acuity working in unison. An ineffable marvel. 2 hours later, Mo Fan concluded his meditation, exhaling a breath of stale air. And feeling the burgeoning power within him, he could not help but feel a surge of confidence. The trifecta of cultivation, ascending to divinity, was merely a matter of time. From this day forth, Mo Fan would bid farewell to the life of a mere worker and embrace the identity of a wealthy and handsome individual. After exiting his meditation, Mo Fan could distinctly sense that he was not only a spiritual martial apprentice, but also a low-ranking beast tamer endowed with the ability to tame beasts. In the Hanwu continent, the levels of spiritual cultivation were categorized into apprentices, scholars, masters, kings, sect leaders, revered ones, and saints, with each tier further divided into lower, middle, and upper ranks, and the same applied to martial cultivation. The ranks of beast tamers were similarly stratified, ranging from the basic low, middle, and high-level beast tamers to master level, sect master level, and even grandmaster level. Each elevation to a major rank was exceedingly arduous. That it was rumored that even higher tiers existed, such as celestial and divine beast tamers. However, such beings had never appeared in the Hanwu continent. Even the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Hall, Mo Qingyun, had only attained the grandmaster level at the peak of his prowess and had never glimpsed the secrets of the celestial rank before his demise. Though Mo Fan's threefold cultivation was still at the entry level, who could have anticipated that he would leap from being a wastrel to a spiritual martial cultivator and a rare beast tamer in just 2 hours? Moreover, Mo Fan, relying on his memory, knew that in this continent, no cultivation technique allowed for simultaneous advancement, let alone a trifecta. Cultivating spiritual energy, internal force, and beast taming all required distinct methodologies to attain enlightenment. And in Mo Fan's recollection, no one on this continent had ever achieved dual cultivation in both spiritual and martial arts. After stabilizing the energy in his dantian, he once again focused his consciousness into his mind-sea, unrolling the scroll of the divine beast-taming technique. With both spiritual cultivation and beast-taming now initiated, the next step was to construct his own beast-taming formation within his consciousness, thereby truly qualifying as a low-ranking beast-tamer. The second page of the divine beast-taming technique contained only a few lines of introduction, lacking specific instructions on how to construct the beast-taming formation. It stated, "The beast-taming formation is profoundly mysterious. Its principles vary from person to person. To create a powerful beast taming formation, one must start with the essence of beast taming. Why tame beasts? How shall one treat the magical beasts after taming them? The more intricate the formation, the less the magical beast can escape during taming, thus increasing the success rate. The thoughts held in one's heart shape the fundamental form of the formation. Once established, is eternally useful and unchangeable. After reading this passage, Mo Fan quickly formulated an idea. He once again entered a meditative state, as the principles of the beast taming technique began to circulate. His consciousness sank into the sea of his mind, commencing the construction of his own beast taming formation. What is beast taming? How should one treat the tamed magical beasts? These were the crucial pieces of information Mo Fan grasped within the beast taming technique. For him, as a transmigrator, beast taming held no substantial significance. However, after using the hand of heaven to miraculously revive a beast egg moments ago, he felt a stirring within in typical fantasy worlds. Those who receive the protection of the heavens and ascend to the pinnacle of life are invariably those who are deeply concerned about the development of the entire continent. Possessing a grand vision, a so-called lofty awareness. Though he was but a mere worker, adopting a high-minded attitude seemed harmless, as long as it bestowed upon him unparalleled power. What harm was there in exuding an air of peace and love? Why tame beasts? Undoubtedly, it is for the sake of world peace. How should one treat tamed magical beasts? Naturally, one should willingly become their caretaker and forge an intimate bond with them. As these thoughts crystallized in Mo Fan's mind, a brilliant golden light surged within his consciousness, and a profound formation materialized seemingly out of thin air. The formation was intricate and complex, appearing chaotic yet orderly, evoking a sense of esoteric profundity and exquisite beauty. This would be the beast taming formation that would accompany him throughout his life. While Mo Fan reveled in his accomplishment, he was astonished at how easily he had deceived the heavenly principles. He had believed in such whimsical notions, and this beast taming formation was evidently formidable. It seemed that his aspiration for world peace was not misplaced. Soon, a resonant hum echoed in his mind, reminiscent of an ancient, distant time, imbued with profound resonance. Suddenly, Mo Fan opened his eyes wide, his gaze shimmering with golden light. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would have been deeply awed by the wisdom and depth reflected in his eyes. After successfully constructing his own beast taming formation, Mo Fan sensed a layer of mysterious energy enveloping his consciousness. Undoubtedly unique to beast tamers, he immediately approached the beast egg, cradled it in his hands. And as the divine beast taming technique activated, the golden beast taming formation surged forth from his consciousness and landed atop the EGG. Mo Fan distinctly felt the fire spirit fox's consciousness within the egg resisting him. Yet, merely a few breaths later, that resistance dissipated and the beast taming formation suddenly flashed with golden light, completely merging into the egg. With a resonant hum, ripples cascaded through Mo Fan's consciousness, and instinctively he realized that he had successfully tamed the beast. Correspondingly, the beast taming formation seemed to have expanded slightly, growing larger than before. Had he truly succeeded? Mo Fan could scarcely believe it was said that the endeavor of a beast tamer was as arduous as ascending to the heavens. He had braced himself to exert every ounce of his strength, yet the feat was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed before him. Mo Fan paused, momentarily setting aside his astonishment, and looked down to see a fissure appearing in the previously intact eggshell, a waft of the magical beast's aura escaping. The shell gradually cracked, and ultimately, a tiny fire spirit fox emerged, no larger than the palm of his hand. Mo Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the beast egg had suffered from prolonged malnutrition, resulting in the diminutive size of the newborn? This was exceedingly small, just as he pondered this. The fire spirit fox shook its fur and opened its eyes. After staring at Mo Fan for a few moments with its fiery red gaze, it immediately leaped toward him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Mo Fan's heart fluttered. He nearly melted at the sight. The juxtaposition of a brawny man with such an adorable creature was akin to a beautiful woman embracing him. Simply marvelous. observing the fire spirit fox's sparkling eyes. Filled with trust and affection, Mo Fan smiled and gently cradled it in his palm, lifting it before him. Though small in stature, there was no doubt it was a magical beast. Magical beasts could only be contracted by cultivators from grand sects or illustrious families. Wild magical beasts, endowed with exceptional intelligence, would never submit to humans, and this Mo Fan contemplated how to handle the fire spirit fox. A knock echoed from the door. Glancing outside, he noticed that night had fallen. Who could be visiting him at such a late hour? Upon opening the door, he found himself swallowing hard. Gui Ho Hot. The visitor was none other than Zhang Ho Hot, the sole daughter of the Zhang family's tyrant in the village. She possessed a visage that was indistinguishable from that of a beast, and if not for her ample bosom and figure, he might have mistaken her for a man in women's clothing. One could easily imagine how striking her appearance was. Zhang Ho Hot wore a bashful smile, causing her already small eyes to narrow into slits. After giving a slight bow to Mo Fan, she squeezed through the door and entered. Mo Fan instinctively took a large step back, unconsciously crossing his arms over his chest, stammering, wait, let us talk this over calmly." After uttering those words, Mo Fan found himself momentarily dazed, realizing that the original owner's emotions had influenced him. Although Zhang Ho Hot did not look down upon Mo Fan's family as others did, she was captivated by his appearance and often made advances toward him, aiming to claim him for herself. "Brother Fan, what's the matter? I heard that the Longhu gang is causing you trouble again. Have you considered your options? As long as you marry me, our family will naturally handle the matter of the protection fee." Mo Fan gazed at the abstract visage of Zhang Ho Hot and, upon hearing her affected voice, could not help but retch. Suddenly, the fire spirit fox, which had been hiding beneath the rickety table, darted out, its diminutive body flashing in the dim light of the oil lamp. Before Zhang Ho Hot could react, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. With a tearing sound, her clothing was ripped apart, and simultaneously, a shrill scream escaped her lips. "Hey, Mo Fan, what are you doing? I wasn't ready yet, but if you can't wait, I don't mind entering the bridal chamber right now." The fire spirit fox moved too swiftly. It emerged and slashed at Zhang Ho Hot's chest with its sharp claws, tearing her clothing and exposing a pink belly band, along with 3 clearly visible blood streaks. Mo Fan's eyes widened. The scene before him was too shocking to bear. Unsure whether to laugh or cry at the fire spirit fox's valiant assault, he stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. Zhang Ho Hot, I didn't see anything." As he spoke, he carelessly tossed a scrap of cloth toward her, suggesting she cover herself. In the Hongwu continent, women were quite modest, and even though Zhang Ho Hot had a bold demeanor, she dared not be so reckless at that moment. Her small, mung-bean-sized eyes fixated on the fire spirit fox, which was no larger than a palm and had a fiery red fur, now all fluffed up. What kind of magical beast is this? Why does its aura feel like that of a spirit beast? Noticing the fervor in Zhang Ho Hot's gaze, Mo Fan immediately bent down to shield the fire spirit fox with his body, disdainfully stating, "This has nothing to do with you. A girl should maintain her modesty. Stop trying to throw yourself at me. Even if I were to become a homosexual, I could never marry you." In his past life, he had lived a reckless existence, accumulating countless romantic debts due to his strikingly handsome face. Now, having traversed to this new identity, he retained the same unparalleled charm. While he would welcome the advances of wealthy women, he had standards. He simply could not bring himself to entertain someone with Zhang Ho Hot's unattractive features. After uttering these words, Mo Fan felt a significant alleviation of the pent-up frustration in his chest, likely stemming from the previous Mo Fan's fear of this overweight woman, unable to fight back. He had developed a psychological aversion, but things were different now. He was destined to become a formidable figure in the continent, and he could never submit to someone like Zhang Ho Hot. Upon hearing Mo Fan's audacious words, her grotesque features contorted in fury, and she bellowed, "Mo Fan, you are asking for it. It is your fortune that I am willing to take you as my husband, that don't you dare act ungrateful." Mo Fan had never suffered such a humiliation in his life. His temper flared, and the spiritual energy within him erupted. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crude yet powerful attack aimed at Zhang Ho Hot. "You, fat hag, perish!" The energy shot forth from his palm, catching Zhang Ho-Hot off guard, and she was hurled backward, crashing through the door and into the night. Mo Fan had not exerted his full strength with that strike. He merely intended to teach her a lesson. Yet, the force of the energy was substantial, causing her chest to cave in as she fell to the ground, spewing blood uncontrollably. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fire spirit fox, perched at Mo Fan's feet, was elated by the turn of events. After performing a somersault in midair, it breathed fire, delivering a final blow that disfigured Zhang Ho-Hot's already unattractive face. Mo Fan sighed, covering his face. What a calamity! Even my fire spirit fox can't stand to look at you. Being turned into a charcoal face might actually be a form of beauty treatment for you. Though Zhang Ho-Hot was not a spirit cultivator, she was robust, possessing the strength of a high-level warrior. After enduring this torment, she still clung to life. Mo Fan, you pitiful wretch. How dare you treat me this way? Don't blame me for forgetting our past kindness. Just wait until I tie you to my bed, and then you'll meet your end. Zhang Ho-Hot glared at Mo Fan, her expression a mix of rage and humiliation. Before scurrying off into the night, she had her pride. Being so thoroughly bested by Mo Fan and the fire spirit fox would surely become a source of ridicule. However, as Mo Fan watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain was not his style, but he had no intention of lingering here any longer. In this impoverished backwater, even if he were to reign as a local tyrant, he would remain nothing more than a country bumpkin in the vastness of the Han-Wu continent. Only by venturing beyond this place, heading to the capital, or even stepping into the realm of great sects, would he find the opportunity to rise above. His purpose was clear. He aimed to harness the power of the heavenly Tao and the supreme beast mastery techniques to become a dominant force, trampling the Qingyun palace underfoot. Though night had fallen, the commotion from earlier had attracted attention, and several oil lamps flickered to life around him. Mo Fan promptly turned and made his way to his own backyard. Rather than a backyard, it was more akin to a doghouse. Once, a guard dog had resided there, but the original owner was so feeble that even the solitary livestock had been taken by the Longhu gang as protection fees, leaving the doghouse abandoned. Drawing upon his memories, Mo Fan rummaged through the doghouse until he finally unearthed an ancestral wooden box. This was a family heirloom, entrusted to him by his grandfather with strict instructions to safeguard it. Even if the shop was lost, this item must be preserved. Without further ado, he opened the wooden box. Inside lay only a bronze ancient token and an oxidized silver ring. The token, known as the Qinglong token, was a treasured possession of the Mo family, quietly taken away by his great-grandfather when he departed from the Qingyun palace. It was said that 3 other tokens existed: the Baihu token, the Zhuke token, and the Xuanwu token, though they seem to have vanished long ago. These 4 tokens held a monumental secret, the specifics of which Mo Fan was unaware as for the silver ring. It had turned completely black from oxidation, appearing as nothing more than a rusty iron band. Yet, Mo Fan knew it to be a space ring left by his great-grandfather. Such spatial treasures were considered spirit-level artifacts. Ordinary cultivators could only acquire larger and easily pilfered items like chinko bags. Only those of high status could procure a space ring from a craftsman. All treasures required a blood oath and a spiritual imprint to recognize their master. Although his father and grandfather were still alive, the ancestral treasures should not rightfully belong to him. However, Mo Fan had no time to ponder such matters. He immediately activated the silver ring that a flash of silver light surged forth, and an imprint settled into his spiritual consciousness, revealing a 10-foot square storage space before his eyes. Mo Fan had hoped to find treasures left by his great-grandfather within, but unfortunately, the space contained only 2 empty shelves and nothing else. After stowing the Qinglong token in the silver ring, he thoroughly searched the dilapidated house, ultimately departing with nothing but 2 rotten eggs, a few tattered books, and a handful of silver coins, truly impoverished. With his meager possessions gathered, Mo Fan left the empty house behind without a backward glance, accompanied by the fire spirit fox as they headed toward the village entrance. Passing by the old village chief's home, Mo Fan contemplated briefly before tossing the deed to the shop at his doorstep. Though he was not a good person, the old village chief had looked out for them. Once he was gone, The dilapidated house would undoubtedly be taken by others that it was better to leave it for the old village chief. After all, even if sold, it would not fetch much. Yet, in the impoverished Anha village, it would still count as an asset that on the dark, rugged mountain path, a solitary figure emerged in the night, accompanied by a lively little fox that darted about agilely at his feet. In the early hours of the morning, Mo Fan finally departed Anha village, arriving at the desolate outskirts. Ahead, a cave with a bonfire indicated the presence of the Longhu gang's stronghold, which thrived on oppressing the villagers of Ani. Mo Fan spat disdainfully, muttering to himself, "Even bandits have to endure such humiliation. Can't they find a wealthier village to become the king of thieves?" Anha village is notoriously known for its poverty and desolation within the surrounding 10 miles. Apart from the village tyrant, Zhang's family, who possesses a few spiritual practitioners, the other households consist of ordinary folk, with martial cultivators being a rarity. Such a village naturally attracts little attention from the Longyan kingdom, leaving its inhabitants to fend for themselves, with few to inquire about their plight. However, a few years prior, a group known as the Longhu Gang was formed, beginning to oppress the common people, coercing them into paying protection fees while engaging in despicable acts, often bullying the original inhabitant, Mo Fan. Under the cover of darkness and a howling wind, perfectly suited for nefarious deeds, a fierce glint flickered in Mo Fan's eyes as he surveyed the surroundings of the cave. Suddenly, a smile crept across his lips as he turned to the fire spirit fox and said, "Little one, though the distance is considerable, can you ignite those haystacks and wood piles? If you do well, I'll reward you with a chicken leg." The fire spirit fox perked up its ears, immediately understanding Mo Fan's words. With a chirp, it took a deep breath, puffing out its small chest. In the next moment, 3 fireballs shot forth from the air, accurately landing atop the 3 haystacks. Mo Fan could not help but glance down at the fire spirit fox at his feet. Despite being newly hatched and merely a low-level cultivator, this little creature was inherently stronger than ordinary magical beasts, and even its small fireball spell wielded considerable power. The fire spirit fox worked diligently, and before long, the Longhu gang's hideout was engulfed in roaring flames, the fire reaching for the night sky, likely alerting those within the encampment. However, the beast fire burned longer than regular flames, and the inferno unleashed by the fire spirit fox was sufficient to keep those scoundrels occupied. Once Mo Fan assured that every ignitable spot within the cave was ablaze, he turned to leave, only to be interrupted by a somewhat familiar barking sound. He paused abruptly, spinning around to see a dog darting through the flames, knocking him to the ground. Feeling a ticklish wetness on his face, he pushed the dog off and exclaimed, "Wonkai, is that really you?" To his surprise, the once enslaved local dog, Wonkai, was still alive, and Mo Fan quickly grabbed Wonkai and departed from the mountain. Upon reaching the main road, the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon, and he settled on a rock to rest with Wonkai. Having become a cultivator, he was not fatigued after a night of travel. However, Wonkai, having suffered from long-term malnutrition and being an ordinary dog, appeared quite miserable, panting heavily with a drooping demeanor. "Wonkai, you've endured so much, enslaved by those bandits for so long. From now on, you shall accompany me." Mo Fan said to his surprise. Wonkai seemed to comprehend, barking twice in response. An idea suddenly sparked in Mo Fan's mind as he looked at his sacred hand and then at Wonkai. If the divine heavenly Tao sacred hand could transform a lifeless egg into the fire spirit fox, could it not do the same for Wonkai? Excited by the thought, Mo Fan beckoned to Wonkai, who immediately wagged his tail and trotted over to nuzzle against his palm. With dawn not yet fully breaking and the area deserted, Mo Fan activated the power of his sacred hand to enhance Wonkai's bloodline, that a layer of golden light cascaded from his hand, enveloping Wonkai's disheveled fur. Within this mystical golden glow, Wonkai appeared to revel in the sensation, squinting his eyes and emitting a low, contented sound. Soon after the golden light enveloped him, the heavens darkened unexpectedly, and ominous clouds gathered, swiftly coalescing into storm clouds, with rumbling thunder echoing throughout the valley. Mo Fan withdrew his hand, But Wang Kai remained ensconced in the golden radiance. He sensed that the dark clouds were perhaps a consequence of his actions. This commotion resembled the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation, leading him to wonder if his attempt to awaken Wang Sai's bloodline had provoked the will of the heavenly Tao. Cultivators in the continent, whether refining qi or body, were often seen as defying the heavens, and those who reached a certain level would inevitably attract thunder tribulations. When spiritual practitioners broke through to the pinnacle of their cultivation, achieving the status of spirit saint, they too needed to endure such tribulations. Even alchemists and artifact smiths faced tribulations when producing sacred elixirs or artifacts, as the heavens would intervene to thwart their defiance. Surviving the thunder tribulation would allow one to alter their fate and ascend to a higher realm. Yet many powerful individuals perished under its wrath that Mo Fan swallowed hard, observing the darkened skies above while the rest of the continent basked in clear weather. Here, storm clouds loomed ominously, signaling that this thunder tribulation could indeed be a result of his intention to alter Wang Sai's destiny. When he had transformed the fire spirit fox, such chaotic events had not occurred. Could it be that Wang Kai, being merely a common dog with a fleeting lifespan, if transformed into a magical beast, would then possess a lifespan exceeding 100 years? Was this the defiance of fate that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate? The thunder continued to rumble, resonating through the skies, capturing the attention of various factions across the land. Each major sect had a cloud observation platform to monitor celestial phenomena and the movements of the heavenly Dao. As the thunder tribulation descended, it undoubtedly alerted the powerful beings of the Hongwu continent. In a serene, misty area, an old man in a raincoat sat fishing by the river. Upon lifting his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossed his weathered face before returning to calmness. After many years, was the continent finally on the verge of producing another spirit saint? Such disturbances immediately led the powerful to speculate about a high-ranking individual undergoing their tribulation. However, after a brief moment of astonishment and envy, most returned to their contemplations. Although such thunder tribulations were exceedingly rare on the Hongwu continent, they were not unheard of. However, in nearly a millennium, no powerful cultivator had successfully transcended their tribulation, all having perished beneath the storm's fury. Thus, as this thunder tribulation once again descended upon the world, countless powerful individuals, after their initial surprise, could only sigh, presuming yet another fallen comrade was imminent. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Mo Fan anxiously stared at the thunderclouds above. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap ruptured the sky, and the serpentine lightning within the cloud seemed to receive a signal, swiftly converging with cataclysmic force. The bolt, as thick as a tree trunk, hurtled directly toward Wang Sai's diminutive form. Mo Fan's pupils constricted at the sight, while the fire spirit fox beside him yelped in terror. The swift descent of the thunder tribulation left Mo Fan with barely enough time to widen his eyes before the furious bolt struck Wang Kai. Oh, Wang Sai's fragile body was instantly knocked down with a cry of distress. Yet to his astonishment, there was no scene of devastation. Wang Kai merely sprawled on the ground, legs splayed, uninjured. The formidable thunderbolt dissipated upon encountering the golden light surrounding Wang Kai. Following this, 2 more thunderbolts struck in succession, but remarkably, all were repelled by the golden glow. Wang Kai appeared somewhat disheveled, buried within a large pit, yet his body remained unscathed. Mo Fan stared wide-eyed until the thunder ceased and the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky above. In the next moment, a burst of golden light erupted from the pit, shooting skyward and unleashing a powerful aura that swept across the surroundings, stirring up clouds of dust. Narrowing his eyes, Mo Fan focused intently on Wang Kai within the pit. As the golden light faded and the dust settled, a tuft of fiery red fur suddenly sprang into view. Ooh! A resounding, mighty roar emanated from the pit. Moments later, Mo Fan watched in astonishment as a lithe figure sprang forth, landing before him. Upon closer inspection, he could hardly contain his delight. Wang Kai. Indeed, it was Wang Kai. Having endured the thunder tribulation, he had truly defied fate and transformed from an ordinary dog into a magical beast. Upon examining Wang Kai further, Mo Fan furrowed his brow slightly, Stroking his chin in contemplation, it was clear that Wang Kai had awakened as a first-level magical beast, the blazing firehound, yet he appeared distinct from typical blazing firehounds. Normally, a blazing firehound would grow to the size of an adult wolf, with golden fur and a fiery red tail, an ostentatious appearance. Wang Kai, however, seemed to possess everything except for a striking blue lightning mark on his forehead, giving him an air of power. Fan's thoughts began to crystallize as he pondered. Wang Kai, breathe fire for me to see confirm his suspicions. He prompted Wang Kai to demonstrate a magical skill, as anticipated. The flames that erupted from Wang Kai's mouth crackled with faint electricity, as if serpents of lightning danced within the fire. Indeed, it was clear that the 3 thunderbolts had induced a transformation in Wang Kai. The mutated beast is indeed a rarity. Although it merely elevated Wang Kai's bloodline to the level of an ordinary beast, a fortuitous twist of fate resulted in its mutation, sealing Wang Kai's extraordinary destiny. Just as Mofin and Wang Kai were filled with excitement, a sudden wave of energy emanated from the distance, and Mofin distinctly sensed that a powerful presence was approaching rapidly. Wang Kai, fire spirit fox, we must retreat. The thunderous sound of the previous 3 lightning tribulations was enough to attract nearby strong individuals. Mofin had just managed to escape the deep pit and return to the official road when he felt several formidable auras closing in from the horizon. In no time, 5 or 6 figures of strong individuals appeared in the sky. Some soared on their swords, while others stood in midair, their celestial demeanor unmistakably revealing their prowess. After inspecting the deep pit, the strong individuals soon spotted Mofin on the official road and quickly surrounded him. I ask you, old man, did you see which esteemed expert was undergoing tribulation here just now? Having only just left the deep pit, it was inevitable that Mofin would attract attention. He looked up at the strong individuals, scratched his head, and chuckled sheepishly. I was merely passing by. There indeed was an old man struck by lightning over there. But the scene was so terrifying that I fainted. And then I knew nothing more. The strong individuals, seeing Mofin's simple attire resembling that of a mountain dweller, assumed he was just a poor country boy unlikely to concoct a lie, and they intended to leave. However, one elderly man wielding a feather duster cautiously scanned Mofin with his spiritual sense, then glanced at the blazing fire dog at his feet, before shaking his head and saying, "It seems we have arrived too late, by the looks of it. That esteemed friend has likely succeeded in his tribulation." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other elders shifted dramatically, and one by one, they took to the skies, departing in a specific direction. Once the pressure of the strong individuals dissipated, Mofin breathed a sigh of relief and released the fire spirit fox that he had tucked into his chest. That had been a close call. Fortunately, when the strong individual probed his cultivation level with spiritual power, he had not detected the fire spirit fox. Otherwise, the situation would have certainly been far more complicated. A poor boy from the mountains possessing a magical beast is inconsequential, but if accompanied by a spiritual beast, he would no longer be perceived as an ordinary rustic. It was not wise to linger here. So Mofin promptly set off along the official road with the 2 small creatures in tow. After 3 days of arduous travel, Mofin was beginning to tire. If only he had a flying magical beast as a means of transportation. Alas, with his current cultivation and beast-taming skills, he lacked the ability to defend himself against wild magical beasts, let alone the fact that the further he strayed from the mountain village, the more practitioners he would encounter. That night, the bright moon was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the surroundings into pitch darkness. Mofin had just found a small cave, checked for dangers, and decided to spend the night there. However, just as he prepared to light a fire and roast a mountain hare to satisfy his hunger, he heard a series of soft footsteps approaching from afar. He quickly rolled over and hid behind a rock outside the cave. Before long, a group of travelers claimed the cave for themselves. "Senior brother, look, there's a cave ahead. We can rest here tonight and rendezvous with our master tomorrow." Under the faint light, Mofin saw 7 or 8 young men and women dressed in identical uniforms appear outside the cave, each equipped with a long sword, their cultivation levels evident. Among them, a striking young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes had already attained the rank of a low-level martial master, towering 2 cultivation tiers above Mofin. After inspecting the cave, the martial master nodded and said, "Junior brothers and sisters, let us rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will set off across the heavily broken mountain range to meet with our master." Mofin frowned as the cave was occupied, but he could not confront them. Among the many tattered books left in the egg house of Anha village, there were records detailing the distribution of power across the continent. With the light from a fire they had kindled, Mofin recognized the small sword insignia on their chests and identified their affiliation. They were likely disciples of Tsanghui Academy. While Tsanghui was not a top-tier academy, it was considered second-tier within the Longyan Kingdom, and it was affiliated with the prestigious sect Sioux New Jersey Zone. Their students were known for their arrogance when traveling outside. Mofin, being weak and alone, decided it was best to keep a low profile. Just then, Wonkai suddenly approached and nudged Mofin's back with its head. Mofin turned to see Wonkai giving him urgent glances, its crimson eyes filled with anxiety. Having always been clever, Wonkai's awakening to its magical beast bloodline had further enhanced its intelligence. Thus, Mofin perceived a flicker of wisdom in its eyes. Following Wonkai's gaze, he noticed a small tail suddenly disappearing at the cave's entrance. Realizing something was amiss, Mofin quickly checked his feet, only to find that the fire spirit fox was missing in a way. Before Mofin could ponder further, a commotion erupted from within the cave. The dimly lit cave suddenly burst into flames. Accompanied by the howls of the fire spirit fox, "What beast is this?" a furious shout rang out, and the sounds of a scuffle ensued. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Mofin rushed out. "Fire spirit fox, come back." However, just as Mofin anxiously reached the cave's entrance, he saw the fire spirit fox being held by the martial master. The 6 others hurried to extinguish the flames, and as a disheveled young man appeared outside the cave, all eyes turned to Mofin. The martial master frowned, holding the fire spirit fox, and pointed his sword at Mofin. "Is this fire spirit fox yours?" Mofin nodded firmly and declared, "Return my fire spirit fox. It got mischievous and burned your cave. I apologize." Mofin surmised that the fire spirit fox must have charged in to defend him after their resting place was seized. Unfortunately, with a martial master among them and the fire spirit fox being merely a first-tier baby, even a high bloodline spiritual beast could not contend against a martial master with its first-tier strength. To Mofin's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the only female disciple among the 6 rushed to the martial master's side and scolded. "Senior brother, this fire spirit fox is a spiritual beast, and it has no contract with him. It is an unclaimed spiritual beast. This person must be coveting it and lying. How could such a poor wretch possibly possess a spiritual beast?" Upon hearing her words, the martial master's expression flickered. He took a closer look at the fire spirit fox and suddenly exclaimed, "What you say is indeed true. This fire spirit fox has not acknowledged a master and is a tamed spiritual beast." As soon as he spoke, a glint of greed appeared in his eyes. After exchanging a glance with the younger female disciple, the latter immediately directed a fierce gaze at Mofin. "You have quite the audacity, daring to steal someone else's hard-tamed spiritual beast and claim it as your own. However, given your pitiful state, we can pretend we saw nothing. You had better leave immediately. This fire spirit fox now belongs to Tsanghui Academy." With that, she wore a proud expression as if it were an honor for Mofin to even engage in conversation with her, her eyes gleaming with arrogance and entitlement. The other disciples grew even more brazen. "Little sister, why waste words on this country bumpkin? If he doesn't comply, just kill him. He is worthless." Mofin glared at the group, suddenly finding himself amused by their audacity. Those who lack shame are invincible. If it comes to shamelessness, I concede defeat. However, this fire spirit fox is indeed mine. If you doubt it, release it and see whether it listens to you or to me. As Mofin finished speaking, the fire spirit fox, caught by the neck, immediately barked in agreement, its short legs flailing in the air. "Master, save me. These people are trying to forcibly take my spiritual beast." The disciples of Tsanghui Academy understood that Mofin's claims were likely true. In this desolate wilderness, a tamed spiritual beast would not appear alone, and Mofin was the only one present. Although they could not fathom how he came to possess a tamed spiritual beast, they dismissed the possibility of him being a beast tamer. However, The martial master and the female disciple were well aware that without a contract, it was an unclaimed spiritual beast. The preciousness of spiritual beasts needs no elaboration. Even within Sanghui, very few disciples could contract spiritual beasts. The female disciple was determined to obtain the fire spirit fox, her eyes brimming with avarice. Before anyone could react, she suddenly produced a copper ring, a rare spatial beast ring capable of forcibly absorbing tamed magical beasts. Damn it! Upon witnessing such a scene, Mo Fan's rage surged uncontrollably, and he charged forward with Wang Kai. While he had no intention of causing trouble, the audacity of the opposition left him no choice but to retaliate. Although Wang Kai was merely a first-tier magical beast, its mutated physique endowed its attacks with a hint of lightning power, specifically the force of heavenly tribulation. IT soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the entire cavern in an inferno, with arcs of electricity dancing amidst the flames. Even those who had fortified their bodies with internal energy found themselves momentarily paralyzed by the electric force intermingled within the fire. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Fan propelled himself forward, gathering spiritual energy beneath his feet, and delivered a powerful kick to the martial artist standing before him. This strike was imbued with all of Mo Fan's strength and spiritual energy. The opponent, momentarily incapacitated, was slow to react and bore the full brunt of Mo Fan's kick, his expression contorting in agony. "You covet my fire spirit fox, and now you face the consequences," Mo Fan declared, launching another kick amidst the fiery chaos, aiming at the nearby female disciple, whose figure was obscured by smoke. Judging her position, he struck her with considerable force. "My face!" came a shrill cry as a shoe print appeared on the female disciple's visage. Presenting a comically absurd sight, the chaos erupted around them, and Mo Fan smirked, suddenly noticing something rolling at his feet. Upon picking it up, he discovered it to be the spatial beast ring that the female disciple had previously extracted. With a cold snort, he unceremoniously stowed the ring within his silver band and hastily grabbed the fire spirit fox. Dashing out of the cavern, before departing, the fire spirit fox and Wang Kai, seemingly vindicated, unleashed another barrage of flames into the cave. Observing this, Mo Fan quickly summoned his spiritual energy and slapped his palm against the rocky entrance above. With a resounding crash, boulders tumbled down, sealing the cave's mouth. Is Tsang-A Academy, so formidable. Dare to covet my spiritual beast. Face your demise. After executing this, Mo Fan had no intention of retreating. The fate of those inside was of no concern to him. Yet he was acutely aware of the dangers of letting a tiger return to the mountain. These individuals could easily strike him down at will, and their already poor reputation would surely lead to retribution. Just as he resolved to eradicate the threat entirely, a powerful disturbance emanated from nearby, heralding the arrival of another formidable foe. Gritting his teeth, Mo Fan had no choice but to retreat from the earlier conversation. It seemed their master resided somewhere in the nearby Hungwan Mountains. This master would likely be a figure of considerable power, perhaps at the level of a spirit king or martial king. And Mo Fan, still a novice, would be no match for such a being. With a dog and a fox in tow, he swiftly retreated, fortunate that the cover of night obscured his movements from the group. The following morning, just as Mo Fan settled down to recuperate, thunder rumbled ominously from the horizon, casting a shadow over the once bright day, which soon gave way to torrential rain. Emerging from his hideout, he witnessed an extraordinary spectacle in the sky. Beneath the dark clouds, rain cascaded relentlessly, yet above a towering mountain, a multitude of birds and exotic creatures had gathered, their cries lost amidst the thunder and downpour, as if they were singing and summoning something. Although distant, it was clear that these birds and creatures were magical beasts, perhaps even spiritual beasts among them. As he pondered this marvel, the dark clouds suddenly parted, and the torrential rain ceased as if a dam had broken. Light flooded the mountaintop, illuminating it as the magical beasts roared and cried in unison, resonating through the heavens. Upon closer inspection, Mo Fan realized that this mountain was indeed part of the Hungduan range. Such a magnificent sight could only signify a celestial phenomenon. Could it be that a treasure was about to emerge from the mountains? Feeling a surge of excitement, Mo. Fan, now destitute save for Wang Kai and the fire spirit fox, contemplated the possibility of uncovering heavenly materials. Given his current circumstances, he could hardly afford to miss such an opportunity. However, acknowledging his limited strength, he resolved to summon magical beasts to bolster his chances. Without hesitation, he retrieved the last 2 unawakened beast eggs from his silver ring, placing his hand upon one of the black eggs, focusing intently on awakening its latent powers. The fire spirit fox and Wang Kai stood vigilant at the entrance, while Mo. Fan dedicated himself to awakening the beast egg's bloodline. With the experience from his earlier attempts using the sacred hand, he found himself increasingly adept at enhancing the bloodlines of magical beasts. Thus, channeling his efforts seamlessly, golden light enveloped the black egg until Mo. Fan sensed it could absorb no more of the sacred hand's power, prompting him to cease his efforts, still possessing some energy. He placed his hand upon the second egg, the largest of the 3 he had initially obtained. As he began to envelop it in golden light, he suddenly realized that the power of the sacred light within him was rapidly depleting, and the divine beast mastery technique was operating at full throttle, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. This realization excited and alarmed him simultaneously. The higher the bloodline of a magical beast, the more challenging it was to elevate its bloodline using the power of the sacred hand, resulting in greater consumption of energy. Based on the current expenditure for this egg, it was evidently more arduous than awakening a magical beast to the level of a spiritual beast. Could it be that this egg was inherently that of a high bloodline spiritual beast? Gritting his teeth, Mo. Fan persevered, feeling the tumult within his consciousness, and ultimately completed the process of enveloping the egg in golden light before he succumbed to fatigue. Mo. Fan collapsed to the side, drenched in sweat, his head pounding as if pierced by needles. He quickly sat up, activating the divine beast mastery technique to recover his strength. After about 15 minutes, once his spiritual energy and mental fortitude had been replenished, he opened his eyes to behold 2 transformed beast eggs before him. With a mere glance, he discerned the figures within the eggs. A Gale wolf, classified as a spiritual beast, was half an hour away from hatching. An abyssal shadow tiger, classified as a holy beast, was an hour away from breaking free. A holy beast. It was indeed a holy beast. Mo. Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. The egg, adorned with dark golden patterns, was initially expected to yield a high bloodline spiritual beast, yet with the assistance of the sacred hand, its bloodline had directly ascended to that of a holy beast. Holy beasts were rarer than spiritual beasts, not only difficult to encounter, but also seldom contractable by those with insufficient power. Such high bloodline magical beasts were likely only found within sects or imperial families, making them scarce contract beasts. Recognizing the urgency, Mo. Fan swiftly initiated the beast mastery technique, embedding the beast mastery formation into the eggs, successfully taming them. As dawn broke, the world around him came alive with the sounds of insects and birds. The 2 beast eggs hatched in succession, the Gale wolf and abyssal shadow tiger, while slightly smaller than typical juvenile magical beasts, exuded an undeniable pressure befitting their classifications, with Wang Kai and 2 spiritual beasts, along with 1 holy beast by his side. Mo. Fan felt emboldened to venture into the Hungduan Mountains. After a brief period of rest, Mo. Fan set forth towards the Hungduan Range, arriving at a clearing before the mountains as darkness fell, where he encountered numerous tents erected in anticipation of the treasures that were about to emerge. Though he had never ventured beyond on a village, he was well versed in many aspects of the Hongwu continent from the tomes left behind by the elder. The diverse array of individuals before him indicated that they hailed from various kingdoms. The people from Longyan Kingdom bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Eastern folk Mo. Fan was familiar with, identifiable by their attire. Yet he also noted the presence of individuals from Liuli Kingdom and Yueshan Kingdom. The Liuli people were characterized by their Western features, with high noses and blue eyes, resembling elves, while the Yueshan individuals were more rugged, with darker skin and clad in animal hides, accustomed to battle without shirts. Even the women donned fierce attire, exposing their arms and legs. Turning to glance at the magical beasts following him, Mo. Fan retrieved his spatial ring, storing the fire spirit fox, Gale wolf, and abyssal shadow tiger within. Given the multitude of people present, he had neither authority nor strength, and while bringing Wang Kai, the mutated beast, was manageable, carrying two tamed spiritual beasts and a holy beast would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Once he had secured the spatial beast ring, Mo Fan and Wang Kai stealthily exited the dense forest. Blending into an area predominantly occupied by solitary cultivators, the surrounding individuals, even if they noticed his presence, paid him little heed, offering only a few curious glances at the fiery canine at his side before returning to their own affairs. In the ensuing days, countless individuals flooded into the Hungduan Mountains. Before the appearance of the extraordinary treasure, it is anticipated that a large influx of cultivators will soon arrive. After Mo Fan found a secluded corner to sit, he noticed a sudden gathering of formidable figures in the air not far away, prompting the nearby cultivators to rise and investigate. We haven't arrived too late, have we? The voice preceded the arrival of the speaker. And soon, a group of ethereal elders descended into the tent, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around. To everyone's surprise, representatives from the sects had also arrived. The Hongwu continent is a land of numerous sects and powerful beings, a revered sanctuary that every cultivator yearns to enter. There are 4 major sects on the continent, coexisting alongside the 3 great dynasties. The Xuanji sect is known as the sacred ground for martial cultivators, led by a sect master who is a martial sovereign, just a step away from attaining the peak of martial saint. The Lingxian sect is a grand sect abundant with spiritual cultivators, with many of the continent's spiritual experts emerging from its ranks, granting it a prestigious position that commands respect. Another influential sect is the Duankong Temple, a place of monks that also accepts female disciples. The temple's abbot, known as Yuan Yi, is a master of Buddhist teachings, reputed to possess unparalleled wisdom. It is said that a single utterance of his Buddhist verse can sever a demon's ties to the mundane world, leading them to enlightenment, an idea that seems somewhat fantastical to Mo Fan, akin to a form of brainwashing. As for the last of the 4 great sects, is naturally the Mo family's own Qingyun Hall. As a premier institution dedicated to the training of beast tamers, Qingyun Hall is an unparalleled entity across the Hongwu continent. Even the mightiest of cultivators must seek the assistance of the beast tamers from Qingyun Hall to properly contract a powerful magical beast. Generally, there are 3 types of contracts. The first is the forceful contract, suitable only for the strong. Its advantage lies in the fact that it does not require the assistance of a beast tamer, thus saving considerable spirit stone expenses and personal debts. However, the clear drawback is that one can only contract magical beasts significantly weaker than themselves, relying on brute force to subdue them, which often results in the acquisition of beasts of rather ordinary bloodlines. Of course, if one's charisma is sufficiently potent, it is not impossible to charm a beast into submission. Yet, such an extraordinary feat is likely beyond the reach of anyone on the continent. Thus, this method is often seen as rather futile for the strong, typically only employed for flying magical beasts. The second type of contract relies on the imprint phenomenon, where the cultivator grasps the beast egg, causing the magical beast to imprint on them at the moment it hatches, mistakenly believing the cultivator to be its mother, resulting in a swift contract. However, this method carries significant risks. As the magical beast matures and its intelligence develops, it soon realizes that the human before is not of its kind, but merely the one who signed the contract, leading to potential backlash against the master. Moreover, both of these contract types can only be considered a tenuous establishment of an equal relationship, lacking strong constraints, making it easy for the magical beast to dissolve the contract or even slay its master. Therefore, unless a cultivator is financially constrained and unable to afford the high costs of beast taming, most would refrain from attempting such perilous contracts. This has resulted in the beast tamers of Qingyun Hall becoming esteemed figures worthy of cultivation and friendship in the eyes of the continent's inhabitants. With their status continuously rising in recent years, there have been subtle indications that Qingyun Hall may aspire to become the foremost among the 4 great sections. The Hall's master, who is nominally Mo Fan's great-uncle, being the direct cousin of his grandfather, is a man excessively enamored with vanity. Even as a figure regarded as a recluse by all, he still relishes meddling in worldly affairs and basking in the adoration of the masses. Thus, Qingyun Hall stands as the sole major sect with connections to the three great dynasties. Currently, the chief elder of the Outer Hall is the royal beast tamer of the Longyan Kingdom. As Mo Fan observed the several elders descending from the sky, he quickly discerned the presence of Qingyun Hall's disciples. Among them, 7 elders stood at the center, prominently displaying the dragon totem on their chests. Identifying them as members of Qingyun Hall, the proud General Outyin of the Longyan Kingdom, the dual elders of the Xuanji sect, known as the Black and White Twins, the eminent monk from Duankong Temple, and the esteemed nun from the same temple, along with the wealth-collecting master from the Lingxian sect, had all come to join the fray. Moreover, in the midst of them, the figure clad in the azure dragon robe was none other than the second elder of Qingyun Hall, the esteemed beast tamer Mo Feng. At this revelation, the crowd within the tent rose in respectful awe, no longer daring to gaze directly at the 7 formidable beings. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's eyes flickered slightly. So this was a master-level beast tamer, and indeed, his aura was distinct, emanating a brilliance that was somewhat blinding. The pressure he exuded carried a subtle, yet palpable wave of mental energy, clearly surpassing that of the other cultivators present. The arrival of these 7 powerful beings naturally drew no attention to the lesser cultivators outside. They were soon led by the higher-ups of several second-tier sects into the largest tent for discussions. After the powerful figures departed, the gathered crowd finally found a moment to breathe and began exchanging thoughts. Fellow cultivators, it appears we are once again mere spectators. Even the 4 top sects have intervened. What business do we have here? Indeed, but I believe having more powerful figures around may work to our advantage. There is only one extraordinary treasure, and these strong ones will likely engage in fierce competition for it, presenting us with an opportunity to profit. Laughter erupted among the crowd. While their faces bore smiles, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Who would dare act recklessly beneath the watchful eyes of such strong beings? They were merely there to witness the spectacle and indulge their curiosity. Even if they managed to acquire the extraordinary treasure, they would need to ensure their own survival to enjoy it. Mo Fan listened as the crowd jested without delving into the specifics of the unusual occurrence. He scanned his surroundings and noticed a silent, bald man. So he approached him and quietly inquired, "Brother, have you heard if there is anything particularly special about this phenomenon? Has any expert discerned what extraordinary treasure has manifested?" Upon hearing this, the bald man raised his eyelids slightly, then adjusted a string of polished prayer beads in front of his chest. Adopting the demeanor of a sage, he replied calmly, "Amitba, this humble monk knows not. Not knowing is one thing, but why the pretense?" Mo Fan rolled his eyes, ready to inquire with others when he overheard a nearby rogue cultivator jest. "Young friend, there's no need to pry. Even if this little monk knew, he wouldn't share it with you to—" Mo Fan's eyes lit up at this implication. Could it be that the little monk harbored some knowledge? He then noticed that the surrounding rogue cultivators regarded this monk with a hint of trepidation. After pondering, he asked the speaking rogue, "What is his identity?" "Ah, he is K, the sole disciple of the abbot Yuan Yi from the Duankong Temple. Known in Buddhist circles as Wujing, he is somewhat of an anomaly in the temple, often breaking precepts. This." Mo Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this monk, aside from his lack of hair, held such a distinguished status. The disciples of the 4 great sect leaders are roughly on par with the princes of the dynasties, and in the world of cultivators, their standing is likely even higher than that of mere royalty. However, Mo Fan soon cast a peculiar glance at the casually dressed middle-aged rogue who had initiated the conversation, while others appeared wary of K. This man spoke freely, seemingly unperturbed by the monk's presence. "And who might you be, esteemed sir?" "Just a nameless nobody, unworthy of mention." The more he downplayed himself, the more suspicious Mo Fan became. Yet seeing that the rogue seemed reluctant to elaborate further, he chose not to press the matter. This moment, Kay lowered the prayer beads and glanced at Mo Fan. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Kay felt a flicker of interest towards him. He turned to observe the radiant firehound accompanying Mo Fan and remarked, "Little benefactor, you have a firehound by your side. I see it is already tamed." Why do you not contract it? Though Kay perceived Mo Fan's strength as still quite low, akin to a child who had just begun cultivation and merely a low-level spiritual apprentice, the firehound itself was only a first-tier beast, and contracting it should pose no challenge. Mo Fan snorted softly and muttered, "Little monk, you meddle in affairs that do not concern you, that if you won't share any information about the extraordinary treasure, then mind your own business." With a fleeting glance, Jaya rose and strode into the adjacent dense forest without looking back, casting a meaningful look at Mofin as he departed. Mofin's heart skipped a beat at the sight, and with a flash of determination in his eyes, he stood and followed suit. Upon entering the depths of the forest, where no one was around, Jaya abruptly halted, turning back to reveal a sly smile. A chill ran down Mofin's spine, prompting him to furrow his brow and remark, "This little bald donkey sure knows how to put on an act, pretending to be a monk free of desires. Yet, secretly, he is just another arrogant youth. And no wonder that rogue cultivator called you a rare flower." Jaya, no longer concealing his intentions, found a clean rock and sat down, pulling out a wine gourd from his bag and taking hearty swigs before Mofin. "Ah, refreshing. It seems this little monk despises crowded places. Now that we are alone, let us speak candidly. I have my eyes on your flame hound. Shall we strike a private deal?" "Oh, pray, do enlighten me." To Jaya's gaze fixated on the flame hound, his eyes gleaming with fervor, wholly unbefitting of a holy disciple. Others might not discern it, but having studied magical beasts for years, Mofin recognized at a glance that this flame hound was a mutated creature. "To be frank, I've long sought a spirit beast that resonates with me. Yet after all these years, I have found none that satisfies my desires. Although your flame hound is merely an ordinary beast, its mutation is indeed rare. How about I exchange the news of a treasure in the Hungduan Mountains for your flame hound?" Initially, Mofin doubted the scarcity of magical beasts in the Hongwu continent. But now it appeared to be true. Even Jia, the foremost disciple of Yuani, lacked a satisfactory contracted beast, which excited Mofin immensely. He noted the unmistakable fervor in Jaya's eyes and, mimicking his sly smile, shifted his tone. "I must decline. Even without your information on the treasure, I will learn of it in due time. Furthermore, Wong Kai is my contracted beast. The absence of a contract now doesn't preclude one in the future. However, if you genuinely wish to acquire a tamed magical beast, I happen to have one, provided you can meet my price." Dia's expression shifted noticeably upon hearing this, casting a cryptic glance at Mofin before shaking his head. "No. What I desire is your mutated flame hound. Other ordinary magical beasts do not pique my interest." He did not lack ordinary beasts. The reason he had yet to contract one was simply due to dissatisfaction. The number of contracted beasts a cultivator can possess is limited, leading many to forego a contract rather than settle for a subpar beast. The saying, "better to have none than to settle for a poor one," aptly describes many cultivators' attitudes toward contracted beasts. Mofin smirked. "This little bald donkey certainly has high standards that if you can meet my price, I can procure you a spirit beast." "How does that sound? Spirit beast? Is that truly the case?" Jaya was taken aback, not expecting Mofin to offer a spirit beast right off the bat. Seeing that Mofin appeared sincere, he quickly urged, "If you genuinely possess a spirit beast, why not show it to me first? What if it is lacking in some way? Such a cautious little bald donkey. It's a pity you've chosen the path of a monk." Mofin mumbled before pointing at Jaya and adding, "You don't seem like a proper monk. That I fear I might be at a disadvantage here. Let us do this. Swear an oath to ensure you harbor no ill intentions, and then I shall consider this transaction." Eager to see the spirit beast, and with no malevolent intent, Jia promptly pointed to the heavens and swore an oath. In the next moment, a radiant golden light descended, embedding itself within both Jaya and Mofin. Once Mofin felt the constraining power of the heavenly decree, assuring him that Jaya would face divine retribution if he acted against him. He released the fire spirit fox and the gale wolf from the spatial beast ring. "I speak no lies. Behold these two spirit beasts. They are currently for sale in my establishment, and they have recently been tamed, making this the perfect time for a contract. This is a rare opportunity not to be missed." As soon as the two spirit beasts appeared, Jaya's eyes widened with astonishment. Though the two appeared rather small, with the fire spirit fox barely the size of a palm, There was no doubt they were genuine spirit beasts. "Esteemed sir, you're not a beast tamer, are you?" Jia gazed incredulously at Mofin, a conjecture forming in his mind. Dandan House? I must confess, I have never heard of it. Proudly, Mofin scratched his nose and chuckled. No need for doubt. My Dandan House is still under construction, so it's understandable you haven't heard of it. However, it won't be long before my establishment becomes the most renowned magical beast shop on the continent. As my first customer, I can extend a 20% discount to you. Choose one, and I shall only require 1.5 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jia nearly shouted in delight, clearly afraid Mofin might change his mind. Deal. I agree. Mofin was left dumbfounded, realizing that he had clearly undervalued the offer. The old man's tones indicated that the price for ordinary spirit beast cubs generally hovered around 500,000 spirit stones, while the cost for taming even the weakest spirit beast was approximately 1 million spirit stones. Thus, his quoted price did not constitute a discount at all, and he had inadvertently shortchanged himself. Clearly, Jia's family had never opened a beast shop, and even the old man was unaware of the current market. This was a monumental loss. Mofin gritted his teeth in frustration, yet a gentleman's word is his bond. As the inaugural transaction for Dandan House, he could not backtrack. Reluctantly, he waved his hand, saying, "All right, you choose. Spirit stones in one hand, spirit beast in the other." Ecstatic, Jia dismissed all thoughts of Yuani's admonitions and fixated his gaze on the two lively spirit beasts. Momentarily perplexed at spirit beasts, the bloodlines of the fire spirit fox and gale wolf were comparable, and their combat capabilities would not differ significantly as they matured. One was a fox, the other a wolf. He cherished both equally. Just as Jia was deeply conflicted, the fire spirit fox let out a cry and dashed towards Mofin, frantically clawing at his shoes with a sense of urgency, while the gale wolf remained comparatively composed. Mofin's eyes gleamed with realization, and he couldn't help but crouch down to pick up the fire spirit fox. Despite being a mere small fox, he could read its expression of grievance. "No way. I refuse to be someone else's contracted beast." The fire spirit fox desperately attempted to communicate, but lacking a contract with Mofin, it could only kick its legs in frustration. Mofin raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Could it be that you don't wish to be sent away?" "Chirp. Yes, indeed. I only want to form a contract with you." Overcome with excitement, the fire spirit fox nipped at Mofin's palm, drawing a few drops of blood that it swiftly absorbed. In an instant, an ethereal and profound aura enveloped both Mofin and the fire spirit fox, and a golden contract formation materialized beneath Mofin's feet, sacred and inviolable. Feeling an additional mark in his consciousness and realizing a soul contract had formed between himself and the fire spirit fox, Mofin couldn't help but scratch his head and mutter, "Have I just been contracted?" Jia, too, stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed a magical beast initiate a contract with a cultivator before. It was commonly said that magical beasts were proud and haughty, and even the most ordinary of them would disdain becoming a human's contracted beast. Yet, it seemed this was not an absolute truth, as the lowly spirit beast before him was a remarkable exception. Seeing that it had successfully formed a contract with Mofin, the fire spirit fox felt at ease. However, fearing Mofin might cause trouble, it instinctively slipped into the contract space, intending to deny any future obligations. Meanwhile, Wonkai, witnessing the successful contract of the fire spirit fox, glanced at the gale wolf with concern, fearing it might be overshadowed. In a sudden burst of initiative, it too dashed towards Mofin, eager to form a contract. After the contract formation dissipated, Mofin found himself at a loss for words, never having anticipated such an outcome. He looked up at Jaya and remarked, "See, my charm is undeniable. Both the fire spirit fox and the flame hound refuse to part from me. Now, only the gale wolf remains. Why not seal the deal? I shall take the gale wolf. This arrangement conveniently spares him from any inner turmoil, although the storm wolf has only recently been born. It possesses a remarkably composed temperament that befits its noble lineage." Without hesitation, Jaya extracted a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip and skillfully flicked it towards the storm wolf. The blood seamlessly penetrated the wolf's forehead, and a contract formation descended upon Jia, albeit a modest silver one, in stark contrast to the golden array of Mo Fan. Once the formation dissipated, a spark of brilliance flickered in Jaya's eyes, and a smile graced his lips as he beckoned the storm wolf closer. The wolf, wagging its tail, trotted over, clearly indicating that the bond forged by the contract had established a profound intimacy between it and Jia. As Mo Fan prepared to demand his spirit stones, he realized he could effortlessly discern the nature and closeness of the contract between Jaya and the storm wolf. Their bond, indeed, differed from his. It was a common master-servant contract with a mere 50% intimacy. In contrast, the pact he shared with the fire spirit fox was a soul-based covenant, boasting a far greater intimacy. Just as Mo Fan fell into contemplation, a spatial pouch appeared before him. Here, 150,000 spirit stones are all here. The deal is sealed. What shall I call you, benefactor? Mo Fan accepted the pouch while probing it with his spiritual sense, confirming that it indeed contained 150,000 spirit stones, which elicited a satisfied nod from him. With a grin, he replied, I am Mo, with a single character Fan. Little bald donkey, should you wish to purchase magical beasts or seek taming in the future. Do remember to find me, as a returning customer. I shall ensure you receive a discount. Jaya's expression momentarily froze, and a glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes as he blurted out, Mo Fan. From the Mo family of Qingyun Temple? Qingyun Temple? I have long established my own path and have no ties to that place. Upon hearing this, Jaya's expression shifted again as he recalled that a few centuries prior, a direct lineage from the Mo family had been expelled from Qingyun Temple. It was no wonder that this individual before him was a beast tamer. Jaya was well aware of the Qingyun Temple's reputation, where each member regarded themselves as exceptional. Seeking their help in taming beasts or purchasing trained magical creatures often came at exorbitant prices, making it far more advantageous to cultivate a good relationship with this young man. With this thought, Jia couldn't help but smile broadly, revealing his tiger-like canine, and said to Mo Fan, should I have any future needs regarding beast taming, I will surely seek your assistance. Brother By the way, I gather from your words that you wish to open a magical beast shop? Mo Fan nodded. Indeed, the magical beast shops of Qingyun Temple are spread throughout the continent, that I must strive to ensure that my egg house becomes a chain across the entire continent. Jaya pondered briefly before responding, I propose that establishing your magical beast shop in the capital city would yield the most lucrative business. Many high-ranking officials lack genuine strength and tend to favor contracting magical beasts to enhance their own power. Opening a shop in the imperial city of the Dragonflame Kingdom would be the best way to gain recognition. Agreed. My first stop shall be the imperial city of the Dragonflame Kingdom. Contemplating the various expenses associated with opening a store, Mo Fan suddenly shifted his thoughts. By the way, could you enlighten me about the distinguished individuals who appeared earlier? What is their character like? While Mo Fan had sufficient startup capital for his shop, establishing his first egg house would likely require substantial wealth. He still had a sacred beast unsold, which he suspected would pique the interest of those influential figures. Jia, unperturbed, replied, the two esteemed individuals at my temple, Jing Kong and Jing Su, are both men of integrity. As for the Yin and Yang twins from the Xuandi sect, they are rumored to enjoy underhanded dealings. Yet I have not heard of them indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. As for the second elder of the outer sect at Qingyun Temple, I am not well acquainted. However, judging by the overall character of Qingyun Temple, it is not particularly commendable. There is also a remarkable figure, likely the strongest among the 7 powerful ones, the wealth gleaner from the Lingxian sect. He's a guest elder of the Lingxian sect, and his title alone reveals his penchant for amassing wealth. Should you wish to engage in business, he would be an excellent choice, though he already possesses a spiritual beast as his contract animal. So ordinary magical beasts may not catch his eye. Mo Fan stroked his chin in contemplation. Thank you for the information. To further solidify their rapport, Jaya added, allow me to disclose a bit more. The recent disturbances in the Hunguan Mountains are said to be linked to the emergence of divine beasts. However, divine beasts only appear in legends, and whether they are real or not, I cannot ascertain. Divine beasts? Mo Fan's eyes instantly lit up with interest. His heavenly Tao sacred hand would require further cultivation to transform an ordinary magical beast into a divine beast, if there were indeed genuine divine beasts roaming about. He would be compelled to witness it for himself. After they returned to the gathering area, they parted ways, with Mo Fan resuming his previous position. I could see that moment. The loquacious middle-aged man approached him again, regarding him with a peculiar expression before exclaiming in astonishment, "You were worried someone would snatch your blazehound, so you went out and contracted it. Huh. Mind your own business." Mo Fan shot him a glance, unwilling to engage. Yet, the middle-aged man seemed intrigued, his eyes darting around before he produced an item from his pocket and tossed it to Mo Fan, whispering, "Kid, I find you rather interesting if you ever find yourself in Dragonflame City. Seek me out at the Tianji Pavilion." Mo Fan initially intended to discard the small token, but upon hearing this, he was taken aback. Tianji Pavilion in Dragonflame City. That's the top intelligence organization in the Dragonflame Kingdom. Even people from the neighboring 2 countries have heard of it. Many travel great distances to seek their information. It is said that Tianji Pavilion deals in intelligence from across the continent and also posts and accepts missions, particularly for the collection and trading of rare herbs and treasures. If one wishes to find some rare herbs or treasures, Tianji Pavilion is undoubtedly worth a visit. Mo Fan picked up the small token, noticing a tiny plum blossom seal on it, rumored to be the favorite flower of the pavilion's master. Thus, the master is respectfully referred to as the Plum Blossom Master, and the token is known as the Plum Blossom Token. However, the Plum Blossom Token symbolizes a VVP status in Tianji Pavilion. It was rather unexpected for this middle-aged man to bestow it upon him. Mo Fan's eyes narrowed, and he inquired of the grinning man, "Who exactly are you? How is it that you can casually hand over such a prestigious Plum Blossom Token from Tianji Pavilion? You're not a con artist, are you?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened in response, and he retorted, "Foolish child, how could I possibly be a con artist? This Plum Blossom Token is genuine. If you don't believe me, then return it to me." The man reached out to reclaim the token, but Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, flipping his hand to swiftly stash the token within his silver ring, and replied with a smile, "Once a gift is given, it cannot be taken back. I am grateful for your generosity, and should I ever have need, I will certainly visit you personally." The middle-aged man was about to say something more when suddenly, the ground shook violently, accompanied by a booming voice from the forefront. "It has emerged! The extraordinary treasure has appeared!" As this proclamation echoed, nearly everyone in the camp shifted their expressions, abandoning their belongings as they rushed towards the Hungduan Mountains. The surging internal energy and spiritual fluctuations surged like waves, and countless shadows vanished before Mo Fan's eyes, revealing that these seemingly idle cultivators were all extraordinary in their own right. Suddenly, 7 particularly prominent auras shot into the sky, soaring past at a speed surpassing all others, quickly vanishing from sight. The middle-aged man smirked. "The 7 esteemed elders have taken action. It seems I shall only be left with the broth this time." With that, he clasped his fists in salute to Mo Fan and took to the air, departing on his sword. Mo Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he observed how swiftly these individuals moved, some sprinting at incredible speeds, while others soared through the air. The ability to fly requires one to reach the king level, and it seemed that the seemingly disheveled man he encountered earlier was at least a martial king. Mo Fan unintentionally glanced up and noticed a gaze fixed upon him. It was Ja, who was levitating in mid-air, looking at him with an expression of sympathy. "Benefactor Mo, I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With a whoosh, Jaya followed the crowd into the Hungduan Mountains, prompting Mo Fan to mutter with a hint of bitterness, "If you're going to leave, then just go. What else with the need to bid farewell? Are you trying to mock me for not being able to fly? However, this is indeed a fact." Mo Fan let out a sigh and relied solely on his legs to catch up. Unfortunately, his 2 legs could never match those with superior cultivation, let alone those who could traverse the skies. At present, he could no longer even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Jay's cultivation was at most at the spirit master level, naturally not capable of flying unaided, but a hasty glance earlier revealed that he was stepping on 2 large Buddha beads, which were likely the priceless flying artifacts. He noticed the distance between himself and the crowd increasing. Mo Fan furrowed his brow and attempted to channel his spiritual energy and inner strength into his feet. After gathering this entry-level dual force, his speed improved significantly, yet he still could not catch up to others. He observed that those individuals moved with an almost ethereal grace. Many seemed to run, not merely forward, indicating that they must have employed special movement techniques, with various martial and spiritual techniques available. Some offensive, others defensive. It was only natural that there were also skills pertaining to movement speed. M.O. Fan silently resolved that he, too, must acquire some martial arts and spiritual techniques for himself. The old master had only left him with some yellow-level cultivation methods, and though he possessed the divine beast-taming art, which surpassed any other method, he had chosen not to bring it out. Regrettably, regarding martial and spiritual techniques, the old master had not left him a single one. Even if he had, they would likely be of the lowest yellow level. If he were to learn, it would have to be at least the mysterious level, with the earth and heaven levels being the best. However, among the myriad of levels, earth-level techniques, whether martial or spiritual, were already of the highest caliber in the Hongwu continent. The heavenly level was as rare as a divine beast. M.O. Fan desperately circulated his spiritual energy and inner strength, feeling as if his dantian had been drained. At that moment, the beast-taming art began to operate autonomously, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy continuously. Just then, M.O. Fan inexplicably felt a sudden jolt in his heart as a powerful wave surged within his sea of consciousness, causing him to halt in his tracks. Following closely behind, Wang Kai seemed to sense something as well and barked at M.O. Fan. "Master, I sense a strong bloodline aura deep within the mountains with the established bond." Wang Sai's barks transformed into communicative language in M.O. Fan's ears. Understanding Wang Sai's meaning, M.O. Fan also detected the hidden aura fluctuations deep within the mountains. This was likely where the extraordinary treasure lay. He had not sensed it before, but now, as the divine beast-taming art operated on its own, the aura became distinctly discernible. It seemed that the little bald donkey was not mistaken. The treasure was indeed a rare magical beast. Even if it was not the legendary divine beast, it must at least be a super sacred beast. The aura was far more potent than that of spiritual beasts, possessing an overwhelming presence that far surpassed that of the shadow, nether tiger, indicating that it was at least of the super sacred beast level. M.O. Fan noticed that the individuals who had rushed into the Hongduan Mountains had vanished from sight, and instead of feeling anxious, he calmed down. He stopped and, accompanied by Wang Kai, began to take a detour. Most of those people likely remained unaware of the specific location of the extraordinary treasure, while he had already discerned its precise position and could stealthily approach. He and Wang Kai started to navigate around the back mountains of the Hongduan Range, encountering not a single wild magical beast along the way. Although the Hongduan Mountains were not a treasure trove of resources, magical beasts often roamed these areas. Yet the emergence of the extraordinary treasure seemed to have caused them to gather. As roars echoed from deep within the mountains, as time passed, the blazing sun rose higher in the sky, scorching the entire Hongduan Range, while the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens showed no signs of dissipating. Radiant light pierced through the clouds, and ethereal clouds swirled around the summit of the Hongduan Mountains. The sounds of beast roars appeared to emanate from the mountain peak. This spectacle would likely lead everyone to mistakenly believe that the extraordinary treasure resided atop the mountain. However, M.O. Fan was well aware that the peculiar aura fluctuations did not originate from the summit, but rather from a hidden spot halfway up the Hongduan Mountains. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed, and M.O. Fan saw the sea of clouds atop the mountain peak abruptly dispersed by a vast wave of energy, revealing the full visage of the Hongduan summit. The black and white twins. This is the divine beast's egg. Only my Qingyun palace can tame. Oh, you truly wish to oppose us. M.O. Fan heard this resonating voice infused with spiritual energy from afar. It appeared that several powerful individuals had gathered at the mountain's peak and had indeed witnessed the so-called divine beast egg. As M.O. Fan hurried along, he eavesdropped, recognizing that the speaker was the second elder of Qingyun Palace's outer sect, whose tone was undeniably arrogant. Just as M.O. Fan scoffed in disdain, another somewhat gloomy voice reached his ears what a joke! Your Qingyun Palace may have a grand reputation, but not all beast tamers in this continent fall under your banner. Our Xuanji sect has masters of beast taming too. There are hidden cultivators who do not reveal themselves. Don't you dare use your Qingyun palace to intimidate us. This divine beast egg will be seized by the black and white duo." As the words fell, the sound of air being torn apart erupted above Mo Fan's head. An onslaught of spiritual and martial techniques unleashed, causing the air above the Hongduan's summit to distort, creating a sensation as if the very fabric of space was being ripped apart. In the chaos of these powerful beings clashing, the accompanying cultivators, whether rogue or from second or third-tier sects, could only retreat in fear, unwilling to linger in the midst of such a battle. When strong fighters exchange blows, the distinction between friend and foe often blurred, as demonstrated by the black and white twins. When their martial technique, the evil cloud slash, was unleashed, anything caught in its path was obliterated, with boulders shattering and clouds of dust swirling. Even the peak of a nearby small mountain was sheared away. When they fought, they swept through the battlefield with no regard for those around them. Meanwhile, the forces of Qingyun Palace and the old general from the Longyan Kingdom seemed to have joined forces. Their spiritual techniques, equally capable of shattering mountains, exuding an immense aura. Mo Fan, with his limited cultivation, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure and residual energy from the clash of these formidable fighters. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted within his sea of consciousness, instantly flowing into his limbs and bones, while a warm current surged within his dantian, transforming his arduous struggle into an unexpectedly effortless endeavor. What is happening? After a brief pause, Mo Fan realized that this mysterious power seemed to stem from the beast-taming art. Everything possesses a spirit, including cultivation methods, within the realm recognized by the heavenly Tao. Extraordinary techniques could actively protect their master. Could it be that it sensed the immense threat posed by the external world to its novice master? Thus, it voluntarily bestowed upon him a formidable power that he could not yet control. Mo Fan quickly discerned that this mysterious power was time-limited. He immediately restrained his aura and quickened his pace toward the true location of the extraordinary treasure. Above him, the powerful beings continued to clash, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Mo Fan, under such immense pressure, successfully scaled the mountainside on the back of the Hongduan Range, unexpectedly discovering a deeply hidden cave. The small entrance was teeming with numerous venomous snakes and scorpions. Upon seeing this, the flaming hound immediately unleashed a burst of flames, infused with lightning, scattering the serpents and scorpions, revealing the cave entrance. However, Mo Fan vaguely sensed a trace of barrier energy above the cave entrance. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a barrier in place. Furrowing his brow, he attempted numerous times, but regardless of whether he used spiritual energy, inner strength, or beast-taming power, he could not breach the barrier. His low level of strength was indeed a constraint in every aspect. Wankai, try your thunderous flames. Wankai breathed fire at the cave's barrier, only for it to be entirely absorbed, leaving the barrier unscathed. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Mo Fan's mind that he climbed closer, placing his right hand against the barrier, channeling the power of the heavenly Tao's sacred hand. In an instant, a faint golden light surged from his hand into the barrier. In just a breath's time, the barrier rippled and shattered. My five-fingered lady is truly omnipotent. I must honor it from now on and never let it touch things it shouldn't at midnight. A true man must endure the loneliness of the night. Nearby, Wankai seemed to understand, whimpering with a trace of scorn in his fiery red eyes. Having established a bond with Wankai, Mo Fan felt the disdain emanating from him and gave him a light slap on the head, saying, "How dare you mock me, Wankai? If I don't find you a female dog, I'll take you for a neutering. Woof woof. Master, though I may not be human, you are indeed a dog, and a neutered dog loses its masculine charm. In that case, I'll just pretend to be dead at home and eat all your rations. Enough of this nonsense. Let's go inside and take a look." With the barrier broken, a mysterious aura emanated forth. Mo Fan was uncertain whether this aura would attract the attention of the powerful beings atop the mountain, so he needed to swiftly retrieve the extraordinary treasure. The cave did not seem deep, and after a short walk, he indeed came across a pile of grass, atop which lay a beast egg. In a surge of excitement, Mo Fan was determined to investigate further. However, as he attempted to discern the nature of the beastly egg before him. He was abruptly repelled by a powerful wave of energy, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Despite his ability to easily recognize a holy beast egg, the one in front of him was evidently extraordinary. This beast egg was as large as a 3-year-old child, its shell of vivid green adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns that pulsed with a faint green light in the dim cavern, reminiscent of a heartbeat, steady and vigorous. While Mo Fan could not penetrate the secrets of this egg, his heightened sensitivity allowed him to sense the formidable power contained within. Consequently, he resolved to tame and bind it to him on the spot. He was acutely aware that the formidable beings atop the mountain were not to be trifled with. If he did not seize the initiative now, he would likely find himself out of the game entirely. With this thought in mind, Mo Fan prepared to ACTAS. The divine beast taming technique swiftly activated. A summoning array emerged from his consciousness, descending upon the beast egg. Yet, the moment the array made contact, he was met with a violent backlash that sent a ringing sensation through his head, disorienting him and interrupting his technique, causing the array to dissipate. Woof woof. Wang Kai, believing his master was being bullied, unleashed a torrent of flames of the beast egg atop the haystack. Stop! Mo Fan exclaimed in shock, but Wang Kai's fiery assault was fierce and rapid. He barely managed to utter a warning before the haystack ignited instantly. Are you trying to eat the beast egg on purpose? Mo Fan thought, exasperated. Unjust. This dog is merely trying to assist you in your time of need. Though nearly beside himself with rage, he wasn't overly concerned. The egg had effortlessly countered his beast taming technique, suggesting that Wang Kai's flames would likely do no harm. Indeed, amidst the flames, the beast egg glowed brilliantly, untouched by the fire. Once the flames had subsided, there was not a single trace of scorching on its surface, which continued to shimmer with a soft luminescence. It was evident that this egg was remarkably resilient. Mo Fan stroked his chin. Circling the egg, the sounds of battle outside the cave seemed to have diminished, and feeling a sense of urgency, he glanced at his right hand, gritted his teeth, and declared, Wang Kai, guard the entrance. This time, I must rely on my 5-fingered maiden. Mo Fan stepped forward, extending his hand toward the beast egg, which offered no resistance and felt intensely warm to the touch. Damn it, Wang Kai, he muttered, enduring the residual heat from the flames as he grit his teeth and unleashed the power of the heavenly hand. Mysterious golden light streamed from his right hand, gradually merging into the EGGT. Oh, his surprise. The beast egg seemed to relish the divine golden energy, turning the tables on him and attempting to drain him instead. Curse it! Mo Fan's expression hardened as he swiftly withdrew, muttering curses under his breath. You think you can take advantage of me? My 5-fingered maiden cannot be so easily exploited. Although his strength was limited, he had to exercise caution in using the heavenly hand's power. As the mysterious energy dissipated, the egg began to shake vigorously in place, seemingly agitated. Oh, you want more? I refuse to yield. I will not be taken advantage of unless you acknowledge me as your master. Mo Fan gambled that despite being an egg, it could comprehend human speech. After a moment of shaking, the egg paused and, to Mo Fan's astonishment, hopped a few steps closer, producing a series of crisp sounds. Seeing this, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems my 5-fingered maiden has captivated you, even leading you to forsake your dignity as a beast and willingly submit to me. The more he pondered, the more smug he became, chuckling as he activated the divine beast taming technique once more. This time, the small golden summoning array successfully penetrated the beast egg, and Mo Fan felt no resistance whatsoever. Expending a mere flicker of mental energy to tame it, he began to suspect that such a swift capitulation indicated that this creature was not truly a divine beast. Surely the pride of a super-sacred beast was not so easily subdued. Woof, woof, woof. What are you waiting for, master? Quickly form a contract. This dog is anxious for you. Thanks to Wang Kai, Mo Fan was jolted back to reality as he focused intently on the beast egg. New information surged into his mind. Azure Dragon, divine beast level. 3 days until hatching. Mo Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the egg. Good heavens, you are indeed a divine beast. Not just any divine beast, but the azure dragon, the foremost of the ancient four divine beasts. The existence of such a powerful bloodline on the Hongwu continent was beyond his wildest imagination. With the blood essence infused, the contract was established, and Mo Fan's heart swelled with exhilaration. However, before he could celebrate with Wang Kai, he noticed that the sounds of battle outside had abruptly ceased. The tremors that had shaken the ground now vanished. Listening closely, he realized that even the beasts within the mountains had fallen silent. The cessation of conflict among the powerful indicated one undeniable truth. The extraordinary treasure that had descended here had been taken. And all the cultivators and beasts in the forest were now aware of it. This is bad. Wang Kai, retreat. Mo Fan commanded decisively, bending to retrieve the azure dragon egg, prepared to make his escape with Wang Kai. Yet at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a thunderous shout directly above him. Which rascal has dared to steal the treasure while we contend among ourselves? Does my presence mean nothing? Mo Fan recognized a voice as belonging to Mo Feng, the second elder of the outer sect of the Qingyun Palace. Although he was merely a low-level spirit king, he spoke as if he were of great importance, clearly relying on his status as a beast master. However, Mo Fan did not dare to underestimate him. This old man's cultivation was not to be compared with that of the other formidable beings. Yet his mental prowess was substantial. The shout was laced with a mental attack that momentarily disoriented Mo Fan, although he quickly regained his composure. Did he think he could intimidate him with mental force? Had he forgotten about his own beast-taming technique? Soon, the other powerful figures lost their patience. The black and white duo known as the twin sides of the Xuanji sect snorted dismissively, wielding their dual sides to unleash widespread destruction across the Hongduan Mountains. If no one surrenders the treasure, then none shall escape. While casual cultivators might be oblivious, these old-timers were acutely aware that this treasure was not merely an object, but likely a young divine beast. The beast egg atop the mountain was merely a ruse, a scapegoat. The true divine beast must be nearby. Mo Fan and the blazing fire dog remained hidden within the cave, feeling the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy and internal force drawing near. He gritted his teeth, preparing to break through and feign ignorance. However, contrary to his hopes, the destructive actions of the twin sides caused the entire mountain range to begin collapsing, a torrent of flying debris erupting. The cave where Mo Fan took refuge was on the verge of caving in. Those damnable old fossils, do they really need to raise the entire mountain for the sake of one beast egg? Unbeknownst to Mo Fan, the entire continent harbored an almost fanatical obsession with divine beasts, particularly among the powerful at the top, who Wu-Ti desire a magnificent divine beast as their contracted companion. After a brief moment of hesitation, the cave collapsed, revealing a scene of devastation outside. Trees were uprooted, and some smaller mountains had been flattened. The cultivators who had rushed in were already scattering in all directions. Cursing the twin sides for their ruthlessness, with no avenue for retreat, Mo Fan gritted his teeth and forced Wang Kai into the beast space, then leapt into the air, tumbling down along with the crumbling rocks. The sensation of weightlessness sent his heart racing. He had no flying beast, no flying artifact, and no protective skills to rely on. Achieving a safe landing was fraught with challenges. Thankfully, he could still circulate his spiritual energy and internal force to shield vital areas, offering him a slim chance of survival. However, he feared that any use of power would draw the attention of the powerful beings. He continued to descend with the falling rocks, hoping to blend in and escape detection. But the mountain was too high. Even from halfway down, the gravitational acceleration would generate enough impact to shatter his body upon landing. Given the ruthless nature of the twin size and Mo Feng, the lives of others were clearly of no concern to them. Once his presence was detected, it could take mere moments to send him to his demise. That a sense of frustration and unwillingness swirled incessantly in Mo Fan's mind. Just as he resolved to take a gamble, a massive beast egg suddenly emerged from the falling rocks alongside him. With a companion, the journey to the underworld would not be solitary. Mo Fan forced a bitter smile at his own self-mockery. Yet little did he expect that the beast egg would shatter at such a critical moment, erupting into a burst of golden light that forced him to shut his eyes in that fleeting instant. He vaguely felt a feather brush past the depths of his sight. In a heartbeat, hope ignited within him. Gritting his teeth, he immediately activated the beast-taming ART. As the golden formation materialized, he expelled a drop of essence blood from his tongue. The combined effects of the beast-taming array and his blood soon bound him to the newly born magical beast. The golden light and formation quickly drew the attention of 7 powerful figures hovering above. Among them, Mo Fong, a beast-taming master, raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Mo Fan, a hint of doubt creeping into his heart. Could there truly be a fish that slipped through the net? The extraordinary treasure was a divine beast, and that aura could not be mistaken. That young man was a beast tamer. Suddenly realizing something, Mo Fong acted swiftly, arriving before Mo Fan in the blink of an eye. Having narrowly escaped death, Mo Fan felt a new contract power forming, and without a moment to assess the situation, he found himself landing on the broad and soft back of the magical beast. A piercing cry, akin to an eagle's, shattered the air, and Mo Fan sensed the falling rocks around him come to a standstill. The wind howled past his ears, and in an instant, he soared above the chaos. The air fresher and more invigorating than before. "Master, are you all right?" A ripple of consciousness suddenly surged within his mind, startling Mo Fan, who soon realized it was his new companion inquiring after him. Wiping away the dust and sweat from his face, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at his narrow escape, only to discover that the magical beast he had hastily contracted was none other than a spirit beast-level tiger-headed eagle. This creature, resembling a golden rock with the head of a fierce tiger, bore a striking black king mark on its forehead, and its claws were exceedingly sharp, exuding an air of majesty. It had already achieved a 3rd-tier strength upon birth, surpassing the 3 malnourished beasts hatched in the magical beast shop. Just then, amidst the thunderous rumbling of the collapsing mountain, a booming voice echoed, and Mo Fan quickly felt himself encircled by 7 formidable auras. The fleeing cultivators halted in their tracks, and upon witnessing the 7 powerful figures surrounding a tiger-headed eagle, their minds raced, assuming that the newly born cub was the extraordinary treasure alluded to by the phenomenon. However, at that moment, a voice pierced the air, entering everyone's ears. "Look, there seems to be a person on the back of that tiger-headed eagle." Everyone raised their heads in unison and indeed spotted a shadow atop the tiger-headed eagle's back, which would have been easy to miss if not for their careful observation that moment. Concealed among the crowd of cultivators, both Jay and the middle-aged man who had previously gifted Mo Fan the plum blossom token exchanged glances. Recognizing Mo Fan instantly, and without further ado, they soared towards him. Mo Fan glanced around, noticing the varied expressions of the 7 strong figures fixated on him, realizing that he was in trouble. Fortunately, the Qinglong egg had already been stored in the magical beast space, leaving no trace of its presence. "What brings you esteemed seniors here? It's a bit embarrassing for you to stare at me like this." Mo Fan feigned innocence, employing his social skills to act innocent. However, it was evident that the 7 elders were far too astute to fall for his ruse. "Enough with the pleasantries. Speak, while others flee at the sight of our duel. How does a mere spiritual apprentice dare to appear here? And what is the story behind the tiger-headed eagle beneath you?" The black-clad elder of the black and white twin demons spoke with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on Mo Fan as if he aimed to discern something from his demeanor. Yet, Mo Fan had encountered many types of individuals and was not easily intimidated. Maintaining a harmless facade, he scratched his head and replied, "I don't know. You all are fighting your battles. What's wrong with me wandering around this mountain?" "What's wrong?" That question is quite significant. The 7 powerful figures exchanged glances, regarding Mo Fan with incredulity. While he appeared to be a simpleton, they could not help but think that if any other young person were surrounded by them, they would have long since wet themselves in fear. Yet this seemingly foolish boy remained so composed. Was he truly oblivious or simply acting? "All of you step aside. Let me interrogate him," Mo Fong declared, stepping forward with an air of authority, closing in on Mo Fan. "I will ask you, from whom did you learn the beast-taming technique? Who are you? Where do you come from? What are your ancestors' professions? Are you aware that the tiger-headed eagle you have contracted is one I have set my sights on?" Mo Phone bombarded Mo Fan with a barrage of questions, the essence of which was clear. You are doomed today. Mo Fan, irritated, dug into his ear, utterly dismissive of Mo Fang's intimidating demeanor. Just as he prepared to retort, two piercing sounds sliced through the air, followed by a sardonic voice. Esteemed figures, you are all prominent individuals on the continent. Why trouble yourselves with a mere mountain dweller? The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Mo Fan, and as the speaker approached on a sword, he recognized it to be the loquacious middle-aged warrior. His arrival momentarily stunned the powerful figures, but soon, an elderly man with a celestial beard laughed heartily and said, I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be the Plum Blossom Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Brother Shui Yubai, it has been many years since we last met. I trust you have been well. The money-grubbing sage. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Indeed, it has been many years, the Pavilion Master. Shui Yubai arrived before Mo Fan, winking at him over his shoulder before turning to Mo Feng without reservation. Mo Feng, why must you be so aggressive towards a junior? This young brother here is merely a herbalist apprentice who encountered this unforeseen calamity and has not sought compensation from you. Must you be so shameless? Shui Yubai's unwavering demeanor in front of the seven strong figures made Mo Fan acutely aware of his prowess. He referred to himself, as this seat signified, he was a master-level expert. Clearly a martial sect leader AS for the money-grubbing sage, who called himself this esteemed one. He must be a spirit master, the strongest among the gathering. Mo Fan, having quickly assessed the situation, discerned that while Mo Feng might be bullying, he was cautious enough not to confront the others head-on. Especially when a money-grubbing sage spoke, he fell silent. Seeing this, Shui Yubai nodded in satisfaction before feigning reproach towards Mo Fan. Child, it is inappropriate for you to gather herbs at such a time. Shouldn't you leave at once? Shui Yubai gestured for Mo Fan to take his cue to escape. Understanding the hint, Mo Fan quickly nodded. Indeed, it is not the right time to gather herbs. I shall return another day. With that, he patted the back of the tiger-headed eagle, preparing to make a hasty exit. However, Mo Fang's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, Stop! His eyes glinted sharply as he fixed his gaze on Mo Fan, finally pointing at the contracted tiger-headed eagle beneath him, demanding, A mere herbalist apprentice, do you take me for a fool? This boy is clearly a beast tamer, with the extraordinary treasure unaccounted for. I cannot return empty-handed. You have two choices. Either come with me and become a disciple of the Qingyun Palace, or Mo Fang's ominous eyes glared at Mo Fan, and he spat out a more ruthless ultimatum, or you shall sever your bond with this spirit beast and allow me to take it back as a report. Choose. Mo Fan's eyes widened in outrage. He had undoubtedly underestimated the shamelessness of those from the Qingyun Palace. Both options were severely detrimental to him. The first option seemed to offer a chance to ascend to the heights of the Qingyun Palace, a place where many would vie to become a disciple. Yet he knew that entering meant he would be bound to serve the Qingyun Palace for life. AS for the second option. It was even more untenable. Severing an ordinary master-servant contract could lead to backlash, diminishing one's strength, or worse, severely damaging one's consciousness and cultivation, potentially ruining one's foundation and leaving them unable to progress. Considering Mo Fang's vile expression, Mo Fan's anger boiled over. From atop the back of the tiger-headed eagle, he defiantly raised his middle finger towards him, exclaiming, I shall choose neither. I aim to infuriate you. Old fossil, how dare you, insolent child? You dare to insult Master Mo Feng. The proud General Outyin of the Longyan Kingdom was the first to react, furiously pointing a finger at Mo Fen's nose, his internal energy solidifying into a palpable force. The pressure emanating from this formidable warrior, possessing the cultivation of a low-level martial sovereign, bore down upon Mo Fen. In that instant, Mo Fen felt a heavy weight settle on his shoulders, causing his entire body to come to an abrupt halt. Yet this sensation was fleeting, as it was swiftly neutralized by the divine beast mastery technique circulating within him, rendering him even lighter than before. Mo Fen scratched his head and grinned at the old general, saying, Has the old fellow shown some kindness and decided not to trouble this junior? You might as well exert yourself. Mo Fen was well aware that the opponent would not go easy on him. The pressure still lingered, but it was entirely ineffective against him. His words were merely intended to provoke the general. The surrounding circle of powerful warriors observed the scene, with Shui Yubai prepared to intervene for Mofin at any moment. However, it was evident that this young man had considerable capabilities and required no assistance. Good heavens, you truly are impressive, Jiao, who had come to watch the spectacle, stood nearby, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his bald head from the earlier master-level pressure. In contrast, Mofin remained unfazed, with a mere spirit disciple boldly withstanding the martial sovereign's might. Truly a formidable character. General Outyin was secretly taken aback, realizing that such a young junior had effortlessly dispelled half of his pressure. You audacious child, why do you not surrender? The old general's face flushed with embarrassment as he intensified his pressure, unleashing 80% of his power in an attempt to reclaim his dignity. Shui Yubai, eager to discover Mofin's limits, deliberately positioned himself atop his flying sword to watch the unfolding drama. Mofin's beast mastery technique accelerated in its operation, and he remained composed, deflecting the old man's pressure with ease. However, he feared that if this continued, the tiger-headed flying eagle beneath him might not withstand it, as it was still a fledgling, seeing that even this increased pressure could not subdue the youth, causing him to remain standing without bending a knee. The general's face turned a mix of blue and red, his frustration reaching its peak. I asked that all you've got? Mofin disdainfully shot a glance at Mo-Phone, his expression suggesting, your dog is woefully weak. Mo-Phone felt a pang of embarrassment. His sparse eyebrows twisted together like two shriveled caterpillars. The old general's face twitched as he internally gritted his teeth, his cheeks sinking in like a desiccated corpse, giving him a truly eerie appearance. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power to exact a price for Mofin, a sudden roar startled him, causing his pressure to dissipate entirely. Enough! Are you not embarrassed enough? Mo-Phone came to understand that this arrogant youth, despite his seemingly mediocre strength, one could even say he was as weak as a chicken, possessed some peculiar quality that rendered him inscrutable. He cast a cold glance at Shui Yubai, who stood poised to act, and then at the seemingly calm, yet cunning Lian Kai Zhenren. After a moment's contemplation, he let out a cold snort and departed, not forgetting to threaten Mofin as he left. Kid, I shall remember you. Aren't you a beast master? We shall cross paths again, and when we do, I will ensure you meet a fitting end that we shall see. With that, Mo-Phone and General Outyin took to the skies and departed. Mofin raised an eyebrow, muttering, remember me? How strange. The old man truly is getting senile. He didn't even bother to ask my name. Perhaps he's suffering from some form of dementia. A soft snicker emanated from the side as Jiao, stepping on two Buddhist beads, approached Mofin and teasingly remarked, Mofin, you truly are a remarkable individual. This humble monk is willing to bow to your greatness. Well said, well said. Although I may not be a god yet, I certainly will be in the future. Shui Yubai withdrew his gaze, shaking his head with a soft sigh. He never expected that someone like Mofin could become an elder in the Qingyan Hall. The standards of their sect truly appeared to be diminishing. Upon hearing Shui Yubai's remark, Mofin couldn't help but glance at the other powerful figures present, aside from the black and white duo, who still wore expressions as if someone owed them money. The three formidable beings, Jing Kong, Jing Su, and Lian Kai Zhenren, also shook their heads and sighed. After all, the Qingyan Hall boasted the most beast masters in the entire continent. One individual's rise to prominence could elevate those around him. The illustrious legacy of the Qingyun ancestor risked being tarnished by these younger generations. Mofin too smirked inwardly, indifferent to the lamentations of the powerful. The affairs of the Qingyun Hall were of no concern to him. He intended to ascend to their ranks in the future. The more tarnished their reputation became, the more beneficial it would be for him. The exchange with Mo-Phone had delayed the other powerful figures in their search for extraordinary treasures. Now, realizing this, they shifted their focus entirely back to Mofin. The tiger-headed flying eagle beneath him had hatched from the beast egg atop the Heaven Gap Mountain. However, everyone knew that it could not possibly be the extraordinary beast that had recently emerged. Kid, do you know where the extraordinary treasures are located? The black and white duo was the first to interrogate him. Though they refrained from being overly aggressive, given Shui Yubai's intention to protect Mofin, Mofin snickered inwardly, thinking to himself that only a fool would divulge such information. However, he wore a bemused smile and scratched his head, feigning innocence as he asked, "Extraordinary treasures? What extraordinary treasures? Could it be some celestial technique, or perhaps a life-giving elixir that can resurrect the dead?" Mofin's performance rivaled that of an Oscar-winning actor, transitioning from confusion to suspicion and finally to eager treasure-seeking, nearly convincing himself in the process. The black and white duo, cunning and astute, failed to detect any flaws in his act. They merely heard the old white-haired man whisper to the old black-haired man, "That kid is just a mere spirit disciple. He surely lacks the capability. Perhaps we should leave and search separately." The old black man's eyes flickered with shrewdness as he scrutinized Mofin from head to toe. Suddenly, a glint of interest crossed his gaze as it passed over the silver ring adorning Mofin's hand. Mofin remained vigilant, sensing the old man's consciousness sweeping over him, lingering on the silver ring several times. His heart raced, and he had already established a mental connection with the tiger-headed flying eagle beneath him, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, the old man merely furrowed his brow slightly before departing with his scythe-like weapon in hand. Soon after, the two high-ranking individuals from the Duankong Temple, realizing the extraordinary treasures were elusive, prepared to return home with Zhou Jiao departed. He nodded slightly at Mofin and transmitted a message with his mental energy, saying, "Brother Mo, until we meet again, that I hope that when we next cross paths, your treasure trove will be open for business, and this humble monk shall surely pay a visit." Watching the Duankong Temple members leave, Mofin could not afford to let his guard down. Lien Kaijun Run, known for his avarice, was unpredictable, and the head of the Tianji Pavilion had been overly cordial from the outset. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Although Mofin acknowledged his own striking appearance, the fact that the other party was a middle-aged man raised suspicions. Noticing Mofin's subtle wariness, Shui Yubai abandoned his previous demeanor and reverted to that of a greasy old man, feigning heartbreak as he clutched his chest, saying, "After all I've done to assist you, you still treat me like an outsider?" Mofin's lips twitched as he cast a scornful glance at Shui Yubai. The enigmatic Lien Kaijun Run shot Mofin an inscrutable look before turning and leaving, seemingly no longer interested in the search for extraordinary treasures. Seeing this, Shui Yubai stroked his unkempt beard and waved at Mofin, saying, "Now it seems we are the only two left. I shall be candid with you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed an extraordinary aura about you that I shan't pry further. My assistance was merely a whim. You needn't feel burdened by it, that if you must seek a reason, consider it my appreciation for talent. I have a fondness for associating with capable individuals, and you, young man, undoubtedly have a bright future ahead." Hey, Mofin, invigorated by the praise, slapped Shui Yubai on the shoulder and laughed. "Not bad. You have a keen eye, Pavilion Master. In the future, I will not only be successful, I will undoubtedly become one of the few great powers on this continent, standing head and shoulders above the rest. Ha! With that thick skin of yours, I am determined to forge a friendship with you, my old friend. What do you say? Shall we return to Longyan City together?" Mofin wore a cheerful smile, all the while scheming in his heart. People's intentions are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Who knows why this mysterious Pavilion Master of Tianji is assisting him? In a realm where strength reigns supreme and the weak suffer, it is indeed crucial to forge beneficial alliances, yet one must also remain vigilant against potential betrayals. With this in mind, Mofin produced the plum blossom token from his silver ring and held it aloft, stating with unwavering composure, "Thank you, Pavilion Master Shui, for your generous invitation. However, I have some personal matters to attend to. My cousin's father-in-law's old flame's unfortunate nephew has invited me to a wedding. I must honor this invitation. After all, it's through such connections that I navigate the world that I will certainly visit Longyan City in the future. When the time comes, I shall bring this plum blossom token to seek you out. Will that suffice?" Shui Yubai could naturally tell that Mo Fan was speaking nonsense. However, instead of exposing him, he merely nodded and said, "This plum blossom token was personally refined by me. No one else could possibly replicate the genuine article. See, this token is akin to seeing my true self, should I be absent from the Tianji Pavilion. You may use this token to command my subordinates. Take care on your journey. I shall take my leave now." After giving Mo Fan's shoulder a light pat, Shui Yubai mounted his sword and swiftly vanished into the horizon. Mo Fan rubbed his shoulder, which had been stung by the pat, and sat down on the back of the tiger-headed flying eagle, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This master of water, while not a leader of a major sect, held the esteemed title of Tianji Pavilion Master. Why would he treat him with such kindness? Could it be? No way. This can't be true, can it? Could it be that I am his illegitimate son? Unable to make sense of it, Mo Fan dismissed the thought, reasoning that Shui Yubai must have recognized his exceptional talent and wished to take him under his wing, shaking his head to rid himself of these absurd notions. He patted the back of the flying eagle and said, "Little flying eagle, let's go westward along that path." With the aid of this flying contract beast, Mo Fan's journey became significantly more comfortable. The pair quickly departed the Hungwan mountain range and began their trek along the long, official road towards Longyan City. However, it wasn't long before Mo Fan sensed a powerful aura suddenly materialize behind him. "Little flying eagle, descend quickly and find a concealed place to hide." As soon as the words left his mouth, the formidable presence that had previously felt distant descended from the sky in the blink of an eye, blocking Mo Fan's path. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mo Fan was taken aback. It was the Master of Wealth, the formidable individual known as the preeminent wealth gatherer of the entire Hongwu continent, had returned for a sudden confrontation. "Youngster, I recall something and have come back to confirm it with you." Mo Fan's heart raced as he noticed the seemingly amused yet sinister expression on the Master of Wealth's face. His consciousness was probing back and forth between him and the tiger-headed flying eagle, making Mo Fan wonder if he had indeed been discovered. Just as a bead of cold sweat began to form on his brow and his mind raced to formulate a strategy, the Master of Wealth suddenly relaxed his frown and, with a smile like a chrysanthemum, remarked, "Youngster, your strength is indeed at the lowly spirit-attended stage, and your beast-tamer abilities are merely elementary. Yet, why do I sense more than one contract power emanating from you? A cultivator of such modest prowess should, under normal circumstances, be incapable of contracting multiple magical beasts, especially with a spirit beast among them. There must be something amiss." Mo Fan's heart sank. Indeed, the Master of Wealth was a formidable spirit sovereign. While others seemed oblivious to this detail, this shrewd elder had pinpointed the crux of the matter. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, calculating his chances of escape at this moment. Unfortunately, the Master of Wealth was flawless in every regard, and no matter how he attempted to flee, his chances of survival were zero. Since evasion was not an option, he had no choice but to confront the situation. With arms spread wide, he summoned his magical beasts, Wang Kai and the fire spirit fox, and feigned calmness as he said, "Senior, you are indeed remarkable. I cannot hide anything from you. It appears I must come clean. Yes, I have contracted 3 magical beasts, which likely relates to my exceptional talent as a beast tamer. This moment." Mo Fan could only hope that the Master of Wealth would not discover the existence of the Azure Dragon Egg. After all, among all his contracted beasts, the bond he shared with the divine beast was undoubtedly the most unique. Once Wang Kai and the fire spirit fox were summoned, their high intelligence allowed them to immediately perceive the terrifying strength of the white-bearded elder before them. Consequently, they positioned themselves protectively in front of Mo Fan, their demeanor evoking a bittersweet sensation within him. "Oh, another spirit beast." The Master of Wealth's gaze flicked towards the fire spirit fox before settling on Wang Kai, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Is this a mutated magical beast? You, lad, are indeed fortunate. Even I am envious." Although the Master of Wealth spoke casually, his demeanor remained indifferent, ultimately directing his attention back to Mo Fan, a glimmer of shrewdness appearing on his aged face. "What is your name? With such extraordinary talent in beast taming, your bloodline must be quite impressive." Mo Fan contemplated concealing his identity, but he scorned the idea of being evasive. The more he interacted with powerful figures, the less he felt the need to play tricks. Thus, he candidly replied, "My name is Mo Fan, a name that signifies not being ordinary. Mo Fan, Mo Fan. What a remarkable name," the Master of Wealth murmured. suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Mo Fan. Did you just say your surname is Mo? Could it be that you are? The surname Mo has several variations, but when it comes to beast taming, the first thought that sprang to the Master of Wealth's mind was the Mo family of the Qingyun Palace. There are not many people with the surname Mo in the Hongwu continent. It is a highly distinguishable name, and the only connection to beast tamers is indeed with the Qingyun Palace. Mo Fan shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Indeed, I am from the Mo family that you are familiar with. But I have no ties to the Qingyun Palace. Our branch has long since established its independence, and in the market of beast tamers, we are rivals to them." Huh. The Master of Wealth was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, even wiping away a tear as he laughed so hard that his mouth seemed to stretch to his ears. Mo Fan, perplexed, wondered why this esteemed elder's laughter was so exaggerated, infused with a hint of bittersweetness and schadenfreude. After laughing for an extended period, the Master of Wealth finally straightened up and gave Mo Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done. So you're the branch that was cast out from the Mo family. What a brilliant expulsion! With such talent and bloodline being expelled, I can only imagine that the ancestors of the Mo family are turning in their graves. Ha ha!" Mo Fan couldn't help but smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the Master of Wealth's demeanor, it seemed he harbored some personal grievances against the Qingyun Palace. Humph! The Master of Wealth, having regained his composure, let out a cold snort, his ancient eyes flashing with a hint of darkness. "Once, I sought a magical beast from the Qingyun Palace, and they swindled me out of a great deal of my precious treasures. The memory of that incident still irks me to this day. I long to see the Qingyun Palace suffer a setback. I can hardly wait. You must grow stronger, at least to give them a taste of their own medicine in the realm of beast taming." Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat at these words. He had guessed correctly. The Master of Wealth indeed held a grudge against the Qingyun Palace, and they had swindled treasures from this wealth-loving individual, which was undoubtedly a sore spot for him. Mo Fan immediately seized the opportunity to echo the Master of Wealth sentiments. "Naturally, my talent is commendable. I am determined to trample the Qingyun Palace underfoot." However, just as Mo Fan was about to finish his sentence, he cast a sidelong glance at the Master of Wealth. "Speak your mind." Mo Fan grinned mischievously and said, "However, my progress in beast taming is rather slow, requiring a significant investment of resources for cultivation that I would also like to seek revenge on your behalf, so why not lend me some assistance?" Mo Fan, being a carefree and unruly young man, was not averse to seeking out a wealthy benefactor. The Master of Wealth squinted one eye, sizing up Mo Fan with a bemused smile. "You little rascal, trying to pull a fast one on me? You're still too inexperienced as for cultivation resources. You'll have to find them yourself." Mo Fan's mouth twitched as he shrugged and muttered, "This old man is hard to fool. What are you mumbling about?" As Mo Fan's thoughts turned, he quickly changed the subject and laughed heartily. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply meant that I wouldn't want to take advantage of others without a fair exchange. Senior, how about we strike a deal?" "Oh, you, a poor lad without even a decent outfit. What do you have that would interest me in a trade?" The Master of Wealth feigned disinterest, having resolved his earlier suspicions that he hadn't discerned anything amiss with this young man. So he was inclined to return home. Confident in his proposal, Mo Fan recalled what Jaya had mentioned. The Master of Wealth's contracted beast was a spirit beast, and the fact that he had sought out the Qingyun Palace for such a beast indicated that high-quality contract beasts were indeed rare in this continent. Seeing that the Master of Wealth was preparing to leave, Mo Fan remained unhurried, half-seated on the back of the tiger-headed flying eagle, gently stroking Wang Kai's head as he slowly articulated, "I propose a trade involving a newly born and already tamed holy beast. Is that sufficient qualification?" Upon hearing this, the Master of Wealth was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. In an instant, he teleported a step forward, landing on the back of the tiger-headed flying eagle. Now only a step away from Mo Fan, his heart racing as he exclaimed, "What did you say? A holy beast. Is that true?" "Absolutely true. I am in front of you, Senior. I would never dare to speak falsely." In the presence of Mo Fan, who exuded a calm confidence, the shrewd Lien Kai Jinren's eyes flickered with caution as he inquired, "Where is the divine beast? Allow me to have a glimpse." Being a man of considerable acumen, Lien Kaijinren pondered why such a precious divine beast would not be kept for oneself. It is known that while the world is replete with magical beasts, the young of divine beasts are exceedingly rare. Wait a moment. Dare you deceive me? Born as a divine beast, you should have prepared your script better before spinning such tales. Over 90% of magical beasts are born as ordinary creatures. Only a select few emerge as spirit beasts. Moreover, to be born as a divine beast, what extraordinary lineage must one possess? Not every formidable magical beast produces offspring that are inherently powerful. Bloodlines must gradually awaken and evolve. A magical beast emerging as a divine beast from the egg is something even a man who has lived for millennia like him has never encountered, let alone this rustic lad. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation that he had momentarily overlooked that while bloodlines are indeed predetermined at birth, the final manifestation of a magical beast lineage requires a gradual awakening. Even many adult divine beasts produce offspring that are merely ordinary or spirit beasts, necessitating cultivation to unlock their latent bloodlines. T.O. declared that he possessed a divine beast cub right out of the gate was indeed a stretch. Yet, words once spoken cannot be retracted. Seizing the moment before Lien Kaijinren could unleash his wrath, Mo Fan promptly released the shadow, phantom tiger from within his spatial beast ring, the pressure emanating from the divine beast. The shadow phantom tiger subtly revealed itself, causing Lien Kaijinren's pupils to dilate in astonishment. Indeed, it was a newly born divine beast cub, as he beheld the diminutive yet striking shadow phantom tiger perched upon the back of a soaring eagle. Lien Kaijinren, who prided himself on seeing through the mundane, could hardly contain his excitement, his breath quickening. Observing Lien Kaijinren's unmasked expression of enthusiasm, Mo Fan sensed an opportunity and promptly declared, "This is the shadow phantom tiger, a genuine divine beast, albeit currently at a mere first-tier level. However, there are no deficiencies in its bloodline or physique, a fact you must surely perceive, esteemed elder. What do you think?" At this juncture, Lien Kaijinren had already regarded the shadow phantom tiger as his potential contract beast, employing his spiritual sense to thoroughly inspect it. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction, albeit murmuring, "Other young beasts should not possess such a petite stature. Your fire spirit fox shares the same peculiar trait. It's quite rare for a cub of magical beast to be so small." Mo Fan merely smirked, internally acknowledging that a cub that survived against the odds might understandably be malnourished. However, he dared not voice that thought and instead chuckled, "As long as the bloodline is sound. The size can be remedied with a few more pieces of meat. What say you, esteemed elder? Are you satisfied?" Lien Kaijinren nodded, stroking his grizzled beard, and could not refrain from saying, "Name your price. This shadow phantom tiger greatly appeals to me, and I shall take it." Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement. His egg house had opened twice in one day, both times to noteworthy individuals, a promising beginning indeed. Having suffered a loss in his first transaction with Jialu, he was determined to make up for it with this old man. With that thought in mind, he calculated a price that could only yield profit. "Esteemed elder, this divine beast cub is truly one in 10,000, and I also seek compensation for the beast taming aspect. Therefore, I propose this price, along with a spirit technique of at least the profound grade. What do you think?" Upon seeing Mo Fan extend a single finger, Lien Kaijinren could not help but raise an eyebrow. "Are you asking for 1,000,000 spirit stones?" Mo Fan's heart sank. Could it be that he had undervalued it? It seemed the outdated texts left by the old man were unreliable, as the current market information was vastly different. Unsure of the current pricing, yet hesitant to make a bold demand, he frowned and suggested, "Perhaps you could propose a price, but the spirit technique is non-negotiable. As a respected spirit master, Lien Kaijinren would not be overly miserly in a transaction. Spirit stones were secondary, for there were countless ways to earn them. However, spirit techniques were valuable yet scarce. Encountering a spirit master was a rare opportunity, and he intended to secure at least one technique. With the intention of conducting this transaction fairly, Lien Kaijinren stroked his beard and spoke solemnly. "Currently, the price for a divine beast is roughly 150,000 spirit stones each. And a request for a beast tamer services usually starts at about 300,000, and if the buyer is from the Qingyun Palace, the price would be even steeper. That said, I see potential in you, lad, and I want to take advantage of you, that I can offer 100,000 spirit stones plus a mid-grade earth-level spirit technique, or 400,000 spirit stones plus a top-grade profound-level spirit technique. Consider it. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially planned to request 100,000 spirit stones plus a profound-level technique, but to his surprise, the old man was generous enough to include an earth-level technique. There was no need for further deliberation. He exclaimed, I choose the earth-level technique. Lien Kaijinren seemed to have anticipated this decision, as he had already prepared a jade slip and pressed it against his forehead, stating, this mid-grade, earth-level spirit technique, known as the Five-Seal technique, was acquired by me in a secret cave that IT is quite challenging to cultivate, and I cannot ascertain to what extent you will be able to master it. It all depends on your own fortune. With that, Lien Kaijinren inscribed the technique's formula into the jade slip and handed it to Mo Fan, along with the remaining 100,000 spirit stones. He continued, the Five-Seal technique consists of 5 forms, progressing from simple to complex. The 1-finger reaching heaven seal, the 3-finger turning mountain seal, and the 5-finger sealing heaven seal. After mastering these, you shall attain the supreme seal, the heaven seal, slaying immortals, and the divine seal without sorrow. The 1-finger reaching heaven seal may sound grand, but it is merely the entry point. You only need to be at the spirit disciple level to practice this technique. Take it. The small jade slip felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Mo Fan's hands. The name Five-Seal technique alone exuded an air of grandeur, and the entry requirement was not overly demanding. Generally, one would need to be at the Spirit Master or Spirit King level to cultivate an Earth-level technique, yet the low threshold of the Five-Seal technique suggested that mastering it would be no simple task. Thank you, esteemed elder. Might I inquire how far you have progressed with the Five-Seal technique? Lien Kaijinren smiled mysteriously. I have yet to comprehend the divine seal without sorrow and remain at the slaying immortal stage. Allow me to share one more thing. I have been practicing this technique for a full 300 years. Although it is only of earth grade, in terms of cultivation difficulty, I believe it rivals that of celestial grade techniques. Mo Fan was taken aback by this revelation, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the Five-Seal technique jade slip. Not out of fear, but from sheer exhilaration. The fact that even a formidable figure like Lien Kaijinren had only mastered the 4th seal after 3 centuries spoke volumes. It indicated that the Five-Seal technique was anything but a typical Earth-grade technique. Its power might very well be extraordinary. Haha, the young one, while cultivating both spiritual energy and beast taming, is indeed challenging. I believe you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself across the realms. Keep this jade token. It is an entry badge for the Lingxian sect. I do not intend to coerce you into joining. But in terms of cultivation resources, a major sect will always have more to offer. You are but one person, and ultimately, you will find yourself hindered in your progress, should you come to that realization. You are welcome to join the Lingxian sect at any time. This jade token will serve as your key. I take my leave now. With Lien Kaijinren's final words, he vanished without a trace. Mo Fan carefully stowed away the jade token and slip, a faint smile gracing his lips. Cultivating both spiritual energy and beast taming. Apologies, but this young man is a genius of the threefold cultivation. Joining a sect, a place to procure cultivation resources, is certainly not out of the question. However, with his family missing and having left on a village, he thought it best to open his egg house in the royal city first. Once he establishes his reputation as a Mo Fan, his elders would surely find him upon their return point 3 days hence, on the outskirts of Longyan City, atop a mountain inhabited by magical beasts. Mo Fan sat quietly in a secluded cave, his expression tinged with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Before him, atop a stack of grass, lay the illustrious azure dragon egg, while Wang Kai and the fire spirit fox stood guard at the cave's entrance. Today marked the day of the azure dragon's hatching, and Mo Fan could sense that the moment of the dragon's emergence was indeed imminent. His gaze was fixed intently upon the dragon egg, his palms beginning to perspire subtly from the tension and exhilaration that moment. The egg, which had been pulsating with a vibrant green light, suddenly trembled, and a sharp cracking sound echoed in the tranquil cave. Mo Fan jolted, his nerves heightened in the next instant. The cave was filled with a resounding burst of green light as a protective barrier emerged from the egg, enveloping it entirely. Mo Fan recognized this as a unique self-defense mechanism employed by divine beasts during hatching. With this barrier in place, the essence of the divine beast would not disperse into the outside world soon. The eggshell shattered, and golden light burst forth from within, poised to break free from its constraints. Suddenly, a resonant dragon roar, neither too loud nor too soft, seemed to emanate from the dawn of time, reverberating through Mo Fan's ears and sending a tremor through his consciousness. A beam of golden light ultimately pierced through the eggshell, breaking through the barrier and ascending towards the heavens, illuminating the tranquil, dark night with an awe-inspiring radiance that brightened the entire realm. Mo Fan was taken aback. This is disastrous. Must the divine beast's entrance be so ostentatious and grand? While the barrier could contain the essence of the divine beast, it could not shield against the blinding golden light. Inside the barrier, the young azure dragon curled its body into a ball. Basking in the golden glow, its eyes opened for the first time. Myriad sharp glimmers converged within, showcasing the might of the divine beast. Mo Fan couldn't help but smirk, somewhat deflating the moment's grandeur. All right, I acknowledge your magnificence, but do tone down that golden radiance. We must make our exit. Though it was the dead of night, the commotion surrounding the azure dragon's hatching was bound to attract the attention of the powerful within Longyan City. Oblivious to the fact, the young dragon continued to flaunt its prowess. The azure dragon, eager to demonstrate its dragon lineage's might, did not anticipate that its master was so weak. It quickly retracted the golden glow, slipping into Mo Fan's sleeve, and spoke in human tongue. Why the delay? I, the azure dragon, am a coveted treasure among humans and a valuable bounty to other adult magical beasts. Be why the way. Master, how can you be so feeble? I expected to unleash my full potential upon my arrival. Mo Fan had already stowed away Wong Kai and the fire spirit fox, hastily making his escape. Upon realizing that the azure dragon was not communicating through mental connection, but rather speaking directly, he was momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. The azure dragon, born with the bloodline of a divine beast, possessed the ability to articulate human language, while other magical beasts required substantial cultivation to reach the earth stage before they could do the same. After hearing the dragon's words, he couldn't help but pout in exasperation. Likewise, I also thought that forming a contract with a dragon would grant me unrestricted freedom. Yet it seems you're not all that impressive. Either did a mere fifth-tier cultivation is barely acceptable. But what on earth is with that appearance? This should be called the azure dragon, but it resembles more of a little azure worm. Mo Fan pulled the azure dragon from his sleeve, cast a disparaging glance, and promptly shoved it back. The azure dragon, equally exasperated, responded in a feeble tone. Do you think I desired to appear this way? It's merely because I have been away from the dragon clan for too long. Deprived of dragon aura nourishment, to transform into my true form requires a significant amount of spiritual energy. Mo Fan continued his hasty retreat. He frowned and chuckled. Well, perhaps it's best to keep a low profile for now, lest we attract unwanted attention. Your divine beast essence and true form as an azure dragon should not be easily revealed, nor should you speak in front of outsiders. We shall save the grandstanding for when our strength permits. What is grandstanding? The azure dragon inquired, puzzled. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, smirking. You can interpret it as exhibiting one's power. The commotion surrounding the azure dragon's hatching indeed stirred the attention of many cultivators within Longyan City, illuminating the entire city within mere seconds. Sounds of rushing air echoed above the city, stirring anxiety among the populace, who feared an impending beast tide and hurriedly donned their outer garments to flee their homes. What is happening? Why are all the experts in the city rushing outside? Is a beast tide upon us? Outside Longyan City lay vast forests teeming with magical beasts, occasionally giving rise to beast tides. When such tides occurred, the city's experts would spontaneously mobilize to suppress them. Thus, the current uproar immediately led the citizens to think of a beast tide. However, it wasn't long before a large contingent of city guards arrived hastily, aiming to reassure the citizens. please remain calm. This is not a beast tide. It seems there is some unusual activity within the magical beast forest. We shall leave this matter to the experts. You may return to your slumber. Despite the reassurance, the citizens remained uneasy, with so many powerful figures acting in unison and that brilliant golden light illuminating the city as if it were midday. How could they find solace? Meanwhile, observant scattered cultivators quickly discerned the underlying cause. The earlier surge of golden light and the urgency of the experts suggested that a rare treasure had emerged. In no time, the entire city was abuzz with excitement, drawing the attention of the ruler of Longyan Nation. Within the palace, the monarch of Longyan sat upright from his dragon throne, hastily rising to head towards the palace's secret chambers. On the cloud observation platform, the national master of Longyan slowly rose and shook his head at the rushing monarch. Your Majesty, all is well in the starry expanse. There have been no unusual movements. This golden light may merely be a manifestation of a spiritual technique. The Longyan ruler breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "Thank goodness, I initially feared that the prodigious genius foretold by the national master had descended. We must locate this extraordinary talent before other sects and dynasties do. Whoever possesses him will command the world, and the great ambitions of Longyan rely upon him." The following day, as night fell, on the bustling Zhuke Street in Longyan City, the lively cries echoed. "Come one, come all. Today is the special performance of our esteemed Lu Yinner from Xingyi Tower. A special performance by Yinner. Let us go, let us go, let us have a look." A throng of men, whether stumbling or just reaching maturity, surged towards Xingyi Tower, creating a scene so bustling that the threshold nearly buckled underfoot. The matron laughed heartily, oblivious to the cracks forming in her heavily powdered face as she surveyed every potential patron. Suddenly, a man clad in tattered linen and draped in a cloak riddled with holes strode boldly down the center of Zhuke Street. Disregarding the whispers and stares of those around him, his swagger, accompanied by a similarly disheveled dog, evoked the image of a palace minister conducting an inspection. The onlookers dared only to mock him behind his back. None brave enough to confront him directly. M.O. Fan took a bite of the apple in his hand, disdainfully scoffing. "Uncultured folk! This is called a rogue charm. With my aura, even in beggar's rags. I cannot conceal my regal bearing. Scram, scram. Where did this little beggar come from? Get lost." Just as M.O. Fan reveled in his self-satisfaction, a shrill voice filled with disdain cut through the air, slapping him back to reality. This was intolerable. He immediately channeled his former life as tenacity and retorted sharply at the matron. "Who are you calling a beggar? Did your mother not teach you the simple truth not to judge by appearances?" The crowd gathered before Xingyi Tower quickly began to point and murmur, as M.O. Fan's presence starkly contrasted with the vibrant atmosphere of the royal city. M.O. Fan found himself in a predicament. After traversing mountains and rivers, losing his way multiple times, he had finally arrived near Longyan City. The previous night's incident had drawn numerous powerful figures searching for him, and to evade them, he had gone to great lengths to disguise himself as a beggar, successfully slipping through the cracks. Finding himself in Longyan City coincidentally during what appeared to be the headliner's performance at a brothel, he felt compelled to indulge. Thus far, the only young woman he had encountered since crossing over was Zhang Hohat. Having not seen a beauty in so long, he feared that if he didn't experience some allure soon, he might lose certain capabilities. Was it his desire to appear in such shabby attire before a lady? No, it was the Azure Dragon's unreliability and the relentless pursuit of those powerful figures that forced him into this situation. Having barely escaped by shedding the garb of beggar, he had no choice but to blend in with the beggar crowd to evade detection. M.O. Fan continued to stand his ground. The matron, seeing him not only refuse to leave but also challenge her, had her face turned several shades paler, her voice dripping with contempt as she retorted, "You little wretch, don't overstep your bounds. If you continue to obstruct our business at Xingyi Tower, do you believe I won't call the guard to toss you into the dungeons?" M.O. Fan scratched his cheek, pouting, ready to teach this condescending matron a lesson, when suddenly a light laugh broke out nearby. Immediately thereafter, a dandy clad in a lake blue brocade robe emerged before M.O. Fan, flanked by a group of debauched companions. The brocade-clad gentleman cast a disdainful, sidelong glance at Mo Fan, then turned his face away in contempt, striding past him with an air of arrogance. Welcomed warmly by the brothel madam. "Ah, young Master Mo, what brings you here? Had I known of your arrival in advance, I would have certainly sent someone to fetch you personally," she exclaimed. The brocade-clad gentleman raised a finger to silence the madam, the golden and jade ring on his thumb glinting in Mo Fan's eyes. "What is the matter with your Xingyi pavilion? If that filthy beggar cannot afford the entry fee, why not simply throw him out? If he refuses to leave, can you not employ a bit of force? What are those thugs in the establishment for?" Upon hearing this, the madam forced a smile, and after ushering her esteemed guest inside, she turned her face, her smile vanishing instantly, as she approached Mo Fan with a stern demeanor, preparing to drive him away. At this moment, Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, fixating on the retreating lake blue figure, and suddenly spoke coldly. "Who is that person? Answer me." His aura shifted abruptly, radiating an intensity akin to a drawn blade, causing the previously furious madam to flinch, unable to meet Mo Fan's gaze, instinctively replying, He is the only son of Master Mo Feng, the second elder of the Qingyun Hall." Mo Chongning, as soon as the words left her lips, the madam jolted, realizing she had unwittingly answered a beggar's question. She tilted her head in disbelief, preparing to call for help and assert her authority. When Mo Fan continued, "I just saw those individuals pay some spirit stones to enter. What is the entry fee? Count me in." His tone remained calm and unruffled, yet a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. The way Mo Chongning had looked at him earlier irked him, and coupled with the awkwardness of his own status, it only fueled his desire to confront him. It was quite fitting, as the young man's father had also been quite arrogant in the Hongduan Mountains. Had it not been for Shui Yubai's presence, Mo Feng would have undoubtedly acted against him. But if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they provoke me, I must grant them a ticket to hell. If the elder does not come, the younger can accept the same fate. The madam thought she had misheard, regaining her haughty demeanor from over 60 years as a brothel madam. She scrutinized Mo Fan, clicking her tongue in disdain. "What can a shabby beggar like you possibly pay? Hurry up and get lost, or I shall truly call for help." Mo Fan's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he shot a chilling glare at the madam, causing her to feel as if her throat had been seized. She stammered, "A 1 spirit stone for the entry fee. That is more like it. I would rather not have to get angry," he replied, producing 2 spirit stones from his hand and unceremoniously tossing them at the madam's wrinkled face. The madam yelped, but dared not look down on Mo Fan any longer. What ordinary beggar could produce spirit stones? A few copper coins would be a stroke of luck, and this sharp-eyed young man might indeed be a formidable character. It was simply bewildering that someone would choose to dress like a beggar, leading her to mistakenly perceive him as impoverished. The madam retrieved the 2 spirit stones from her face, suddenly pausing, and called out to Mo Fan's retreating figure, "Dear guest, it is 1 spirit stone per person." Mo Fan waved his hand dismissively, pointing to his loyal dog, Wang Kai. At his feet, "Count a share for my dog. Whether a beauty or a bitch, today I merely wish to bring him along for a delightful experience." The madam was taken aback by such an eccentric customer who treated his dog as a patron. But any fool would seize the opportunity to profit from spirit stones. She quickly scampered into the Xingyi pavilion to make arrangements. Wang Kai walked alongside Mo Fan, feeling somewhat exasperated by his master's shifting of responsibility. "Master is being unreasonable. Clearly, you wish to enter and enjoy yourself. Why must this burden fall upon me? Don't you want a female dog? Then perhaps it is best to spay her. Although I lack experience in this area, I imagine it should be a simple matter. I could assist with the procedure." After entering the Xingyi pavilion, the pair found a secluded corner in a private room. The space was shielded by a screen, obscuring the sight of others in adjoining chambers. Yet the stage was clearly visible. Mo Fan adjusted his tattered clothing, preparing to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Lu Yenner, when he suddenly overheard a hushed conversation from the next room. Having honed his hearing during cultivation, he caught every word clearly. "Did you hear? Last night, the monster beast forest stirred. A blinding golden light shot up from the ground, and nearly all the experts in the city ventured out. Yet they returned empty-handed after an entire night. Not so fast. Your version is incorrect. And wine master went along as well. He said the golden light was clearly a sign of a rare treasure appearing. Yet when they arrived, not a trace of energy remained. Instead, they discovered a suspicious figure lurking about. And then, the individual was quite elusive. My master described him as slippery as an eel, appearing right before their eyes, yet vanishing in the blink of an eye. It seems he is quite the expert. Those who had left the city believed the treasure was taken by that young man. Alas, he escaped. Leisurely sipping tea, Mo Fan could not help but chuckle softly. That elusive figure was none other than himself. What expert? It was merely a case of the stronger ones being overly presumptuous, mistaking him for a formidable opponent, thereby overlooking his true status as an underdog. However, it was worth mentioning that during the more than 3 days of travel, he had not been idle. In just 3 days, he had successfully broken through to the lower-level spirit warrior rank. And his beast-taming level had also advanced to intermediate beast-tamer. He could distinctly feel the power of the sacred hand. His right hand had increased, and once he grasped the depths of Longyan City, he would promptly head to the market to purchase some ordinary beast eggs. Lost in thought, the hall's lights suddenly extinguished, and a vibrant spectrum illuminated the stage. Amidst the colorful glow, a stunningly graceful figure descended from above, moving with an elegance reminiscent of a celestial being, captivating all eyes. Mo Fan's mouth fell slightly agape, tea spilling onto the table as a ripple of astonishment washed over him. Now this is a true woman. That Zhang Ho Hot is but a she-tiger who must have been born the wrong gendered. Last, he beheld a genuine ancient beauty, and his heart fluttered with infatuation, breaking into a foolish grin. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lu Yenner. With a light touch of her toes, caught sight of him, but a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. When had the Xingyi Pavilion begun admitting beggars? Although hesitant, Lu Yenner maintained her composure, offering Mo Fan a gentle smile and a nod. That smile was breathtaking, eclipsing all else and leaving the guests in the hall awestruck. Young scions and lecherous old men alike could not help but drool as they unabashedly fixated on Lu Yenner's bosom. In that brief moment, their eyes met, and Mo Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A momentary chaos engulfing his consciousness, he discreetly averted his gaze, only to find cold sweat beading on his forehead upon regaining his composure. It is the charm bone, the little azure dragon the monster beast space transmitted, followed by a disdainful snort. Such women with innate charm bones are the most sought after in our dragon lineage. Engaging in dual cultivation with them can enhance one's spiritual prowess, and they are typically kept confined as cauldrons. At Mo Fan frowned. The little azure dragon had just hatched, yet was already spouting such lascivious words. It was indeed true that dragons had a penchant for indulgence. As for dual cultivation cauldrons, finding a female dragon would be a dead end for him. Sensing Mo Fan's disdain, the little azure dragon shivered like a small snake and continued to transmit. This is not my own assertion, but rather knowledge from my ancestral memories. In any case, women with innate charm bones are most suitable as cauldrons. However, if her spiritual power surpasses that of a man, then the roles may not be so clear. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly, the plump madam appeared from behind the curtain, her figure swaying as she approached. Ha ha, esteemed guests, tonight marks Miss Yenner's first auction night. The winning gentleman may purchase her first night. And no matter who ultimately claims the top prize, please be gentle with our dear Yenner, he. The madam, though advanced in years, still feigned youthful charm, covering her mouth in a coy manner, which disgusted Mo Fan. Yet her words were too enticing, sparking a wave of raucous cheers and excitement among the guests, many of whom seemed to be well aware of the event. It appears that they have come well prepared, and the provocatively dressed Lu Yenner on stage seems to harbor no objections, her every frown and smile captivating the hearts of onlookers, as if this place were her very hunting ground, prompting Mo Fan to narrow his eyes instinctively. Women in the Hongwu continent are generally quite conservative, except for the Yusheng kingdom, where the customs are bold and unrestrained, with women often adorning themselves and revealing attire as a commonplace practice. However, within the confines of the Longyan kingdom, a dynasty that bears striking similarities to the ancient world known to Mo Fan. Most women still uphold a sense of modesty and restraint. Those like Lu Yin'er, who are steeped in the ways of the world, typically either sell their bodies without showcasing their talents, or vice versa. Those who engage in both, however, find themselves occupying a much lower status. Nevertheless, Mo Fan soon observes that not only does Lu Yin'er possess the rare innate charm mentioned by the little green dragon, but her cultivation level also appears commendable, looking scarcely older than 18 or 19. Although she is of a similar age to him, her spiritual prowess is already at the level of a high-level spiritual practitioner, surpassing his own by 2 minor tiers of cultivation, in the realm of female practitioners. Status is seldom low. Once they embark on the path of cultivation, the societal distinctions between genders dissipate. From the world of practitioners, only the strength of one's fist is recognized. Lu Yin'er does not seem to be coerced. Nor does she strike Mo Fan as a submissive woman. Thus, there's only one possibility. She is here of her own volition. Does she seek a furnace for her alchemical endeavors? Mo Fan feels a surge of wicked thoughts rise from his lower abdomen, only to be swiftly quelled by the precocious little green dragon. Master, I advise you to refrain from harboring wicked thoughts. Being a furnace can lead to being utterly drained. Who said I want to be her furnace? I merely indulged in a fleeting thought. The imagery is somewhat tantalizing. Such a role is beneath me. If it were to happen, I would need to be the one in control. Casting aside his fanciful musings, Mo Fan notices that the entire hall has become as bright as day, with night pearls suspended from above, radiating luxury. The various screens that had previously obscured the view are suddenly removed, exposing all the guests within the hall at a glance. Mo Fan spots Mo Changning seated in the central position, his gaze fixated on Lu Yin'er with a lecherous expression that could almost be inscribed with the words lecherous scoundrel. Surveying the surroundings, he notes that men of all ages in the hall are entranced, their ardent gazes fixated solely on Lu Yin'er, some even drooling in their eagerness. Mo Fan brushes aside the stray strands of hair before making a nonchalant gesture of tossing his head, fully aware that some among them have already been ensnared by Lu Yin'er's allure. Most of those affected are practitioners, though they appear relatively weak in Mo Fan's eyes. It is said that within the city, there are establishments favored by those with higher cultivation levels, yet such places can only be deemed as mere entertainment venues for the secular. Lu Yin'er, with her bewitching eyes, merely glances around the hall, and immediately a throng is enraptured. When her gaze falls upon Mo Fan, a fleeting spark ignites in her eyes, pausing momentarily before she closes them and turns her attention back to the center. Young Master, Mo, her soft call, more enchanting than the lingering echoes of a beautiful melody, causes Mo Changning to tremble, his demeanor instantly transforming as he rises from his seat, captivated, and strides toward Lu Yin'er. Miss Yin'er, might I accompany you tonight as you ascend to the clouds? Mo Changning's tone is frivolous and explicit, his expression exuding an indescribable lewdness. From Mo Fan's perspective, he can almost see the crimson glow gradually flickering in the depths of his eyes. A sight most peculiar. Indeed, this woman is not to be underestimated. The little green dragon murmurs in the beast's space, intrigued by Lu Yin'er. When Mo Fan inquires further, the little green dragon recounts its ancestral memories. If my senses do not deceive me, this woman has just employed a rare and potent attack method that surpasses both spiritual and martial techniques. What is it? Mo Fan asks. The little green dragon replies mysteriously. It is a secret technique of mental power. Typically, an ordinary practitioner's mental power can only be utilized for exploration, intimidation, and simple mental pressure attacks, which are difficult to cultivate. Special practitioners, such as alchemists, artifact masters, and beast tamers, wield mental power with greater flexibility. Some lucky special practitioners may comprehend their unique mental power techniques, which must be realized through personal insight. They cannot be passed down nor recorded through spiritual consciousness. They are exclusive personal techniques. Mo Fan is taken aback. He has never heard of such a concept as a secret technique of mental power. Can you discern what kind of mental power technique this woman is using? The little green dragon ponders for a moment before responding uncertainly. If I am not mistaken, her mental power attack lacks significant lethality. Its primary function is control, allowing her spirit to infiltrate the consciousness of those entranced by her charm, thereby exerting mental control. However, her mastery is still rudimentary. She is merely an amateur. M.O. Fan strokes his chin, and upon hearing the little green dragon's deductions, he narrows his eyes, observing the fluctuations of energy between Lu Yenner and M.O. Changning. Swiftly, he utilizes his own mental power to uncover the oddity at play. Under the scrutiny of his mental probing, M.O. Fan experiences a peculiar sensation, as if Lu Yenner has transformed into a soul-snaring fox. Her mental threads weaving their way into M.O. Changning's consciousness that he can sense that once this woman's technique reaches a certain level, she would likely be able to manipulate a person entirely. Akin to an advanced version of puppet manipulation, cautiously retracting his mental power, M.O. Fan seems not to attract Lu Yenner's attention. The little green dragon exclaims in surprise, "Master, I initially thought you to be a weakling. But it seems otherwise. Your mental power is significantly stronger than that of Lu Yenner. Only when your mental power greatly exceeds that of your opponent can your hidden probing remain undetected. No wonder your beast-taming abilities are so formidable." This. M.O. Fan cannot help but chuckle, feeling a swell of pride. Just then, the flirtation between the two on stage comes to an end. The infatuated audience, unable to challenge M.O. Changning's status, refrains from making noise. However, once M.O. Changning returns to his seat, those restless men can no longer hold back, clamoring for Lu Yenner to engage with them as well. Yet Lu Yenner, with a serpentine sway of her waist, turns and saunters over to her designated royal couch, reclining with a slight tilt, deliberately showcasing her long, slender, and flawless legs. Miss Yenner's figure would be a delight to play with. I can't take it anymore. I'm on the verge of bursting. Old matron, please commence. We are all ready. The old matron, upon hearing this, steps out from the shadows, discreetly nodding at Lu Yenner, after clapping thrice. Several burly men emerge, carrying a platform and an iron cage. Once the items are set down, the old matron eagerly announces, "Esteemed guests, Miss Yenner has prepared 2 tests for you. The first is to assess your qualifications, and the second is to subdue the magical beast within this cage." Yes, soon as her words fall, 2 red curtains are drawn aside. Instantly, a thunderous roar reverberates throughout the hall, and a violent gust of wind forms a cylindrical vortex. Surging into the space that M.O. Fan, seated at the side, is only brushed by the residual force that sends the fruit platter on his table tumbling. Shielding his face from the fierce wind, he gazes toward the center of the hall and bursts into laughter. M.O. Changning, eager to behold Lu Yenner up close, has claimed the foremost position in the hall. This moment. The beast cage is situated less than 5 meters away from him, and the roar directly targets his face, causing him to be whisked away alongside his table and chairs, flying out of the entrance like a feeble creature. M.O. Shao. The sycophantic young men surrounding M.O. Changning, witnessing his unexpected expulsion onto the street, rush out in alarm. "Are you all right, young master?" As the crowd regains their composure from the beast's roar, they notice that only M.O. Changning is in such a disheveled state, and they cannot help but stifle their laughter, though no one dares to voice it given his status. Ha! While others suppress their laughter, fearing to offend the Qingyun Pavilion indirectly, M.O. Fan remains unperturbed. Thus, after a brief silence, a hearty guffaw erupts from a corner, ringing clearly in M.O. Changning's ears. Just as he is helped up and readjusting his attire, he intends to find a way to cover up this embarrassing predicament, only to discover someone bold enough to mock him. M.O. Fan laughs until tears brim in his eyes, slapping the table as he doubles over in mirth. "Wang Kai, did you see that? Huh, that fool is even less capable than you. Shouldn't such a creature be called a weak chicken? Oh no, weak chickens might at least manage to stand. He deserved to be called a tiny, powerless soft egg. Ha! Wang Kai, in response, emits a few playful snorts, humorously mimicking a grin. Upon witnessing this, the crowd can no longer contain themselves. Erupting into silent laughter, it is indeed amusing how the term soft egg evokes such vivid imagery. Looking at M.O. Changning's towering stature, one would never guess he was so easily toppled. Indeed, he is not even as formidable as a paper tiger. Could he truly be a soft egg? Mo Chongning felt an acute embarrassment as he was subtly ridiculed by Mo Fan. His face flushing with shame, he instinctively tightened his legs together and cast a venomous glare at Mo Fan. "You old hag. What on earth is going on? Since when can a lowly dog like him enter here?" The madam's expression shifted momentarily as she discreetly glanced at Lu Yinner, who was reclining on the noblewoman's couch. Lu Yinner elegantly rose, her slender waist swaying like a water snake as she approached, looking down upon Mo Chongning with an air of regal authority. "Young Master Mo, our Xingyi Tower welcomes all who can afford the price. We cannot obstruct anyone's path to fortune," as she spoke. Mo Fan felt a faint ripple in his consciousness, confirming Lu Yinner as adept control over her mental energy. She had skillfully infused her words with her spiritual power, while Mo Chongning, despite his background from the Qingyun Palace, remained completely oblivious. Upon hearing Lu Yinner's words, Mo Chongning's expression softened, and he began to smile foolishly, resembling a simpleton. The onlookers outside Xingyi Tower regarded him with disdain. In their eyes, Mo Chongning had utterly succumbed to the allure of beauty, groveling before a woman of ill repute, thereby tarnishing the name of Qingyun Palace. Mo Fan shook his head, his earlier intentions to teach Mo Chongning a lesson dissipating. Such a weakling was unworthy of his effort. After the farce concluded, the interior of Xingyi Tower was tidied up, and the protective barrier was activated, enveloping the hall in an invisible array, rendering the atmosphere within impervious to the outside world. The madam stepped onto the stage once more, her face beaming with a smile. "The hour is late, and you must all be eager, so let us commence. For those wishing to participate, it is merely 1,000 spirit stones for a testing opportunity. 1,000 spirit stones for a chance to test one's abilities. Whether one succeeded was another matter entirely, causing many in the hall to pause in contemplation. For practitioners, this was no trifling sum. Spirit stones could also be utilized for cultivation, and while spiritual cultivators often kept them on hand, martial cultivators preferred to carry coins, reserving spirit stones for significant transactions and purchasing resources for training. The madam noticed the crowd's enthusiasm waning and cast an awkward glance at Lu Yinner. Lu Yinner, seeing this, curled her lips into a seductive smile. "It is just 1,000 spirit stones. Do you not wish to spend such a modest sum?" She purred. "This test truly offers everyone an opportunity. Mother, please explain the rules to them." Lu Yinner employed her previous tactics, using mental interference combined with her captivating charm to ensnare those who had regained their clarity. The madam complied, launching into an explanation. "Esteemed guests, the first test is quite simple. It is to assess your aptitude. This spirit orb evaluates your overall strength, functioning similarly to the testing stones for spiritual and internal energy. Simply place your palm upon it and channel your internal energy. The second test involves battling the beast within this cage. You need not defeat it, merely demonstrate your skills, and Miss Yinner will have her criteria for judgment." After this clarification, an older wealthy patron raised a question. "So, you mean to say that in the end, it is up to Miss Yinner whom she prefers? It is not merely a contest of strength, but rather a matter of who wins her favor?" "Indeed," Lu Yinner replied with a playful demeanor, dispelling the crowd's doubts. "Everyone has a chance, so I shall pay the 1,000 spirit stones, regardless of a man's cultivation level. What mattered most was the confidence that surfaced at critical moments. As men, none would willingly concede defeat." The clinking of spirit stones echoed through the hall, and the madam found herself buried amidst the pile, her smile radiant. After a while, all others had paid the testing fee, leaving only Mo Fan, who sat calmly in a corner, leisurely peeling grapes. That a flicker of malice crossed Mo Chongning's eyes as he approached Mo Fan, sneering. "Hey, beggar, why aren't you contributing spirit stones? I thought you were quite arrogant. Why the silence now?" Mo Fan cast a disdainful glance his way, scoffing. "What of it? I saw you take quite a tumble earlier. Are you sure you'll have the strength to test later?" Soft-footed shrimp, the mention of the earlier incident. Mo Chongning's expression darkened. Suddenly, he glared fiercely, extending his palm to condense his spiritual energy, striking towards Mo Fan. His low-level spiritual mastery became apparent, yet the energy contained within was feeble and lacking in substance. Mo Fan merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the attack, then feigned brushing dust off his shoulder, dismissively remarking, "Is that all? I thought you were merely dusting me off." Tsk. Mo Fan's contempt was unmistakable, inciting further rage within Mo Chongning. "Stop!" A languid, melodic voice interjected from the stage. Lu Yin'er glanced at Mo Chongning before fixing her gaze intently on Mo Fan, her tone gentle. "Dear guest, are you certain you do not wish to participate? This is but my first time. How many esteemed gentlemen are queuing to share my couch? Do you not find me beautiful?" Mo Fan swallowed hard, silently agreeing. She was indeed beautiful, yet beauty often conceals thorns. And he preferred to maintain his distance. Just as he was about to decline, the little azure dragon sprang forth again, whispering, "Master, you must participate. Create an opportunity to be alone with this woman." Mo Fan paused in surprise. "What? You truly intend for me to cultivate with this woman? But I have no interest in a furnace for alchemical purposes. Fool! Though this woman possesses an innate charm, I have discerned her cultivation aptitude is rather ordinary. She likely has encountered some unique circumstances to gain such abilities at her age. Why not take this chance to extract some information? You might stumble upon an opportunity. The techniques of spiritual cultivation were exceedingly rare, and only a few could comprehend them. Many who grasped these abilities did so after centuries of accumulation. Did he not wish to attain a unique spiritual technique at a young age? As Mo Fan contemplated, a smirk crept upon his lips. He raised his cup to Lu Yin'er, jesting, "Miss Yin'er is indeed as radiant as a celestial being. I shall pay the 1,000 spirit stones." With that declaration, he scattered the spirit stones from his silver ring, sending them cascading onto Mo Chongning. "Come now, young Master Mo, since you harbor such disdain for me, why not assist in counting if this is sufficient?" Mo Fan's actions subtly infused the spirit stones with a hint of internal energy, rendering each stone seemingly harmless, yet causing Mo Chongning considerable pain upon impact. As 1,000 spirit stones struck him, Mo Chongning grimaced in agony, unable to evade the onslaught, leaving red marks upon his otherwise proud visage. He appeared utterly miserable, further exposing his cowardice. Mo Fan shook his head in disbelief at Mo Chongning's display. Is this fellow truly a product of Qingyun Palace? His cultivation may be superficial, but his combat prowess is decidedly pathetic. The internal energy he had added to the stones was easily defensible. Any spiritual practitioner could have easily shielded themselves. Yet, Mo Chongning stood there like a fool, allowing the attack to land at awe. "So you are but a fool," he mused that if his opponent were too weak, it would fail to ignite his competitive spirit. Indeed, Mo Chongning was unworthy of being his adversary. Lu Yin'er observed the scene, a glint of intrigue flashing in her eyes as she cast a sidelong glance at Mo Fan before directing her disdainful gaze back at Mo Chongning. Her voice cold. "Let us begin." The test commenced, and the testing platform arranged by Xing Yilu was naturally more advantageous compared to those of various sects, noble families, or cultivation academies. One by one. The cultivators who had paid their spirit stones approached, standing before the so-called comprehensive strength detector. This spirit orb was unlike ordinary testing stones. None present had ever witnessed its kind. However, upon placing their palms upon it and channeling their spiritual energy or inner strength, the orb indeed exhibited remarkable fluctuations. Mo Fan was equally oblivious to the true nature of this orb, but fortunately, the memories inherited from the little azure dragon provided him with clarity regarding such human world artifacts. It conveyed, this is not merely a spirit orb. Its proper designation is the true Yang Pearl. True Yang Pearl. Mo Fan was taken aback. Wasn't true Yang synonymous with Yuan Yang, the fundamental essence of one's Yang energy? This device couldn't possibly be for measuring that aspect, could it? Master, your thoughts are astute. This object is indeed designed to detect whether a person has lost their virginity. Once a person has, the true Yang leaks, and the Yang energy diminishes as the frequency of such encounters increases. True Yang pearls are typically found in Buddhist sanctuaries, used to ascertain whether disciples have violated their vows of chastity. Of course, certain cultivation techniques or spiritual martial arts require practitioners to possess complete Yuan Yang. Thus, the detection of the true Yang pearl is infallible. Mo Fan's eyes darted, briefly glancing at Lu Yin'er's radiant visage. Then he lowered his gaze, stroking his chin in contemplation. The alluring beauty was undoubtedly seeking someone who had not lost their virginity, or at the very least, someone with a respectable private life. However, it was improbable that the men frequenting such a place would still be like him, a novice. Individuals like M.O. Chongning, with their debauched demeanor, dark circles under their eyes, and purplish lips, were clearly indulging excessively. Likely to have already accumulated numerous consorts by his age in this continent. If Lu Yin'er truly sought a furnace, wouldn't it be more prudent to seek a different venue? Perhaps a monk's temple would be more gratifying, especially one like the bald-headed Cassiopeia. Just as M.O. Fan was deep in thought, M.O. Chongning began his test. The true Yang Pearl surged with fluctuations, yet M.O. Fan could discern nothing. However, the slight disdain evident on Lu Yin'er's face indicated her disapproval of M.O. Chongning. At last, it was M.O. Fan's turn. Although he despised the feeling of being scrutinized by a woman, he had no choice but to proceed for the sake of the mental technique and the spirit stones he had already surrendered. He placed his palm upon the true Yang Pearl, pondering which type of energy to channel. To his surprise, the beast-taming technique activated autonomously. Subsequently, a strand of spiritual energy and inner strength intertwined and willingly entered the true Yang Pearl. In an instant, the originally milky white true Yang Pearl erupted in dazzling golden light, its brilliance so intense that it compelled many to shut their eyes, including M.O. Fan, who furrowed his brow and attempted to withdraw, only to find his palm firmly affixed to the orb by an overwhelming force. Lu Yin'er, reclining on her luxurious couch, had already risen with wide eyes, an unprecedented gleam radiating from them as she fixated on M.O. Fan. As if he were now her captive, her expression revealing an unabashed interest, M.O. Fan felt a tumult in his consciousness, acutely aware of Lu Yin'er's unabashed desire directed towards him, which irked him greatly. How infuriating! He had always chosen women, and never had he been appraised like a mere commodity by a woman. He last, feeling his hand loosen. M.O. Fan swiftly withdrew it, subtly countering the mental influence Lu Yin'er had cast upon him. The golden light vanished in an instant, causing Lu Yin'er to pause, her brow furrowing as she cast a perplexed glance at M.O. Fan before feigning nonchalance and sauntering closer. This young master possesses remarkable prowess. It is my first encounter with someone capable of illuminating the spirit orb to such an extent. May I inquire your name? As she spoke, Lu Yin'er edged closer, her delicate form pressing against him. Through the fabric, M.O. Fan felt a wave of warmth, prompting him to frown and take a small step back. Breathing in the fragrance of femininity, he endeavored to steady his mind. I am but a beggar. Do you not find me repugnant? Truth be told, he found his beggar attire rather distasteful. One would expect someone as enchanting as Lu Yin'er to be thoroughly disgusted by him. Yet at that moment, the little azure dragon exclaimed in astonishment, "Who would have thought your Yuan Yang is so pure and rich, capable of igniting the true Yang Pearl to such a degree? This indicates your innate potential is quite high, suitable for monastic life, destined to transcend the mundane and enter the divine." What nonsense! The purity of Yuan Yang has nothing to do with becoming a monk. Spare me your ridiculous talk, or I shall ensure you undergo sterilization. While M.O. Fan exchanged banter with the little azure dragon, Lu Yin'er once again approached, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. You jest, my lord. How could one capable of presenting 1,000 spirit stones be a mere beggar? Unmoved by her charm, M.O. Fan, having realized the purity of his Yuan Yang, understood why she was so fervent in her pursuit. The enticing images that had danced in his mind suddenly lost their allure, prompting him to retreat a few steps and adopt a demeanor of indifference. Miss Lu, please conduct yourself with decorum. I truly am a beggar. Why hovel lies east of the city. You may inquire there if a beggar named Fan, M.O. exists. Seeing that M.O. Fan clearly regarded her with suspicion and that her usual allure seemed ineffective against him, Lu Yin'er pondered and decided to retreat while advancing. She expressed great admiration for him once more. So, you are Fan Gongzi? I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance. Lu Yin'er reclined back on her luxurious couch, and, as M.O. Fan shrugged, preparing to leave the platform, he turned to find a group of men glaring at him with deep resentment, as if he had stolen their brides. Most notably, M.O. Chongning's eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, harboring who knows what sinister plot, Mo Fan contemptuously gestured with his pinky finger towards him before swaggering back to his seat. Taking a sip of his drink to soothe his throat, Mo Changning's fury was palpable, his eyes sunken and teeth grinding audibly. However, mindful of Lu Yinner's potential disapproval, he restrained his anger for the time being. As the second segment was about to commence, none dared to step forward. They all understood the implications. There was only one magical beast, and the first to approach would likely be the sacrificial pawn, paving the way for others to strike. Everyone was eager to wait for someone else to exhaust the beast before swooping in for the final blow, becoming the terminator of the encounter. Thus, the hall fell into silence, save for the beast's heavy breaths that Mo Fan had been observing the magical beast from the start. It was a mature Xianjin lion. Though a common magical beast, it had attained the 5th tier, placing its strength somewhere between the Spirit Master and Spirit Lord ranks, contingent on its innate abilities. The mature Xianjin lion required at least a master-level beast tamer for successful domestication, given the scarcity of beast tamers on the continent. Those of master level could easily secure positions as elders in the Qingyan Hall, underscoring their value. Xingyi Lu, being merely an entertainment establishment, possessing such a magical beast was indeed rare, and domestication was out of the question. Mo Fan had previously conducted a covert investigation and discovered that the Xianjin lioness' spiritual consciousness had suffered severe damage, affecting its strength. Moreover, a magical beast with impaired consciousness would exist in a state of chaos, rendering it impossible for human tamers to control, let alone form a contract with it. Gazing at the trapped beast, Mo Fan discreetly flexed his holy hand, uncertain if this divine hand of heavenly Tao could restore its consciousness. As a combat magical beast, disregarding its bloodline, the Xianjin lion still possessed considerable combat prowess. Mo Fan had resolved to acquire this magical beast. So seizing the opportunity, while others hesitated, he was the first to rise and approach the beast cage. Upon witnessing this, the crowd gasped and grew tense. Damn it, that beggar wants to steal the spotlight. Lu Yinner has already shown interest in him. We cannot allow him to show off. Then go ahead and step up. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mo Fan, unwilling to let him shine, yet too cowardly to act themselves. One of the sycophants surrounding Mo Chongning stealthily approached his side, eyes darting as he whispered, Mo Xiao, are we really going to let that kid go first? Though he may be a low-level spirit master, he seems rather uncanny that if he inadvertently showcases his abilities and catches Lu Yinner's attention. What then? Surrounded by incompetent fools, it was only a matter of time before this situation unraveled. Indeed, spurred on by the others, Mo Chongning, who had initially hesitated, suddenly gritted his teeth, pointing at Mo Fan's back and bellowing. Hold on, you! Step aside. Dealing with the magical beast should naturally be our Qingyun Hall's responsibility. Upon stepping out of the Qingyun Hall, Mo Chongning instantly felt his spine straighten, a surge of inexplicable confidence swelling within him. Casting aside the humiliation he had endured earlier, with hands on his hips, he swaggered up to Mo Fan. You, get lost. This Xianjin lion will be dealt with by me personally. You no longer have the opportunity to intervene. I have already become an intermediate beast master, and taming an injured magical beast is a trivial task. As Mo Changning's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps that Mo Xiao has actually reached the rank of an intermediate beast master. Truly worthy of being from Qingyan Hall, his talent for beast taming is indeed remarkable. If I recall correctly, Mo Xiao was merely a junior beast master last month, and he has already made such a breakthrough. At just 20 years of age, he has attained the intermediate level. I dare say he may surpass his father in the future, perhaps even reaching the status of a grandmaster. In an instant, all present regarded him with newfound respect. For a beast master is inherently superior, and a young one with potential is a person everyone knows to befriend. Amidst the crowd's adulation and reverence, Mo Chongning felt an inflated sense of self-worth. His chin nearly lifted to the heavens at Mo Fan merely snorted lightly, stepping aside to grant him space. And as he descended the stage, he meaningfully remarked to Mo Chongning, Good luck, Mo Xiao, I have faith in you. You are the best. Mo Chongning exhaled dismissively through his nostrils, unaware that Mo Fan's words were laced with sarcasm, devoid of any genuine flattery. Only scored. Mo Fan shook his head in silence as he returned to his seat. Indifferent to Mo Changning's inflated status as an intermediate beastmaster, failing to recognize the Xianjin lion's severely damaged consciousness and the impossibility of taming it was likely that this intermediate rank had been forcibly obtained. Should a beastmaster attempt to forcibly tame a magical beast in a chaotic state, the outcomes are grim. Either the beast perishes, its consciousness obliterated by the taming force, or the beastmaster suffers backlash, with the stronger party inevitably causing the other's downfall. Mo Changning, merely a low-level spiritual master and an intermediate beastmaster at that, was nothing more than an empty vessel. The Xianjin lion, though weakened, remained a fully grown, fifth-tier magical beast. Even in a chaotic state, its explosive fury could easily rend Mo Changning to shreds. Unskilled and seeking his own demise, Mo Changning had no intention of retreating. The crowd had settled, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the beastmaster at work, while Lu Yin'er seemed oblivious to the Xianjin lion's condition or the intricacies of beast taming, believing in Mo Changning's capabilities, and stood straight in anticipation that in the next moment, Mo Changning suddenly shouted, swiftly forming seals with his hands before his chest while muttering incantations. As the number of seals multiplied, a silver beast taming array shot forth from his forehead, landing upon the Xianjin lion. The appearance of the taming array incited a chorus of gasps from the crowd. The array's edges bore 2 rings. Indeed, he was an intermediate beast master. The onlookers were filled with excitement, for opportunities to witness a beastmaster in action were rare, and they were determined to observe closely. Mo Fan, observing from the side, scrutinized Mo Changning's taming technique and couldn't help but chuckle at the elaborate prelude. I thought the beast taming techniques of Qingyun Hall were formidable. How could they be so convoluted? Little did he know, he was the only one in the world who did not require hand seals for beast taming. The moment the silver taming array enveloped the Xianjin lion, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. The Xianjin lion, previously half reclining in its cage, suddenly stood upright, its murky eyes coldly fixed upon Mo Changning. That single glance sent a chill coursing through Mo Changning's body, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. This small retreat destabilized the taming array, rendering the taming force unstable in an instant. The Xianjin lion erupted into a frenzy, crashing through the cage, and a tremendous force erupted from its body, shattering the 4 chains binding it. The Xianjin lion has gone berserk. Mo Xiao, act quickly. With the chains broken, the ordinary iron cage, lacking any protective formations, posed no obstacle for the Xianjin lion. It unsheathed its sharp claws, and with a swipe, the cage splintered apart, sending the crowd scattering in terror. O Changning was flung to the ground, lying helplessly on his back, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It was at this moment that he realized the lion was not only in a chaotic state, but also possessed immense strength, far beyond his ability to tame. Only a master like his father, Mo Feng, could hope to handle it. Now free, the Xianjin lion rampaged through the hall, unleashing its thunderclaw and lion's roar repeatedly, obliterating the entire venue. The terrified crowd huddled together, each exerting their spiritual energy or internal force to form a makeshift barrier, narrowly avoiding disaster. Lu Yin'er, seated on the imperial concubine's couch, had long since disappeared, hiding behind the spirit-enhanced bodyguards of Xingyi Tower. In the chaotic hall, only Mo Changning and Mo Fan remained stationary. The former was utterly incapacitated, having been knocked unconscious by the Xianjin lion's assault, and upon closer inspection, one could see that his lower garments were stained by a suspicious liquid. Exuding a foul odor, Mo Fan, however, remained composed in his seat, exuding an air of nonchalance, with the dog Wankai beside him appearing equally disinterested. Lu Yin'er was keenly observing the situation with Mo Fan. When she saw him still seated in the corner while the famished Xianjin lion searched for food, she immediately shouted, "Young Master Fan, quickly hide." She was acutely aware of Mo Fan's low-level spiritual master status and instinctively felt he was no match for the Xianjin lion. Yet Mo Fan had no intention of retreating. He raised his cup and drained it in one gulp before slowly standing and striding toward the Xianjin lion. The Xianjin lion, indeed starving, had left a considerable puddle of drool on the floor before it, exuding an aura of menace. However, the unconscious Mo Chongning, having soiled himself from fear, seemed to repel even the Xianjin lion with his foul stench. Hence, the lion quickly shifted its focus to the only unprotected individual in the arena, Mo Fan. Standing over 3 meters tall, the Xianjin lion towered over Mo Fan, who appeared somewhat petite in comparison, yet he displayed no diminishment in his imposing presence. The onlookers were filled with uncertainty, thinking the beggar was doomed. Mo Fan remained unfazed, calmly observing the Xianjin lion, as the power of the heavenly Tao's sacred hand in his right hand began to stir, waiting for the lion to approach so that he might attempt to soothe it. Mo Fan was not in a hurry, but the little azure dragon was quite anxious. "Master, what are you planning? Are you truly going to use your mysterious power to mend its consciousness? Don't forget, you are merely a low-level spiritual master. Even as a gifted beast master, your taming level should still be." Before the little azure dragon could finish, Mo Fan chuckled softly. "But you are here too, right? You are a 5th-tier divine beast. Surely you can handle this little lion?" At this, the little azure dragon raised its head, its body quivering as it proudly spun in the magical beast space with my dragon might. "Master, do you believe that a mere roar from me would not cause this little lion to cower before me? Reliable, my life and livelihood rely entirely on you. Divine beast azure dragon, Mo Fan had faith. If the little azure dragon could not handle a Xianjin lion with a damaged consciousness, he would certainly stew it for dinner. That a broth of dragon bones paired with dragon meat would be far more rewarding than keeping a dragon that merely boasted. Unaware that its master had already set its sights on its bones and meat, the little azure dragon, feeling reassured, stood ready in the magical beast space, prepared to spring into action should the Xianjin lion pose a threat to Mo Fan. The Xianjin lion advanced, its throat emitting low growls. Despite its injuries, it maintained a steady stance as it approached Mo Fan, moving with eerie silence. At the tea that moment, the air pressure suddenly dropped, and the Xianjin lion lunged, conjuring a crackling orb of lightning in its forepaws, launching it swiftly toward Mo Fan. The surrounding crowd had wide eyes, their hearts racing as they watched Mo Fan merely extend his right hand, his aura devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, as if resigned to his fate. What is he doing? Does he truly believe that extending his hand in surrender will spare him from the Xianjin lion? A mere beggar, why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Let us hasten to have Miss Yenner activate the barrier within the building for our escape. That beggar is but skin and bones, surely insufficient to satisfy the insatiable appetite of the Xianjin lion. Once we have dealt with him, it will be our turn to face the consequences. In a flash, the Xianjin lion unleashed a thunderball, hurtling towards us with explosive speed, creating a powerful gust that tousled Mo Fan's hair. With narrowed eyes, Mo Fan seized the opportunity, taking a bold step forward instead of retreating, and charged directly at it, just as everyone presumed that Mo Fan was about to meet his demise. A sudden burst of flame erupted from inconspicuous corner. This flame was laced with a hint of thunderous fury, and as it collided with the Xianjin lion's thunderball, sparks flew and a deafening explosion resonated. At that moment in the corner, Wang Kai let out a whimper, staggered slightly, yet resolutely stood firm, buying precious time for Mo Fan leapt onto the lion's head, grasping its mane with one hand while the other descended upon the lion's crown. Channeling the power of the holy hand, a glimmer of golden light swiftly infiltrating the Xianjin lion's consciousness. Since his beast mastery had reached an intermediate level, Mo Fan wielded the power of the heavenly Tao's holy hand with newfound ease. Previously, no matter how he had channeled the power of holy light, that enigmatic golden force could only enhance the beast's bloodline, enveloping the entire creature in what was known as gilding. Now, however, the power of holy light flowed through him like spiritual energy, allowing him to manipulate it at will. Thus, this time, he directed the holy light straight into the Xianjin lion's consciousness. Onlookers. This action seemed akin to courting death. Grasping the lion's mane was one thing, but to touch its head, did he not know that one should never touch the heads of tigers or lions? Yet, what they did not anticipate was that Almost instantaneously, the Xianjin lion collapsed to the ground, its ferocity dissipating, transforming from a raging beast into an extraordinarily docile creature, even emitting a soft gurgle, its demeanor placid, an utter contrast to its previous state. What's he doing? Could he possibly be a beast master? Impossible! Can't you see? There's no aura of beast mastery emanating from him, and a beast master always employs the beast control technique and releases a beast control formation first, just as Mo Xiao did earlier. This beggar has clearly done nothing. Then explain to me why the Xianjin lion has suddenly become so docile. All were acutely aware that Mo Fan had not utilized any beast mastery techniques, and the Xianjin lion exhibited no signs of having been tamed, remaining in its untamed, wild state. Mo Fan was wholly absorbed in the operation of the Holy Hand's power and the status of the Xianjin lion. Once the golden light of the Holy Hand penetrated the lion's consciousness, it began to wander within, and the Xianjin lion appeared to relax and revel in the sensation. Indeed, the heavenly Tao's holy hand could nourish a beast's consciousness. Meanwhile, the little azure dragon, on alert for its surroundings, eyed the golden light flowing into the Xianjin lion's consciousness with longing that it had been drawn to this mysterious power, even while still in its egg. Though its bloodline was already of divine beast caliber, it could still sense that this enigmatic force could further enhance its lineage. According to its inherited memories, divine beast bloodlines were indeed the pinnacle among beasts. Yet there existed hierarchies even among divine beasts, and bloodlines were immutable. This was a fundamental truth shared by the little azure dragon and all other beasts. However, this understanding was utterly shattered upon encountering its master. The little azure dragon drooled in the beast's space, whispering to Mo Fan while he was engrossed. Master, could you allow this mysterious power to nourish this dragon as well in the future? Your strength directly translates to my strength, does it not? Mo Fan frowned. Will you behave? Of course I will. Behaving is my prerogative. I will certainly fulfill that request in due time, but now is not the moment. This thing is akin to a certain indulgence. Too much can be harmful, you understand? The little azure dragon. With their bond established, the little azure dragon was naturally compliant. Fan merely spoke in jest. The heavenly Tao's holy hand existed to enhance the bloodlines of beasts, and all his contracted beasts would inevitably be elevated. However, since the little azure dragon was already a divine beast, assisting it in further enhancing its bloodline would require a considerable expenditure of holy light, far beyond what he could currently bear. As time passed, Mo Fan sensed that the heavenly Tao's holy hand was beginning to wane. It was time to withdraw it. He cautiously retracted his mental energy from the Xianjin lion's consciousness, observing that the once chaotic consciousness was now rapidly mending. Even if he stopped now, the Xianjin lion would eventually recover on its own. With that, he withdrew his hand. The mysterious sensation of comfort vanished, and the Xianjin lion rolled on the ground in discontent. Mo Fan stepped down, meeting the gaze of the now clear-eyed lion. Realizing it had emerged from its haze, its intellect restored, just as he prepared to proceed with the next phase of taming. The unconscious Mo Chongning suddenly stirred awake. Mo Chongning, rising and taking in the situation, recalled the events leading up to his fainting, a wave of frustration washing over him. Mo Fan chuckled heartily, extending a finger to shake at him in mock seriousness. Mo Xiao, your timing is impeccable, but there's no longer a need for your intervention. Startled, Mo Chongning scrutinized the Xianjin lion, astonished to find it obediently lying at Mo Fan's feet, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. However, his expression quickly soured as he discerned no signs of taming upon the lion, immediately concluding that Mo Fan must have resorted to some underhanded means. You filthy beggar, did you drug it? Using such despicable tactics, what are you all waiting for? Bind this scoundrel. I shall see him dead today. Mo Chongning was notorious in the vicinity for being a spoiled scion, wielding the influence of the Qingyan Hall to oppress the common folk. And the spoiled brats from noble families who flattered him had not been shy in their abuses. Yet, when he spoke, no one stepped forward to assist him. Mo Fan smirked coldly. What drugging? If you can drug me, then I'll write my name backwards. Even if written backwards, it would still be M-O-F-A-N. M-O Fan held M-O Chongning in contempt. Noticing the deeper malice in his eyes, that he immediately whistled sharply. Grinning wickedly, Wang Kai, it's your turn to shine. Someone dares to slander your master. Do what you see fit. Just ensure this fool doesn't leave here intact. M.O. Fan understood that once someone like M.O. Chongning was offended, reconciliation was impossible, and it would ultimately lead to a fatal confrontation. Thus, it was best to strike first. As words fell, a wave of confusion washed over the crowd. Wang Kai. What a rustic name. What could it possibly be? Amidst the uncertainty, a shadow of a dog emerged from the shadows of the hall. It moved with grace, its back straight, despite being covered in dirt, even the lightning mark atop its head obscured, making it appear as an ordinary mutt. Yet, the instant its beastly aura was unleashed, gasps erupted in the hall. It. The one who intercepted the Xianjin lioness Thunderball was indeed it. He was truly no beggar. I have never seen a beggar possessing a contracted beast. Amidst the rising hostility, M.O. Chongning was momentarily taken aback. But soon, a smirk crept across his face as he scoffed. Perhaps you've just stumbled upon good luck. A mere first-tier ordinary flame dog. Just a guard dog, no. I would wager that the guard wolf dogs at my estate are far superior. In response to M.O. Chongning's disdain, M.O. Fan chuckled, crossing his arms and directing his gaze at Wang Kai. Did you hear that? This fellow looks down on you. Show him your true colors. Wang Kai wasted no time, charging forward and unleashing a torrent of flames aimed straight at M.O. Chongning's face. The flames, imbued with a hint of the heavenly Tao's thunderous energy, surged forth with remarkable speed. Thus, in a moment of unpreparedness, M.O. Chongning felt the hair on his forehead ignite in an instant. How dare you? 7 crystals exploding flame tortoise. Arise. Reduce this man and beast to ashes. Having regained his senses, M.O. Chongning immediately summoned his internal spiritual energy for defense, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Suddenly, a colossal tortoise with a striking blend of crimson and black appeared before him. M.O. Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixated on the creature. The 7 crystal explosive flame tortoise, a third-tier ordinary magical beast, possessed a bloodline remarkably close to that of a spirit beast, representing a balanced combination of offensive and defensive capabilities. However, it ultimately fell short of being a spirit beast. In terms of cultivation talent and comprehension of the inherent abilities of magical creatures, it was significantly inferior. After summoning her contract beast, M.O. Chongning felt a surge of confidence. Positioning herself haughtily behind the explosive flame tortoise and commanded, "Explosive flame tortoise, tear that beggar apart. As for this blazing hound, consider it your meal for today." Magical beasts derive substantial nourishment from devouring magical cores and beast pills, and their cultivation speed is inherently much slower than that of human cultivators. Thus, mutual consumption is a fundamental practice. By hunting other magical beasts to seize their cores and pills, they can accelerate their training and enhance their prowess. Upon hearing that it could freely devour, the 7 crystal explosive flame tortoise's eyes gleamed, and it emitted 2 plumes of gray smoke towards the blazing hound. Within the gray smoke were embers, and the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply. Inhaling this smoke would incinerate an ordinary person. M.O. Fan, wary of underestimating the situation, already enveloped himself in a protective barrier of spiritual energy, shielding himself from the searing smoke. The blazing hound, unafraid of fire, threw back its head and howled once the enemy initiated its attack, propelling itself into the air with a powerful leap, launching 3 fireballs imbued with lightning towards M.O. Chongning. Realizing that his companion, Wang Kai, was astute enough to understand that the explosive flame tortoise had formidable defenses and was 2 tiers above it, M.O. Fan recognized that direct confrontation held little promise. Therefore, the most effective strategy was to circumvent the 7 crystal explosive flame tortoise and find a way to incapacitate M.O. Chongning. The fireballs surged forth with incredible speed, swiftly reaching M.O. Chongning's face. The 7 crystal explosive flame tortoise seemed to be prepared. Its hefty body suddenly surged forward, its hard shell meeting the 3 fireballs head-on, successfully dissipating them into countless tiny sparks that scattered in all directions. Just as Mo Fan was about to express his disappointment, he noticed that the sparks still contained remnants of electricity. Although the critical strike was blocked by the explosive flame tortoise, the electrical energy dispersed around them, creating a dense web of electricity above Mo Changning's head. With a crackling sound, the lightning intertwined, sending ripples of unease through the hearts of all present. This was a manifestation of thunderous power imbued with a hint of heavenly retribution. Naturally evoking a sense of dread, Mo Changning, taken aback by the unexpectedly bizarre technique of this ordinary blazing hound, was instantly flustered. As the web of lightning descended, it began to envelop Mo Changning. Explosive flame tortoise, what are you waiting for? Block it! Mo Changning shouted urgently. Although the explosive flame tortoise's shell was sturdy, it was also powerless against such electric assaults. However, bound by the contract as the subordinate, it had no choice but to comply, positioning its massive form in front of Mo Changning. As the lightning web descended, a visible surge of electric current coursed through the explosive flame tortoise's entire body. Though not lethal, it caused a momentary paralysis, slowing its movements further. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Fan concentrated his spiritual energy into his right leg, launching a kick that sent a nearby table hurtling towards Mo Changning. With the boost of spiritual energy, the table flew as swiftly as lightning. Finally recalling the need to employ his spiritual techniques, Mo Changning swiftly formed hand seals, and suddenly, a fierce tiger's phantom materialized before him. Tiger Roar Fist, the powerful surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by the sound of Tiger's roar, shattered the table that had been propelled towards him, leaving a deep imprint of a tiger's head on the wall at the end of its trajectory. Do you think this will be enough to defeat me? Just as Mo Changning was about to finish his taunt, his voice abruptly ceased. Wang Kai, who had been lying in wait, seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the explosive flame tortoise's temporary immobilization, it unexpectedly circled around to Mo Changning's side and unleashed an even larger fireball upon him. Mo Changning, mid-sentence, barely registered the fireball's rapid approach before it exploded against his head, engulfing him in flames. Witnessing Mo Changning's unfortunate predicament, the group of idle scions who had been lurking on the sidelines finally sprang into action, intent on avenging him. Mo Fan had already ceased his assault, and Wang Kai returned to his side as he dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes, casually remarking, "If you don't hurry to take your young master back for treatment, he might find himself wrapped in bandages for days on end, parading about like a beggar. Are you sure you don't want to save him?" This degree of injury was not life-threatening for Mo Changning. With so many scions rushing forward now, Mo Fan found it inconvenient to act. Although he couldn't leave Mo Changning's life hanging in the balance, the humiliation of being burned into a grotesque state was not trivial. That a good quality healing pill would suffice for recovery, but the disgrace he faced today would not be easily forgotten. As Mo Changning's face became unrecognizably charred and his aura dwindled, the scions exchanged a few harsh words before hastily escorting him away. The onlookers remained silent, none daring to intervene. They had discerned that Mo Changning was nothing more than a fool. Yet his status loomed large. After all, his father was the second elder of the outer sect of the Qingyun Hall, serving alongside the Grand Elder as a royal beastmaster in the Dragon Flame Kingdom. In Longyan City, no one dared to provoke him. Now that this beggar had offended them, the Qingyun Hall would undoubtedly seek retribution, and Mo Fong, known for his protective nature, would certainly come knocking for revenge. They dared not entangle themselves with such individuals, lest they be implicated. Mo Fan, however, remained unperturbed. He glanced at the Xianjin lion at his feet, which seemed to have entered a meditative state to recover its consciousness. After a moment's thought, he withdrew a spatial beast ring, focusing his mind to absorb it within. The Xianjin lion offered no resistance and soon vanished from the floor, leaving the onlookers astonished at that moment. Lu Yin'er gracefully approached, her gaze openly admiring. Observing Mo Fan's retrieval of the captured beast from their cine tower without comment, she halted before him, her crimson lips parting to utter a phrase that ignited a fervor within everyone present. "Master Fan, this evening, I am yours. Please treat me kindly and gently." Mo Fan's heart fluttered, and he subtly distanced himself from Lu Yin'er, contemplating whether this was the beginning of something. Would he be able to maintain control? Or would he fall victim to her scheming? Although Mo Fan was perceptive in many matters, he was still young and impetuous, uncertain of his ability to resist temptation. However, the little azure dragon suddenly transmitted a thought. Master, have you lost your nerve? Don't be timid. Even if this woman intends to use you as a furnace, she must first surpass your mental fortitude. Otherwise, she cannot extract any essence from you. In any case, you stand to gain. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's expression shifted, and he stroked his chin, glancing at Lu Yinner's exquisite figure. Indeed, with such beauty, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage as the other guests of Cine Tower began to depart. Those who wished to book rooms did so, while the matron, after casting a glance at Lu Yinner, hurried off to attend to other prominent patrons. Lu Yinner led Mo Fan to the top floor, where only one room awaited them. Upon entering, a barrier was swiftly activated. It seems Miss Yinner intends for us to engage until dawn, Missouri Fan mused. Lu Yinner stifled a giggle, then turned to present him with an elegant outfit. Glancing at his tattered beggar's garb with a hint of disdain, Master should bathe first. Hot water awaits, and I shall be here waiting for you. With no one else around, Lu Yinner shed her seductive demeanor, adopting a more serious tone, which piqued Mo Fan's curiosity. As he entered the bathing chamber, steam rose gently, obscuring the surroundings. Mo Fan scanned the area with his spiritual energy, finding nothing unusual aside from the barrier. Stripping off his clothes, he indulged in the warm water. Wang Kai, you should wash as well. Your coat is filthy and hardly reflects your majestic presence. Wang Kai let out a cry and decisively leapt from the bath. Mo Fan remained ever vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down easily. He was uncertain whether the alluring Lu Yinner outside was a delicate beauty or a fierce vixen. Thus, a young man must always safeguard himself when alone in the world. After quickly freshening up, he returned to the front hall, where, indeed, he found Lu Yinner seated gracefully at the table, having prepared fragrant tea and awaiting his emergence. Young master, you. Lu Yinner raised her head to invite Mo Fan for tea, only to be momentarily stunned at tea that moment. Mo Fan's sharp brows and starry eyes were striking. His features were distinctly handsome, with a chiseled visage that radiated charm. Dressed in elegant black robes and adorned with a red jade belt, he embodied the very essence of a dashing gentleman, evoking both admiration and envy. Lu Yinner, who prided herself on her experience with men, found herself captivated by Mo Fan's extraordinary beauty. A glint of red flashed in her eyes as she immediately unleashed her seductive charm and mental prowess. Rising to approach him, "You think I'm beautiful, don't you? Would you like to be with me?" A waft of enchanting fragrance enveloped the air as Lu Yinner spoke, her words laced with both allure and mental interference, causing Mo Fan to feel as if he were ensnared in a dreamlike reverie. Were it not for his constant vigilance and resolute spirit, he might have already fallen into her trap. Lu Yinner's hands had already found their way onto Mo Fan's chest, teasingly provoking him. With a sudden gulp, Mo Fan grasped her slender waist and lifted her up, their bodies pressed closely together in an ambiguous embrace. "You are playing with fire. Do you realize that?" Lu Yinner playfully curled her red lips, exhaling a sweet fragrance towards Mo Fan, seductively stating, "Tonight, I am yours, and you may do as you wish." As she spoke, her delicate form began to rub against him, their temperatures rising through the fabric of their clothes. Tea that moment, Mo Fan was jolted awake, for as Lu Yinner relentlessly employed her mental techniques, the divine beast mastery technique within him unexpectedly activated, sending a refreshing energy coursing through his body and swiftly cooling his ardor. With a sudden chill, Mo Fan forcefully pushed Lu Yinner away, his gaze sharpening as he gripped her neck with one hand, his eyes devoid of the previous desire, icy and unyielding. "Speak. What are your intentions?" Lu Yinner, taken aback that her natural allure and mental prowess had proven ineffective against him, ceased her pretense. Instantly, she transformed into an icy beauty, raising her leg to kick at Mo Fan's chest. Frowning, Mo Fan swiftly tossed her aside, his spiritual energy already surging within him, ready for action. "Who would have thought you were a spicy pepper? This place, Xingyi Building, is indeed your domain, isn't it?" Lu Yin'er, with her fiery red lips curled, adopted a cold demeanor, her previously sweet voice now laced with frigid indifference. Since you've guessed correctly, let me take a guess as well. Your name isn't Fanimo, nor are you a beggar. You possess a pure young body, which is not someone who would frequent a brothel. What, then, are your true intentions for being here? At Lu Yin'er's probing question, Mo Fan felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed come to the brothel to admire stunning beauties, but as for intentions? Initially, he merely sought to feast his eyes, but now your cultivation talent is mediocre. While your natural allure is a gift, it will no longer serve as an advantage against those with superior cultivation or stronger mental prowess. In fact, it may place you in peril that a girl alone in this world should refrain from engaging in such dangerous affairs. For one day, you may find yourself harmed, reduced to a mere vessel. Suffering endlessly. Mo Fan's words were starkly truthful. Women with such unique physiques could still manage to protect themselves against low-level cultivators. But if a formidable cultivator were to enter today, someone like Lu Yin'er would likely become a plaything. As the small azure dragon had said, one's status as another's vessel depended on who was stronger. Mo Fan's candid remarks sent a wave of alarm across Lu Yin'er's face, her heart racing. How do you know? She had been in Longyan City for some time and had never been discovered. How could this man do not be deceived by previous ignorance? Those who came before were mere fools. Strong cultivators look down upon such places. You are fortunate not to have become someone else's plaything, but that may not hold true in the future. With that, Mo Fan lost interest, sitting down and sipping his tea before continuing. To be frank, I sought you out to inquire about how you acquired your mental technique. If you are willing to share, we can make a transaction. Mo Fan's words once again shook Lu Yin'er to her core, compelling her to re-evaluate him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and replied, "All right, but I have a condition. Feel free to speak." Lu Yin'er approached and sat opposite Mo Fan, her alluring face now bearing an uncommon composure and wisdom for her age. As you said, a woman in this line of work is indeed unsafe. My situation is particularly precarious. I comprehended my mental technique through a fortuitous encounter that I can take you to that place. But you must allow me to accompany you from now on. Lu Yin'er had contemplated this. Rather than live in constant fear, it was better to follow him. She was profoundly curious and intrigued by this mysterious man, who harbored no ill intentions towards her. By staying close, she could monitor whether he divulged her secrets, while also, as Lu Yin'er pondered, her gaze subtly assessed Mo Fan, a flicker of calculation gleaming in her eyes. Mo Fan, however, appeared momentarily stunned, lost in thought. "Are you certain you wish to follow me? Are you not afraid I might treat you as a vessel?" "No, you won't," Lu Yin'er replied with conviction. Mo Fan's lips twitched. He mused on how audacious this woman was, considering following him without fear of his potential ulterior motives. "I shall take you to that fortunate place, and in return, you will follow me." Lu Yin'er possessed a strong intuition. She sensed that Mo Fan was no ordinary individual. Acknowledging her limited cultivation talent and the fact that her mental technique was merely a chance comprehension, she realized that it was better to gamble now than to be subjugated later. She had long awaited an opportunity at Xingyi Building, hoping to find a capable but unfortunate soul to control as her vessel, to elevate her strength and ensure her safety. Now encountering a man she could neither fully discern nor readily dismiss, she thought it wise to align with him. Should he turn out to be ineffectual, she would simply consider it a miscalculation on her part. Seeing her serious demeanor, Mo Fan pondered briefly before concluding. "Very well, but as per our usual arrangement, my trust in beautiful women is nearly non-existent. You must swear an oath to heaven that you will never betray me. Once you become mine, loyalty is paramount. Of course, I can also swear not to betray you." Both parties established their oaths, the binding power of heaven enveloping their beings, and the previously tense atmosphere between them noticeably relaxed. Mo Fan, now eager, urged, "Now, tell me, where exactly did you gain insight into this mental technique?" Knowing that Mo Fan meant her no harm, Lu Yin'er placed her complete trust in him and explained it should be in a realm of strong cultivators. "I still remember the location of the entrance, which is quite concealed. Over the years, I have kept a close watch for any news regarding that area and have yet to hear of any discoveries. Thus, I suspect it remains a place seldom trodden, and perhaps the opportunity still lingers. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's expression brightened. But a realm of strong cultivators was not only a treasure trove, but also potentially held the legacy of a fallen powerhouse. As a unique triple cultivator, he had a high likelihood of being compatible with any legacy he encountered. Regardless of whether Liu Yinner's opportunity still existed, the place was worth visiting. Mo Fan promptly decided that after completing the initial construction of the egg house, he would enhance his strength and venture into that realm. After discussing a few matters with Liu Yinner, he boldly exited Xingyi Building, swaggering into the night with Wang Kai by his side. Inside Xingyi Building, Liu Yinner stood by the window, watching Mo Fan depart, murmuring to herself, "Egg house selling eggs? Who exactly is he?" Mo Fan's agreement to let Liu Yinner accompany him stemmed from two motivations: the pursuit of spiritual mastery and the desire to recruit talent. A woman of Liu Yinner's extraordinary beauty, should she one day grace his establishment as a saleswoman, would undoubtedly become a striking feature, allowing him to benefit without the burden of wages, a win-win situation. The following day, as the fiery sun ascended to its zenith, Mo Fan, clad in opulent attire and wielding an extravagant folding fan, ventured out of the inn, accompanied by the fire spirit Fox, towards the bustling Wangting Street, the most prominent gathering place for cultivators in Longyan City. Wangting Street was regarded by practitioners as the epitome of prosperity, while Juiwei Street catered to the leisure of the common folk. With the fan lightly swaying in his hand, Mo Fan exuded an air of elegance, enhanced by his innate nobility and striking visage, captivating the attention of numerous women around him, who could not help but steal glances and secretly admire him. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he fanned himself, his other hand gently caressing the fire spirit Fox that timidly peeked from the folds of his clothing. The fire spirit Fox, having taken the initiative to form a bond with Mo Fan, had remained hidden since their contract was established. Sensing that Mo Fan bore no ill will, it grew bolder. "Master, where are we headed? This human world is quite lively. Everyone seems to be a cultivator," it inquired, its eyes darting around. Indeed, while spiritual cultivators may be rare among humans, martial cultivators are plentiful. This is a hub for practitioners. So one would naturally encounter many skilled individuals. Those like Mo Fan, who possess neither innate spiritual roots nor unobstructed meridians, are likely to be an unusual breed, Mo Fan mused, reflecting on his own situation. Speaking of spiritual roots reminded him that, due to his awakening as a heavenly Tao master and the emergence of a divine beast-taming technique, he had bypassed the awakening of spiritual roots entirely and embarked upon the path of cultivation. He had yet to focus on the concept of spiritual roots, but now he considered finding an opportunity to determine the quality of his own. Spiritual roots are of paramount importance to spiritual cultivators, as they embody one's innate talent and dictate the potential distance one can travel on their cultivation journey. An exceptional spiritual root can profoundly alter a cultivator's life. Upon entering the heart of Wangting Street, Mo Fan scrutinized the unique shops lining either side, and, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely halted a passing female martial cultivator. The woman, likely agitated due to her martial training, prepared to verbally assault the one obstructing her path, only to be taken aback upon recognizing a handsome young man before her. She cleared her throat and feigned restraint, asking, "Esteemed sir, is there something you need?" Mo Fan, momentarily startled by her less than appealing overbite, quickly composed himself and inquired, "My friend, are there any establishments on Wangting Street that sell magical beast eggs or beasts themselves?" The woman responded enthusiastically, "Yes, indeed. 80% of the magical beast shops here are operated by Qingyan Hall, ensuring the quality of the beasts, along with taming services that, if you can afford it, you'll find everything you need. Just stroll down the street, and you'll spot Qingyun Pavilion." "Really?" Mo Fan exclaimed, astonished, the remnants of his past life's dialect slipping out. "Qingyun Pavilion?" Thankfully, he had wisely decided to rename his own magical beast shop to Egg House, or else it would have been quite absurd. Noticing Mo Fan's intense reaction, the female martial cultivator hesitated. "You must be from out of town, right?" Qingyun Hall is close to Arlonian City, and Qingyun Pavilion is indeed ubiquitous throughout the city. Even the other Zemo fan, familiar with the surroundings, raised his hand to interrupt. Steering the conversation back to the point, "My friend, could you tell me where I might find a magical bee shop not run by Qingyun Hall? I have no intention of visiting Qingyun Pavilion." "Ah, why not? Qingyun Pavilion is undoubtedly the best magical bee shop on the continent. I advise you to reconsider," she urged him. Fan frowned, folding his fan and replying, "Because I'm poor? Yes, that's right. I'm quite destitute. I can't afford the luxury of Qingyun Pavilion." His tone dripped with disdain, leaving the female martial cultivator perplexed, especially upon noticing his exquisite attire. Ultimately, she gestured toward a direction, saying, "If you follow this street to the end and turn at the crooked-necked tree, there's a magical bee shop you could check out. But be warned, they mostly sell inferior goods that I suggest you." Before she could finish, Fan tossed her a spirit stone as a token of gratitude and departed. How strange, she mused. This handsome young man appeared quite affluent. Why insist on claiming poverty? As Fan strolled down the main street, he spotted 4 Qingyun pavilions along the 100-meter stretch. Each one boasted extravagant decor, adorned with gold and jade, provoking a wave of envy within him. How ostentatious, he scoffed. Curious to discern the true quality of Qingyun Pavilion, he paused momentarily before turning towards one of the establishments. Inside, the luxurious decor continued, with a vast hall featuring only 2 rows of shelves, each displaying magical beast eggs, each encased in protective barriers to deter theft or damage. The number of patrons was sparse, only 5 or 6 individuals, each draped in fineries that bespoke their affluent status. While observing the store's layout, Fan extended his spiritual sense and, in mere moments, detected the powerful spiritual energies emanating from 2 concealed sources that he swiftly retracted his own awareness, already aware of the gravity of the situation. As expected of one of the continent's 4 premier sects, Qingyun Hall housed at least 2 spiritual kings among its ranks, their presence signified by the powerful fluctuations he had sensed earlier. Just as Fan stood in contemplation in the center of the hall, a young attendant approached with an air of arrogance, saying, "Esteemed guest, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here to purchase a magical beast, or perhaps enlist the services of a beast tamer?" The attendant's demeanor was rather dismissive. Typically, new customers would rush to the shelves to select their beast eggs, yet this young man appeared to be scrutinizing Qingyun Pavilion with a novice's awe. The attendant assumed that any young master or lady with means would have frequented their establishment long before, and thus concluded that this young man must not belong to a significant family. Fan, disdainful of such superficiality, narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he twirled his fan and, assuming a haughty demeanor, declared, "I have come to Qingyun Pavilion specifically for magical beasts. Now, lead me to the selection. I intend to find one that suits my fancy." The attendant, recognizing the air of affluence surrounding Fan, immediately shifted his attitude, bowing and smiling. "Ah, esteemed guest, I was truly blind. Please follow me, and I will introduce you to our magical beasts." Bowing slightly, the young man guided Fan to the shelves. Continuing, "May I inquire whether you wish to purchase magical beast eggs or juvenile beasts? Of course, we also have adult magical beasts available, but they are quite rare and sold only with taming services bundled. What do you think?" Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the advanced sales strategy of Qingyun Pavilion, which indeed recognized the value of bundling, and he realized that the price of an adult magical beast would undoubtedly be exorbitant. "Let's start with the magical beast eggs that, if nothing catches my eye, then lead me to the juvenile beasts," he replied. "Of course, right this way. All our magical beast eggs are located here. The 5 rows contain ordinary magical species, while the top row holds the exceedingly rare spirit beast eggs." Fan nodded, beginning his examination of the ordinary magical beast eggs. Each egg was tagged with a price and an estimated hatching time. However, some lacked identification of the magical beast species, raising concerns about the risks associated with blind purchases. "Why are some magical beast eggs unmarked?" Fan inquired. The attendant chuckled, explaining, "You see, some magical beast eggs are obtained from adult beasts, so their species are known. However, there are exceptions. The magical beast forest occasionally yields lost eggs, which cannot be identified until they hatch. For these, We have adjusted the prices accordingly. You may have noticed that the unknown eggs are relatively cheaper. Mo Fan stroked his chin, nodding in understanding but contemplating, what does it matter if they are cheaper? The prices are still exorbitantly high. The typical price for an ordinary beast egg is merely around 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Yet here they are generally marked at no less than 50,000 spirit stones. For cultivators who are not so wealthy, they would likely prefer to take the risk of hunting in the monster beast forest rather than purchasing one. Mo Fan continued to browse, briefly familiarizing himself with the known varieties of beast eggs before turning his attention to the unknown ones. These eggs were priced at approximately 30,000 spirit stones, with Qingyun Pavilion conceding around 20,000 spirit stones, which they deemed as a conscientious offer. While others could not discern the nature of the beast eggs, he had the advantage of doing so. With a single glance, the conditions within the beast eggs unfolded before Mo Fan's eyes. Those unknown beast eggs were all quite ordinary. None possessed high bloodlines. It seemed that freely acquired beast eggs indeed had low drop rates. Somewhat disappointed, Mo Fan stepped over to another shelf. The attendant, thinking Mo Fan was dissatisfied with the ordinary monsters, immediately brightened and enthusiastically said, "Noble guest, why not take a look at these spirit beast eggs? Although there are only 5, each is of a known variety, making selection convenient." Without needing the attendant's reminder, Mo Fan had already taken a cursory glance and was immediately taken aback by the astonishing prices. Initially, he had sold the Gale Wolf to the little bald donkey, Jia, for 500,000. Though he had taken a slight loss, it was not excessively so. However, to his astonishment, Qingyun Pavilion demanded a staggering 800,000 spirit stones for a spirit rat, which had the lowest bloodline among spirit beasts. The prices for the other 4 spirit beasts, while slightly better than that of the spirit rat, could not even compare to his Gale Wolf, each priced at 1 million spirit stones. These prices were truly shocking to Mo Fan. It was likely that very few could afford them. The powerful would disdain such flashy yet worthless spirit beasts, attracting perhaps only members of some prominent families. As for those within the sect, they would likely prefer to capture beasts themselves, at most hiring a beast tamer for assistance in domestication. Noticing Mo Fan's apparent dissatisfaction, the attendant's eyes darted, and he tentatively suggested, "How about I take you upstairs to see the monsters?" Although there were few juvenile monsters, there were indeed 5. Mo Fan followed the attendant upstairs to gather intelligence. The 5 juvenile beasts were all ordinary monsters, and their prices were not significantly higher than those of the beast eggs, but the taming costs were certainly much steeper. After gathering enough information on purchasing monsters, he inquired of the attendant, "What is the price for hiring a beast tamer for domestication here?" The attendant assumed Mo Fan had already set his sights on a particular monster and was ready to move to the next step, and thus began to cheerfully explain. The pricing could not be generalized, as the levels of beast tamers varied, and so did the conditions of the monsters, leading to absolute differences in prices. Generally speaking, hiring a moderately qualified beast tamer to domesticate an ordinary beast egg would cost around 300,000, while for a spirit beast, it would be about 1,500,000 spirit stones. If the monster had already hatched, the price could potentially double. Mo Fan's lips twitched. It seemed Qingyun Pavilion had a knack for exorbitant pricing, and no wonder their momentum was growing stronger. Their ability to amass wealth was truly formidable. The attendant rubbed his hands together, a look of anticipation on his face. "Noble guest, which monster are you planning to order?" Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, casually opening and closing his folding fan, and nonchalantly replied, "This young master observes that there are multiple Qingyun Pavilions along this street. Is there some underlying reason for this?" The 4 Qingyun Pavilions were not far apart, all owned by Qingyun Hall. Why engage in such competitive rivalry? Was the intention to completely dominate the entire market? The attendant's expression flickered at this remark, fearing Mo Fan might shift his attention to the other 3 Qingyun Pavilions, and hurriedly said, "Noble guest, there is no need for concern. Although all Qingyun Pavilions belong to Qingyun Hall, the main operators are separate. For instance, this one is managed by the 4th elder of the inner hall of Qingyun Hall, who is known for his benevolence. Thus, among these 4 stores, ours offers the most affordable prices. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around." Everyone knows that Mo Fan was taken aback. It seemed there was much more to this than he had realized. The competition within Qingyun Hall was evidently fierce. And those inner hall elders were direct relatives of the Mo family. If his own lineage was currently within the Mo family, then his elder could also potentially serve as an inner hall elder. With this new information, Mo Fan felt enlightened. He shrugged off his robe and made his way downstairs, his folding fan fluttering nonchalantly, causing the attendant trailing behind to feel a wave of anxiety. Mo Fan smirked subtly, wishing to laugh heartily 3 times. This condescending individual was about to learn the taste of being disregarded. Qingyun Hall, Qingyun Pavilion. As he reached the first floor, the attendant, beaming with a smile, was about to approach Mo Fan to inquire about the transaction when he noticed Mo Fan striding directly towards the entrance of Qingyun Pavilion, his steps exuding a carefree arrogance, with no intention of stopping. Noble guest, the attendant was taken aback. After all his efforts to explain so much, he had thought he would finally fulfill the sales target imposed by his superiors, only to encounter someone who merely looked without buying. Stop! As Mo Fan's foot was already about to cross the threshold, the attendant, furious, glared and shouted at Mo Fan's back. Disregarding the presence of other customers, Mo Fan halted his step, retracting the foot that was about to exit and placing it back on the threshold. Turning sideways, he placed one hand on his hip and twirled the fan in the other, casually asking, "Is there something you need?" The attendant was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. How could this person act as if he had lost his memory? Not understanding the reason he was being called. Realizing Mo Fan was likely feigning ignorance to escape without consequence, the attendant charged forward angrily. "What do you mean, by is there something? I just showed you so many monsters and patiently introduced all the details of Qingyun Pavilion. And now you want to leave? Do you think our Qingyun Pavilion is a place you can come and go as you please?" A mere attendant from a small monster shop dared to shout so loudly. Mo Fan once again witnessed the audacity of Qingyun Hall, scoffing lightly and succinctly retorting, "And if not?" The attendant was once again left speechless, his voice caught in his throat, unable to draw breath. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the shopkeeper, whose steady footsteps approached an individual, seemingly ordinary yet possessing the cultivation level of a martial king, walked over. "What is happening? What kind of chaos is this?" The shopkeeper had long since observed everything through his spiritual sense, and thus his reprimand was ostensibly directed at the attendant. However, his gaze was fixated on Mo Fan, and a few droplets of saliva flew from his lips. Mo Fan had to dodge to avoid soiling the only piece of clothing he currently possessed. As more and more people gathered, Mo Fan's expression shifted, and he deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Is this shop bullying customers? If I choose not to buy, why can't I leave? My dissatisfaction with the monsters here is not my issue." The few customers within Qingyun Pavilion had already stepped aside to enjoy the spectacle, while many cultivators outside had also halted to observe, amongst whom were several with considerable cultivation, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. The shopkeeper, enraged by Mo Fan's audacity to provoke, trembled with anger, but dared not retaliate. Although what Mo Fan said would not cause substantial losses to Qingyun Hall, if he truly resorted to violence, the accusation of bullying customers would become undeniable. At that point, the shop's reputation would suffer, and the fourth elder would undoubtedly punish him severely, which was entirely unnecessary. With nowhere to vent his anger, the shopkeeper kicked the attendant, whose frail body, being merely a martial apprentice, was no match for the formidable kick of a martial king. He was struck down without even a cry of pain escaping his lips. The surrounding crowd mostly displayed indifferent expressions, as if such incidents of death were commonplace, in the land of the strong. It was accepted that the weak could be killed by the strong, and onlookers would generally feel no sympathy, for only asserting oneself was the way to survival. Mo Fan, witnessing the shopkeeper's decisive brutality, raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him more closely. He could perceive that while the target was the attendant, the murderous intent was directed at him. Should that kick have landed on him, he would have likely faced dire consequences. It was prudent to focus on enhancing his strength in the time to come. After venting his pent-up anger, the shopkeeper finally broke into a hearty laugh and addressed the crowd with cupped fists. "Everyone, please disperse. It is our attendant who has acted foolishly and offended the guest. Our store welcomes you at any time. Today is merely a day for entertainment. as the onlookers dispersed and the attendant's body was taken care of, the shopkeeper turned his sharp gaze towards Mo Fan, extending a finger to point at him, his voice dripping with malice. I remember you. If you have any guts, never set foot in our Qingyun pavilion again. Or else, just as the shopkeeper issued his threat, something swift darted between them, leaving a fleeting shadow that vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the shopkeeper's finger, which had been pointing at Mo Fan, suddenly shot a sharp pain through it, causing him to hiss and recoil, glancing around with a look of confusion. Who? What was that thing that suddenly appeared and then vanished, despite probing with mental strength? The shopkeeper found nothing. He frowned and shot another fierce glare at Mo Fan before hastily departing. His fingers throbbing with pain, he needed to attend to it quickly. Mo Fan, observing the shopkeeper's hasty retreat, chuckled softly, patting his chest lightly. Well done, a chicken leg for you tonight. Upon entering the inner hall, the shopkeeper promptly raised his hand to inspect it, only to break into a cold sweat upon discovering a row of deep bite marks on the first joint of his index finger, exposing the bone. Having exited the Qingyun pavilion's domain, the fire spirit fox nestled within Mo Fan's collar swiftly poked its head out, mischievously transmitting, Master, that old fellow's fingers are quite tough. They really hurt my teeth. Mo Fan chuckled lightly, scratching its head. Naturally, after all, he's a martial artist who has reached the martial king level. He is not so easy to bite. Navigating through the streets, Mo Fan followed the directions provided by the buck-toothed girl and arrived at the end of the street. Turning the corner, he indeed spotted a conspicuously crooked tree, beneath which sat an elderly man leisurely fanning himself. Mo Fan hesitated only briefly before sauntering over. The old man slightly lifted his eyelids, his weathered face devoid of emotion, and began to murmur, "The way of heaven has its flaws. Without remnants, destruction is certain. All things possess spirit, and all beings have fate." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback. The two statements, when considered separately, were understandable, but together, what was their meaning? The first implied that nothing in this world is perfect, and that only imperfection can endure, while the latter, a divine doctrine, resonated more deeply on this continent. Together, what was the old man's intent? Seeing Mo Fan lost in thought, the old man lifted his eyelids again, examined his attire, and waved his fan. "Young man, this is not a place for you. My establishment is small and lacks what you seek. Best you leave." Mo Fan snapped back to reality, glancing at the old man before pointing at the modest beast shop before him. "Are you the owner here? Then I must be in the right place. I'm here specifically to purchase beast eggs." The old man was taken aback, finally abandoning his reclined position to sit up straight and scrutinize Mo Fan. Ultimately, he shook his head. Today's youth are so lofty, they wouldn't consider the inferior goods in my shop. You might as well leave. Browsing without buying wastes my time. You know? Mo Fan smirked, seeing the old man recline back lazily, and merely shrugged before stepping into the shop. The old man had little faith in him. After all, weren't all young people curious when they entered, only to emerge cursing? He had grown accustomed to it. Upon entering, Mo Fan discovered the shop was quite small. Aside from being less dilapidated, it was no different from the old, shabby one in his village. There were merely 2 shelves and a table for transactions, with nothing else in sight. However, the shelves contained a good number of beast eggs, 20 in total, varying in size, and thankfully, none were dead. Yet the old man had claimed these were all inferior products, which was indeed the case. They were all inherently flawed, but that suited Mo Fan perfectly. He desired these flawed goods since they would be cheaper, allowing him to save a considerable amount of spirit stones. Curious about why Mo Fan had not yet exited, the old man rose and followed him inside. "I told you these are all inferior products. Are you deaf, young man? Even if you take them home, they would be of no use." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. "Then why do you display them for sale?" "Elder," the old man waved his hand dismissively. "It's hard to explain such matters to youngsters like you, that I'm merely waiting for someone fated." Noticing a flicker of evasiveness in the old man's eyes, Mo Fan laughed. "Elder, are you fabricating such tales about fate? That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? You're simply looking for a gullible fool who won't come back to settle accounts, right?" The old man's face flushed with embarrassment upon having his thoughts exposed. He chuckled awkwardly. You young fool. Don't speak nonsense that I am indeed waiting for someone fated. These beast eggs were painstakingly retrieved from the beast forest, abandoned due to their inherent flaws, yet they still cling to life. Fiercely resisting the will of heaven, I must guard them and witness their successful defiance of fate, leading to their birth. So, you may leave. I will not sell a single egg. Though the old man spoke beautifully, his old eyes occasionally darted towards M.O. Fan, glinting with mischief. This old fellow was indeed amusing. M.O. Fan thought to himself, remaining silent, and turned to leave. Stop! The old man suddenly shouted, blocking M.O. Fan's path with surprising speed. Wait, young man, you are truly impatient. What is the hurry? Let us sit down and discuss this calmly. M.O. Fan intended to tease the old man, but was momentarily stunned by the sudden movement. Just moments before, there had been a distance of 4 to 5 meters between them, yet the old man had silently appeared right in front of him in what felt like less than 0.001 seconds. How could he do that? This old man was clearly not simple. M.O. Fan quickly composed himself and devised a plan, smiling at the old man. I do indeed wish to purchase beast eggs, but given that they are all inherently flawed, any beasts I obtain from them will be mediocre at best. Why should I buy them? The old man's eyes gleamed with mischief as he replied. Ah, you are mistaken. Listen to me, young man. The bloodline of beasts is innate, but their cultivation can be developed through effort. The bloodlines of these beasts are not low. Though they have flaws, I believe that through hard work, these shortcomings can be compensated for, and they can still reach great heights. Utter nonsense. M.O. Fan rolled his eyes, displaying a clear disinterest, preparing to leave. The old man, however, became frantic. Wait for a total of 20 beast eggs. I will sell them to you for 200,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, M.O. Fan immediately turned to leave, realizing the old man was not being fair. 1,000 spirit stones for a flawed beast egg? Only a fool would agree to that. Wait, let's negotiate. How about 100,000? M.O. Fan turned to leave again, and the old man persistently lowered the price. Finally, when he held up 2 fingers and declared a price of 20,000 spirit stones, M.O. Fan readily agreed. Deal! 20,000 spirit stones for your 20 flawed eggs. The old man froze, holding up his fingers in shock, clearly not expecting his hasty sale would lead to such a low price. Had he inadvertently dug his own grave? No, I cannot suffer such a loss. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly leaned closer to M.O. Fan, whispering, Young man, how about this? You can take all 20,000 spirit stones, but you must help me retrieve something from the beast forest. M.O. Fan paused, intrigued. The beast forest? Tell me what you need me to fetch first, and then I will consider it. The old man grinned, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. It's nothing particularly difficult to acquire. I enjoy fine wine, and there's a spirit tree in the beast forest that has recently borne fruit. They're almost ripe. If you help me pluck a few, we have a deal. M.O. Fan chuckled at this request, knowing that such spirit trees were treasures of the earth. Once the fruit matured, there would undoubtedly be beasts guarding them, possibly even a pack. Was he not walking into a death trap? I won't go. I refuse to engage in a life-threatening transaction. Besides, that deserves a different price. You are quite the schemer, old man. Don't you see my current cultivation level? I might not even make it back. The old man narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting. You appear quite affluent. Surely you possess some means of self-defense? Are you truly afraid that a few fruit will lead to your demise? M.O. Fan hesitated, acknowledging that he did appear somewhat well off, but in terms of defensive means, he had none. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. As you can see, this outfit is my best gear. If I had any magical artifacts, would I be here rummaging for beast eggs? The old man pondered this, his expression conflicted, but then he became serious again, scrutinizing M.O. Fan anew. This time, M.O. Fan distinctly sensed a change in the old man's aura. Initially, whether during the old man's sudden appearance or his movements, he had felt like an ordinary old man without any discernible power. However, now, while M.O. Fan still could not detect any fluctuations of spirit energy or internal strength, being scrutinized in this manner gave him an inexplicable sense of vulnerability, as if he were being seen through. This old man was not simple at all. The small azure dragon within the space spoke in a childish yet sage-like tone, transmitting, "This old man may seem unremarkable, but he is likely quite powerful," exuding an aura of returning to simplicity. Returning to simplicity, one must at least attain the realm of spiritual sovereignty. Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon found something amiss. He had indeed encountered strong individuals in the spiritual sovereign realm, whose presence was undeniably imposing. However, if this old man were truly of such a cultivation level, it would be utterly inconceivable. How could he manage to completely conceal his power without a trace of aura? Perhaps it was some unique technique. The little azure dragon was also uncertain, but with its keen perception as a divine beast, it sensed that this old man was no ordinary person. After a while, the elder finally shifted his gaze away from Fan, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his aged eyes. Suddenly, he remarked, "I see that you possess considerable talent. Therefore, I can offer you a means of preserving your life. Whether you can grasp it depends on your own fortune." Young Fan was momentarily stunned, just about to inquire what the old man meant. Was he about to bestow upon him a magical artifact? Before he could voice his question, the elder had already produced a jade slip, causing Fan's heart to leap. Such a fortuitous occurrence. The emergence of the jade slip surely indicated the granting of a spiritual or martial technique. The elder promptly began to imprint his spiritual energy onto it, and only then did Fan clearly discern the fluctuations of his mental energy compared to the previous spiritual sovereign who had amassed wealth. This elder was somewhat inferior, yet still formidable. After a brief wait, the jade slip was presented before Fan. The elder wore an expression of delight, saying, "This is my proud martial technique, known as the tortoise-breathing phantom steps. Although it is merely of the high-grade Xian tier, it allows for movement without a trace. Once mastered, one can traverse like the wind, emitting no fluctuations of aura. It is truly an exceptional skill for stealth and escape." Upon hearing this introduction, Fan could hardly contain his excitement. As the jade slip landed in his grasp, he was about to express his gratitude when a sudden wave of realization washed over him, and a look of suspicion crossed his face. Ever since he had approached this place, he had been carefully concealing his internal energy to outsiders. It should have been apparent that he was merely a spiritual cultivator. The elder's direct offering of a martial technique indicated he had discerned his dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts. Ha! The elder, noticing Fan's astonishment, couldn't help but laugh at not panic. "You have indeed concealed yourself well. Perhaps it is due to the uniqueness of your cultivation method that most would not discern you as a dual cultivator of spirit and martial arts. However, in the eyes of us old fellows, with a little probing, the clues can still be unearthed." Fan grew cautious at those words, but the elder waved his hand dismissively. "You need not be tense. Being a dual cultivator is not a matter of great concern. Martial cultivation is the most accessible path in this world, and among spiritual cultivators, there are likely not many with blocked meridians. Thus, they're also capable of refining their bodies to enter the ranks of martial cultivators. Yet, due to the nature of their techniques, it is exceedingly difficult for those who have learned spiritual cultivation methods to comprehend martial techniques thereafter. It is a feat few can accomplish." Fan remained silent. "Although I do not know how you have managed to simultaneously advance your spiritual and martial cultivation to the rank of a scholar, it must be related to your technique, to be wary of certain unscrupulous individuals who might take notice. If possible, it would be wise to find a mountain gate to join. Once you have gained strength, such concerns will be less pressing." Fan tightened his grip on the jade slip and solemnly stated, "I ask that you keep this matter confidential, senior." Though he knew this plea might be in vain, the elder laughed heartily in response. "Rest assured, I am not so malicious. It has been a long time since I encountered someone as agreeable as you. If I can help, I will. Take this tortoise-breathing phantom steps and study it. There are still 7 days until the spiritual fruit ripens. I believe you will manage. Just find out." Fan was immensely grateful. After stowing away the jade slip, he reached towards the beast eggs on the shelf. The elder chuckled, carelessly swatting Fan's hand away. "Foolish child, begone. My tortoise-breathing phantom steps is not so easily comprehended. As for the beast eggs, we shall discuss them once you return with the spiritual fruit." M.O. Fan could only pout in response and bid farewell to the elder. Along the way, the fire spirit fox emerged, unable to contain itself as it transmitted a thought. That old man was truly formidable. Despite being a martial cultivator, he made this fox not dare to make sound. I wonder what his cultivation level is. As M.O. Fan walked, he pondered, perhaps he has already reached the realm of spiritual saint. He was still somewhat unfamiliar with the pinnacle of cultivation in this continent, yet it was evident that the elder was no ordinary master. Upon returning to the inn, M.O. Fan intended to enter seclusion immediately, aiming to master this phantom steps technique within a few days. Just as he stepped into the inn, the young attendant approached him with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guest, a lady is looking for you. Noticing that there were no personal belongings in your room, I allowed her to wait for you there." The attendant cast a somewhat ambiguous glance at M.O. Fan and grinned, adding, "Would you like me to prepare some wine and dishes for you? A conversation with a beauty in your room would naturally require some refreshments." M.O. Fan smirked and dismissed the attendant before heading towards his designated room, already guessing who the visitor might be. Indeed, upon opening the door, the enchanting figure of Lu Yenner was half reclining on the bed, her eyes shimmering with allure as she stood to greet M.O. Fan. "You're back. Are you tired? Would you like me to give you a shoulder massage?" M.O. Fan's body tensed, raising his hand to block Lu Yenner from getting too close, and sternly replied, "From now on, you shall be the sales representative for my egg shop. Let's refrain from such seductive antics. Now, what brings you to me?" Lu Yenner pouted in displeasure at his words, but soon adopted a serious demeanor. "Young master, we at Xingyi Pavilion have gathered some news. That scoundrel M.O. Chongning has had his face disfigured. He is currently seeking revenge on you and has placed a bounty on your head throughout Longyan City." "Oh," M.O. Fan grinned. "He deserves it. It's merely disfigurement. It's not as if he has lost his lineage. What is there to be so agitated about? How melodramatic." Lu Yenner covered her mouth and chuckled, glancing at M.O. Fan's handsome face before casually asking, "If your striking visage were to be marred, would you not be troubled?" That was indeed a valid point, but was M.O. Chongning truly handsome? By the way, has there been any news from Qingyun Palace, especially regarding M.O. Chongning's father, M.O. Feng? Has there been any movement? Upon hearing this, Lu Yenner burst into laughter. M.O. Chongning had mediocre talent and was not a direct descendant of the M.O. family from Qingyun Palace, so he would naturally not be taken seriously. M.O. Feng had yet to return to the city, and Lu Yenner had no idea of his whereabouts. Therefore, when M.O. Chongning stirred trouble within the inner door of Qingyun Palace, seeking help from the main family, guess what the eldest young master of the M.O. family had to say to him? M.O. Fan scoffed. What else could it be? He probably mocked him to dismiss him, right? Not just that. The eldest young master, M.O. Yunting, not only berated him as a waste, but also told him to die outside and not disgrace the M.O. family. He even found someone to give him a good beating, exacerbating his injuries. Ha! M.O. Fan joined in a mockery, but soon composed himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The actions of M.O. Yunting revealed that the individuals within Qingyun Palace were likely cruel and unfeeling. Even though M.O. Chongning was not a direct descendant, he was still a member of the M.O. family S branch. Moreover, his father held the position of a second elder in the outer sect. Yet for the eldest son to humiliate M.O. Chongning in such a manner was, to M.O. Fan, a bit excessive. All right, you may return now. Continue to manage your establishment, but for your own sake, it would be best to refrain from getting personally involved again. Act as a behind-the-scenes boss instead. M.O. Fan didn't concern himself with how Lu Yenner used to be, but since she had become an employee under him, he felt it necessary to manage her conduct. Lu Yenner playfully tilted her head, leaning slightly forward on her toes, and with a charming smile, said, "Young master, are you concerned about me?" Lu Yenner initially intended to tease M.O. Fan, but upon noticing his apparent need to attend to pressing matters, she exhibited remarkable discretion and departed. After setting up a simple spiritual barrier at the entrance, M.O. Fan summoned the little azure dragon to guard him, and subsequently retrieved a jade slip inscribed with the technique of turtle breath ghost step. Taking a deep breath, he crushed the slip, in an instant. A surge of silvery light rapidly entered his sea of consciousness, and a series of incantations flooded his mind, revealing all information pertaining to the turtle breath ghost step. The turtle breath ghost step, a superior martial technique of the profound tier, necessitates mastery of the turtle breath technique first, an art of breath control that allows one to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. With diligent practice, one could extend their lifespan. Mo Fan delved deeper into the essence of this martial skill, comprehending that the key lay in breath control, followed by speed. Enhancing one's pace was secondary to mastering the art of remaining undetected amidst a throng. Achieving a state of minimal presence was the hallmark of success. Mo Fan realized he could not attain this level of mastery instantaneously. It seemed the elder himself had yet to completely diminish his own presence. A feat akin to an infinite merging with the surroundings, he could only grasp the rudiments for now, gradually seeking deeper understanding in due course. After a period of introspection, Mo Fan grasped the essential techniques and promptly entered a meditative state. Embarking on his cultivation journey, he practiced the turtle breath ghost step incantations. The beast tamer technique also began to operate autonomously, allowing Mo Fan to perceive a marked improvement in the fluidity of the incantations. Time swiftly passed, a day and night slipping away in the blink of an eye. The little azure dragon, coiling like a serpent beside the bed, remained vigilant to the fluctuations of Mo Fan's aura. From the initial spiritual energy waves and internal force surges to the current state of measured inhalation and exhalation, the fluctuations around him had significantly diminished, indicating to the little azure dragon that its master had likely entered the initial stages of mastery. Having mastered the turtle breath technique, Mo Fan would, in the absence of any overt displays of spiritual energy or internal force, likely come to resemble an ordinary person, much like the elder. Yet, achieving the elder's level of mastery would likely require centuries of dedicated practice. 2 days later, an unexpected surge of energy emanated from Mo Fan, causing the external spiritual energy to rush into his body, quickly forming a vortex above his head. The little azure dragon, sensing this, straightened its body, its dragon eyes glimmering with excitement. A breakthrough, it exclaimed. Master has managed to achieve a breakthrough while studying martial techniques. After a while, the gathered spiritual energy gradually dissipated, stabilizing Mo Fan's aura as he slowly opened his eyes. He spread his hands, gathering spiritual energy within his palms, revealing the prowess of a high-tier spiritual practitioner. Eagerly, he then focused his energy into his dantian, releasing a stream of colorless energy that manifested his strength as a high-tier martial artist, filling him with exhilaration. Although his beast tamer level remained an intermediate standard, his dual cultivation in spiritual and martial arts had yielded a commendable 2 small tiers of advancement. The little azure dragon soared into the air, expressing its eagerness. Master, how is your practice of the turtle breath technique coming along? It has been 3 days. 3 days? Mo Fan's eyes flickered. He had thought only a few hours had passed, realizing the little azure dragon's impatience to learn of his progress. He allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, suddenly condensing his energy, retracting both spiritual energy and internal force back into his body, erasing all traces of the aura that had previously surrounded him. The little azure dragon widened its eyes in disbelief. Master, you now appear just like a fledgling. Mo Fan shook his head, nearly betraying his concealed aura, retorting, what manner of speech is that? This is called aura retraction, an art of control. A mere ordinary person cannot perceive the aura I have intentionally concealed. As it stands, this technique likely only proves effective against practitioners below the levels of spiritual and martial artists. Those of higher cultivation will still be able to sense me. However, time is of the essence that I must focus on mastering the step technique. Once more, Mo Fan concentrated his mind, entering a state of cultivation, as the second part of the turtle breath ghost steps footwork swiftly flashed through his mind. Observing the peculiar movements of this technique, he repeatedly simulated them in his mind, striving for comprehension. After another day had passed, Mo Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance reflecting within, his sharpness contained. Have you succeeded? The little azure dragon leaned in closer, watching as Mo Fan rose from his bed, straightened his attire, and stowed the little dragon away before striding towards the door. I have grasped the fundamentals. Now I merely need to practice a bit more. Let us seek that elder. The little azure dragon buzzed with excitement. In just 4 days, its master had comprehended a high-tier martial technique. Once the initial understanding was achieved, the remaining task would simply be diligent practice to refine the skill. They returned once more to the crooked-necked tree, where the elder lounged in his rocking chair, basking in the cool breeze. Mo Fan, having concealed all his energy since stepping out of the inn, approached the elder once more, uncertain of when he might be detected. "Humph, you little rascal, have you learned a few techniques and now wish to show off before me? You still have a long way to go to—" Mo Fan stepped into the narrow alley. The elder's teasing voice reached him, immediately deflating his confidence. "Could you not indulge me just a bit?" Mo Fan sighed. Before this old sage, he was but a tender sprout, easily grasped in the elder's firm grip. The elder stood, circling around Mo Fan before nodding approvingly. "Not bad, not bad. Your talent truly is commendable. Were it not for my disinterest in worldly affairs, I would consider taking you as my disciple." Suddenly, his white eyebrows shot up in astonishment. "You have actually broken through 2 small tiers in your cultivation?" Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. His rapid advancement was solely due to his cultivation techniques. There was little to explain, that he then shifted the conversation, asking, "Elder, how do you find my practice of the turtle breath technique?" "Passable," the elder replied, deliberately understated to temper Mo Fan's pride. "However, it is indeed quite impressive that you have achieved this in just 3 or 4 days. When I was your age, having already surpassed 200 years, I took 2 full days and nights to reach your current level. You should be grateful." With the elder's words bolstering his confidence, Mo Fan promptly expressed his intentions. The elder paused, then gestured for Mo Fan to follow him. "Since you have begun to grasp the footwork, the integration of both techniques will allow for synergistic progress. Today, I shall guide you through this practice. Were it not for the promise of the spiritual fruit, I would not waste my time on such trivialities." Mo Fan thought to himself how the elder could oscillate between the demeanor of a profound sage and that of a mischievous old man. Such eccentricity could only be attributed to the temperament of exceptional individuals. Behind the bee store lay a courtyard where the elder resided, a living environment far more refined than the shop's front. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Mo Fan prepared to commence his practice, while the elder stood beneath the eaves, contemplating before offering a reminder. "When I first practiced this martial technique, my greatest challenge lay in executing the footwork whilst needing to channel my internal force through the turtle breath technique to contain it. The 2 requirements were inherently contradictory, causing me to struggle initially." Mo Fan pondered this issue as well. Noticing that the elder seemed reluctant to divulge the key immediately, he adjusted his aura and prepared to attempt the technique personally, as he activated the turtle breath ghost step incantation. His internal force indeed began to condense in his dantian. Just as he prepared to advance to the next step, he found that the internal forces gathering clashed with the turtle breath technique, resulting in a disjointed execution that bore no semblance to the fluidity of true movement. This Mo Fan, unwilling to concede, attempted again, this time leading with the ghostly step. In an instant, he moved like a wraith, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air, appearing at the elder's side beneath the eaves. However, he soon frowned. While the ghostly step had been executed, the turtle breath technique faltered, his aura spilling forth and transforming into a mere ordinary martial technique characterized by speed. The turtle breath ghost step is indeed a fusion of the turtle breath technique and the ghostly step. You have just executed both techniques separately and have successfully entered the initial stage. Very commendable." The elder acknowledged, then continued, "To harmonize these 2 martial techniques without mutual interference, while allowing them to enhance one another, requires exceptional insight and mastery over one's internal force. In truth, the turtle breath technique primarily focuses on containing the energy fluctuations within the dantian, exerting minimal influence over the spiritual energy or internal force residing within the meridians. When we execute spiritual energy or internal force, we typically need to operate our respective techniques to circulate the energy within the meridians and dantian. In fact, the energy stored within the meridians alone suffices for execution." Mo Fan listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and after a moment of contemplation, he discerned the issue. According to the elder's implication, The combination of tortoise breathing technique and ghostly steps had a limited duration of use. Indeed, the elder remarked approvingly. Casting a glance at MOFAN.IT was true that the internal energy that could be stored within the meridians was finite. Once depleted, it required the circulation of techniques to replenish it promptly. In a life-or-death scenario, one must escape the mental probing of pursuers before exhausting the internal energy within the meridians and promptly cease the tortoise breathing technique to recover. MOFAN kept this in mind, acknowledging that despite this seemingly minor flaw in the techniques, such martial skills were already extraordinary. Even heavenly tier techniques could not truly be devoid of weaknesses or impervious. With the elder's guidance, MOFAN once again positioned himself in the center of the courtyard. Resuming his practice, this time adhering to the elder's instructions, he swiftly grasped the key to the technique. With a single step of the ghostly steps, he soared silently through the air, covering over 10 meters in an instant. He turned back to the center of the courtyard, scarcely believing that he could traverse such a distance in the blink of an eye, his heart swelling with excitement. Though he could not yet compare to the elder's instantaneous speed, he was nonetheless immensely satisfied. The elder's pupils narrowed in surprise at MOFAN's remarkable perceptiveness. IT had taken him an entire month to fully comprehend the technique, and while MOFAN had the benefit of his guidance, even the self-proclaimed genius disciples of their sect would likely not achieve success after only one attempt. Moreover, observing MOFAN's graceful movements and controlled breathing, the elder found no fault. The only shortcoming lay in the need for increased cultivation to enhance speed. After several more attempts, MOFAN became increasingly adept, unknowingly reaching the twilight hour. Very well, this level of skill is sufficient to navigate the beast forest outside Longyan City, the elder stated, presenting a detailed map. Upon examining it, MOFAN noted that the elder had even marked the locations of the spirit trees. They seemed to be situated within a specific area of the forest. After folding the map away, MOFAN pondered for a moment before speaking. Senior, having learned a martial skill from you, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is MOFAN. May I ask how to address you? The elder appeared indifferent to such formalities. Waving his hand dismissively, I have long since forsaken my name. If you must know, call me Ju Lao. I am a man who cherishes wine above all. MOFAN nodded silently. Yet a flicker of confusion arose within him. If he truly held such a passion for wine, it was peculiar that not a trace of alcohol lingered about him. MOFAN, a true lover of wine, would be one who never parted with it, always bearing a gourd at his waist. Noticing the elder seemed lost in memories, his old eyes reflecting a trace of weariness, MOFAN, though curious, refrained from prying into personal matters after expressing his gratitude once more. He departed, purchasing some provisions and water within the city before venturing forth into the night. Longyan City was a bustling place, its gates manned throughout the night, with many cultivators coming and going. Upon exiting the city, MOFAN planned to deviate from the main road, as per the map provided by Ju Lao, but after only a few steps, he realized he no longer needed the map for guidance. Groups of cultivators were moving together, discussing their hunting missions for the night as they made their way to the beast forest. MOFAN's expression shifted, and he tucked the map away, joining the throng. These individuals seemed accustomed to traveling by night, greeting returning cultivators as they passed by. From their conversations, MOFAN gathered that most of these cultivators were mercenaries, taking on tasks from the mercenary guild as their means of livelihood. Some sought to support their families, while others aimed to acquire resources for cultivation. Most of these mercenaries possessed modest cultivation levels and average talents. They seldom operated solo, always needing to form teams or join mercenary groups. As MOFAN walked alone beneath the night sky, he soon attracted the attention of nearby mercenaries. Not only did he travel alone, but he also exuded an air of elegance and nobility. "Hey there, young brother," a burly mercenary approached with a friendly demeanor. MOFAN noted he was a mid-level martial artist, robust and imposing. "What are you doing out here alone? You must be heading to the beast forest, right? It's quite dangerous to venture alone. It's best to team up." This individual seemed quite enthusiastic, likely seeing MOFAN's youth and luxurious attire as indicative of a young master from a prominent family, thus offering his well-meaning advice. However, his companions displayed less patience. Upon closer inspection, They realized that Mo Fan emitted no fluctuations of energy whatsoever. Instantly, one of the mercenaries chuckled derisively. "Kid, don't blame us for not warning you. The Beast Forest is a treacherous place, and as a cultivator with no power, you should hurry back home and get some rest before it gets too late." The group laughed heartily, their mockery laced with contempt, as if they could already envision Mo Fan's grim fate within the Beast Forest. Upon hearing this, the initially helpful mercenary was taken aback, then scrutinized Mo Fan closely. Indeed, he found no trace of energy emanating from him and was momentarily bewildered. "Young brother, it really isn't wise for you to proceed alone. The beasts in the forest are numerous and exceedingly ferocious. Mo Fan raised his hand to interrupt. "Thank you for your concern, but your companions have already moved on to it. Would be prudent for you to catch up with them." Seeing Mo Fan so composed, the burly mercenary thought that a person of his stature would not recklessly seek death, and thus he could only shake his head and depart. Many others were observing Mo Fan from shadows. And among one group, an elderly man could not help but narrow his eyes, whispering to a young man clad in splendid attire, surrounded by others, "Your Highness, that young man appears to be rather extraordinary." The young man, who had been protected by the crowd, finally turned to glance at Mo Fan in the distance. After a moment of scrutiny, he furrowed his brow. This person indeed exhibits no fluctuations of energy. Could it be that he possesses some unique means of concealing his cultivation level? As a prince, his experiences far surpassed those of the average mercenaries, and he did not consider Mo Fan to be an inconsequential waste of talent. His demeanor suggested otherwise. The elder beside him squinted, speaking in a hushed tone. "Perhaps that individual possesses some artifact to mask his energy. Oh my eyes. However, he is nothing short of remarkable. He is a high-level spiritualist. No. A high-level martial artist. No, wait." The elder pondered. "He resembles both a spiritual and martial cultivator. What sort of artifact does he possess?" Unfazed by the gazes around him, Mo Fan maintained his calm demeanor, walking steadily while occasionally reaching up to stroke the fluffy head of the fire spirit fox perched on his shoulder. "The crystal cores and beast pills from these magical beasts can aid your cultivation. It's time we seek out some resources for training. That I wonder what levels of magical beasts inhabit this forest." Mo Fan murmured to himself, also addressing the fire spirit fox. Upon hearing this, the fire spirit fox perked up, eagerly climbing out from Mo Fan's clothing and scrambling onto his shoulder, exclaiming, "Master, the meat of magical beasts is also a great supplement. Don't waste it after hunting. Remember to bring it back for me to feast upon." Mo Fan chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at the fox, neither opposing nor agreeing, tacitly allowing it. The entirety of a magical beast is valuable. Bones and claws can be refined into weapons, while crystal cores and beast pills are not only suitable for contracting beasts to consume and refine, but are also favored by alchemists for their medicinal properties. Moreover, hides and furs can be crafted into armor and protective clothing. Pelts from fluffy creatures like the fire spirit fox could be made into luxurious coats that are both warm and visually appealing, making them highly coveted by noble ladies, thus fetching a considerable price. Mo Fan aspired to open an egg house in Longyan City, and the expenses were considerable. It was indeed time to begin amassing wealth. Prior to his departure, he had sent a message to Lu Yenner, urging her to seek suitable vacant properties within the city for establishing a shop. He believed that with her capabilities, by the time he returned from the Beast Forest, she would have secured the deed. The evening breeze caressed him. After following the larger group for a while, Mo Fan soon beheld the sprawling shadows of trees ahead, a chilling aura wafting toward him. Within a thicket at the forest's entrance, he could already discern pairs of menacing, beastly eyes glimmering in the darkness. The magical beasts, it seemed, could hardly contain their anticipation for the arrival of these cultivators. For while the mercenaries viewed them as prey, the beasts regarded the cultivators as potential sustenance. Several teams gradually entered the Beastmaster forest, and the occasional sounds of screams could be heard, yet the crowd seemed accustomed to it. Continuing on their own path, Mo Fan halted 50 meters from the Beastmaster forest and took out a map to consult. The forest was rife with opportunities for exploration, but this time his objective was clear. He sought the spirit fruit tree. If he arrived too late, he might find himself outpaced by others. Missing out on wine was trivial compared to the loss of his beast egg. The matter of hunting magical beasts could wait until he secured the spirit fruit. As Mo Fan paused, a group not far off also came to a halt. An elder inquired, "Your Highness, shall we invite that young lord to accompany us?" The Prince of Longyan Kingdom had been observing Mo Fan intently. The two were of similar age, making them the youngest in the gathering of seasoned hunters. Thus, he couldn't help but glance at Mo Fan once more. "I don't need," Mo Fan replied. "I am not well acquainted with him. We should prioritize our mission." Just as he was about to turn to enter the forest, he noticed Mo Fan making a move. Mo Fan, having determined his position, decided to soar directly over the closest distance. Summoning his tiger-headed eagle, the aura of the spirit beast surged forth, causing the cultivators yet to enter the Beastmaster forest to gasp in astonishment, turning to Mo Fan with expressions of shock. The prince at the entrance of the forest also widened his eyes, his breath hitching. "It seems you were indeed correct. This young man is rather intriguing that I must remember to investigate his background upon returning. When did such a figure emerge in Longyan City without my knowledge?" Mo Fan patted the tiger-headed eagle's head, prompting it to let out a cry of respect, lowering its body so Mo Fan could mount its back. In the next moment, a fierce wind erupted as the tiger-headed eagle flapped its wings, soaring high into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the night as it entered the depths of the Beastmaster forest. The aura of the spirit beast gradually dissipated, and the stunned cultivators finally regained their senses and resumed their journey. However, each of them grew curious about Mo Fan, speculating on his identity. After all, in Longyan City, only those of noble status within the Qinyan Hall could possess spirit beasts as mounts. Even the royal family and other prominent clans could only use ordinary magical beasts. Commoners, let alone spirit beasts, would be fortunate to even have access to regular magical beasts. High above, Mo Fan stood against the wind on the back of the tiger-headed eagle, directing its course. "Eagle, descend. We are nearing our destination." The tiger-headed eagle complied swiftly, but when Mo Fan attempted to summon it back into the beast space, he was met with refusal. "Master, let me stretch my wings. After all, I am at the 3rd rank and can handle quite a bit of trouble." As it spoke, the tiger-headed eagle's aura fluctuated, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a creature the size of a common eagle, flying beside Mo Fan, excitedly exclaiming, "Master, look! As a spirit beast, I can change my size at will. This is known as mimicry, which will facilitate our travels in the human world, taking up no space at all." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. Spirit beasts were indeed remarkable, and had forgotten about the ability of mimicry. Suddenly, he lifted the fire spirit fox perched on his shoulder and asked with curiosity, "Fire spirit fox, could it be that your current form is also mimicry?" Mo Fan hoped the fire spirit fox would respond affirmatively, transforming before him to reveal its true form. But alas, "Master, don't jest, I was born this way. However, I do wonder why my appearance now differs from what is in my ancestral memories. Do you know why?" Mo Fan twitched his lips, secretly rubbing his nose. That it seemed that nutritional deficiencies were indeed the cause. Cuckoo. Just as Mo Fan and his 2 contracted beasts were engaged in light-hearted banter, an unexpected cry pierced the surrounding darkness, prompting Mo Fan to become alert. He concealed his aura and signaled to the tiger-headed eagle, which immediately flew low, using its keen eyesight to scout ahead for Mo Fan in the dim light ahead. A glimmer soon appeared to Mo Fan, accompanied by the fire spirit fox, halted behind the tiger-headed eagle, but they were still detected. "Who goes there? Step forward," a stern voice commanded, followed by 2 powerful auras closing in on Mo Fan from either side. Mo Fan smirked, stepping out from the shadows, but upon seeing the scene by the campfire, he had no choice but to concede. Aside from 5 or 6 disciples that resembled subordinates, there was an elderly man of considerable strength. At the High Spirit King realm, just a step away from being a master-level powerhouse, the other figure, clearly of noble birth, had his back turned to Mo Fan, adorned with a tall hat, indicating he was at least a spirit master. More critically, the earlier cuckoo was not made by an ordinary magical beast, but by a spirit spy eagle, known for its exceptional night vision and acute awareness of its surroundings. Such spirit beasts were often employed for reconnaissance. If any team possessed one, it would either be a wealthy group or include a beast tamer among them. The spirit spy eagle's eyes, seemingly capable of seeing everything, were now fixed intently on Mo Fan and the tiger-headed eagle at his side. The tiger-headed eagle's distinctive features were obscured by its mimicry, making it appear strikingly similar to the spirit spy eagle. The 6 subordinates had encircled Mo Fan, while the spirit king sitting by the campfire cast a sharp gaze at him, his mental energy sweeping over the area before he respectfully addressed the man with his back to Mo Fan. Master, this is a high-level spirit scholar, accompanied by 2 contracted spirit beasts. Highlighting the presence of spirit beasts caught Mo Fan off guard, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Just then, the masked man turned, revealing his interest, and Mo Fan could not help but raise an eyebrow, thinking to himself how pretentious this man was, donning a half-mask that obscured the lower half of his face. His hair meticulously styled, and topped with a hat reminiscent of a royal guard, he bore a strikingly handsome appearance, with sharp features that commanded attention, were it not for the absence of royal guards here, and the lack of any embroidered attire. Mo Fan might have mistaken him for a Ming Dynasty royal guard. The man appeared quite young, perhaps only a few years older than Mo Fan, exuding an air of distinction. His subordinates were not mere rabble either. They possessed a measure of strength, hinting at a significant status. Their eyes briefly met, each assessing the other, and Mo Fan, relying on his advanced spirit warrior cultivation, held his ground without faltering, which startled his opponent. Entering the Beastmaster forest alone at such a late hour and approaching the inner perimeter, one would not be weak. Moreover, this person was alone. The masked man quickly surmised that Mo Fan was no ordinary spirit scholar. You dare venture into the magical forest alone at this hour? Are you not concerned about being besieged by magical beasts? In the forest, a solitary magical beast might not be frightening. What was truly terrifying was encountering a pack, such as the magical wolves that hunted in groups. Thus, those who entered the Beastmaster forest typically did so in teams, unless they were exceedingly confident in their abilities. Mo Fan noted the man's calm tone and cool demeanor, which suggested he was not one to meddle unnecessarily. He shrugged nonchalantly. That is my own concern. Whether it is dangerous is for me to decide. That I would appreciate it if you refrained from involving yourself in my affairs. Impudent! How dare you speak to our master in such a manner? Before the masked man could respond, one of the 6 subordinates encircling Mo Fan shouted, releasing their spirit master pressure, believing they could intimidate this mere spirit scholar. However, the pressure was met with indifference, as if it had sunk without a trace into the ocean. Mo Fan scratched his head, looking at the spirit master who had released the pressure. Is that all the pressure you can muster? Do you have some misunderstanding about your own strength? The man was taken aback, witnessing that Mo Fan remained unaffected, his aura steady, even seemingly stronger than before, causing him to instinctively take a step back and question himself. From the subtle aura that had leaked out, there was no doubt he was a high-level spirit scholar. The Spirit King had also mentioned this was his cultivation level. Had he been mistaken? Or was it truly the case that a spirit scholar could disdain a spirit master? Each leap in cultivation was akin to crossing a chasm. The difference between spirit disciples and spirit scholars was minor, but the disparity between spirit kings and spirit masters was undeniable. Just as the remaining 5 subordinates glared at Mo Fan, the masked man suddenly raised his hand, coldly stating, "You all step back. One must treat a beast tamer with respect." The group was taken aback, simultaneously astonished, as they looked toward Mo Fan. "Master, is he truly a beast tamer?" The masked man did not directly answer his subordinates. Yet, from the gleaming confidence reflected in his eyes as he gazed at Mo Fan, it was evident that he held unwavering faith in his own judgment. At this moment, Mo Fan could naturally sense the familiar aura emanating from this ostentatious figure. As a beastmaster himself, he could ascertain that this pretentious individual was indeed also a beastmaster, which rendered the notion of that magnificent head eagle being his contracted beast entirely plausible. Brother, after dismissing his subordinates, the ostentatious figure stepped forward, halting 2 paces away from Mo Fan. His gaze swept over the camouflaged tiger-headed eagle at Mo Fan's feet, then settled on the fiery spirit fox grinning at him from his shoulder, ultimately resting on Mo Fan himself. "I am Hua Ling, hailing from the Border Bee City, and I too am a beastmaster. May I inquire how you are addressed?" Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's expression flickered. A beast city? He swiftly recalled the continent's map in his mind. This beast city seemed quite distant from Longyan City, positioned at the border of the Longyan Kingdom, adjacent to the largest expanse of magical beast forest within the kingdom and its surroundings. This forest not only stretched endlessly, but was also rumored to remain unexplored by any individual, with certain perilous regions being treacherous enough that many skilled individuals who ventured within never returned, thus earning the moniker of the Death Magic Forest. Despite the extreme dangers of the Death Magic Forest, its abundant resources and countless treasures were irresistible. Why, then, would this ostentatious individual, oh no, this Hualing, choose to venture near this modest magical forest adjacent to such a perilous expanse? Brother, Hualing spoke again, pulling Mo Fan from his reverie. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Greetings, I am Mo Fan." A clear look of surprise flashed in Hualing's eyes, and his previously composed demeanor shifted to one of urgency as he exclaimed, "Mo Fan, could it be that you are a disciple of the Qiyun Palace?" Hualing's heart raced with excitement, and Mo Fan could discern the gleam of fervor in his eyes. "You misunderstand, esteemed brother. I have no affiliation whatsoever with the Qiyun Palace." Mo Fan's tone grew colder, causing Hualing to pause. A flicker of disappointment mingling with confusion crossing his features. Why did he sense an icy aura emanating from his comrade, as if there was some unresolved conflict with the Qiyun Palace? Hualing quickly dismissed this notion, assuring himself that it was impossible. No young beastmaster would lack admiration for the Qiyun Palace or not yearn for Mo Fan, having seen through Hualing's expressions, felt a shadow cross his face as he smirked. "So, esteemed brother, have you traveled countless miles to pay a visit to the Qiyun Palace?" At the mere mention of the Qiyun Palace, Hualing's eyes sparkled with yearning. Naturally, every young beastmaster should aspire to join the Qiyun Palace to hone their skills, and so did I. I see that Brother Mo possesses considerable talent in beast mastery. May I inquire? Mo Fan, waving his hand dismissively, interrupted, "No need, no need. I wouldn't even bother to take a step to such a place, and only you, this pretentious fellow, would wish to enter. If you desire to go, I shall not impede you. Let us part ways here." Initially, he found this ostentatious figure somewhat amusing, but upon witnessing his earlier adulation for the Qiyun Palace, Missouri Fan found the mask he wore increasingly irksome. He promptly took a step aside, preparing to leave. "Where are you going, brother? The magical forest is fraught with dangers at night. You should not venture alone." Hualing turned, attempting to dissuade him, yet Mo Fan, unceremoniously turning his back, waved his hand. "No need to see me off. We are not of the same ilk. Farewell." Once he disappeared into the depths of the forest, Mo Fan sighed, muttering to himself, "What a promising young beastmaster. Why does he not understand the folly of seeking refuge in a place like the Qiyun Palace?" TSK, it seems the Fade of the Qiyun Palace is indeed unassailable. Tell me, how many steps are required to topple a top-tier sect? Mo Fan posed this question casually, never expecting his two spirit beasts to offer any insight. To his surprise, the fiery spirit fox suddenly leapt up and chimed in. "How many steps? That's simple. You should establish an even more powerful sect and then initiate a sect war. Isn't that sufficient? I believe 2 steps would suffice." Mo Fan could only respond with a chuckle. They say children speak without restraint, and the words of this little beast can only be taken lightly. However, upon reflection, he realized that the 2-step approach proposed by the fiery spirit fox was indeed not without merit. The law of the jungle dictates that the strong prey upon the weak. It is a matter of whose fists are mightier. Establishing a sect is undoubtedly no simple feat, but who is Mo Fan? A tenacious individual who traversed realms, unafraid of challenges. Moreover, with his golden finger, becoming a ruler of the continent is not beyond his grasp. Fueled by this ambition, his steps became increasingly audacious. Striding forward with bravado, Mo Fan remained oblivious to the fact that he had encroached upon the territory of a magical beast, until the relatively composed tiger-headed eagle sensed something amiss. "Master, there is a situation." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan halted abruptly, his heart sinking as he cursed himself for being overly reckless. He hoped he wouldn't find himself in dire straits before achieving his aspirations. Regaining his composure, Mo Fan swiftly activated his stealth technique, accompanied by the tiger-headed eagle, transforming into a fleeting shadow as they ascended into the dense canopy above to observe their surroundings in the darkness. A massive shadow loomed, illuminated by the sporadic moonlight filtering through the leaves, and Mo Fan initially thought he was mistaken, furrowing his brow to take another look. Indeed, a colossal silhouette resembling a giant? No. Could it be a titan? Although the distance was great, it was precisely this distance that allowed the entirety of the figure to be clearly discerned. Just as Mo Fan was struck with astonishment, a sudden roar echoed from afar, shattering the stillness of the air, as the presence of a spirit beast surged forth, causing Mo Fan's eyes to widen in shock. Could it be that there are spirit beasts residing in the magical beast forest outside Longyan City? Judging by the roar and the overwhelming aura, this was undoubtedly a fully grown spirit beast. Such a creature should not be found roaming in this forest. Could it be that? Recognizing the direction for which the aura was most potent, Mo Fan's heart raced. Oh no, the spirit tree that old Gio has been yearning for seems to be in that direction. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before promptly recalling the fiery spirit fox and tiger-headed eagle, opting to conceal his presence and swiftly dart into the dense thicket ahead, employing his stealth technique to draw closer. Some magical beasts possess a strong territorial instinct, and this must be the domain of that spirit beast. No wonder he had encountered no magical beasts along the way. Thus, it was prudent to stow away his two contracted spirit beasts, as they might provoke the spirit beast into perceiving them as intruders in its territory and inciting a confrontation. Under the night sky, a shadow flitted swiftly through the forest. Apart from the rustling leaves and the wind it stirred, nothing remained, moving with such speed that it seemed no one had passed through. Mo Fan felt the aura drawing ever clearer, and as he approached a thicket, glimmers of light began to emerge. He halted, crouching before the underbrush, parting the leaves to peer through, and his pupils dilated in shock. No way. It truly is a titan. Under the moonlight, the shimmering surface of a lake lay before him, a place where magical beasts would typically quench their thirst at night. Yet now, aside from the excessively large black titan, there lay 2 or 3 corpses of magical beasts sprawled by the water's edge, lifeless. The black titan faced away from Mo Fan, remaining motionless as it focused intently on a particular spot. Its intentions unclear. Mo Fan, uncertain of the titan's cultivation level, sent a mental inquiry to the little azure dragon. What level of cultivation does this black titan possess? How does it compare to you? After a moment of contemplation, the little azure dragon replied telepathically, Master, this is not merely a black titan. This spirit beast is known as the titan ape, a humanoid beast with intelligence surpassing that of most magical beasts. They thrive in populous and lively locales. According to the legacy of our dragon clan, thousands of years ago, these spirit beasts would even engage in trade with humans, exchanging forest treasures for food, and even everyday items. However, as relations between humans and magical beasts grew increasingly tense, such interactions became a thing of the past. This titan ape has just reached adulthood, possessing the same cultivation level as I. Both at the 5th tier, the adult spirit beast of the 5th order, Mo Fan pondered within himself, recognizing that given his current beast-taming abilities, he was incapable of subduing it unless the creature offered no resistance. If the Heavenly Path's sacred hand were to intervene, it should pique the interest of this titan ape, much like it did with the little azure dragon. Yet he could not guarantee whether this titan would be amenable to his taming. He certainly would not squander the power of the sacred hand for nothing. Just then, the immobile titan ape abruptly stirred. Standing nearly 8 meters tall, it rivaled the height of some trees, its massive frame causing tremors with each step it took. As it moved several paces, the obstructed view cleared, and Mo Fan focused intently, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a stroke of luck! Right beside the lake, obscured by the titan, stood a spirit tree bearing 3 fiery red spirit fruits. Judging by their aura, they were indeed nearing maturity, precisely what the old drunkard wanted him to retrieve, initially believing it to be mere coincidence. He was taken aback to discover that the titan ape also had its sights set on these 3 spirit fruits. What to do? Just as Mo Fan wrestled with his dilemma, the atmosphere shifted. A subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils as he paused, glancing toward the spirit tree, where the 3 spirit fruits began to emit a faint red glow, the scent intensifying, a clear sign of ripeness. Alarmed, Mo Fan realized he was on the brink of an opportunity, and with steely resolve he prepared to dash forward, pluck the fruits, and retreat. But at that moment, the Titan ape erupted with excitement, pounding its massive fists against its chest in a display of authority. With a single stride, it reached the spirit tree in an instant. Seeing it poised to snatch the fruits, Mo Fan, in a fit of desperation, activated his stealthy movement technique and darted from behind the bushes, moving with a speed that astonished even himself. However, just as he arrived at the lakeside, an absurd turn of events unfolded. The Titan ape did not reach for the fruits. Instead, it uprooted the entire spirit tree from the ground. What on earth? Could it not leave a seed behind? How could it be so reckless? Frustrated, Mo Fan felt powerless to intervene as he watched the tree's roots snap and the moment it was severed from the soil. It began to wither rapidly. The 3 fruits, the sole remnants, swayed perilously before ultimately detaching from the dying tree. Falling as ripe as they were meant to, the Titan ape emitted a triumphant grunt as if reveling in its harvest, and casually discarded the lifeless tree. Its colossal hand descended, poised to catch the 3 spirit fruits in that instant. Mo Fan's gaze sharpened, cursing under his breath, and he charged forward. The Titan ape's face, reminiscent of a black gorilla, was alight with glee, fixated on the 3 red spirit fruits. Yet suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and something resembling a tiny flying mosquito flitted by in a blur. Upon closer inspection, he realized 2 of the spirit fruits had vanished. Roar! The Titan ape, enraged, clenched its fists, attempting to seize the elusive mosquito. Utilizing his seemingly insignificant form before the Titan ape, along with the stealth of his technique, Mo Fan successfully snatched up 2 spirit fruits. With the fruits secured, he swiftly stowed them in his silver ring to prevent any scent from leaking, and without hesitation, he made a hasty retreat. The Titan ape, left empty-handed, seethed with fury after swallowing the remaining spirit fruit. It suddenly leaped into the air, its massive frame surprisingly light as it soared upward, gathering power in its core, and unleashed a thunderous roar. The earth-shattering sound echoed through the beast forest, resonating even to the outer circle where cultivators were left in shock and confusion. Meanwhile, Mo Fan, employing his stealth technique, had managed to put several hundred meters between himself and the Titan ape within mere seconds, though he still remained relatively close. This furious roar sent his blood surging, and in a moment of distraction, his stealth technique faltered, exposing his presence. Oh no! Mo Fan quickly steadied himself, but the brief lapse was enough for the Titan ape to catch on. Indeed, as he quickened his escape, he noticed a shadow looming above him. Glancing up, he gasped, "What the hell?" The Titan ape was leaping from the treetops with astonishing speed, its massive body appearing cumbersome, yet agile in motion, akin to a soaring swallow. Mo Fan could feel a pair of eyes locked onto him from above. He had been marked by the Titan ape. In the aftermath of that thunderous roar, many cultivators in the beast forest became alarmed, the weaker ones hastily retreating, while those armed with skilled hunters surged into the fray. This moment, Mo Fan had dispensed with his stealth technique, relying solely on his swift movements to escape. Since the Titan ape had already locked onto him, it was futile to worry about whether his presence had been revealed. He needed to find a way to shake off this giant gorilla before retreating to conceal himself again. Beneath the night sky, amid the dense foliage, a shadow raced like a ghost, while above, the immense form of the Titan ape pursued, moving with an air of composure and elegance. Mo Fan, extending his mental energy, perceived the Titan ape as if it were toying with him, infuriating him to the point of nearly spitting blood. Damn it, little azure dragon, can you not intervene? If this drags on any longer, my internal energy will be depleted. Once my energy runs out, I cannot use my swift movements, and I would be left to await my demise. The little azure dragon from the beast space was already itching for action, exclaiming, "Let us take it down. This mere Titan ape is no match for me. A single breath from the dragon will be enough to scare it to death, with the little azure dragon's assurance. Mo Fan suddenly halted his swift movements, slowly turning to face the Titan ape. Observing this, the Titan ape also paused, leaping down from its perch with a thundering impact that shook the ground thrice. Its gaze, filled with confusion, fixed on Mo Fan, as if questioning, "Is this human truly paralyzed with fear? Why isn't he fleeing?" Mo Fan found himself positioned at the boundary between the inner and outer circles of the beast forest. Although the surrounding beasts had fled or hidden away in their lairs, he sensed some energies approaching. It seemed some bold cultivators within the forest were on their way, and he needed to resolve the situation swiftly. Thus, while the Titan ape scrutinized him with its intelligent, beastly eyes, Mo Fan summoned his mental energy and released the little azure dragon. The seemingly inconspicuous little azure dragon took on the appearance of a small green serpent, distinct from its previous guise as a tiger-headed eagle. Although the tiger-headed eagle's form was reduced, its beastly aura remained intact, exuding the presence of a spirit beast. The little azure dragon, however, bore no trace of dragon energy due to its prolonged separation from the dragon lineage since birth, requiring great energy to maintain its true form. This current guise served both to conserve energy and as a protective measure during its youth, unlike the fire spirit fox and tiger-headed eagle, which could not conceal their spirit beast aura. The little azure dragon could entirely suppress its divine beast presence, ensuring that it did not attract the attention of formidable beings. Thus, when the little azure dragon emerged from the beast space, coiling in midair, the Titan ape merely blinked in surprise before scratching its backside, clearly dismissing the little azure dragon. "Huh." Mo Fan chuckled. The little azure dragon is beneath its notice that Mo Fan, relishing the unfolding drama, was eager to see how the little azure serpent would react when it unleashed its divine beast pressure before the Titan ape. The little azure dragon was acutely aware of how humiliating this form was for their dragon lineage, relieved that no other dragons were present. Otherwise, it would expend every ounce of energy it had painstakingly accumulated to summon its true dragon form and redeem its dignity. Faced with the Titan ape's disdain and its master's amusement, the little azure dragon felt a surge of frustration. With a huff, it released a wave of divine beast pressure. "How dare this mere Titan ape act brazenly before me? Kneel and submit at once." The diminutive green azure serpent, suspended in midair, had to tilt its little head to meet the Titan ape's gaze. Yet upon releasing its aura and uttering that command, the towering 8-meter Titan ape suddenly shivered, its body trembling uncontrollably as it incredulously stared down at the little azure dragon. Once more, the little azure dragon emitted a syllable, carefully suppressing its breath to prevent any perceptive individuals from discerning its presence. This time, it infused its voice with the oppressive might of a divine beast. Yet this single word of authority caused the typically steadfast orangutan Titan to tremble, waves of turmoil surging within its consciousness. The entire beast, uncontrollably, sank to its knees, its upper body pressing firmly against the ground, rendering a profound prostration before the little azure dragon. The orangutan Titan's heart was a tempest of emotions, filled with astonishment and dread. It had never imagined that after centuries spent in this modest, enchanted forest, it would one day encounter a divine beast. This overwhelming pressure, coupled with the ability to articulate human speech, could only belong to a divine creature. Mo Fan, standing nearby, was utterly transfixed, unable to restrain himself from giving the little azure dragon a thumbs up. The king among beasts could only be a divine creature, regardless of the formidable presence of this great ape. Even in its current form as a mere azure serpent, it was still a true dragon, its bloodline supremacy rendering the orangutan Titan utterly incapable of resistance. However, at that moment, the anxious voice of the little azure dragon echoed in Mo Fan's mind. "Master, you must find a way to tame this orangutan Titan. It is a fully grown spirit beast, and this bloodline pressure cannot suppress it for long. If a conflict arises, the energy expenditure will be far beyond what we have now." Mo Fan furrowed his brows at once, but upon further reflection, He realized that should the little azure dragon engage in combat with the orangutan titan, it would inevitably need to reveal its true form. And such an event would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. A tree that stands out invites the wind's destruction, he thought. He could not afford to be so ostentatious. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Fan stepped forward, approaching the orangutan titan, and wielding the power of the heavenly Tao's sacred hand, he unhesitatingly pressed his palm atop the titan's head. The coarse fur pricked at his hand, causing a twinge of pain, yet soon, golden light flowed into the orangutan titan's consciousness. The titan's prostrate form quivered violently, its previously taut body suddenly relaxing, as it entirely sank to the ground, its eyes half closed in bliss. Observing this, Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling as though he had transformed into a bath attendant, skillfully pampering a client who, regrettably, offered no tip. Fortunately, diligence was not in vain, as the sacred hand's energy surged into the orangutan titan's consciousness. Fan sensed that the moment was ripe for action. Locking eyes with the little azure dragon, he swiftly activated the beast-taming technique, conjuring a beast-taming formation that enveloped the indulging orangutan titan. In an instant, the formation descended, stirring the titan's consciousness from its state of bliss, and it instinctively began to resist as the beastly pressure surged forth. Fan acutely felt the tumultuous waves within the titan's consciousness. The resistance of its spiritual energy was indeed formidable. Despite the assistance of the sacred hand's power, he still felt immense pressure. Just then, the little azure dragon struck again, its bloodline pressure crashing towards the orangutan titan. The titan's consciousness momentarily descended into chaos, its spiritual resistance faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Fan intensified his taming efforts, expending spiritual energy at an unprecedented rate, the beast-taming technique operating at its utmost limits. Just in time, before the orangutan titan's recognition could fully restore, he successfully tamed the beast-taming formation melded into the orangutan titan's body. Fan sensed the resistance in its spiritual energy vanish completely, and the titan became docile. Huff, it's done. Just as Fan exhaled in relief, the little azure dragon darted into his sleeve, urging him, someone is approaching, and in considerable numbers. Quickly, instruct the titan to lead us away. Fan's heart tightened at this revelation. Without time to ponder, he promptly patted the orangutan titan's head, exclaiming, "You big oaf, let's get out of here." Now tamed, the orangutan titan exhibited much more compliance, recalling that a little azure dragon was present alongside Fan. It obediently hoisted Fan onto its shoulder and rose, retreating into the dense forest behind. Wait. Which way are we going? Are we luring the enemy deeper? Fan had no intention of confronting so many cultivators directly. Having acquired the spiritual fruit, it was high time to make a hasty exit. However, the orangutan titan seemed resolute, stubbornly retracing its steps, seemingly intent on returning to the lakeside where the spirit trees once flourished. Fan could sense multiple presences closing in from behind, realizing that turning back would indeed lead to an encounter. So he was left with no choice but to allow the orangutan titan to carry him deeper into the enchanted forest. Eventually, they reached the lakeside, but the orangutan titan showed no signs of stopping. Fan frowned slightly, catching sight of several carcasses of magical beasts on the ground, and without much thought, casually stored them in his silver ring. Although they were not his own kills, the unexpected gain felt rather satisfying. Just when Fan thought the orangutan titan was about to lead him directly into the heart of the magical beast forest, a small cave appeared before them. After carefully setting Fan down from its shoulder, the orangutan titan suddenly transformed, adopting the guise of a half-human high gorilla, and promptly slipped into the cave. Wait, it can do that. Intrigued, Fan followed suit. Inside the modest cave, apart from its cleanliness, it was surprisingly well organized with several distinct areas: a grassy mat for sleeping, a stone platform for storing food, a shallow pond for drinking, and a night pearl of average quality embedded in the cave's ceiling. And if it weren't for the absence of human furnishings like tables and chairs, Fan might have thought a human resided here. Just then, The little azure dragon emerged from Mo Fan's sleeve, gazing in wonder as it remarked, "Indeed, this orangutan titan retains some habits from its ancestors who lived alongside humans thousands of years ago. Their forebears experienced a long period of refined living with human cultivators, and these habits have surprisingly been passed down through their bloodline." As Mo Fan listened to the little azure dragon's enlightening commentary, he ventured deeper into the cave, where a bend awaited, and the orangutan titan was situated within. Upon entering, Mo Fan discovered that this was actually a cave within a cave. The outer chamber contained a small inner cave, albeit limited in size, yet equally pristine. As he surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly noticed the orangutan titan approaching him, poking him gently on the shoulder. "Yes, there's something you need." The orangutan titan resembled a somewhat simple-minded human as it scratched the back of its head, gesturing for Mo Fan to look behind it. The obstructed view revealed an astonishing sight, causing Mo Fan to catch his breath as he quickly stepped forward. One corner of the inner cave was piled high with various treasures, most of which were magical beast cores and assorted crystals, some still glistening with traces of blood, sending a chill down Mo Fan's spine. The little azure dragon, drawn by the scent, also approached, equally astonished, its beady green eyes involuntarily glancing at the orangutan titan. "Impressive! Who would have thought you were a slaughterer in the magical beast realm? How many must you have slain to amass such a collection?" The orangutan titan displayed an innocent demeanor, scratching its head once more, emitting a series of woo-woo sound from its throat. The little azure dragon, hearing this, rolled its eyes and began translating. "Master, this creature initially resided in the outer magical beast forest. However, a century ago, it was defeated by a more powerful beast and lost its territory. Thus, it came to this area to become a king of the mountains, only to find itself constantly provoked by other magical beasts, which it subsequently annihilated. These crystal cores and beast cores represent merely a fraction, as the majority have been consumed by it. Mo Fan's lips twitched at this revelation. After swallowing so many, how come it remains only at the 5th tier of strength? The orangutan titan understood Mo Fan's words and immediately resumed its beast language, concluding with a gesture towards Mo Fan, signaling the little azure dragon to relay the message. The orangutan titan was indeed clever, prompting Mo Fan to find it increasingly intriguing. What else did it say? It mentioned that it was gravely injured while escaping the inner region, and most of the beast cores and crystals were utilized to mend its vitality. It only began to recover after a century, which naturally hindered its cultivation progress. The little azure dragon added, "In truth, Master, our magical beast cultivation speed pales in comparison to that of humans. After all, our lifespans are generally much longer. Living for tens of thousands of years is hardly an issue, so we find it challenging to advance in cultivation." Mo Fan understood this well. Propping his chin thoughtfully, he glanced at the orangutan titan and pointed to the pile of treasures on the ground. "Titan, if you could allow me to select some items from this hoard, I would be willing to exchange them for other cultivation resources." Although Mo Fan had yet to translate these items, he had already spotted several chinquin bags, which might contain treasures of use to him. However, to his surprise, upon finishing his sentence, the titan ape began to vigorously wave its hands, seemingly in refusal. After a detailed explanation from the little azure dragon, Mo Fan learned that the titan was willing to give him all these items, but on the condition that it could accompany him. "Master, it must have been drawn to the mysterious power within your right hand. I must clarify that while we can form contracts with numerous magical beasts, you cannot withhold the share of the mysterious power that belongs to me due to the increasing number of contracted beasts." Mo Fan understood well that magical beasts were proud creatures, often disdainful of human contracts, and even openly hostile towards them. The fact that the titan was willing to follow him was undoubtedly due to the allure of the five-fingered maiden. He could already envision a future where this five-fingered maiden would keep him quite busy. Nevertheless, acquiring a magical beast would undoubtedly bolster his strength, a fortuitous opportunity he would not refuse. With the earlier Xianjin lion still recuperating within his spatial beast ring, obtaining another 5th-tier combat power spirit beast would be even more advantageous. However, Mo Fan soon furrowed his brow, realizing I can clearly sense that my mental strength is insufficient to contract a fifth magical beast. Thus, for the time being, the Titan can only accompany me, but cannot form a contract. This was undoubtedly more favorable for the Titan, as it would not be bound by a contract and could still accompany Mo Fan, experiencing that mysterious power once more. Consequently, upon hearing Mo Fan's words, the Titan immediately expressed its agreement. After casting one last glance around the cave and confirming that he had discovered no other items, Mo Fan collected all the treasures from the corner, summoned the little azure dragon, and stored the Titan ape within his spatial beast ring. He then turned and left the cave, concealing his presence as he retreated from the magical beast forest. Inside the magical beast forest at that moment, the lower-tier magical beasts in the outer and middle regions remained huddled in their respective nests, too fearful to venture out. Meanwhile, the cultivators making their way to the middle region had lost the scent of the spirit beasts and could only search frantically through the magical forest, as if they believed that finding one would somehow grant them the means to tame it and bring it back. However, Mo Fan had already taken advantage of the night, utilizing the tortoise breath ghost step to traverse swiftly, moving with great speed. Thanks to a brief display of magical beast pressure from the Titan and the little azure dragon, the magical beasts within the forest were trembling in fear, allowing Mo Fan to pass unhindered. He finally appeared outside Longyan City before dawn, blending into the crowd as he entered through the city gate. Before the sun fully rose, Mo Fan meditated and cultivated for a while on his bed. As soon as dawn broke, he left the inn and returned to the crooked tree where the old wine cellar resided. At tea this hour, just after the rooster's crow, the morning market had just opened. Yet the old wine cellar was already lying beneath the crooked tree, eyes closed in rest. Upon seeing this, Mo Fan approached, and the old wine seller, without opening his eyes, inquired, "Did you bring back the spirit fruits?" "How many? You didn't steal any for yourself, did you?" Mo Fan was just about to present the spirit fruits when the old wine seller's last remark irked him. "What are you implying?" "Old man, if I did eat one, what of it? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" The old wine seller chuckled lightly, finally opening his eyes to look at Mo Fan with a sly grin. "If you had stolen one, you certainly wouldn't be back so early." Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" The old wine seller rose, paced toward the house, and gestured for Mo Fan to follow, explaining as he walked that spirit tree is called the Qianzhuan Nirvana tree, and the spirit fruit is known as the Nirvana fruit, primarily used for refining and purifying. Magical beasts possess robust physiques and can consume it directly. For us cultivators, however, the potency of the Nirvana fruit is too great and contains certain toxins. It requires a pill master to refine it into a pill or a brew master to turn it into wine. Consuming it directly could very well lead to explosive demise, and Mo Fan was taken aback by this revelation. Fortunately, the spirit fruits were scarce to begin with, and he had never considered consuming one on the spot. Otherwise, he might not have returned. "Senior, that is rather unkind of you. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What if I had actually swallowed one?" "Huh." The old wine seller laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he teased Mo Fan. "For you, consuming one wouldn't be a problem. You're a dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts, with decent aptitude that if you did eat one, you might just rupture a few meridians." "Curses," Mo Fan pouted, feeling quite speechless. The old wine seller continued, "The cost of refining pills is rather high, and I am not a pill master. Besides, the Nirvana pill, which is essentially a marrow-cleansing pill, is no longer of use to someone my age. However, brewing it into spirit wine would both satisfy cravings and strengthen the foundation." "Hand over the Nirvana fruit," as the old wine seller spoke. He extended a hand toward Mo Fan, with a flicker of his expression. Mo Fan retrieved one from his silver ring. One hand offered the spirit fruit, while the other presented a beast egg. The old wine seller squinted at Mo Fan, murmuring, "The Qianzhuan Nirvana tree bears 3 Nirvana fruits every 1,000 years. Are you certain you only acquired one?" Upon hearing the old wine seller's explanation, Mo Fan contemplated keeping one for himself, but the sharp-eyed old man's gaze put him under considerable pressure, as if he had already seen through his intentions. Weighing the prospect of trading 20 beast eggs for 2 spirit fruits, and considering the old wine seller's willingness to impart the tortoise breath ghost step without charge, Mo Fan sighed and reluctantly produced the other nirvana fruit. There are only two. The remaining one was consumed by a titan ape. The old wine seller's expression shifted slightly as he continued to scrutinize Mo Fan. After a pause, he cheerfully accepted the nirvana fruit. Waving his hand, take the 20 beast eggs. A 1 TB, needing those 20,000 spirit stones. Practice the tortoise breath, go step diligently. Once you master it, you will surely experience a breakthrough. Now, off you go. I have personal matters to attend to and plan to close up at Mo Fan. Feeling quite pleased, accepted the 20 beast eggs and bid farewell to the old wine seller as he left. The following morning, sensing a presence, Mo Fan returned to the crooked tree, only to find the old wine seller had already departed. Upon inquiring, he learned that the old wine seller had sold his place the previous night and vanished. The neighbors knew nothing of the old wine seller's origins or past, only that he was a mysterious and eccentric old man. Mo Fan speculated that the old wine seller might have been a recluse seeking solitude from the world, and his departure suggested he was returning to his previous life, though a twinge of disappointment lingered in Mo Fan's heart, as he had hoped to occasionally visit the old man for resources and guidance. It was a lost opportunity. Returning to the inn, Lu Yinner awaited him in the room. Upon seeing Mo Fan return, she immediately reported, "Young master, we have secured a shop. There is an available storefront on the main street of Wangting Street. The shop owner is not charging rent or selling the deed. He wishes to offer it to you for free. However, he provided me with this, asking me to deliver it to you to." Mo Fan took the letter Lu Yinner handed him, and, upon opening it, understood the situation. The paper bore the image of a plum blossom, the emblem of the Tianji Pavilion. Mo Fan was not fond of receiving unearned favors, and the Tianji Pavilion's leader's inexplicable goodwill left him feeling somewhat unsettled. After some contemplation, Mo Fan decided to pay a visit, asking Lu Yinner, "Do you know where the Tianji Pavilion is? Take me there." Lu Yinner was momentarily taken aback, but after catching sight of the letter's contents, she couldn't help but be astonished again. Having spent several years in Longyan City, while she had never visited the Tianji Pavilion, its name was well known. Lu Yinner was aware of what the plum blossom symbol represented. The shop was indeed a gift from the Tianji Pavilion. Who exactly was this young master she was following? Though her mind was filled with countless questions, she refrained from voicing them, promptly nodding. "I will take you there, young master. The Tianji Pavilion is located on Xuanwu Street, and ordinary individuals cannot enter. However, I suspect you are not an ordinary person." Mo Fan paid no heed to Lu Yinner as probing and promptly set off toward Xuanwu Street. The street was indeed bustling, and as they approached the entrance, Mo Fan quickly deduced the location of the Tianji Pavilion, for it was the most prominent structure along the street. The customs and ambience of the Longyan Kingdom bore a striking resemblance to the ancient times he was familiar with from his previous life, with most of the surrounding buildings showcasing exquisite traditional architecture, featuring elegantly curved eaves and intricately carved beams. Yet amid this picturesque scene on Xuanwu Street stood a completely black tower-like structure, rising majestically among the ornate pavilions, appearing both incongruous and enigmatic. Given that the Tianji Pavilion was an information organization, such an exterior was indeed fitting for its character. Lu Yinner led Mo Fan to pause in front of the dark tower, where a grand sign emblazoned with the words Tianji Pavilion in a flamboyant script exuded an impressive aura. Mo Fan's gaze swept across the tower, noting the materials used in its construction were exceptional, as his mental strength could not penetrate its defenses. Truly, this was the Tianji Pavilion. If possible, it would make an excellent base of operations. Mo Fan casually mentioned something, and Lu Yinner, upon hearing it, covered her mouth with a smile and gently reminded him, "Young master, within the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, there are numerous formidable individuals. The pavilion master is particularly enigmatic, with peculiar rules in place that we are not permitted to linger at the entrance. So let us proceed inside swiftly." Mo Fan nodded and entered the Heavenly Machine Pavilion with Lu Yinner. They were not stopped at the threshold, but shortly after entering, a steady-footed elder emerged from the inner hall, positioning himself before Mo Fan with a serious demeanor, asking, "Are you here to buy or sell?" Mo Fan furrowed his brow, prompting Lu Yinner to step forward and quietly clarify, Young master, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion engages in both buying and selling. Information and rare treasures can be traded in both directions. After hearing this, Mo Fan nodded and confidently addressed the elder. I am neither here to purchase nor to sell. I come to pay my respects to your pavilion master, and I kindly ask for your assistance in conveying my intention. The elder, upon hearing this, did not express surprise. Instead, he offered a polite smile and gestured for Mo Fan to proceed. I apologize, but our pavilion master does not entertain visitors lightly, if this guest is here for business. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion welcomes you. However, if you intend to cause trouble, do not blame us for being unyielding. It was evident that the elder had grown accustomed to such demands, as individuals like Mo Fan who sought an audience with the pavilion master often emerged 3 days apart. Mo Fan, not at all offended by the elder's attempt to dismiss him, merely smiled and withdrew the plum blossom token from his silver ring, presenting it before the elder. Upon seeing this, the elder's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "The plum blossom token! Where did you obtain this?" Mo Fan appeared completely unperturbed, while Lu Yenner, standing beside him, mirrored the elder's astonishment, her heart filled with concern. How precious is the plum blossom token? Even the Longyan royal family lacks one. And those audacious enough to forge a counterfeit have all been dealt with severely by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. She worried that her master might be holding a fake token to cause trouble. The elder scrutinized Mo Fan with sharp eyes, assessing him closely. Although there were no fluctuations in his aura, his imposing presence made it difficult to ascertain the token's authenticity. Mo Fan calmly stated, "This plum blossom token was personally gifted to me by your pavilion master. Therefore, I've taken the liberty to come and pay my respects. I kindly ask the elder to relay my message." The elder regarded Mo Fan with an inscrutable expression before lowering his head to closely examine the token. The tokens distributed by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion varied in rank, with the plum blossom token being the most cherished. It not only symbolizes nobility, but is also a token that only the pavilion master is qualified to bestow, with no more than one existing across the entire continent. Naturally, this information was known only to those within the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The world at large recognized the plum blossom token as extraordinarily valuable, but remained oblivious to its true worth. Hence, those foolish enough to forge such a token to deceive would be viewed as rather dim-witted by the pavilion's members. However, each time a plum blossom token surfaced, they would proceed with utmost caution in its verification. After all, the pavilion master was known to be forgetful and capricious should he inadvertently bestow a token. He would not necessarily inform his subordinates. If a seemingly ordinary individual bearing a genuine plum blossom token were to arrive and they hastily dismissed him, they would offend a true VIP. The elder's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the plum blossom token, his mental energy meticulously scanning every engraving upon it. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion that left him astounded. This plum blossom token was indeed authentic, directly from their Heavenly Machine Pavilion, to avoid any oversight. The elder verified it 3 times in succession, each time arriving at the same answer. Mo Fan, standing to the side, did not rush him, observing the elder's gradually shifting expression before asking, "So, have you confirmed its authenticity?" The elder, regaining his composure, promptly returned the plum blossom token with great reverence, apologizing profusely. "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. My earlier judgment was flawed. This is indeed the plum blossom token. Please follow me. Our pavilion master is within." Mo Fan felt little surprise at the elder's change in demeanor. Such was the nature of this continent. One's status elevated them in the eyes of others while diminishing their haute vie. Mo Fan followed the elder directly to the pinnacle of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The elder turned and said, "Please wait here for a moment. Esteemed guest, I shall report your arrival." Once the elder departed, Lu Yenner could no longer contain herself. She stepped closer to Mo Fan and whispered, "Young master, is that truly the plum blossom token? What else would it be? Only a fool would bring a counterfeit token here to court death." Lu Yenner, understanding this logic, grew increasingly curious about Mo Fan's identity. Not long after the elder entered, commotion arose from within, and the heavy, ornate doors swung open, revealing 2 figures. "Ha ha! Young friend Mo Fan, I have finally awaited your arrival. Mo Fan's expression flickered momentarily before he chuckled lightly. Inwardly pondering how astute the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was, that he recalled that he had never mentioned his name to Shui Yubai. Thus, they must have already discerned his identity, likely having investigated matters pertaining to Qingyan Hall as well. Come, come, come. Enter and take a seat. That I knew you would surely come to Longyan City, so I intentionally lingered here for a few more days. Shui Yubai stepped aside to allow Mo Fan to enter. Then his gaze fell upon the woman, following closely behind Mo Fan. Unable to resist, he raised an eyebrow and teased, "You rascal! Moving so swiftly? You've already acquired a woman upon arriving in Longyan City?" Cough. Mo Fan nearly stumbled in surprise, hastily denying, "Pavilion Master, you jest. She is merely one of my subordinates, not my woman. Please do not tarnish the girl's reputation." Shui Yubai chuckled, casting flirtatious glances between Mo Fan and Lu Yenner before turning to enter the room. After casually seating himself, Mo Fan noticed Lu Yenner still standing outside the door. He furrowed his brow and beckoned her. "No need for formality. You may come in as well." Lu Yenner smiled and followed. Yet instead of sitting, she stood behind Mo Fan like a subordinate, her head slightly bowed. Mo Fan quickly cut to the chase, producing a piece of writing paper and handing it to Shui Yubai, stating directly, "Pavilion Master Shui, regarding your generous offer of a free shop, I feel it is rather inappropriate. Thus, I have come to discuss whether we could proceed according to the market price for me to purchase that shop." Shui Yubai had already anticipated Mo Fan's intentions and replied straightforwardly, "You intend to open a beast shop there, do you not? I advise you to rent first. If it does not work out, you can withdraw at any time. Once you purchase it, the land deed will be difficult to sell." Why? Is Wanting Street not the most popular bustling street among cultivators in all of Longyan City? Surely there is no reason for a shop to go unsold. Shui Yubai, noticing Mo Fan's lack of understanding regarding the current situation in Longyan City, explained succinctly, "Let me put it this way. Had that shop not been under my name, it would likely have been snatched up by Qingyan Hall by now. As you must have noticed, there are already 4 shops owned by Qingyan Pavilion on Wanting Street, and every shop related to beasts is inextricably linked to Qingyan Hall. Without exception," Mo Fan frowned, "but I saw 2 or 3 beast shops on that street that are not affiliated with Qingyan Pavilion. How do you explain that?" Shui Yubai, rarely adopting a serious tone, shook his head gravely. "You only know one side of the story. Those few shops have to pay nearly 50% of their profits to Qingyan Hall each month. That if you can tolerate such blatant exploitation, then you may continue to operate your shop without issue." Good heavens, are they robbers? I am not afraid of them. Shui Yubai shook his head in response. "While youthful exuberance is commendable, I advise you to test the waters first. Running a beast shop on Wanting Street is exceedingly difficult. I have already investigated your background, and I hope you will exercise restraint. With your current beast-taming prowess, what gives you the confidence to compete with Qingyan Pavilion?" At this, Mo Fan grinned mischievously. "You need not worry about that. I have complete faith in my beast shop. I've already scouted Qingyan Pavilion, and they are nothing extraordinary." Shui Yubai regarded Mo Fan's blind confidence and decided to throw a gilded invitation onto the table before him. "First, take a look at this decree." The opulent invitation bore an extravagant gold embossing, feeling weighty in his hand. Upon opening it, Mo Fan's eyes widened at the vigorous calligraphy, and after reading it, a hint of curiosity crossed his face as he turned to Shui Yubai. "Are you suggesting that I attend the birthday celebration of the little princess of the Longyan Kingdom?" "Indeed. The royal invitation states quite clearly that any beast tamer, regardless of title or family background, may attend. Moreover, the ruler of Longyan Kingdom explicitly mentioned that the little princess has yet to contract a beast. Whoever can provide a beast that satisfies the princess will be rewarded with a low-grade spiritual technique or martial skill, as well as an opportunity to enter the royal secret realm." Shui Yubai expressed considerable interest in Mo Fan, promptly adding, "In truth, the rewards are secondary to my suggestion for you to attend is driven by the hope that you can elevate your standing at this birthday banquet. Should you manage to showcase a formidable magical beast and tame it in public, your beast shop is sure to prosper, attracting a steady stream of clientele. Mo Fan, of course, understood this rationale but was primarily fixated on the two rewards. The Earth-level spiritual martial arts technique was incredibly valuable, and the opportunity to enter the royal secret realm alone was tantalizing enough to ignite his desire. Very well, I shall accept this royal invitation. I appreciate your counsel, Lord Shui. Regarding the shop, I intend to purchase it outright. If your establishment is not for sale, I shall seek alternatives. Upon hearing this, Shui Yubai frowned, visibly displeased. You truly think of me as an outsider, don't you? Very well, I shall sell you the shop, but please refrain from calling me Lord Shui so often. It feels distant. Just call me Uncle Shui from now on. A grin spread across Mo Fan's face as he accepted the invitation and rose to his feet. Since you prefer a more familiar address, I shall henceforth refer to you as Old Shui. By the way, Old Shui, will you be attending the little princess's birthday celebration? Although Shui Yubai seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the title Old Shui, it was certainly more endearing than Lord, and he resigned himself to it. Upon hearing Mo Fan's inquiry, he adopted a serious demeanor. Concerning the royal secret realm of the Longyan Kingdom, I will indeed attend. We can accompany each other. Stepping out of the Tianji pavilion, Mo Fan was in high spirits, contemplating what kind of magical beast egg to prepare for the princess. At this moment, Lu Yenner, who had been trailing behind him, could no longer contain her curiosity. Pray tell, who exactly are you? Earlier, Lord Shui referred to you as a Mo Fan, and you are quite the formidable beast tamer. Might you have connections to the Qingyan Palace? Within the confines of Xingyi Tower, Mo Fan's interaction with the Xianjin lion had piqued Lu Yenner's interest, casting an air of mystery around him. Indeed, you are correct, Mo Fan replied with a playful smirk. Fanning himself, I have indeed been bestowed with the surname Mo. However, since my birth, I have had no further ties to the Qingyan Palace at Yenner. Remember this, from now on, anyone from our egg house need not bow before those from Qingyan Palace. Instead, they should hold their heads high and display disdain. Do you understand? Lu Yenner simply nodded. Mo Fan was resolute in his ambition to become the premier beast tamer of the continent, determined to make his name synonymous with the surname Mo, eclipsing any association with Qingyan Palace. After Mo Fan's departure, the atmosphere within the Tianji pavilion shifted dramatically. In the same top-floor chamber, Shui Yubai entered a secret room and respectfully knelt before an elder. The elder, with hair as white as snow and a gaze that seemed to penetrate the depths of time, emanated an aura of profound mystery. Ancestor, that individual is a descendant of the Qinglong lineage, expelled from Qingyun Palace. His talent is impressive, and he may possess the backing of a mysterious figure. Do elaborate, the elder commanded. Shui Yubai's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. I personally investigated this matter. This young man was previously a training waste with no spiritual root and blocked meridians. Yet suddenly, he not only became a spirit cultivator, but also awakened his beast-taming abilities. The elder narrowed his eyes, his voice gravelly. That is not all. He is also a martial cultivator, adept in both spiritual and martial arts. With his identity as a beast tamer, he is destined to surpass anyone within Qingyun Palace. Shui Yubai was taken aback, urgency creeping into his tone. Is what you say true? This young man is such a monstrous prodigy. Whether he is a prodigy or not, I cannot ascertain, but he is undoubtedly extraordinary. This dreary continent is soon to be stirred once more. Shui Yubai's expression shifted. Then, ancestor, regarding this young man's affairs. At this point, the elder had closed his eyes, merely raising his sleeve with a flick, effortlessly sending Shui Yubai out of the secret chamber. With a resounding bang, the secret door snapped shut, and the elder's aged voice echoed. Foolish child, I am about to enter a life-and-death meditation. You are to handle these matters. As the continent's tides shift, ensure Tianji Pavilion does not choose the wrong side. Upon returning to the inn, Mo Fan dove into his room, retrieving the 20 beast eggs he had acquired from Jiu Lao. After releasing the little azure dragon and Wang Kai, he instructed, I am preparing to alter the fates of these magical beasts. Keep a vigilant watch on the surroundings and alert me to any disturbances. The little azure dragon and Wang Kai were both immensely excited, eager to witness Mo Fan's extraordinary skills once more. The little azure dragon, utilizing its divine beast authority, sent Wang Kai to guard the entrance. Wang Kai whimpered, begrudgingly taking up position at the door, its eyes fixed on Mo Fan, clearly captivated by the prospect of the five-fingered lady. The little azure dragon settled atop the 20 beast eggs, its eyes darting playfully. "Master, these beasts all have innate flaws. Are you certain your mysterious power can rectify such deficiencies? Rather than wasting energy, why not simply?" Mo Fan swiftly flicked the little azure dragon out the door, sternly warning, "I have already stated that what is yours is yours. Should you obstruct me, you are impeding my livelihood. Harming one's financial prospects is akin to a vendetta. Be cautious, lest I cut off your rations. Here, take these beast and for a taste of as he spoke." Mo Fan tossed a few beast and to the little azure dragon and Wang Kai, then turned his attention back to the beast eggs. With the birthday of the Dragon Flame Princess set for tomorrow, time was of the essence. But he felt confident in his abilities that he quickly identified 3 magical beast eggs among the collection that would hatch by the following day and deemed them suitable for his purposes. On his way back, he had already inquired about the princess's background from Lu Yenner. Initially expecting a young girl, he was surprised to learn that the princess was already 16, having come of age, as she was the sole daughter of the Dragon Flame Kingdom's ruler. Consequently, she had been doted upon since childhood, earning her the moniker of Little Princess. According to Lu Yenner, Princess Longyuer had an exceptionally kind disposition and was gentle with everyone. Thus, she would likely favor beautiful magical beasts. Beasts like the Titan ape, which were more befitting of robust gentlemen, would not suit her at all. Among the 3 beast eggs, 2 were foxes, 1 white fox and another with a deeper hue, a blood-gray fox. The remaining egg was a snowfire sparrow, all of which seemed well suited for a female to bond with. Without hesitation, Mo Fan activated his heavenly Tao sacred hand power, placing his right palm upon the snowfire sparrow's egg. In an instant, a mysterious golden light emanated from his palm, enveloping the egg. The little azure dragon and Wang Kai, stationed at the door, widened their eyes in awe, transfixed by the dazzling golden glow emanating from the egg. Wang Kai, unable to contain itself, let its tongue loll out, drooling that Mo Fan was engrossed in his task and failed to notice the envy and jealousy glimmering in the eyes of his contracted beasts. Once the sacred golden light had enveloped the beast egg, Mo Fan withdrew his hand. Pausing momentarily, he sensed that the five-fingered lady's bloodline would soon diminish if he elevated the ordinary beast egg further. But it had already significantly strengthened compared to its initial state. Over the course of the night, Mo Fan successfully upgraded all 3 beast eggs to spiritual beast status, eradicating their innate flaws as the bloodline strengthened. Once he had optimized his own condition, he set out for the Dragon Flame Imperial Palace. Shui Yubai had prepared a beast carriage well in advance and was waiting outside the inn. Upon seeing Mo Fan, he personally dismounted to greet him. "How prepared are you? What kind of magical beast do you intend to present in this competition?" Mo Fan smiled mysteriously and shook a finger playfully. "The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Revealing them now would spoil the fun." Shui Yubai laughed heartily as he welcomed Mo Fan into the beast carriage, and they proceeded towards the palace. Though most of the townsfolk were unaware that Shui Yubai was the enigmatic master of Tianji Pavilion, the black gold carriage pulled by a majestic gale horse was unmistakably a symbol of the pavilion, igniting a flurry of speculation regarding Mo Fan's identity. Within the carriage, Mo Fan peered through the curtain at the gale horse pulling them forward, feeling a stir of emotions. Although the gale horse was a common magical beast sought after by many nobles for its docility and ease of taming, Shui Yubai's gale horse was exceptional. While its coat was pure white, its forelegs gleamed with gold, a stark contrast to the typical gale horse. "Old Shui, is your gale horse a variant magical beast?" Shui Yubai, still adjusting to the informal title, smiled slightly, running his fingers through his hair. "Did you notice its golden hooves? This is a variant golden hoof gale horse, faster than an ordinary gale horse. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day, or even farther." Upon hearing these words, Mo Fan's eyes brightened. The white horse was already quite striking, and with its golden hooves, it indeed exuded an extraordinary allure. Shui Yubai noticed his enthusiasm and immediately waved his hand, declaring, "If you like it, I shall gift it to you. Though the variant gale horse is precious, it pales in comparison to the friendship we share." Mo Fan's expression flickered. He truly cherished the horse. However, believing that one should not accept gifts without reciprocation, he pondered and replied, I cannot take it without offering something in return. Let us consider this a transaction. What kind of magical beast do you desire? Anything below the saint beast level will suffice. Shui Yubai assumed Mo Fan was jesting and casually waved his hand, saying, just do as you wish. I shall not reclaim what I have gifted. Take it with ease. Upon reaching the entrance of the royal palace, all individuals were required to disembark from their carriages. Mo Fan prepared to exit, but Shui Yubai stopped him. Wait, do not rush down just yet. Wear this first. Shui Yubai presented an exquisitely crafted mask of a delicate jade-white hue, which was clearly a remarkable item. This is the mysterious Mist Shadow Mask, capable of obstructing the mental probing of cultivators below the venerable realm, thus aiding in concealing one's identity. You should wear it. Mo Fan contemplated for a moment before accepting the mask and donning it. Once adorned, his vision remained clear, unencumbered in any way, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, what a marvelous item! Is it for sale? Shui Yubai chuckled heartily. It is merely a high-grade magical artifact. If you desire it, take it. Mo Fan, naturally unwilling to accept it without reciprocation, mentally noted this debt, intending to return it alongside the horse gift in the future. Having dismounted, Mo Fan was not shy, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the Gale horse into his beast ring. Currently, he was unable to contract more magical beasts, but once the opportunity arose, he would do so. This time, many individuals had gathered at the palace gates, and only those with invitations could interpoint. 2 rows of royal guards, clad in armor and wielding long spears, patrolled the entrance with sharp gazes, maintaining a vigilant watch, with Shui Yubai leading the way. Mo Fan encountered no hindrances and swiftly arrived at the banquet hall. Amidst the pavilions and towers, men and women of all ages mingled in the garden, engaging in lively conversations. The entrance of Shui Yubai and Mo Fan brought an immediate hush over the gathering, as all present turned their respectful gazes toward Shui Yubai. Master Shui, you have graced us with your presence today. What an honor! The arrival of Master Shui is a privilege. I apologize for my rudeness. The dignitaries and esteemed guests approached, each displaying an even greater level of respect, some in formal attire, while others clearly belonged to the families of cultivators from within Longyan City. Shui Yubai discreetly signaled to Mo Fan, only to be quickly surrounded by a throng of admirers. Mo Fan, observing this, spread his hands, reflecting on Shui Yubai's popularity as the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, but he moved aside to a shaded area, patiently awaiting the commencement of the feast, his gaze continuously searching for figures from the Qingyun Hall. Given their involvement in the affairs of the Longyan Kingdom, it was certain that the little princess would also attend today's birthday banquet. After searching for some time without spotting anyone from the Qingyun Hall, Mo Fan unexpectedly recognized a familiar figure. The man adorned with a tall hat and half a mask, the ostentatious Lang, was none other than Hua Ling, whom he had encountered in the beast forest. To his surprise, he was also among the invited guests. However, upon further contemplation, Mo Fan realized that this individual, eager to join the Qingyun Hall, was also a beast tamer of the same intermediate level as himself. It seemed there would be many competitors today. Wearing the high-grade, mysterious Mist Shadow Mask, he was confident that the other party would be unable to recognize him. Just as Mo Fan was about to approach and engage in conversation, curious to see if this fellow had been spurned by the Qingyun Hall, the chief steward of the palace approached the garden, clearing his throat to announce, esteemed guests, it is time to take your seats. The princess's banquet shall commence shortly. The scattered guests ceased their conversations and made their way into the palace to find their places. Shui Yubai finally extricated himself from the throng and gestured for Mo Fan to join him at the table. Old Shui, you certainly have quite the following, Mo Fan remarked. Shui Yubai chuckled lightly. It is merely a facade. The legacy of the Tiangong Pavilion has fallen into my hands after thousands of years. You truly believe they respect me as an individual? They merely flatter the Tiangong Pavilion's reputation, fearing the formidable powers that stand behind us. The top-tier cultivators predominantly reside within sects. In the secular world, true top-tier powers are rare. The reason the Tiangong Pavilion has endured for so long is due to the backing of the Shui family, which has a powerful Lingzuan realm expert overseeing matters. Mo Fan's expression shifted at these words. The top-tier powers Shui Yubai refer to are most likely those of the Venerable Realm, much like the wealth-accumulating individual from the Lingxian sect he had encountered earlier. Although Shui Yubai was a martial sect powerhouse, the gap between him and a Venerable was as vast as heaven and earth. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more arduous the path becomes. A single rank difference can feel insurmountable, and some individuals may spend their entire lives without advancement. Lingzuan and Venerable Realm experts are considered the pinnacle of existence in the Hongwu continent. In Mo Fan's recollection, this era did not witness the likes of saints. Ling saints and martial saints perhaps belonged to a bygone era of the Hongwu continent thousands of years ago. Shui Yubai guided Mo Fan to the front row to take their seats, then continued, among the three great kingdoms, Longyan Kingdom, bolstered by the Qingyan Hall, possesses a comprehensive national strength that far exceeds the other two. The strength of the royal family's ancestor has just barely entered the Venerable Realm, whereas the royal families of the other two kingdoms lack any Venerable Realm experts. Observe the invited cultivator families from Longyan Kingdom and the minor sects established within it. It is already remarkable for them to produce one or two Venerable Realm experts, and those are typically of the lower tier, significantly inferior to my ancestor's strength. Shui Yubai shared this to broaden Mo Fan's perspective. However, Mo Fan, already well aware of these matters, pressed his lips together beneath the mask, stating earnestly, to venture further, one must seek out the great sections. Almost all top-tier resources on the continent are concentrated within the major sects, a fact known to every cultivator. This is precisely why so many individuals strive desperately to gain entry. Seeing Mo Fan's independent perspective brought Shui Yubai a sense of satisfaction. Yet his expression shifted as he deliberately lowered his voice to Mo Fan, saying, I know you are a direct descendant of the Qingyan Hall, and one day you may receive an invitation to return from your kin. Nevertheless, I advise you to reconsider joining the Qingyan Hall. Mo Fan's expression changed subtly as he cast a discreet glance at Shui Yubai, who continued, while the Qingyan Hall appears to be on the verge of becoming the foremost of the four great sects. This is merely a fade presented to the world. Established for less than 10,000 years, the Qingyan Hall primarily focuses on cultivating beast tamers, attracting other talents solely through beast taming. In contrast, the other three great sects boast histories spanning over 100,000 years, with even some second-tier sects being older than the Qingyan Hall. Each of these sects emphasizes comprehensive development, and they have their own beast tamers as well. Furthermore, they possess countless talents in martial cultivation, spiritual cultivation, and alchemy that, in terms of foundation and the loyalty of their personnel, the Qingyan Hall cannot truly compare to them. Do you think the powerful individuals courted by the Qingyan Hall genuinely follow them out of loyalty? It is merely a matter of interest. Should the Qingyan Hall continue its arrogant path, those who previously flattered them for the sake of contracting beasts will eventually harbor resentment and depart in anger. Shui Yubai, as a pavilion master, though not overtly stating many things, subtly revealed certain hidden dangers within the Qingyan Hall. Indeed, as he pointed out, the Qingyan Hall remained a sect primarily inclined towards beast taming. In terms of foundation and the unwavering loyalty of its personnel, it fell short compared to the other three great sects. And it might not even measure up to kingdoms that have existed for thousands of years. If not for the extreme scarcity of beast tamers in this continent, how would the Qingyan Hall have the opportunity to rank among the four great sects? Amidst their exchange, a sharp voice rang out once more as the chief steward of the palace shouted, "The Emperor has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The royal family members have arrived." As the words fell, indeed, at the side entrance before the palace, a courtier bent over, leading a procession of elegantly dressed royal relatives. To the forefront was none other than the revered sovereign of Longyan Kingdom, Long Qingtian. Clad in regal splendor, Long Qingtian exuded an impressive royal presence. However, at the venerable age of 500, he remained merely a senior spirit king. In a royal family abundant with resources, such cultivation was not particularly remarkable. Perhaps the burdens of state affairs and the demands of governance had left little time for personal cultivation. Closely following Long Qingtan was the beautiful Empress Xu Jing, also a spirit king, whose vitality, sustained by potent elixirs, belied her century-old years, making her appear far from the image of an elderly woman. As the emperor and empress took their seats upon the throne, other royal relatives and princes settled into their designated royal positions. Among the youthful nobility, Mo Fan quickly discerned today as focal point the young princess of Longyan Kingdom, Long Yuer, adorned in a delicate lavender fairy gown. Her lustrous hair cascaded gracefully to her slender waist. Her brows resembled willow leaves, her skin akin to congealed fat, and her crimson lips, untouched by rouge, radiated an innate charm. Every smile and frown she displayed was a testament to her ethereal beauty. Embodying the essence of a serene and exquisite maiden, if Lu Yin'er were likened to a thorny wild rose, sensual and enigmatic, then Princess Long Yuer was akin to a pure white lotus amidst a clear spring, delicate and inviting yet too precious to pluck without hesitation. Sensing something, Long Yuer subtly lifted her gaze, her clear and pristine eyes meeting Mo Fan's. Momentarily taken aback, the entire hall, and Mo Fan was the sole individual with his face obscured. Seated so prominently, could he be a mysterious figure of great renown? This thought crossed not only the young princess's mind, and Mo Fan soon realized that, following the arrival of the royal family, countless pairs of eyes were covertly fixated upon him. Some even audaciously swept their spiritual energy across his mask, and even the emperor seated on the dragon throne cast a curious glance in his direction. It appeared that none dared to voice their inquiries aloud. Perhaps out of respect, for Mo Fan was seated beside the master of the water pavilion, donned in a mask of exceptional quality, indicating his extraordinary status. Once the blatant gazes and probing spiritual energies dissipated, Mo Fan could not help but smirk. Thankfully, he had heeded Shui Yubai's counsel and donned this mask. Otherwise, he could only imagine being gawked at like a circus attraction. Although undeniably handsome, the scrutiny of so many men was quite stifling. At that moment, the emperor turned his head to glance at an empty seat, his eyes flickering slightly as he awkwardly remarked, "Esteemed ministers and honored guests, the Qingyun Pavilion has yet to arrive. Perhaps we should wait a little longer." Long Qingtan spoke. A subtle unease flashed across his dignified visage. Under his reign, the Qingyun Pavilion dared to be tardy, yet he could not express his anger, an evident source of frustration. Below, the court officials and guests dared not voice their discontent, merely following suit and waiting that a hint of disdain crept onto Mo Fan's face beneath his mask. The audacity of the Qingyun Pavilion was indeed remarkable. In a royal banquet, the grand finale should rightly be the emperor's entrance. Yet the Qingyun Pavilion, maintaining an air of superiority, had yet to make an appearance, clearly dismissive of the Longyan Kingdom. However, observing the emperor's impotent fury made it clear that he was seething with indignation yet forced to swallow it. After all, they relied on the Qingyun Pavilion for their royal beast tamers. For the sake of a few contracted beasts, they were willing to sacrifice their royal dignity to be trampled upon, further underscoring the esteemed status of powerful beast tamers in the eyes of the continent. Almost as if they were worshipped ancestors. While the guests remained silent, some spirited young royals voiced their dissatisfaction. To Mo Fan's surprise, it was the seemingly gentle and reserved princess who first stood to reprimand the Qingyun Pavilion. "Father, today is my birthday. Why must we wait for the Qingyun Pavilion to commence?" she exclaimed, her chest heaving with agitation, a faint flush gracing her fair cheeks, rendering her all the more charming. However, Long Qing'an grew stern. "Yuer, do not speak recklessly. Long Zhe, quickly pull your sister down to her seat." With the emperor's ire directed at her, Long Yuer's indignation only intensified. The crown prince Long Zhe, who shared the same mother as Long Yuer, rose to restrain her. Shui Yubai, seated beside Mo Fan, suddenly chuckled, raised his cup, and seriously proclaimed, "I believe the young princess has a point. What say you, everyone? For a grand sect, how could they commit such a blunder as tardiness?" Gasps of astonishment swept through the guests, and even the emperor upon hearing Shui Yubai's words, leaving them speechless. with the backing of the Tianji Pavilion and a good rapport with another major sect. Lingxiamen, Shui Yubai had no reason to fear the Qingyun Pavilion's authority. Yet for the others, provoking the Qingyun Pavilion could lead to dire consequences. Noticing the lack of support for Shui Yubai's statement, Mo Fan smirked inwardly at the cowardice displayed. With no one daring to voice their grievances while the culprits remained absent, what could one expect from them? Mo Fan snapped his fan open and shut, garnering the attention of those around him, and then remarked, "Old Shui is right. Ordinary individuals would never be so disrespectful as to arrive late. Perhaps the people from the Qingyun Pavilion are merely suffering from constipation. Let us show them some understanding." As Mo Fan's words fell, several suppressed snickers erupted around the hall, though laughter remained stifled, with no one daring to laugh openly at that moment. A melodious and enchanting laughter broke the eerie silence. As Long Yuer covered her cherry lips and winked at Mo Fan, her voice indicating she was not much older than him. "Who are you?" That was quite reasonable. Then this princess shall forgive them. For everyone has their urgent matters. Mo Fan's lips curled into a smile. Finding the princess quite amusing, she possessed a touch of temperament that was undeniably charming, but in his eyes, anyone daring to challenge the Qingyun Pavilion was a warrior. And among all present, only the young princess exhibited such courage. As the momentary interlude passed, the guests soon returned to their senses, gazing at Mo Fan in astonishment. If they had not misheard, this mysterious masked individual had referred to the master of the water pavilion as Old Shui. And judging by Shui Yubai's demeanor, it seemed he tacitly accepted this. Who could possibly be held in such high regard? Could he truly be a figure of remarkable significance? Long Qingtian, the ruler of Longyan Kingdom, displaying greater acuity than many present, had already discerned the extraordinary connection between the masked youth and the master of the water pavilion. Initially, he had assumed Mo Fan was merely a younger member brought by Shui Yubai. However, it was becoming evident that was not the case. "Master of the water pavilion, may I inquire as to the identity of this young friend by your side?" Long Qingtian asked, his curiosity piqued. And also seeking to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, Shui Yubai chuckled lightly and gestured toward Mo Fan, saying, "Why don't you introduce yourself, you rascal?" Mo Fan promptly closed his folding fan with a flourish, grinning widely as he declared, "Long Qingtian, esteemed guests present, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Mo Fan, merely a humble lad from the countryside, but I shall soon be opening a magical beast shop on Wangting Street. And I've come today as a beast tamer to extend my birthday wishes to the princess. I hope for your patronage in my future endeavors." His words sent a wave of astonishment across the hall, with some guests exchanging peculiar glances and whispering among themselves. This young man had just mocked the Qingyun Pavilion and now boldly proclaimed his intent to open a magical beast shop on Wangting Street. Had he lost his mind? It seemed he bore a grudge against the Qingyun Pavilion, clearly ready to confront them head-on. Whispers filled the air as Long Qingtian, seated on the dragon throne, was taken aback by Mo Fan's audacity, regretting his earlier remarks. Yet, given the close relationship this individual had with the master of the water pavilion, he found it difficult to offend him, leaving him in an awkward and exasperating predicament. At that moment, the lively yet composed Long Yuer could not resist applauding, her eyes sparkling as she winked at Mo Fan. "Does this mean you prepared a magical beast for this princess?" "That's wonderful. I thought only those from the Qingyun Pavilion would be bringing magical beasts today." Upon hearing Long Yuer's words, many representatives from noble families and minor sects exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The emperor's offer had been incredibly tempting, yet the Qingyun Pavilion was the leader in the beast-taming realm. How could they dare to compete? Even Long Qingtian furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from admonishing, "Be silent, you not wish for the contracted beasts offered by the Qingyun Pavilion." In his eyes, the magical beasts presented by the Qingyun Palace were undoubtedly the finest. Even if the enigmatic young man, Fan Mo, possessed remarkable abilities, he could not possibly compare to the Qingyun Palace. Long Yuer, her lips curling in defiance, was about to retort when a raucous yet somewhat arrogant laughter resonated from outside the hall. Following this, a flamboyantly dressed young man strode in. "Does my dear sister wish for the magical beast bestowed by the Qingyun Palace?" Fear not, for your brother has brought them for you, he proclaimed with a flippant tone as he approached the front of the hall. He merely nodded at Long Cheng, offering a casual explanation. My apologies, Your Majesty. My nephew was delayed in selecting a magical beast of exceptional lineage for Sister Eward. I hope Your Majesty will not take offense. Long Changtian smiled warmly, personally descending from his throne, saying enthusiastically, Mingxian, you flatter me. Please, take a seat. Mingxian, with an air of haughty superiority, flicked his extravagant hair before settling into a seat that nearly equaled the dragon throne in prominence. Fan, witnessing this, could not help but roll his eyes and scoff. A mere pretender dares to keep this young master waiting. How audacious! Fan did not conceal his derision, and his words floated into everyone's ears, rendering them speechless. Though they did not fully comprehend the term pretender, the phrase how audacious was clear enough. Fan truly had the audacity to openly challenge Mingxian, the son of the outer elder of the Qingyun Palace. Hero, you possess great courage. Alas, the onlookers could only echo such sentiments in their hearts, none daring to openly support Mingxian took his seat. He overheard the mockery directed at him, and his eyes narrowed, shooting a piercing glare at Fan. And who might you be? What did you just call me? Say it again if you dare. Mingxian erupted, yet not a soul dared respond. Not even the Emperor, who merely shot a cryptic glance at Fan, curious to see how far this audacious figure would go. Fan merely snickered, dismissing Mingxuan's threat, following the opening of the egg house. A confrontation with the Qingyun Palace was inevitable. He feared neither Mingxian nor anyone from the Mo family. Thus, he boldly replied, shaking his head at Mingxian, Tiske, are you incapable of understanding human speech? Allow me to reiterate, you, a mere pretender, have the nerve to keep all of us waiting for so long that if you arrive late, there's no need to swagger and so arrogantly. Just take your seat with your tail between your legs. You. Mingxuan's chest heaved with rage, and Fan continued dismissively. Let me enlighten you, you foolish imbecile, that a pretender refers to someone who is effeminate, a man who embodies traits of both genders. Fan's words settled. The crowd appeared to grasp the meaning, realizing that a pretender could be akin to a eunuch. The eunuchs present in the hall felt a tinge of offense, recognizing Fan's words might apply to them. However, they were indeed eunuchs. While Mingxian was not, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the hall, dark clouds shadowing Mingxuan's delicate features. He prided himself on his appearance, leaning more towards the realm of beauty than masculinity. In the Hanwu continent, a man deemed beautiful was often seen as lacking in masculinity, and he, being naturally slender and delicate, despised being labeled effeminate. Fan had struck a nerve, igniting a furious blaze within him. Forgetting the decorum of the place, he stood up, ready to confront Fan. However, at that moment, Shui Yubai, having observed the unfolding drama, let out a cold snort, her aura of martial sovereign power surging towards Mingxuan's frail frame. The next moment, a resounding thud echoed as Mingxian fell to his knees, the sound reverberating through the hall. Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, Shao. No need for such grand gestures. A simple greeting would suffice. After all, you're not here to shorten my lifespan. While he jested, the smirk on his lips and the heavy sarcasm in his tone were unmistakable. Humiliated by Shui Yubai and subsequently mocked by Fan. Mingxian felt a mix of shame and fury, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, vowing to make Fan pay dearly in the name of the Qingyun Palace. Oh, which reckless fool dares to insult me? Puffed. Fan scoffed disdainfully, incredulous that Mingxian seemed oblivious to the martial sovereign's pressure, still daring to rise and shout. I could see that moment. Mingxuan's crimson eyes fixed on Fan, suddenly frozen in place, unable to utter a word. For Fan was pointing a finger directly at Shui Yubai, who regarded Mingxian with a look of utter disbelief. I have always believed that even the most arrogant individual from Qingyun Palace would not dare to be brazen before me. Did your father not teach you the meaning of courtesy? Yubai's identity was known to Mingxian, and upon realizing that the pressure he felt was emanating from her, he instantly became anxious. Today, he was alone, without family elders to back him. He certainly did not wish to confront the leader of the Tianji Pavilion. Long Qingtan, having observed the unfolding situation, stepped in as a mediator. "Gentlemen, why not set aside your differences for my sake? The auspicious time for my daughter's birthday has already passed." Shui Yubai had no objections, and Mo Mingxian had no choice but to swallow his pride, plopping back down into his seat. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Mo Fan's eyes. Realizing that the Dragon Flame Emperor was indeed a wily old fox.b, while utilizing him and backed by Shui Yubai, he had effectively deflated Mo Mingxuan's arrogance, while simultaneously striking a blow to the Qingyun Palace's pride, all while maintaining a facade of neutrality. Long Chengtan chuckled heartily, remaining tight-lipped about the earlier incident, and shifted the conversation. "Let us proceed to the main topic at hand. Today, I have made a promise. Whoever can present a magical beast that delights my Yuer and assist her in forming a contract shall be generously rewarded with a volume of low-grade, earth-level spiritual or martial techniques, along with the privilege to enter my royal family's secret realm." At this juncture, the focal point of the day, Long Yuer rose gracefully, stepping to the center of the hall. With a radiant smile, she expressed, "Thank you, Father, for hosting this banquet for me to as for the magical beasts. I hope everyone will participate actively. I have not conferred with the Qingyun Palace beforehand, and thus, no one here knows my preferences. It is only fair that we proceed one by one." Her words stirred whispers among the guests, and a wave of regret washed over them. They had presumed that the princess had already secured the magical beast from the Qingyun Palace, and that this segment was merely a formality. In truth, very few had genuinely prepared magical beasts for presentation. Noticing the absence of offerings, Long Yuer felt a twinge of disappointment. The Dragon Flame Kingdom had relied on others for too long, nearly falling under the covert control of the Qingyun Palace. If she accepted their magical beasts, granting them access to the secret realm, the illustrious Dragon Flame Kingdom would indeed become a mere appendage of the Qingyun Palace. Long Yuer gritted her teeth, suddenly recalling Mo Fan's earlier mention of having magical beasts to offer. At a glimmer of hope crossed her face as she prepared to inquire about his intentions when a melodious voice, akin to a clear spring, emerged from a corner of the hall. "Your Highness, I happen to have a magical beast prepared. Might I inquire if the princess would care to take a look?" As the words fell, all eyes turned to the source, revealing a young man with a jade-like visage standing upright, exuding both humility and confidence. Though half of his face was obscured, his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. This individual was none other than Hua Ling, a figure Mo Fan had previously deemed ostentatious, hailing from the Bee City at the borders of the Dragon Flame Kingdom. Long Qingtan, upon noticing Hua Ling's rise, felt the atmosphere shift as Mo Mingxuan's aura grew cold. His expression flickered, and he chuckled lightly. "Ah, it is the young lord of the Beast City, tasked with guarding our borders. How is your father faring?" Hua Ling stepped forward into the center of the hall, bowing respectfully to the emperor before responding. "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Why, father is well, but the magical beast forest surrounding the city has been increasingly restless. A new wave of magical beasts may soon arrive, and we may require your majesty's assistance for disaster relief." Long Qingtian's countenance turned grave, prompting Long Yuer to pout and plead, "Father, today is my birthday. Let us set aside such matters for now. Young Lord Hua, please present your magical beast for my inspection." As Long Yuer's words fell, the remaining crowd grew increasingly agitated. It turned out that this valiant young man was the young lord of Beast City, and he must have an abundance of magical beasts at his disposal. If he were to enlist a beast tamer to train one in advance, he might just win the princess's favor. On the high platform, Mo Mingxuan's expression was icy as he fixed his gaze on Hua Ling, suddenly breaking into a cold laugh. "I initially thought it was someone of significance. It is merely you, a defeated foe, who dares to present a magical beast at the princess's birthday banquet." Mo Mingxuan's tone dripped with disdain and contempt, clearly relishing the embarrassment he had previously caused in front of the crowd. Now brazenly confronting Hua Ling once more, the onlookers were bewildered, Their eyes darting between the two, Mingxian laughed haughtily, stepping down from the platform to approach Long Yuer, seemingly taking a fancy to her, as he tossed his hair in a self-satisfied manner and pointed mockingly at Hualing. What you may not know is that this arrogant young lord of Beast City had recently visited my father, seeking to leverage his connections to gain entry into our Qingyun Hall. Does he not realize what sort of establishment Qingyun Hall is? What trash thinks they can simply waltz in? As he spoke, Mo Mingxian leered at Long Yuer in a lewd manner. Sister Yuer, I have already selected the most suitable magical beast for you. This man is not only arrogant, but utterly inept. How could you possibly desire a beast from him? Long Yuer clenched her small fists, her brows knitting slightly, and discreetly stepped aside to distance herself from Mo Mingxian, then turned to Hualing, pointedly ignoring Mo Mingxian. Young lord, please release your magical beast. Throughout the exchange, Hualing maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, not stooping to Mo Mingxian's level. Upon hearing Long Yuer's words, he gave a slight nod in her direction, then retrieved a spatial beast ring, focusing his mental energy to produce a covered beast cage. Your Highness, Your Majesty, I present to you a juvenile magical beast that I have successfully tamed. If the princess finds it to her liking, she may directly form a contract that, oh, you tamed it. So you're also a beast tamer? The king of Longyan's eyes brightened, his posture straightening slightly. Hualing replied modestly, I am but an intermediate beast tamer, lacking in talent. Intermediate beast tamer? Before the emperor could respond, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Intermediate is quite impressive, isn't it? Isn't young Lord Mo also merely an intermediate beast tamer? Indeed, it appears so. This young lord of Beast City seems to be only around 20 years old. However, young Lord Mo is already 23, and his rise to intermediate beast tamer seems to have occurred only this year. Does this imply that young Lord Hualing's talent as a beast tamer surpasses that of young Lord Mo? Mo Mingxian, overhearing this, ground his teeth in frustration. Just days prior, he had seen Hualing arrive with a formal invitation and gifts, only to be summarily dismissed by his father, dismissing him as a mere fool. To his surprise, Hualing's beast-taming level was on par with his own. Unable to accept this revelation, Mo Mingxian kicked over the beast cage when no one was watching. The cage was not locked. The iron door swung open, and a red and white rabbit sprang out. What are you doing? Hualing finally lost his temper, rushing to scoop up the red lotus rabbit to soothe it, then glaring at Mo Mingxian with palpable hostility. Are you out of your mind? My forbearance toward you is not out of fear that if you dare to provoke me again, do not blame me for being impolite. Who do you think you are? A stray dog dares to threaten me? The atmosphere became charged with tension, as many in the crowd felt indignant on Hualing's behalf. Mo Mingxian's arrogance was insufferable. All present wore grim expressions, but at that moment, Mo Fan stood up, leisurely striding between the two, and proclaimed, How marvelous! One is patient yet not servile, the other arrogant yet foolish. I end this round. I wager that Brother Hualing shall emerge victorious. Mo Fan couldn't help but pat Hualing on the shoulder, feeling a pang of sympathy. Surely, this pretentious fellow must be feeling quite miserable now. The Qingyun Hall he so longed for behaves in such a manner. It seems he finds himself without an audience, having been summarily dismissed. How tragic indeed. Unexpectedly, Hualing seemed unfazed, frowning as he observed the mask on Mo Fan's face. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled having encountered someone named Mo Fan in the forest. This person was also a beast tamer and had a voice strikingly similar. Could it be that you are, who I am is not important. What matters is that we both disregard that brat. Why not join forces and teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of society? Hualing's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Mo Fan with suspicion. But soon enough, his expression hardened with resolve as he addressed the arrogant Mo Mingxian. Young Lord Mo, I am well aware that your Qingyun Hall looks down upon ordinary beast tamers like myself. How about we compete to see whose magical beast is superior? Mo Mingxian eagerly accepted the challenge. Eager to showcase his prowess before Long Yuer and to overshadow the earlier embarrassment he had suffered, he laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Preposterous! Do you think I would fear you? Let us indeed compete. Should I lose, I shall stand on my head and eat excrement. But if you lose, Not only must you eat excrement while standing on your head, but you must also bow and apologize to me. Mo Mingxuan's outrageous conditions left everyone astounded. What a debacle for a royal birthday celebration. Yet the protagonist, Long Yuer, appeared flushed with excitement, eagerly exclaiming, "Fight! Fight! Let the battles commence! I adore watching fights." Mo Fan, equally intrigued, couldn't resist stroking his chin in contemplation. Muttering to himself, "Eating excrement while standing on one's head? This sounds rather amusing, but what type of excrement shall it be? How much? 1 lump? 2 lumps?" Mo Fan pondered for a moment, casting a scrutinizing glance at Mo Mingxian before shaking his head and murmuring to himself, "I reckon 2 lumps should suffice. Judging by your slight frame, your appetite doesn't seem very substantial." Huffed. Mo Fan's self-dialogue and his pointed gaze at Mo Mingxian were unmistakably clear. He was already contemplating the particulars of what would happen should Mo Mingxian lose the bet. However, as Mo Mingxuan's expression hardened, he swept a warning glance around, causing the chuckles to die in the throats of those nearby, silencing them. "You little wretch, with the master of the heavenly machine pavilion backing you. I have the Qinyan Hall to support me. Today, this wager is set in stone. You better step up." As fellow beast tamers, Mo Mingxian felt both angered and humiliated, having initially expected all attention to be on him. Only to find 2 younger beast tamers unexpectedly challenging his status, Mo Fan had already intended to join the fray, promptly nodding in agreement, declaring with mock seriousness, "Indeed, we must wager. The loser must stand on their head and eat excrement while bowing and admitting defeat. Do you dare?" With arms crossed and an air of calm confidence, Mo Fan appeared as though victory was already assured, inciting Mo Mingxian's ire, who quickly agreed without much thought. Hualing hesitated only briefly before accepting the wager, but he remained rational, stating, "We must clarify how we will compete. After all, my magical beast is still in its juvenile phase and has not been born long, that if we compare combat prowess now, I believe it would be unfair." Mo Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I brought a magical beast egg. Let's spare ourselves the combat comparison." Hearing this, Mo Mingxuan's expression flickered with realization. How fortuitous that the beast he brought along also lacked combat capabilities. He decided to take the initiative. Why not proceed with the standard method of magical beast appraisal? We can use a testing stone to assess each beast's bloodline, and then those present can select the magical beast they deem most suitable for the princess. How does that sound? Mo Mingxuan's proposal was met with immediate opposition from Mo Fan. "I see that everyone here is intimidated by your Qinyan Hall. Who would dare vote against you, since this is a gift for the princess? Let her cast the votes herself. I believe this method is feasible. Let us first conduct the bloodline tests. The one with the lowest score receives 0 points, the second 5 points, and the first 10 points. However, afterward, I will enlist 10 palace maidens to make their selections. They will not know which magical beast belongs to whom, ensuring fairness." Long Yuer's proposal was undoubtedly superior. Mo Fan glanced at the sky. He realized that the 3 beast eggs he had brought were nearing their hatching time, making the timing just right. Soon, the emperor commanded attendants to bring forth the testing stone that I in this world. Aside from stones that test spiritual roots, cultivation levels, and mental strength, there exists a type of bloodline testing stone, specifically designed to assess the bloodlines of magical beasts. Hence it is also referred to as the Beast Stone. The origins of this testing stone remain a mystery. They have existed since the dawn of the continent, and have been continuously used to this day. After countless validations, it has been proven to be infallible. This was Mo Fan's first encounter with a physical testing stone. It was said that each type of testing stone possessed distinct functionalities, yet all were exceedingly precious. The testing stone in the center of the Great Hall appeared ordinary, resembling nothing more than a common rock. Even with a mental probe, no unusual characteristics could be discerned at that moment. Long Qingtan rose to preside over the proceedings, solemnly stating, "Since this is a wagered competition, I propose that the 3 of you each establish a solemn oath of rules. Among cultivators, battles have historically been governed by the heavenly Tao as the arbiter, ensuring fairness." Long Chengtian was clearly enjoying the spectacle. Should the outcome prove unfavorable, the consequences would be quite humiliating. Mo Mingxian, with confidence, merely furrowed his brow slightly before raising 3 fingers to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Mo Mingxian, hereby establish a solemn oath. If I lose in this battle, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head and kneel to apologize. As the words left his mouth, a golden light entered his body, binding him to the heavenly Tao's decree. Upon witnessing this, Mo Fan couldn't help but smirk and burst into laughter, shaking his head and exclaiming, "No, this will not suffice. Eat excrement while standing on my head is too vague. It must be specified, otherwise if you merely dip a little, that counts as eating. If you take a big bite, that also counts. Such lack of rigor is unacceptable. As cultivators, we must be precise. You must reformulate it to include eating 2 lumps of excrement while standing on my head." Mo Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, his face instantly flushing with rage. Are you attempting to backtrack? His oath was already established, and now this fellow claimed it was insufficient, clearly an intentional provocation. Mo Fan wore an expression that screamed, "I am indeed being deliberate," leaving Mo Mingxian stifled, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Meanwhile, Long Yuer's bright eyes twinkled as she suppressed her laughter and looked towards Mo Mingxian. "Brother Mingxian, are you afraid to wager? Do you lack confidence in the magical beast you brought today? Did you not claim it was of excellent bloodline?" Provoked by Long Yuer's taunting and her sweetly soft brother Mingxian, his heart fluttered and all remaining rationality evaporated. With a beaming smile, he replied to Long Yuer, "How could that be? The magical beast I have meticulously selected for you is undoubtedly incomparable to these 2. Mo Mingxian boldly reiterated his oath before everyone, this time deliberately incorporating 2 lumps of excrement with a rhythmic flourish. Only then did Mo Fan nod in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Hua Ling. If he had not misperceived earlier, the rabbit in the cage should not be a spiritual beast and certainly not a sacred beast. If it were merely an ordinary magical beast, this fellow might actually face defeat. Hua Ling's expression flickered, revealing no signs of tension or uncertainty, yet he unexpectedly cast a glance at Mo Fan. At that moment, Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was this fellow concerned for him? The look in his eyes conveyed a hint of sympathy, as if he anticipated that Mo Fan would be the one to ultimately face humiliation. "Never mind, just swear your oath. You need not worry about me," Mo Fan thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Hua Ling furrowed his brow, and ultimately, he too swore an oath, albeit with visible reluctance. After all, he was a civilized individual, and uttering such words as eating excrement while standing on my head was undeniably distasteful. When it was Mo Fan's turn, Mo Mingxian, fearing Mo Fan might retract, immediately pointed at him, urging, "It's your turn. Do not hesitate. Otherwise, you shall never leave this place alive." Mo Fan completely disregarded his threat, raising 3 fingers to the heavens and swearing his oath in the name of Fan, as the light of the heavenly Tao's decree entered his body. Long Chengtian on the throne laughed heartily, unable to contain his excitement as he clapped the armrest, stating, "Let us commence. The testing stone is already prepared." Upon the emperor's words, Mo Mingxian eagerly stepped forward, raising his arm as he proclaimed, "There's no need for such formality. The magical beast I have brought is undeniably superior to both of yours. Therefore, I shall go first, once my magical beast emerges. You may graciously concede." Mo Mingxian shot a scornful glance at Mo Fan and Hua Ling before summoning the magical beast he had prepared with his spatial beast ring, but a flash of silver light appeared before the testing stone. And suddenly, a colorful radiance illuminated the area, revealing a chicken that shimmered with 9 colors. The crowd fell silent, staring intently at the creature, which bore a striking resemblance to a common hen, their minds racing with questions. Despite the chicken's vibrant plumage and striking appearance, it was, after all, merely a beautiful creature. Was this an attempt to mock the princess, suggesting she could never soar to the heights like a phoenix? Yet soon, as the chicken stretched its colorful feathers, a wave of spiritual beast aura enveloped the great hall, prompting exclamations of astonishment from the crowd. It was indeed a spiritual beast. Truly, those from Qingyun Palace could casually produce a spiritual beast. As the aura of the spiritual beast became apparent, the crowd's perception shifted dramatically, and the chicken was instantly elevated in stature. Mo Fan, after a moment of secret amusement, discerned through his divine beast taming technique that this chicken was, in fact, a 9-colored peacock at the spiritual beast level. Among spiritual beasts, its bloodline could only be considered mediocre, and its combat prowess was negligible. However, it was undeniably striking in appearance, pleasing to the eye. The 9-colored peacock brought by Mo Mingxian was still in its juvenile phase and had yet to fully mature. Once it reached adulthood, it could indeed rival many other spiritual beasts in terms of looks. Nevertheless, Mo Fan surmised that presenting this 9-colored peacock was likely a gesture from Qingyun Palace, by offering a spiritual beast that would not lose face while not posing any significant threat to the Longyan royal family. Using the extravagant yet impractical 9-colored peacock as a birthday gift was simply perfect. The fact that even a magical beast gifted to the young princess was so meticulously chosen demonstrated that Qingyun Palace was indeed unworthy of respect. While some officials may not have grasped the significance, Long Qingtan, being an emperor, immediately recognized the identity of the 9-colored peacock and contemplated the deeper implications. His expression darkening, Mo Mingxian, however, remained blissfully unaware, strutting around with pride. What do you think, Sister Yuer? Although it may look like a chicken now, it is, in fact, a genuine 9-colored peacock, a true spiritual beast. Long Yuer, unfamiliar with the specifics of the 9-colored peacock, nonetheless appreciated its beauty from a female perspective. Noticing the glimmer of delight in her eyes, Mo Mingxian grew even more excited and commanded the lying 9-colored peacock, "Go, let the testing stone assess your bloodline strength." The already docile 9-colored peacock complied. Rising to approach the testing stone, the beast stone would automatically sense the presence of any magical beast nearby, revealing its bloodline status. Thus, as the 9-colored peacock drew near, the beast stone immediately detected it. In the next moment, the once dull beast stone emitted a dazzling white light. Gradually, the white light became murky, and ultimately, the stone's color faded to a pale gray. Some court officials, unfamiliar with the beast stone, anxiously inquired, "What does this mean? How is the bloodline of young Master Mo's spiritual beast?" In response, Mo Mingxian, hands on his hips, laughed heartily and generously explained, "The bloodline of this 9-colored peacock is likely of medium grade among spiritual beasts." After declaring this, he raised his chin proudly, as if he himself were the medium-grade spiritual beast. The crowd, realizing this, expressed their admiration, confirming that as long as it was a spiritual beast, it was of immense value. Amidst their envy, some sycophants began to flatter him. However, Mo Fan's gaze darkened as he stood before the beast stone, gravely stating, "Young Master Mo, you are being imprecise again, based on the degree of grayness from the beast stone. This 9-colored peacock should be classified as low to medium grade. The variations in color within the beast stone serve as indicators of the bloodline status of the magical beasts. Ordinary magical beasts emit a white light, while spirit beasts display a black hue. Sacred beasts and super sacred beasts correspond to green and blue, respectively, and when it comes to celestial beasts, they radiate an exceptionally dazzling purple light, AS for divine beasts. They are legendary entities, never seen by mortal eyes. It is said that when a divine beast appears, the beast stone sparkles with golden light, lingering for an extended period. Moreover, the intensity of the light also reflects the strength of the magical beast bloodline. The deeper the color, the more potent the lineage. For instance, the 9-colored peacock named Mo Mingxian barely elicited a faint gray from the beast stone, rendering Mo Fan's claim of it being of middling quality an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Mo Mingxuan's expression stiffened, and with a defiant neck, he retorted, "Then you come forth and let your magical beast be compared." Mo Fan scoffed, and with a grand gesture, he summoned 3 beast eggs to the center of the hall, instantly provoking gasps of astonishment. My heavens, 3 beast eggs. Moreover, they all emanate the aura of spirit beasts. What on earth is this Fan Mo's background? 3 spirit beast eggs are worth a fortune, even if one were to procure them from the Qingshan Pavilion. Mo Fan's display of the 3 spirit beast eggs caused Mo Mingxuan's face to turn ashen, and an ominous premonition gripped him. Noticing Mo Mingxuan's pale countenance, Mo Fan grinned and taunted, "Are you afraid now?" Have you decided how you'll eat your humble pie later? Oh, right, it's upside down. I almost forgot. Mingxian feigned calmness, his mental energy frantically scanning the 3 beast eggs in search of a miracle. Yet there was no doubt that all 3 were indeed spirit beasts. To bolster his courage, Mingxuan's demeanor hardened, and he declared in a low voice, "Until the end, how can anyone know what your spirit beasts truly are? However, you may only select one to compete with me." Fan realized that others could not discern the species within the spirit beast eggs, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided to put away the other 2 eggs and cradle the pure white beast egg instead. "This one will suffice. It is more than enough to compete with you." Fan approached Hualing with the beast egg. He suddenly paused, turning his head with a smile, and said, "Brother Hualing, would you like to go first? This egg of mine has quite a remarkable background. It would be a pity not to save it for the finale." Hualing's expression flickered, and without further ado, he produced his beast ring, casting a scrutinizing glance at the spirit beast egg in Fan's hands before summoning his prepared magical beast. As the beast emerged, a powerful aura filled the grand hall, revealing a robust extreme fire leopard standing confidently on the ground. Its appearance was both majestic and graceful, instantly capturing Long Yuer's attention. "What a stunning leopard! What breed of magical beast is this?" Hualing politely inclined his head to Long Yuer and explained, "Your Highness, this is an extreme fire leopard, known for its swift speed and ferocious attacks, combining beauty with formidable combat prowess." Hualing's deliberate remarks accentuated the superficiality of Mingxuan's 9-colored peacock, intensifying his already simmering frustration. The arrival of the extreme fire leopard was apparent even to an amateur. Despite the 9-colored peacock's beauty, it fell short in presence compared to Hualing's extreme fire leopard. Among spirit beasts, the comparison of strength and weakness seemed evident without the need for the Bestowed's evaluation. This moment, beads of sweat began to form on Mingxuan's forehead, his heart racing in panic. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he shouted at Hualing, "That magical beast you summoned from the beast cage was clearly not this one. You're cheating." Fan, growing increasingly impatient while clutching the beast egg, coldly retorted, "Can't you handle a loss? Who said Brother Hualing couldn't bring forth multiple magical beasts like I can? We can present whichever we choose. If you have the ability, then do the same. Can you manage that?" After scornfully dismissing Mingxian, Fan signaled to Hualing, who understood immediately and brought the extreme fire leopard to the testing stone. Almost instantaneously, as the extreme fire leopard approached the beast stone, a brilliant white light flared up, swiftly transforming into a deep gray, which continued to intensify. Ultimately, the beast stone displayed a rich, profound black, akin to a piece of obsidian. "A top-tier spirit beast," exclaimed a guest from a minor sect, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The revelation of the extreme fire leopard's remarkable bloodline left even Hualing in a state of disbelief, as he had not previously conducted an accurate bloodline assessment. Thus, he was unaware that this was a top-tier spirit beast, a rarity indeed. Hualing immediately felt a pang of regret for having revealed the extreme fire leopard. Had he not feared defeat and the prospect of facing ridicule, he would never have parted with such an exceptional spirit beast. With a complex expression, Hualing returned to his spot, leaving only Fan yet to be tested. Mingxian, drenched in sweat and trembling with anxiety, pointed at Fan, commanding him to undergo the test as well, his voice quaking uncontrollably, prompting a disdainful grin from Fan. All of Mingxuan's hopes now rested on this beast egg. If the bloodline of the magical beast within did not surpass his own, he still had a chance to win. Fan quickly approached the testing stone with the spirit beast egg, each step causing Mingxuan's heart to flutter with unease, nearly rendering him incapable of standing. Fan carefully placed the magical beast egg upon the beast stone and retreated a step. Soon, white light flickered from the beast stone, transitioning into the unique gray hue of spirit beasts. The gray deepened. An air of anticipation enveloped the crowd, each person holding their breath in fear of missing the unfolding spectacle. When the gray evolved into a rich shade of ink, Mingxian suddenly collapsed to the ground, utterly devastated, his lips paling in shock. However, The colors within the beast stone continued to transform. Though subtle, the ink began to blend with a hint of green. What is this? The hall erupted into astonishment as individuals, including the emperor, stood in disbelief, especially those from the families of cultivators and smaller sections. Even Shui Yubai, who had remained stoic, raised an eyebrow, feeling a ripple of intrigue within. The beast stone swirled with a fusion of ink and green, a phenomenon many had never witnessed. Yet guesses began to form in their minds. Mo Fan nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, "Indeed, the beast stone test is remarkably accurate. The bloodline of the spirit beast within this egg is verging on that of a sacred beast, making it a half-step sacred beast. The colors of the beast stone are undoubtedly correct." With Mo Fan's personal verification, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their perceptions of him shifting once more to S for the bloodline assessments. The three individuals had reached their conclusions. The emperor chuckled heartily, in high spirits as he returned to his throne. Unable to contain his joy, all three of your spirit beasts are exceptional. Yet in competition, there must be distinctions that I hereby declare the results of the first round. Fan Mo scores 10 points. Hualing 5 points. And as for you, Mingxian, do not be disheartened. There is still a second round of competition. Your 9-color peacock is still quite charming to the ladies. The emperor's words sought to comfort Mo Mingxian. Yet internally he felt immense relief. Finally, someone had stood up to the individuals of the Qingshan Pavilion. 10 Carefully selected palace maids awaited in the side hall, their 5 senses temporarily sealed to ensure fairness. And they had no prior contact with anyone present that day. This moment. Mo Fan raised his hand and declared, "Hold on, my magical beast is about to hatch. Please allow me to assist in its birth." The crowd, intrigued, leaned in with anticipation. Especially since this spirit beast was so close to being a sacred beast, with a bloodline level surpassing even Hua Ling's top-tier extreme fire leopard, it was truly a spectacle to behold. Meanwhile, Long Yuerer clasped her hands together, her cheeks flushed with excitement and nervousness as she watched the beast egg in Mo Fan's arms. Deep down, she hoped for a strong bloodline for her contracted beast. Facing a creature that nearly reached the status of a sacred beast, she could not help but feel drawn to it. Yet, as a woman who cherished beauty, every female cultivator wished for their contracted beast to be splendid and noble, a source of pride when summoned. Unable to escape her own desires, Long Yuerer grew anxious, silently praying that the creature hatching from the egg would not be unsightly, though gritting her teeth could lead to a pact. If the creature turned out to be truly unsightly, she would have no choice but to settle for the blazing fire leopard instead. Mo Fan counted down in his mind. As the moment of hatching drew near, the beast egg felt increasingly hot to the touch, as if it were on the verge of ripening. Just then, a crisp cracking sound echoed throughout the hall, causing everyone's hearts to leap as they craned their necks to look at Mo Fan. The pristine eggshell had already fractured, revealing a small opening from which a snowy white paw suddenly emerged. Before long, the shell was breached, and a spirit beast, nearing the stature of a divine beast, was born. Wow, how adorable! At the moment the spirit beast emerged from the egg, Long Yuer's delicate face blossomed with a radiant smile, her eyes openly reflecting her fondness for the creature. The crowd was equally astonished. Although the spirit beast was undeniably cute, evoking an impression of fragility, its powerful aura was anything but weak. In fact, at the instant it hatched, the blazing fire leopard by Hua Ling's side instantly fluffed its fur. Arching its back into a defensive stance, the 9-colored peacock brought by Mo Mingxian shrank into a ball, its colorful feathers quivering in disarray. This was the innate instinctive bloodline suppression among magical beasts. The more Long Yuer gazed, the more she adored it. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Fan Mo, what kind of spirit beast is this?" "A white fox." Mo Fan smiled gently. "This is a 2-tailed white fox. Charming in appearance and formidable in combat, making it an ideal companion for young ladies like yourselves. A 2-tailed white fox." Long Yuer's face registered surprise, and upon looking up, she indeed saw that the little fox had 2 tails. Mo Fan elaborated, "This 2-tailed white fox carries a trace of 9-tailed fox bloodline, hence its impressive potential." What Mo Fan stated was the truth. After upgrading the White Fox's bloodline yesterday, he discovered that it not only sprouted a second tail, but also awakened a hint of the divine nine-tailed fox's lineage. He had a premonition that if he continued to elevate its bloodline with the heavenly Tao's divine hand, it might ultimately undergo a complete metamorphosis into a divine nine-tailed fox. However, this was merely speculation, and he dared not wager on its realization. Yet Mo Fan's words resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. The nine-tailed fox. Surely they hadn't misheard. The nine-tailed fox was the apex bloodline among the Fox clan's magical beasts. The divine nine-tailed demon fox. Did this two-tailed white fox truly possess a trace of the nine-tailed fox's bloodline? If so, its value would be immeasurable. Emperor Long Chengtian's heart began to race. Were it not for the presence of that irritating figure from Qingyan Hall, he would have eagerly wanted Long Yuer to contract the two-tailed white fox immediately. As the crowd snapped back to reality from their astonishment, they suddenly recognized the stakes at hand, casting peculiar glances towards Mo Mingxian. While they remained silent, each face bore an expression of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Seated in the hall, Mo Mingxian appeared far from his initial spirited demeanor. His shoulders trembled as he suddenly looked up. His eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Mo Fan. Continue. Let us keep betting. Call on those palace maids. Each shall cast a vote worth 10 points. Mo Mingxian was clearly resorting to underhanded tactics. For the bloodline of magical beasts was the crux of the matter. The forthcoming evaluation would be nothing but trivial matters of appearance. Yet, to reclaim his standing, he began to play dirty. Long Changtian furrowed his brow but dared not speak out. Mo Fan, however, shrugged nonchalantly, noting that Hua Ling exhibited no signs of disturbance either. Then let us commence. Each person's vote counts as 10 points, as you wish, to ensure your defeat is utterly convincing. From Mo Mingxuan's ostentatious attire, it was evident he was of a rather shallow taste. The nine-colored peacock was indeed beautiful, yet such beauty was easily subject to fatigue. It could soon become tiresome. In contrast, his two-tailed white fox was delightful with a touch of playfulness and exuded a strong presence. Hualing's blazing fire leopard also possessed a unique charm, enveloped in an air of mystery, qualities entirely lacking in the nine-colored peacock. 10 palace maids were summoned, and Mo Mingxian frenziedly pressured them to swear an oath against cheating. These maids, timid by nature, were terrified by his intimidation and could only comply with their vows. In this realm, the law of oaths was binding to all. Even a commoner, without any cultivation or physical training, will be subject to the heavenly Tao's constraints upon swearing an oath. Feeling assured of his success, Mo Mingxian finally allowed the 10 maids to begin voting for the 3 magical beasts. Unfamiliar with the circumstances, the maids displayed genuine curiosity and surprise upon seeing the 3 creatures. Each beast had its merits. And most of these maids, accustomed to palace life, had seldom encountered the outside world. Thus, they were immediately captivated by the 9-colored peacock's resplendent appearance. Mo Mingxian, witnessing this, felt a surge of triumph. Mo Fan smirked, signaling to the two-tailed white fox, "Come now, it's your turn to shine." The two-tailed white fox, not only intelligent but also adept at charming others, swiftly wove through the 10 palace maids, playfully teasing them until they were all laughing uncontrollably. The blazing fire leopard, observing and learning, immediately showcased its own charm, attracting the attention of several maids. In contrast, the 9-colored peacock was left neglected, igniting Mo Mingxuan's fury. "Why don't you display yourself? Go on." Frustrated, he kicked the 9-colored peacock. The kick elicited a shriek from the peacock, causing its body to tremble in fright. Mo Fan's brow furrowed at this sight, just as Mo Mingxian intended to deliver a second kick. Mo Fan swiftly infused his spiritual energy into his folding fan and hurled it forward. The fan struck Mo Mingxuan's knee, forcing him to kneel. "Who the hell hit me?" Mo Mingxian yelped in pain, rising to find himself staring into the icy eyes peeking from Mo Fan's mask. Mo Fan held a deep disdain for those who, lacking in ability, resorted to bullying the weak to assert themselves. With a stern countenance, he coldly remarked, "You were the one who decided to present the 9-colored peacock to the little princess. Now, unable to compete fairly, you resort to venting your frustrations on it. I deem you to be even lower than a beast." If this is the conduct of your Qingyun Hall, are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Mo Mingxian had never endured such humiliation. After suffering repeated losses at Mo Fan's hands, his face was already flushed with shame. He could no longer allow this boy to act so arrogantly. Suddenly, he summoned his spiritual energy, intending to retaliate against Mo Fan. The exposure of his low-level spiritual master cultivation was apparent. Mo Fan merely frowned slightly, unperturbed. Earlier, Mo Chongming had also been a low-level spiritual master, albeit a hollow one. In comparison, Mo Mingxian exhibited the same shortcomings. His spiritual cultivation was evidently unstable. Just as Mo Fan prepared for a counterattack, a powerful aura surged in from outside the hall. Before long, an elderly figure appeared between Mo Fan and Mo Mingxian. Enough. The three simple words, though seemingly calm, carried an undercurrent of subtle, high-level spiritual king pressure, subtly bearing down on Mo Fan that he immediately felt the weight of the aura, causing his beast mastery technique to activate instinctively. Yet, even so, he still felt considerable pressure, his legs trembling beneath the robe, threatening to buckle. Humph! At that moment, Shui Yubai stepped forward, her aura radiating power, instantly alleviating all pressure from Mo Fan. Facing a martial sovereign against a spiritual king, the arrogant Mo Shan's expression darkened significantly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his face grew grave. Shui Yubai, you are actually here? The Grand Elder of Qingyun Hall, the royal beast master of Longyan Kingdom, had personally arrived, plunging the entire hall into silence, particularly Long Qingtian, whose heart sank. Mo Fan had already deduced the identity of a newcomer. Ever since Mo Shan's arrival, Mo Mingxian had grown increasingly animated, gesturing at Mo Fan with a throat-cutting motion, silently indicating, "Kid, you redoomed." In the realm of formidable adversaries, encounters often exude an air of tranquility, yet beneath the surface, a tempest brews. Within the serene hall, a sudden chill swept through, causing the garments of Shui Yubai and Mo Shan to flutter as if stirred by an invisible wind. A potent aura emanated from the two, their mental energies clashing in an unseen duel, evenly matched in their silent contest. Mo Fan, standing closely behind Shui Yubai, felt the intensity of the moment. Shui Yubai, a martial sovereign, faced Mo Shan, who had ascended 2 ranks above the previous Mo foe, now a high spiritual king and a beast master, whose mental prowess was extraordinary. In this contest of mental fortitude, while neither side gained the upper hand in the short term, it was evident that should the stalemate persist, Shui Yubai would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. The powerful mental energies, though carefully controlled, rippled outward, shattering several luminous pearls from the ceiling and causing wine cups on the tables to explode, startling the onlookers into retreat. Long Qingtian, sensing the dire situation, approached despite the overwhelming mental pressure. Wiping his brow as he implored, "Esteemed Minister Mo, head of a Shui pavilion, on this day of the young lady's birthday banquet, might I request you to cease hostilities for the sake of my humble self?" Yet his words fell on deaf ears, leaving him with a stifled dignity, his expression darkening. After a tense moment, a disdainful huff broke the silence, prompting both combatants to withdraw their mental energies, allowing the crowd to exhale in relief. Mo Shan, having observed the previous exchange between Mo Fan and Mo Mingxian, was acutely aware of the unfolding events. While his son had certainly sullied the reputation of the Qingyun Pavilion, it was not an institution to be trifled with lightly. Mo Fan sensed Mo Shan's animosity and smirked, revealing a look of contempt. After all, this old man could not see his face. Even if he made faces at him, it would go unnoticed. "Mingxian," he called, "why don't you explain what is going on? How could you fail to present the beast contract on behalf of the Qingyun Pavilion for such a trivial matter?" And Mo Mingxian, emboldened by the arrival of his father, pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Fan and Hualing father. "It's all because of these 2 rascals who sprang from who knows where. The 9-color peacock is most suitable for my sister, yet they insist on causing a ruckus." Oh! Mo Shan's eyes glimmered with intrigue, as he had sensed upon entering the hall that, beyond the 9-colored peacock brought from the Qingyun Pavilion, there were indeed 2 other spiritual beast presences. Mo Fan had long been irked by Mo Shan's domineering demeanor, which made it seem as though he were the emperor, were it not for Long Chengtian's royal garb. Mo Fan, unperturbed, cradled the two-tailed white fox in his arms and disdainfully remarked to Mo Shan, "Oh, for heaven's sake, if you arrive late, at least have the decency to quietly observe the spectacle from a corner. This is hardly a stage for you to commandeer." Mo Shan, flushed with embarrassment from Mo Fan's retort, felt the urge to retaliate. However, being the outer sect Grand Elder demanded a level of restraint that surpassed that of Mo Fong. He suddenly smirked, turning his gaze towards the spiritual beast cradled by Mo Fan. "Is this yours?" "Of course, unless all tamed beasts are to be claimed by your Qingyun pavilion." Mo Fan shot back, sensing Mo Shan's relentless pursuit. With a furrowed brow, Mo Fan continued, "My contest with these two is reaching a critical juncture. If Elder Mo has no pressing matters, you are welcome to stay and observe. After the competition, there will be an exhilarating showcase of individual talents. Quite thrilling indeed." Mo Fan's words were laced with mischief as he glanced at Mo Mingxian, whose demeanor appeared increasingly apprehensive. The others, too, subtly directed their gazes towards Mo Mingxian, aware that this banquet held much promise for entertainment. Despite the presence of Qingyun Pavilion members, Mo Shan's expression darkened as he turned to his son, only to find Mo Mingxian wearing a sheepish look, seemingly communicating something to his father. Moments later, Mo Shan erupted in fury. "Nonsense! Foolishness!" Mo Shan understood well that the nine-colored peacock was a superficial, low-tier spiritual beast, merely a distraction for the Longyan royal family. Conversely, the other two spiritual beasts in the hall emanated a formidable presence that dwarfed the peacock. With so many eyes upon him, he could hardly afford to exchange this visage of his for another beast. As Mo Mingxian sensed his father's hesitation to intervene, he realized the gravity of his situation. Soon, the 10 palace mates concluded their voting, aside from 3 who supported Hualing's extreme fire leopard. The remaining 7 cast their votes for Mo Fan's two-tailed white fox. Seeing this, Mo Mingxian collapsed into a seat, chilled to the bone, and desperately clutched at Mo Shan's trousers, pleading, "Father, save me. I cannot lose." Mo Shan's expression darkened further. Though he felt a pang of sympathy for his only son, he had to maintain the dignity of the outer sect Grand Elder in front of so many witnesses. "Get up. When did our Qingyun Pavilion members become so spineless? Speak of your wager, and rest assured, as your father, I can cover any treasures we need." With a confident demeanor, Mo Shan gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, oblivious to the fact that his reckless offspring appeared utterly pale and trembling at his feet. As though Shan gradually grasped the unsettling reality, his heart sank. Mo Fan, sensing the shift, chuckled heartily, feigning seriousness as he declared, "Elder Mo, do remain strong. This wager is not something everyone can handle." Mo Shan, incensed, kicked Mo Mingxian. "You fool! What exactly did you wager?" Believing his son had staked a precious item from the Qingyun Pavilion, Mo Shan knew that the Mo family would never part with their treasure for the sake of this wayward child. "Father, what should I do? Please save me," Mo Mingxian cried, his composure shattered. Unmoved, Mo Fan took a step forward and articulated the terms of the wager. "Elder Mo, do not blame us for taking advantage of him. This wager was proposed by him. Everyone here can testify to his audacity. The loser must not only kneel and apologize, but also perform the rather humiliating feat of standing on their head while consuming feces, 2 piles. To be precise, Mo Fan flashed a triumphant gesture, relishing the unfolding chaos. The notion of such a difficult task had him intrigued, and it seemed he was fortunate enough to witness a public performance of it. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan nearly fainted from rage. While the wager was not a precious treasure of the Qingyun Pavilion, its absurdity was beyond his comprehension. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, landing another kick on Mo Mingxian. "What kind of foolish wager is this? You brought this upon yourself. Find your own way to resolve it. I will no longer intervene with the celestial laws already set in motion." Even a spiritual saint would have to comply. Mo Shan, torn between urgency and fury, felt utterly powerless. Mo Fan, grinning, approached Mo Mingxian and loftily declared, "Surrender. Young Master Mo, the act of standing on your head while consuming feces was your own suggestion. You cannot blame others for IT that moment. Hua Ling joined in, adding fuel to the fire. So now, where shall we procure 2 piles of feces? Their banter ignited Mo Mingxuan's fury, yet he was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Dragon, ever the spectator, chimed in without fear. Most of the filth in our royal palace has likely been disposed of. This truly poses a challenge. You do not be disrespectful. Return at once. Long Zhe, the crown prince, finally interjected, mindful of Mo Shan's presence and the potential repercussions for his sister. The Dragon Flame royal family had already incurred Mo Shan's ire by not intervening, but they could not afford to further antagonize the Qingyun pavilion. Long Zhe, with a striking visage, regarded Mo Fan with a knowing look, sensing that after this incident, this enigmatic figure would likely remain unscathed. Dragon Yuer's words sparked a thought in Mo Fan's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. If there were no overnight leftovers, then something fresh would suffice. Let young Master Mo experience something novel. The onlookers could barely contain their amusement, laughter bubbling to the surface. While Mo Shan's face burned with humiliation for his son. Yet, as a father, upon hearing Mo Fan's words, he quickly admonished, "Boy, leave a line in all matters. It will make future encounters easier. There's no need to be so ruthless." Unfazed by Mo Shan's warning, Mo Fan scoffed, shrugging nonchalantly. "It matters not. There's nothing worth meeting over. By the way, everyone, my egg house will soon be opening. At that time, everyone must come to grace the occasion. If the little princess chooses to contract this dual-tailed white fox of mine, then the other 2 spirit beasts shall be placed in the egg house for sale at prices undoubtedly cheaper than those at the Qingyun pavilion. Brother Tong, the wait is infinite." Mo Fan casually slipped in an advertisement. Although no one responded, it was merely due to Mo Shan's presence. They dared not express their thoughts openly. However, their ears were perked up like antennas. Clearly eavesdropping, Mo Shan was taken aback upon hearing this. "What is this egg house? Selling magical beasts. Cheaper than our Qingyun pavilion. Young man, do you truly intend to oppose us at Qingyun Hall?" Mo Fan shrugged. Exasperated, "We are all in the business of hospitality, earning our living. I shall run my magical beast shop, and you at Qingyun Hall shall conduct your own affairs, relying on your own abilities. Do you truly believe that the entire continent's magical beast trade is monopolized by you?" Mo Shan wanted to retort, but Mo Fan was not inclined to delve deeper. He immediately turned to Mo Mingxian, suddenly grinning, as an idea struck him that I, with great reluctance, shall provide these 2 piles of dung. I hope young Master Mo enjoys them thoroughly later. Haha, have you got a plan, you little rascal? Shui Yubai stepped forward to support Mo Fan. Preventing Mo Shan from engaging in any underhanded tactics, Mo Fan snapped his folding fan shut and strode towards the garden outside, saying as he walked, "Esteemed guests, please move along. The odor is too overwhelming. Let us admire it outside." Once everyone had gathered at the garden, waiting for the spectacle, and Mo Mingxian had timidly stepped out, Mo Fan smiled mysteriously and suddenly waved his arm, causing a shadow to materialize in the garden. A gorilla, as the Titan ape made its entrance. The crowd was momentarily stunned before each pair of eyes widened in astonishment. It is a spirit beast. Another spirit beast. The aura of the Titan ape was unmistakable, leaving those around in sheer shock. Shui Yubai's expression flickered as he couldn't help but ponder how many magical beasts this young man possessed. Upon appearing, the Titan ape scratched its head in confusion, then turned its gaze towards Mo Fan approached and patted the shoulder of the Titan ape, chuckling. "Don't be nervous. I summoned you to figure out a way to produce 2 piles of dung for everyone's enjoyment. What do you think? Can you manage that?" The Titan ape immediately grinned widely, wiggling its behind as if to say, "No problem. Haha, see that? Young Master Mo, your dung has a solution. Why are you still dawdling? Titan ape, hurry and deliver 2 fresh piles. Young Master Mo can hardly wait." The Titan ape thumped its chest, and suddenly its aura surged, its form towering as it shed its disguise, revealing its true height of 8 meters. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback. Then couldn't he help but burst into laughter. This Titan ape is remarkably clever. How did it know this was a setup for someone else? The little azure dragon, who had been watching the spectacle from the magical beast space, also chuckled and whispered, "Master, you mustn't underestimate, for the Titan ape clan is inherently wise. They know that eating dung is not desirable." M.O. Fan. The crowd was already dumbfounded. The moment the Titan ape transformed, its fifth-tier cultivation was unleashed, a wave of energy sweeping through the garden, causing those of lesser strength to struggle to breathe. M.O. Shan had already narrowed his eyes dangerously, his heart filled with dread. Such a Titan ape will be highly sought after even at Qingyan Hall. Yet this young man had merely tamed it. It was not yet contracted to tame a spirit beast of such caliber, especially a mature fifth-tier magical beast, would require the skill of a beast master like him. Who exactly is this young man? He can summon spirit beasts at will and dares to openly challenge us at Qingyan Hall. There must be a mysterious figure backing him. M.O. Fan was oblivious to M.O. Shan's thoughts. Fully focused on the Titan ape, the colossal creature, nearly 8 meters tall, suddenly squatted down, mimicking a toilet posture. In the next moment, an indescribably peculiar sound erupted, followed by a pile of dung, the size of Small Hill. Dropping to the ground, an overwhelming stench filled the air. Ugh! M.O. Fan wrinkled his nose, instinctively stepping back. "What on earth have you been eating, Titan ape? That smell is rather excessive." The Titan ape, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched its head and shifted to another spot to prepare for another round. Seeing that this pile was nearly as tall as him, M.O. Mingxian would never manage to consume it all. So M.O. Fan compassionately recalled the Titan ape. "Young Master M.O., I see your plight. Just eat one pile. But first, you must kneel and admit your mistake, claiming that you were wrong to be so arrogant before your granduncle Fan M.O." M.O. Mingxian, already pale with anger, trembling all over, nearly retched from the foul stench that assailed him. How could he possibly consume all of that? But soon, as his defiance surged, he felt a chilling aura approaching. It is the heavenly path. The constraints of the heavenly path seemed to have been triggered. Terrified, M.O. Mingxian's legs buckled, and he immediately knelt down, humiliated, accepting it all that he knelt, but would have to eat dung while upside down. The Dragon Flame Emperor, seeing that M.O. Mingxian had already endured enough humiliation, stepped forward, unable to refrain from speaking. "Young friend Fan M.O., may I request, for the sake of my humble self, that this matter be put to rest?" M.O. Fan shrugged. "I have no objections, but this matter is bound by a solemn oath. If young Master M.O. wishes to enjoy it privately behind closed doors, I would certainly not oppose, as long as he remembers to partake. The solemn oath decreed that the loser must kneel and eat dung upside down, and there is a time limit to this if M.O. Mingxian continues to delay. The heavenly path would deem it a breach of contract, and punishment would descend upon him in an instant. The punishment of the heavenly path is something even saints cannot withstand, let alone the weakling M.O. Mingxian." The grand performance was cut short, though it was a pity not to witness M.O. Mingxian eating dung upside down. The gathered crowd understood well that if they had truly witnessed such an embarrassing scene, M.O. Shan would not have spared them either. M.O. Mingxian, unable to bear the blow, had already fainted. Before departing, M.O. Shan shot a murderous glare at M.O. Fan, his voice ominously steady. "You wait, young man. Everything you have done today, I, M.O. Shan, shall repay 100-fold in the future." M.O. Fan smirked defiantly. "Then I shall await your return, but you must hurry. After all, you are much older than I, so you should come to seek vengeance before you are buried. Otherwise, it will become a dying wish, and I have no desire to be the object of an old man's lingering regret." M.O. Fan's words once again ignited laughter among the crowd, with the little Princess Long Yuerer covering her mouth, stifling a giggle. Had it not been for Long Zai's restraint, she would have laughed even louder. M.O. Shan glared at M.O. Fan once more before shouldering the unconscious M.O. Mingxian and departing. M.O. Fan watched him retreating hastily, laughing heartily, and called out, "Elder M.O., do not forget, the oath was to eat dung upside down. Make sure your son does so." "Ha!" As M.O. Shan disappeared into the distance. The crowd could no longer contain their laughter. Once they had left, Mo Fan turned and noticed the dung still lying there, exclaiming, "Oh dear!" He then addressed the Dragon Flame Emperor. "Your Majesty, I must borrow a few people from you to deliver this fresh dung to young Master Mo. It won't taste the same once it cools down." Long Chang Tian. Ultimately, whether Mo Mingxian consumed the dung of the Titan ape remains a mystery. However, sending such a large pile over would surely be enough to discuss them. As the Qingyun Hall members departed, the Dragon Flame Emperor sighed in relief and immediately turned his thoughts to the magical beasts, beckoning Long Yuer. "My little princess, which magical beast do you fancy?" Without hesitation, Long Yuer pointed at the dual-tailed white fox. "I adore the dual-tailed white fox brought by Fan Mo. I wonder if you would be willing to allow this spirit beast to be contracted by this princess?" Mo Fan grinned. Of course. Hearing this, Long Changtian's face lit up with joy, even more so than Long Yuer, and he waved his hand grandly. "Excellent. Young friend Fan Mo has allowed my little daughter to acquire such a splendid spirit pet. Our previous agreement shall certainly not be overlooked. Pray tell, do you desire spirit skills or martial skills?" Upon his arrival, Mo Fan had already devised a plan. Thus, when the Emperor was to bestow rewards, he unhesitatingly opted for a spiritual skill. Long Qingtan was not taken aback. After all, Mo Fan presented himself as a high-ranking spiritual master, making the desire for a spiritual skill entirely reasonable. The banquet continued to unfold, and Mo Fan followed the Lord of Longyan to another chamber. Within the hall, aside from Mo Fan and Long Qingtan, were Long Yuer and Shui Yuba. In the presence of the three, Long Yuer contracted a double-tailed white fox, her delicate face radiating joy as she clung to Long Changtian's arm, cooing, "Father, I am exceedingly pleased with this spiritual pet. You must reward Fan Mo generously. Not only did he enable me to contract such a powerful bloodline spirit beast, but he also caused Qingyun Palace to lose face today." "Yuer, do not speak nonsense." Long Qingtan interrupted her sternly. Wary of eavesdroppers, he glanced at Mo Fan before addressing Long Yuer. "Go now. Today is your birthday banquet, and the star of the show cannot leave the stage. Go find your mother." Understanding her father's intent to handle matters privately, Long Yuer playfully winked at Mo Fan before departing with her newly acquired spiritual pet. Once Long Yuer had exited, Long Chengtian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his tone grave. "Young friend Fan Mo, it seems you have offended someone from Qingyun Palace today. You must exercise caution in Longyan City henceforth, as those from Qingyun Palace are known for their protective and unreasonable nature." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. He had anticipated the consequences of his actions. "Your Majesty need not worry for me. You did not bring me here solely to issue a warning, did you?" Long Changtian chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Shui Yubai, before continuing, "Among the rewards is a slot to enter my royal secret realm. I wonder if this slot will be utilized by you or by Lord Shui." Shui Yubai quickly grasped Long Qingtian's intent and promptly declared, "Your Majesty need not consider me. This slot and the reward are naturally for this young man." Long Qingtian's expression flickered, his curiosity about Mo Fan's identity intensifying, especially since even the master of the Tiangong Pavilion was willing to play a supporting role. After a moment of contemplation, Long Changtan produced 2 items from his Chinquan pouch, one of which was a jade slip familiar to Mo Fan. "Young friend Fan Mo, this jade slip contains a record of a low-grade, earth-level spiritual skill, and please accept this vial of elixirs as well." Mo Fan accepted the items, stowing the jade slip in his silver ring. Upon inspecting the elixir, he discovered it to be a 5th-grade spirit storage pill, causing his brows to rise in surprise. He promptly returned it, stating, "Your Majesty, the spiritual skill and the secret realm slot are what I rightfully deserve, but I cannot accept this 5th-grade spirit storage pill." Elixirs were indeed considered a luxury item on this continent. While alchemists did not hold the same esteemed status as beast tamers, they were certainly far more revered than ordinary cultivators. Both alchemists and beast tamers were regarded as unique figures among spiritual cultivators, with the practice of alchemy being particularly demanding and costly, resulting in their elixirs not being commonplace. Especially this 5th-grade elixir presented by Long Qingtian, though not of top quality, still counted as mid-grade. possessing fewer impurities, greater efficacy, and fewer side effects than on Hongwu continent. The highest grade elixirs were only of the 9th grade, making this 5th grade elixir a rare commodity. Mo Fan understood the implications of accepting a favor from the royal family. He had no desire to owe a debt for a mere elixir. Long Chengtian did not rush to reclaim the elixir, but instead remarked, "Young friend Fan Mo is indeed prudent. This elixir is not given without strings attached. I have a humble request. May I ask if you would be willing to assist my son a bit after entering the secret realm? Listening poses no harm. Please proceed, Your Majesty." Long Chengtian sighed with relief and continued, "It is not a grave matter, and there is no need for pressure. I merely hope that after entering the secret realm, you could lend a hand to my son. While the royal secret realm was left by our ancestors, many areas within remain a mystery. The last group of juniors discovered a rather peculiar location, seemingly housing a treasure. Yet that place is exceedingly difficult to breach, akin to a hidden mechanism requiring certain means to access." Mo Fan, feeling perplexed, could not help but interject, "If a treasure is indeed present, why not send several powerful cultivators to investigate?" Long Chengtian's face revealed a slight bitter smile. "Young friend, you may not be aware, but the secret realm is fortified with formidable restrictions. Once one reaches the age of 30, entry is prohibited. All of our royal family's capable juniors under 30 have been sent in a try. Yet none succeeded. Oh, Mo Fan pondered, calculating before inquiring, "If I do manage to decipher that hidden mechanism and there truly is a treasure, what would be my reward?" To expect him to risk his life for merely a 5th grade elixir was utterly impossible. Long Chengtian, having recognized that Mo Fan was not easily swayed, replied candidly, "Should you agree, the elixir would merely be a token of appreciation. If you truly yield results for my royal family, I promise you a low-grade spiritual artifact." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, deep in thought that a low-grade spiritual artifact was not an ordinary treasure. The Xuanwu Shadow Mask given by Shui Yubai was merely a top-grade artifact. Yet Long Chengtian offered a spiritual artifact, indicating that the treasures in that secret realm were of significant worth to warrant such a high reward. After contemplating, Mo Fan felt he would not suffer any losses and thus nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, I am willing to accompany your royal descendants to investigate that hidden mechanism. I will do my utmost if I have the capability. The royal secret realm would open in 3 days." After setting the date, Mo Fan and Shui Yubai departed the palace. That on their way back, Shui Yubai proactively shared some insights about the royal secret realm. The royal secret realm of Longyan Kingdom differed from those of the other 2 kingdoms. The latter were places of inheritance established by their respective ancestors for the training of future generations, whereas the Longyan secret realm was discovered by a past monarch after the establishment of the dynasty. Secret realms come in various forms. Natural secret realms are often abundant in rare materials, but also fraught with danger. The royal secret realm of Longyan, however, was a man-made creation, an independent space opened by a powerful being. Some are burial grounds for great warriors, while others serve as treasure troves. The royal secret realm of Longyan had long been coveted, with Qingyun Palace having claimed it as their own for years. Yet, the Lord of Longyan had remained tight-lipped, likely due to the mysterious location within, which surely harbored tremendous treasures. If Qingyun Palace were to discover it first, they would undoubtedly seize it by force. Intrigued by this revelation, Mo Fan mused. Although man-made secret realms may lack abundant materials, they would certainly contain numerous treasures, perhaps even inheritances. So, are you implying that this royal secret realm was left by a sage? Sage! Such figures have only existed in the history of Hongwu continent tens of thousands of years ago, correct? After tens of thousands of years, even a humble spirit restoration herb should have matured into a spirit restoration king. Surely, the treasures within must be plentiful. Regrettably, this royal secret realm belonged exclusively to the Longyan royal family, with no relevance to outsiders. However, Shui Yubai smiled mysteriously at Mo Fan, as if she had more to say, but ultimately chose to change the subject. "In any case, you will not leave empty-handed this time. As long as you secure entry into the royal secret realm, you will have the opportunity to bring out one treasure. This is a long-standing rule established by the Longyan royal family. Each time the secret realm opens, they announce it publicly, allowing those interested to vie for entry qualifications, thus preventing unscrupulous forces from forcibly entering. M.O. Fan contemplated the reasoning behind this and understood that rather than allowing people to covet it, it was wiser to periodically release slots for entry each time the secret realm opened. After further discussions, M.O. Fan learned that the slot released during the princess's birthday was merely an additional offering. Entry slots had already been predetermined, and Qingyun Palace possessed several slots as well. Upon returning to Zhuke Street, M.O. Fan headed directly to Xingyi Building, where he found Lu Yenner, with no one around. Lu Yenner covered her mouth and giggled. "Young master, I heard that at the princess's birthday banquet, you played tricks on Elder M.O. Shan's only son, M.O. Mingxian, even forcing him to kneel and eat feces upside down." M.O. Fan raised an eyebrow at her words, pondering how swiftly gossip spread in this technologically primitive place. He had just returned from the palace, and the news had already circulated. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "Not at all. I did not force him. That fool insisted on betting in such a manner. It was all to fulfill his ridiculous wish to eat feces upside down. We were merely actors in his little performance." Lu Yenner rarely allowed a smirk to grace her lips. Clearly skeptical of M.O. Fan's earnest words, M.O. Fan had no intention of wasting time on such trivial matters. He produced a Qingyun bag and handed it to Lu Yenner, stating, "There are 3 million spirit stones in total. I have already spoken to Master Shui about this. The shop is valued at 1 million, and you may keep the remaining spirit stones for setting up facilities. More importantly, assist me in procuring some magical beast eggs from the nearby stores, preferably the cheaper ones, be they dead eggs or flawed ones. Saving money is paramount, that I shall not concern myself with you for the next few days. You can manage the preliminary affairs of the egg house, correct?" "Of course, that poses no issue," Lu Yenner replied. Though she hesitated, her thoughts unspoken, M.O. Fan raised an eyebrow, urging her, "Feel free to express any concerns. From now on, you are under my employ. There is no need for formality." Lu Yenner furrowed her brows slightly and finally voiced her question. "Master, since we are to establish a magical beast store, why then procure even dead or flawed eggs?" She did not believe that M.O. Fan would go through such lengths merely for amusement. Buying such a meager selection of beast eggs would likely deter customers. M.O. Fan paused at her words, offering no explanation. "Simply follow my instructions and do not fret over the rest." With that, he stood to leave, but as he opened the door, a thought struck him, and he turned back to say, I will henceforth present myself in a mask, under the name Fan M.O., serving only as the behind-the-scenes owner of the egg house. You shall be the proprietor of this first egg house. Endeavor to manage it well." Once M.O. Fan departed, Lu Yenner found herself lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Logically, being the hidden owner of Xingyi Tower was already quite commendable. Yet inexplicably, being appointed as the proprietor of the egg house by M.O. Fan imbued her with an unprecedented sense of honor. Her intuition had always been sharp. Perhaps, one day, the egg house would indeed become the most renowned magical beast store in the entire continent. Could it be that this modest woman, who had to tread carefully in the marketplaces, might one day rise higher and see further? Upon returning to the inn, M.O. Fan summoned the little azure dragon and Wang Kai for protection. Then retrieved 2 jade slips from the silver ring point. One of the slips contained the 5 seals technique initially obtained from the real man of wealth. Having been too busy to begin practicing it, he seized this opportunity to explore whether he could grasp its foundational principles. After shattering the jade slip, a beam of golden light surged into his forehead, leaving an additional imprint within M.O. Fan's sea of consciousness. The entirety of the 5 seals technique was now embedded in his mind, prompting a subtle stirring of his spiritual power. Indeed, he recognized a phrase uttered by the real man of wealth, albeit with slight variations. The 5 seals divine technique. First, the 1-finger heaven seal. Second, the 3-finger mountain seal. Third, the 5-finger heaven seal. Fourth, the heaven seal that slays immortals. Fifth, the divine seal of no sorrow. When all 5 seals are unleashed, the divine technique is perfected. Suddenly, M.O. Fan's expression froze, his breath quickening. How was this different from what the real man of wealth had conveyed? The latter had only mentioned the 5 seals, yet this final phrase, when all 5 seals are unleashed, the divine technique is perfected, had not been mentioned. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the name of the spiritual technique seemed different. The real man of wealth referred to it as the 5 seals technique, while the one embedded in his consciousness was termed the 5 seals divine technique, that a single character's difference. Yet the presence of the word divine conferred a vastly different significance, just as doubts flooded Mo Fan's mind. The divine seal within his consciousness suddenly flickered with golden light, imparting further information. The first 3 seals must be perfected before breaking free from the shackles of the spirit saint realm. Only upon reaching the heaven-peering realm could one practice the heaven seal and the divine seal. Otherwise, achieving the ultimate form would be nearly impossible, and one would remain forever bound to the 4 forms of the heaven seal. Remember this. Remember this, Mo Fan stood stunned, utterly bewildered. If this were true, then the real man of wealth, having practiced for over 300 years, was stuck at the 4th seal, the heaven seal that slays immortals, precisely for this reason. To break free from the spirit saint realm and reach the heaven-peering realm, once he regained his composure, Mo Fan noticed content he could not comprehend. What exactly was this heaven-peering realm? Was there a higher realm beyond the spirit saint? Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he spoke aloud, prompting the little azure dragon, who guarded the door, to perk up and fly before him, inquiring, "What is this heaven-peering realm you speak of, master? Do you know of it?" Mo Fan, caught in his thoughts, was abruptly interrupted by the little azure dragon, and upon regaining focus, his eyes gleamed with curiosity that "I know not. But do you, little azure dragon?" The little azure dragon's serpent-like eyes twinkled as it replied, "The heaven-peering realm is a cultivation realm of a higher plane, which, by rights, you should not be aware of at this stage that it could potentially affect your mindset during cultivation. However, since you're already aware, it is of no consequence to share. This Hanwu continent can be considered a minor plane with thin spiritual energy. One can ascertain this from the scarcity of sacred beasts, in the myriad of lesser planes forming a star domain. Several higher planes often exist. Cultivators from those advanced continents possess superior cultivation realms, and the heaven-peering realm is the threshold they must surpass to ascend. This continent can only accommodate beings of the spirit saint and martial saint realms. Should one exceed this level, the continent is likely to collapse, and the natural order would intervene to expel them. Therefore, no saints exist on this continent. The moment they break through, they are immediately sensed by the natural order. Mo Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. His heart stirred with tumultuous thoughts. This was the first time he had encountered such a notion. Higher planes? Saints were not absent. They were merely sent away by the natural order. "Master, how do you know of this heaven-peering realm?" the little azure dragon asked, curiosity piqued. Mo Fan collected himself and recounted the details of the 5 seals divine technique, including the real man of wealth's insights in a succinct manner. The little azure dragon, drawing on its inherited memories, was equally perplexed by Mo Fan's situation. However, after a moment of contemplation, it suggested, "It appears that this volume of the 5 seals divine technique is not native to this continent. It may have been brought over through spatial turbulence, or perhaps left behind by a great power passing through. As for the differences in presentation of this spiritual technique between you and others, I surmise it is likely because this technique is not merely an earth-level spiritual technique, but rather a celestial-level one." Celestial level. Mo Fan gasped, astonished. He had never encountered such a classification, and thus lacked the means to assess it. The little azure dragon elaborated, genuinely extraordinary celestial-level techniques, martial arts, or methods can be likened to living entities possessing their own consciousness. For instance, with regard to martial arts, they may sometimes operate autonomously, actively protecting their master. Once a technique reaches the celestial level, it will choose its master, revealing its full extent only before those it deems worthy. What the real man of wealth practiced was likely only a fragment of this spiritual technique. Without being recognized, he could not attain the complete essence of the technique. That "My goodness," Mo Fan exclaimed, thoroughly astonished. The notion of magical beasts achieving sentience was one thing, but spiritual techniques attaining sentience was another entirely. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the divine beast control technique. which indeed operated autonomously when faced with pressures beyond his capacity, forming a mysterious force to shield him if that were the case. Then the divine beast control technique was also celestial level, and among the celestial techniques, it belonged to the extraordinary category. With the little azure dragon's clarification, Mo Fan felt as though he had struck gold. He immediately immersed himself in his studies, but soon opened his eyes. A hint of exasperation crossing his face, he realized that although the real man of wealth had indicated that one could begin cultivation of this spiritual technique with merely the spirit master level, the earth-level spiritual technique had revealed its true grade within his grasp. Thus, the threshold for entry has risen, necessitating a breakthrough to the rank of spirit master in order to commence cultivation. Unable to practice the Five Seals divine art for the time being, Mo Fan had no choice but to redirect his focus towards the earth-grade lower-tier spirit technique he had obtained from the Emperor. Shattering the jade slip, a flash of silver light enveloped him, imprinting the entirety of the technique into Mo Fan's sea of consciousness, along with the pertinent information. The Four Directions Lion's Paw, once the practitioner has mastered the incantation, allows them to gather spiritual energy in both palms, transforming it into the form of a mighty lion that attacks with incredible speed. Those struck by this spiritual energy lion would suffer from its ferocious bites. The power of the technique is influenced by various factors, including the strength of the practitioner's spiritual energy, their control over it, and their comprehension of the technique. After digesting this information, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Mo Fan's eyes. Although it could not compare to the Five Seals divine art, it seemed quite promising. He decided to cultivate this spirit technique for the time being. The method of executing the Four Directions Lion's Paw replayed in his mind. Mo Fan unconsciously began to form the hand seals, intermittently producing the incantation with fluctuations in his aura. Little Qing Long, observing Mo Fan on the bed, was instantly taken aback that it had greatly underestimated its master's comprehension. He had only just entered a meditative state and begun his study, yet the incantation was already taking shape in his hands. Once a spirit cultivator can form the incantation, it signifies that they have begun to grasp the essence of the technique. And mastery is merely a matter of time. Each individual's comprehension varies. Thus, the cultivation of such secret techniques can differ greatly. Some possess a low level of comprehension, rendering even the finest techniques indistinguishable to them, as they cannot fathom their intricacies. Conversely, those with higher comprehension cultivate at a quicker pace, delve deeper into understanding, and achieve superior results. A spark of brilliance flashed in little Qinglong's eyes. It suddenly longed to ascertain just how formidable its master's talent truly was. Time passed swiftly, and after merely half a day, the incantation in Mo Fan's hands flowed seamlessly, devoid of errors or interruptions. He abruptly opened his eyes, eager to find a location to test the might of the Four Directions Lion's Paw. Upon exiting, Mo Fan hastened toward the beast forest outside the city to comprehend the power of the spirit technique. He needed to engage in practical combat with a magical beast. He quickly sensed a solitary beast with his spiritual awareness and proactively obstructed its path. It was a second-tier yellow tusk boar, its bloodline notably inferior. However, it was renowned for its succulent meat, often featured as a main dish in many taverns, making it a relatively popular choice among common magical beast meats. Having been hunted by humans for years, the yellow tusk boar harbored deep animosity towards them. Thus, upon seeing a human daring to block its way, it lowered its body and entered a combat stance. Mo Fan cracked his knuckles, his spiritual energy circulating within him, and soon formed the hand seals to condense spiritual energy in both palms. However, the yellow tusk boar was swifter, charging towards Mo Fan with its long, sharp tusks. It moved with such speed that it reached Mo Fan in the blink of an eye. "What the hell?" Mo Fan exclaimed in shock, realizing that he had only just finished forming the incantation and begun condensing spiritual energy when the boar had already launched its attack. With no other options, Mo Fan continued to gather spiritual energy while evading its assault. After several attempts, he finally completed the accumulation of spiritual energy in his palms. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and suddenly thrust his palms towards the yellow tusk boar. Instantly, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his hands, manifesting a lion formed of spiritual energy before him, which charged forth with astonishing speed. A distant, echoing roar reverberated, exuding an overwhelming presence, with a thunderous crash. The yellow-tusked boar was struck by the spiritual lion, crying out in anguish as it was battered and torn apart by the impact of the spiritual energy, soon left bruised and staggering. Ready to flee, Mo Fan was overjoyed at this unexpected display of power. He had not anticipated that a single palm strike could yield such strength. Immediately, he activated his inner energy and executed the ghost step, effortlessly pursuing the injured yellow-tusked boar and delivering a decisive kick, thus concluding the battle. After extracting the beast's core, Mo Fan discovered the boar's skull was entirely hollow, and he couldn't help but grimace in disappointment. After all that, it turns out to be one without a crystal core. No wonder it fell so easily. The distinction between magical beasts with and without crystal cores is significant. Beast cores are akin to the dantian of cultivators. While the crystal core represents the essence of the beast, beasts that have not developed a crystal core are fundamentally weak, both in power and bloodline. After tidying up, Mo Fan gathered materials from the surroundings and roasted the yellow-tusked boar, relishing the feast alone. The earlier battle had revealed many issues, the most significant being that the preparation time for executing spirit techniques was excessively lengthy. Although the duration from forming the incantation to condensing spiritual energy was not inherently long, it provided ample opportunity for an opponent to strike. If someone were to attack without needing to form an incantation, he might not even have finished before being struck down. It seemed that employing spiritual energy in combat was not as simple as it appeared. He realized his practical combat skills were somewhat lacking. After all, he was merely a corporate worker who had traversed from a modern civilized society. He possessed a modicum of skill, yet such practical experience felt quite challenging for him. At that moment, little Qing Long transmitted a thought. Master, your practical combat ability is indeed lacking. In a typical battle, who would remain stationary to form incantations and gather spiritual energy? It is the interplay of spirit techniques, steps, and various secret arts that constitutes a proper combat sequence. However, you are dual cultivating both spirit and martial arts, yet your footwork is purely martial technique. Employing both spiritual energy and inner strength simultaneously in battle is indeed arduous, requiring precise control over both. Mo Fan pondered deeply upon little Qinglong's words. During his encounter with the yellow-tusked boar, he had indeed recognized this point. While gathering spiritual energy, he could only utilize his spiritual energy to evade the boar's attacks. Attempting to call upon his inner strength would disrupt the spiritual energy he was condensing, making it exceedingly cumbersome to execute. Before entering the secret realm, Mo Fan felt he must resolve this issue. He needed to utilize both spiritual energy and inner strength concurrently. Seeking an open area, Mo Fan settled down to begin his cultivation. When the divine beast taming technique was activated, both his spiritual energy and inner strength would be mobilized. However, when he tried to control them, the two distinct forces were difficult to switch between. In light of this, Mo Fan conceived a method to engage in dual focus, gathering inner strength with his left hand while condensing spiritual energy with his right. This mirrored the dual-hand combat technique of the one-armed hero Yonghua, which seemed particularly fitting for him. With determination, Mo Fan immediately harmonized his mind and spirit, focusing intently. Initially, while concentrating on his left hand, the spiritual energy in his right remained scattered and difficult to consolidate. By the latter half of the night, he had succeeded in allowing the two forces to accumulate without interference, gaining mastery over them. Mo Fan, elated, opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. I did it. Seizing the moment before dawn, he was eager to advance to the next practical stage, simultaneously employing the four directions lion's paw while utilizing the tortoise-breathing ghost step. Merging spiritual energy and inner strength seamlessly, as the morning air turned cool and the surrounding flora glistened with dew, Mo Fan eventually halted, drenched in sweat, his internal spiritual energy and inner strength nearly depleted. Feeling utterly exhausted, yet exhilaration radiated from his face as he wiped the sweat from his brow, bursting into hearty laughter. He had succeeded. Although it had taken an entire day and night, he could now feel that he had completely mastered both forces. Not only could he switch between them effortlessly, but he could also wield them in unison without hindrance, navigating with ease. Master, what level of talent do you possess? Little Qinglong mused, though I have seen little of the world. My knowledge is extensive, and I have never encountered a human as extraordinary as you. Dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts is inherently restrictive. It is impossible for anyone to achieve such mastery. Yet you have not only accomplished this, but can also wield both powers simultaneously with such finesse, utterly overturning my understanding of your insignificant species. Mo Fan shrugged his shoulders. I too am uncertain of the nature of my talent. The grade of my spiritual root remains to be discovered. Your words only heighten my curiosity to test it. As dawn broke, the number of mercenaries and cultivators in the beast forest began to increase. It would be prudent for him to withdraw for now. Just as he prepared to leave after tidying up, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. ITSU, Mo Fan, not wearing a mask this time, was instantly recognized by Hua Ling as the person he had encountered in the demon forest that night. Surprised, Mo Fan approached to greet him, and his gaze caught sight of the blazing leopard accompanying Hua Ling, which had already manifested a bond of contract. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Hua Ling had indeed formed a contract with it. This revelation indicated that Hua Ling was also a person with two contracted beasts, suggesting that his mental prowess was quite impressive. Hua Ling seemed genuinely pleased to see Mo Fan again, and he immediately remarked, "My friend, encountering each other twice must be fate. It's time you share your esteemed name with me." Mo Fan's eyes flickered, and he smiled as he deftly changed the subject. "Why are you leaving? Were you not headed to Qingyun Hall?" Upon mentioning Qingyun Hall, a noticeable awkwardness crossed Hua Ling's face, and he chuckled lightly, saying, let's not dwell on that. I plan to return and make some preparations, waiting for the major sects to recruit. Your age is quite suitable for entering a sect. Why not join me?" Mo Fan paused, recalling that within his silver ring lay the entrance jade token to the Lingxian sect bestowed upon him by the Master of Wealth. According to the Master, possessing this token would allow him direct entry into the sect without the need for examinations. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Do you know when the entrance assessments for the major sects will take place?" "In 3 months, Hua Ling replied. "This is the case for all major sects, even the 4 top-tier ones. I intend to forego Qingyun Hall and try my luck at Lingxian sect. What are your plans?" Mo Fan smirked. "We'll see, until we meet again." Parting ways with Hua Ling, he made his way towards Longyan City. Hua Ling's decision to abandon Qingyun Hall for Lingxian sect was indeed wise, for Qingyun Hall was not an ideal place, and he too should prepare for his future path of cultivation. Upon entering the city gates, someone intercepted Mo Fan. "Young master, our leader requests your presence at the Tianji Pavilion. He has important matters to discuss." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, well aware that Shui Yubai would not summon him without significant reason. So he followed the individual to Tianji Pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, Shui Yubai awaited him at the tower's peak. Upon seeing Mo Fan, he immediately dismissed those around him and, with a grave tone, warned, "You have caught the attention of Qingyun Hall. Be cautious during this expedition into the secret realm." Mo Fan merely paused momentarily, then casually seated himself. After brewing a pot of tea, he replied slowly, "I anticipated this. You need not worry for me. They cannot harm me within the secret realm, for only those below 30 years of age are permitted entry, correct? Unless those old farts personally intervene. The younger generation of Qingyun Hall should pose little threat." However, Shui Yubai frowned, his expression laced with concern. The 2 most exceptional juniors from Qingyun Hall who will enter the secret realm this time are Mo Yuntian and his sister, Mo Yin. Unlike the Mo Mingxian you encountered, they are not to be underestimated. Their cultivation levels are solid. Both are the direct grandchildren of the sect leader, Mo Zhunshan, possessing pure bloodlines and abundant cultivation resources, making them stand out among their peers. Mo Fan's expression remained neutral, yet he silently noted the names of these 2 individuals. He understood that one should never underestimate anyone. Arrogance could lead to significant repercussions, a truth he was well aware of. Thus, even if he feigned nonchalance, he would never be foolish enough to overestimate himself. Shui Yubai had come to discuss this matter. Once the serious conversation concluded, Mo Fan shifted his thoughts to his cultivation. After a moment's reflection, he asked, "Does your Tianji Pavilion possess a testing stone for spiritual roots? I wish to ascertain my own." Shui Yubai appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "This is not a place for talent cultivation in Tianji Pavilion. Testing stones are not available here, but there are designated locations for testing within Longyan Kingdom, including certification for alchemy, weapon crafting, and beast taming. Ordinary individuals must submit 10 spirit stones for a test. You may wish to try there." The testing hall mentioned by Shui Yubai was located adjacent to the mercenary guild Mo Fan, donning the Xuanwu shadow mask. Paid the 10 spirit stones and was granted access. The attendant guiding him, noticing Mo Fan's extraordinary demeanor and the fact that his mask was a magical artifact, treated him with utmost respect. "May I inquire what you wish to test?" "Alchemy and weapon crafting certifications require waiting in line, but beast taming does not, and you can also test your cultivation level," Mo Fan calmly replied. "I am here to test my spiritual root." "Very well. Please proceed this way." Before the attendant could finish his sentence, he abruptly halted, his footsteps ceasing. "Spiritual root? You did not misstate that, did you?" Seeing the attendant's bewildered expression, Mo Fan nodded earnestly. "You heard correctly. I am indeed here to test my spiritual root." "Is there an issue?" No. The attendant shook his head repeatedly and resumed walking, though his demeanor shifted, his mind racing with doubts. In Hongwu continent, individuals typically tested their spiritual roots at the age of 10. Everyone had the opportunity, even in small mountain villages. Spiritual roots exist innately and cannot change throughout one's life. Thus, testing spiritual roots has always been reserved for children of 10 years. And it was unprecedented for someone of Mo Fan's age to seek such a test. Though the attendant was filled with questions, he refrained from pressing the matter with the guest. After leading Mo Fan to the hall for testing, the attendant departed. Mo Fan observed a group of children frolicking and awaiting their tests outside the hall, unable to suppress a smile. And oh wonder the attendant had reacted so strongly. He had forgotten that no one his age would typically come to test their spiritual roots. "Come now, little ones, line up properly and enter one by one. The spiritual root test is crucial to your destinies. Do not treat it lightly. Be serious." Soon, an elder with a square face emerged from the testing hall. The character Ling engraved on his chest, his cultivation level surprisingly that of a low-level spirit king. He organized the raucous children, then turned to see a masked young man standing nearby, mistakenly assuming he was the older brother of one of the children. He said apologetically, "My apologies, esteemed guest, but during the spiritual root test, even relatives must not accompany. Please wait in the front hall." Mo Fan blinked, recognizing that the elder would misunderstand. So he clarified, "I too am here to test my spiritual root." The elder was taken aback, ready to respond, but was interrupted by the peals of laughter from the children nearby. "Haha, look at this person. Why is he so old and still here to test his spiritual root?" "My mother said only children our age need to test their spiritual roots. Adults do not need to. Unless he is a waste, hoping to test occasionally to see if he might miraculously awaken a spiritual root one day." "Haha. My father also said that only those who are useless would still come to test their spiritual roots at this age. This person must be a waste." A group of young children, already adept at mocking others, left Mo Fan quite speechless, but he sees the child who laughed the loudest, smirking. "Did your father say that anyone deemed a waste is indeed one? Has he ever mentioned that mocking someone might lead to a beating?" The chubby child, merely 10 years old, could hardly withstand Mo Fan's current strength. In his grasp, he felt as light as a chick. Instantly cowed, he pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. My father never said such things. You aren't a waste. Please put me down." Testing hall grandpa. "Help." Mo Fan, naturally unwilling to stoop to the level of a group of children who had never faced the harshness of society, swiftly released the chubby boy. At that moment, the elder spirit king stepped forward, nodding slightly to Mo Fan, before leading one of the children into the hall. The grand doors closed, and a powerful barrier enveloped the entire hall, preventing mental energy from penetrating, thereby safeguarding the privacy of those testing their spiritual roots. It is said that in the past, testing halls were not so strict. When individuals tested their spiritual roots, anyone could observe if they wished. However, it was rumored that one year, several exceptionally gifted talents were targeted by malicious cult organizations. They abducted the children with promising talents, and their whereabouts became unknown. Since then, it has been prohibited for others to observe the spiritual root tests. Within the Grand Hall, the monks responsible for the testing were all individuals who had sworn oaths to uphold the laws, which is why incidents of young prodigies being abducted had ceased. M.O. Fan observed as one after another. The excited yet anxious children entered, emerging moments later with varied expressions, until he found himself the sole occupant outside the hall. After bidding farewell to the last chubby boy who had previously mocked M.O. Fan, the elder nodded at him and said, "It's your turn now. Please proceed inside." The elder turned to prepare within, while M.O. Fan, noticing the chubby boy's dazed demeanor, could not help but sigh. In his former world, even if one lacked innate talent, diligent effort could still yield opportunities, even in the face of a failed college entrance examination. Countless paths remained open. However, this land was different. Here, the strong held sway, and the weak were left to tear each other apart. Many matters were resolved solely through strength. The spiritual root was paramount. Those devoid of it or possessing poor quality were relegated to the arduous path of body refinement, which paled in comparison to spiritual cultivation, with a far lower success rate. Thus, the 10-year-old spiritual root test was, without exaggeration, a pivotal event determining one's future. Judging by the chubby boy's earlier demeanor, it was likely that his spiritual root was far from ideal. As M.O. Fan entered the hall, the massive door locked with a resounding thud, leaving only him and the elder within. The elder stood before the testing stone, regarding M.O. Fan with a bureaucratic demeanor as he stated, "Testing your spiritual root is quite simple. You need only place one hand upon this stone." Initially surprised that someone of M.O. Fan's age would undergo such a test, the elder's expression soon returned to neutrality, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The results of each individual tested here failed to stir him. Whether they bore wasteful roots or genius-level ones, they were of no concern to him. M.O. Fan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from unnecessary chatter as he stepped forward and placed his hand upon the milky white testing stone. In an instant, the spiritual energy he had been restraining with the turtle-breathing technique burst forth, causing the stone to tremble, startling the elder, who exclaimed, "You are already a spiritual cultivator. Why then do you seek to test your spiritual root?" M.O. Fan scratched his head. "For certain reasons, I have not yet assessed my spiritual root." "What was that just now?" the elder retorted with irritation. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" This testing stone is the most basic type, intended solely for testing 10-year-olds who have yet to embark on their cultivation journey. In your case, a higher grade testing stone is required. Wait here. I shall fetch it, the elder muttered as he walked past M.O. Fan towards the inner hall, his bewilderment evident. What a curious occurrence. This boy exhibited no aura whatsoever, appearing quite like a waste. The elder soon returned with a high-grade testing stone, placing it on the testing platform. He instructed M.O. Fan carefully, shortly, "You shall infuse your spiritual energy into this stone. The results will manifest accordingly. There is no need to inject excessive energy. This stone is highly sensitive and will yield results instantly." After noting the instructions, M.O. Fan again placed his palm upon the testing stone. It felt cool to the touch, but warmth quickly emanated from his palm. Without overthinking, he activated the spiritual energy within him and, following the elder's guidance, infused a small amount into the stone. Soon, the stone displayed a change, emitting a white glow, indicating the lowest grade yellow root, the threshold for becoming a spiritual cultivator. The white light was swiftly replaced by a pure black hue, engulfing the stone in darkness akin to an abyss, signifying that M.O. Fan's spiritual root was at least of the black grade. I could see this moment. The elder's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he fixated on the testing stone in M.O. Fan's hand. In this land, the majority of spiritual cultivators possessed mediocre qualifications, with most awakening only yellow-grade roots, and reaching the rank of spiritual king was already a stroke of good fortune. The black color now displayed by M.O. Fan indicated a black-grade spiritual root, which met the entry threshold for major sections within the realm of spiritual cultivation. This was considered quite commendable. The testing stone remained unchanged for a prolonged period, leading the elder to presume that Fan's root was black-grayed and prepare to conclude the test. However, a startling transformation transpired in the next moment. The previously pitch-black stone flickered, the black light vanishing instantaneously, replaced by a vibrant blue. The elder's countenance paled in shock, and just as he was about to exclaim, the blue light rapidly faded, supplanted by an exceptionally dazzling purple glow dancing within the stone. The elder was utterly astonished, the cry that had lodged in his throat threatening to erupt once more. Yet another transformation emerged. The purple light vanished without a trace, and after cycling through white, black, blue, and purple, the stone fell silent, returning to its original state. What is happening? Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. He had not withdrawn his spiritual energy, and the blue light should have indicated a ground-grade root, while the purple light signified an outstanding heaven-grade root. Why, then, was there no further reaction? Not only was Fan perplexed, but the elder was even more bewildered. He had attempted to cry out twice, only to be stifled by the sudden change, leaving him momentarily dazed. After regaining his composure, the elder approached the testing platform, his gaze fixed intently on the stone, muttering in contemplation, Curious. Such a situation has never occurred before. Could it be a malfunction of the testing stone? Glancing at Fan's face, he employed his mental energy to probe further. Shaking his head once more, Young man, I have never encountered a situation like yours. Perhaps you should retract your spiritual energy for me to examine. Fan frowned and stepped back, retracting his hand. The elder then personally conducted the test, and soon the testing stone emitted a white glow, which transitioned to a black-gray hue. After a brief wait, the black-gray light remained unchanged, leading the elder to shake his head and stroke his chin in confusion. Strange, the testing stone appears to be functioning normally. What could this mean? Upon uttering this, the elder turned his gaze back to Fan and insisted, Young man, try testing once more. Maintain your spiritual energy release without interruption. Fan understood well that he had not withdrawn his spiritual energy from the testing stone, so it could not have been a matter of energy interruption. Nevertheless, he nodded and placed his hand back upon the stone. This time, the stone again flashed in the sequence of white, black, blue, and purple. Yet the purple light soon vanished, and the stone returned to its prior muted state. How peculiar, the elder mused. The stone ultimately displayed nothing, which clearly indicates the absence of a spiritual root. Yet you, indeed, are a spiritual cultivator, yet your root level cannot be determined. This is truly bizarre. Having overseen spiritual root testing for decades, the elder had never encountered such a phenomenon, and he found himself lost in thought. Fan conducted several more tests, discovering that regardless of how vibrant the purple light appeared, it consistently dissipated after merely a second. Was it possible that his spiritual root was so lacking that the testing stone could not even detect it? A sense of dejection and resentment washed over Fan. Yet soon a voice resonated within his mind. The little azure dragon could not help but communicate. Master, your situation is indeed rare, but I refuse to believe that you are inferior to even a yellow-grade root. There exists another possibility you have not considered. Fan paused, his interest piqued, and quickly inquired, What possibility? The little azure dragon spoke with an air of mystery. That testing stone may not be of the highest grade. It would naturally be incapable of testing roots above the heaven grade. When encountering roots that exceed its testing capacity, it may result in confusion. Therefore, Master, aside from being a waste, there exists the possibility that you are an exceptional genius. Upon hearing the little azure dragon's words, Fan could not contain his excitement. It was not mere self-aggrandizement. He was no longer the useless Fan of yore. With the heavenly Tao's holy hand and the divine beast taming technique at his disposal, how could he still be considered a waste? The notion that there were grades above heaven-grade roots no longer astonished him. That if there were realms beyond that of sages, then it was hardly surprising that a heaven-grade qualification was not the pinnacle of talent. The elder remained perplexed, and seeing Fan seemingly ready to depart, he pondered for a moment before suggesting, Young man, I recommend that if you have the opportunity, you might consider undergoing testing at a major sect. Generally, second-tier sects possess higher-grade testing stones, and their seasoned cultivators should be able to provide clarity regarding your unique situation. Having expressed his gratitude for the elder's kind reminder, Mo Fan stepped out of the testing hall. The moment he crossed the threshold, he immediately sensed several elusive waves of mental energy sweeping over him, that a subtle smile curved the corners of Mo Fan's mouth beneath his mask after a moment of perception. He chose not to return to the inn, but instead ventured out of the city once more, heading towards the beast forest. Along the way, the covert probing of mental energy persisted unabated. They showed no intention of concealing their intentions, clearly targeting him while maintaining a fa of seriousness in their clandestine following. Mo Fan deduced that this group was likely not professional. Their amateurish tracking techniques, coupled with their cautious yet conspicuous use of mental energy, were quite perplexing, resembling the foolishness of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Thus, he quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing into the dense forest. Upon entering the beast forest, Mo Fan adeptly employed the tortoise-breathing ghost steps, silently blending into the shadows and promptly maneuvering back to the entrance where he had initially entered the thicket. He held his breath, concealed among the thick foliage, waiting for a moment. Indeed, several furtive figures soon darted into the woods after him. "Oh no, we've lost him. What on earth are you fools doing? How could you lose track of him? Hurry up and find him. If we can't bring him back, young Master Mo will surely make us suffer." The leader, a seemingly fierce bald man, barked at his subordinates, all the while cowering at the entrance of the forest. Afraid to take a step further, Mo Fan's lips curled into a smirk. From their conversation, it was easy to infer that these individuals were affiliated with Mo Mingxian. Truly, one could see the reflection of their master in their subordinates. It was a miracle these incompetent buffoons had survived until now. Speaking of Mo Mingxian, Mo Fan's smile widened further, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was said that after returning, he indeed dared not challenge the majesty of heaven and law. Obediently fulfilling the terms of the oath, although Mo Fan had not witnessed it firsthand, the news had spread like wildfire through the streets, with some gossip even being quite vivid. Some claimed that Mo Mingxian was forced to consume the enormous heap of dung delivered by Mo Fan, while others said he ordered his chef to transform it into a delicacy, lest he face amputation. Ultimately, it seemed that Mo Mingxian could not escape the fate of enduring ridicule for a lifetime, which explained his desperation in sending people to capture him. Regrettably, the individuals he dispatched were woefully inept. They would likely struggle to capture even a chicken, yet they dared to expose themselves to such humiliation. Was there truly no one competent left in Mo Mingxian's ranks? After a while, the group of cowards indeed did not dare to venture deeper and slunk away in disgrace. Mo Fan leaped down from the tree, scoffing softly, and leisurely made his way into the heart of the forest. 2 days later, Mo Fan returned to the city. Today marked the opening of the royal secret realm, and during these 2 days, he had successfully broken through to the realm of a low-level spiritual martial artist. From being devoid of any cultivation to now stepping into the low-level spiritual martial artist realm, Mo Fan accomplished this feat in less than half a month. In contrast, individuals like Mo Mingxian and Mo Chongning, also at the low-level spiritual martial artist stage, have been cultivating since the age of 10, taking nearly a decade to reach this level. This stark comparison clearly illustrated the extraordinary potential of his cultivation aptitude. Of course, the incompetence of those two was also a contributing factor. Upon arriving at the royal palace, Missouri Fan found many people already gathered in the white jadestone plaza outside the hall. As he approached, they regarded him with inscrutable expressions. From the moment he stepped foot in this place, he felt a profound aura of killing intent, undoubtedly emanating from the outer sect's grand elder, Mo Shan. The immense humiliation inflicted upon his son left Mo Shan helplessly watching, a burden that would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Standing beside Mo Shan were a young man and woman. After casting a dark glare at Mo Fan, Mo Shan respectfully whispered a few words to the finely dressed man beside him. The elegantly attired gentleman immediately turned his gaze towards Mo Fan, his mental energy brazenly probing in his direction. Mo Fan sensed this and furrowed his brow, noting that the young man beside Mo Shan was regarding him with an intensely sharp gaze. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart. These two must be the most talented juniors of the Qinyan Hall, as mentioned by Shui Yubai. Mo Yunting and Mo Yit was evident that they were not to be compared with the likes of Mo Mingxian and Mo Chongning, who were mere ineptitudes. Mo Yunting appeared to be around 20 years old, exuding an aura even stronger than that of Mo Shan. This was not due to his strength, but rather an air of superiority characteristic of those born into prominence. Mo Yunting's mental energy could not penetrate Mo Fan's mask to discern his face. Furthermore, Mo Fan had consciously suppressed his aura, making it impossible for someone of Mo Yunting's level to detect anything about him. Thus, after a brief moment of scrutiny, Mo Yunting withdrew his gaze. Mo Fan could already perceive that Mo Yunting's cultivation was at least at the intermediate spiritual master level, possibly having reached the advanced spiritual master tier. As for the beast tamer rank, both Mo Mingxian and Mo Chongning were intermediate beast tamers, as a direct descendant. Mo Yunting would undoubtedly be at least at the intermediate level. After waiting for a while longer, the royal entourage finally arrived. Emperor Long Cheng'an, accompanied by a host of royal offspring, stepped onto the plaza before the hall and declared in a resonant voice, "Thank you all for your patience. The entrance to the royal secret realm has now been opened. Please follow me, while the rest must remain here and refrain from accompanying us." The entrance to the royal secret realm lay deep within the palace, heavily guarded, with numerous defensive barriers established both inside and out. Upon reaching the hall where the secret realm entrance was located, Mo Fan could sense several concealed, powerful auras lurking in the shadows, including that of a spiritual sovereign, which should be the one mentioned by Shui Yubai, the recently ascended noble of the Long clan. The entrance to the secret realm stood like a luminous curtain in the center of the hall, surrounded by various formations, with a massive white jade stone in front, known as the age measurement stone. Though the secret realm imposed age restrictions, precautions were necessary to prevent unauthorized entrance, as even being expelled from the realm could result in losses. Relying on this secret realm, the Long family annually acquired various cultivation resources, necessitating utmost caution. The secret realm would remain open for only 5 days, after which all participants would be transported out, a rule that had remained unchanged throughout the years. "I urge everyone to seize this opportunity and strive to seek your fortunes," Long Qingtian concluded, nodding at the prince beside him, giving him a careful reminder. "Take good care of your. This is her first time entering the secret realm, and your safety must come first." Long Zhe nodded earnestly, casting a discreet glance at the lagging Mo Fan before leading Long Yuer into the entrance of the secret realm, after a succession of others entered. Finally, only Mo Fan remained. He had just stepped through the entrance when the age measurement stone displayed the number 18. Nearby, Long Qingtian imperceptibly nodded at Mo F as he fully crossed into the secret realm. The scene before him shifted instantaneously, and a chilling wind assaulted him, prompting an involuntary frown. The secret realm indeed existed as an independent space. While the outside world basked in daylight, the interior was enveloped in night, with harsh weather and a biting cold breeze that carried an unsettling aura. "Fan Mo." At that moment, a voice filled with excitement emerged from the darkness, before Mo Fan could discern who had arrived. A wave of floral fragrance enveloped him. The siblings Long Zhe and Long Yuer, who had been waiting at the entrance, spotted Mo Fan's arrival, and Long Yuer immediately beamed with joy, preparing to leap into his embrace. Had it not been for Long Zhe's quick reflexes, grabbing her collar, Mo Fan would have been caught off guard by her affectionate advance. Long Zhe frowned sternly, admonishing, "Behave yourself. As a princess, you must always maintain your composure." Long Yuer pouted, straightening her slightly disheveled, exquisitely tailored outfit before standing before Mo Fan with a bright smile, playfully saying, "My father said you would be joining us. Please take care of me, Taoist friend Fan Mo." Mo Fan's gaze flickered momentarily. It was the first time he had seen the little princess dressed so adeptly, yet exuding a lively charm, instantly brightening his spirits, captivated by Long Yuer's smile. He too returned the gesture, replying, "Little princess, prince, I look forward to your guidance." Long Yuer, likely a spirited and lively girl in private, feigned demureness in public, shaking her head. Mo Fan, there are no outsiders here. So there's no need for formalities. In the realm of cultivators, we are distinguished only by strength, not by worldly status. How about you call me where? Mo Fan found himself addressing a girl with such an affectionate term for the first time. In his previous life as a corporate drone, he had never had the opportunity to hold the hand of a proper girl. Thus, now, in the presence of the evidently innocent Long Yue, he felt somewhat awkward. At this moment, Long Zhe did not intervene in Long Yue's attempt to get close to Mo Fan. He recalled his father's admonitions and thus followed Long Yue's lead, saying, "Brother Fanma, my sister speaks truthfully. In the realm of cultivators, there are no princes or princesses. We are all comrades on the path. Here, there are no outsiders, so feel free to call me by my name." With the crown prince of Long Zhe saying such, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, contemplating something that in that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. So, Brother Long Zhe, where are we headed next? When the conversation shifted to serious matters, even Long Yue grew more subdued. Long Zhe spoke gravely. Naturally, we are headed to the secret mechanism site. However, 5 individuals have entered Qingyun Hall, and Mo Yunting is quite troublesome. He may be secretly watching us. Father wishes for that location to remain undiscovered by anyone. The secret realm is vast, with many perilous areas that remain untouched, thus presenting numerous unknown opportunities. Long Changtian's singular focus on that secret mechanism site piqued Mo Fan's curiosity. Indeed, it required a covert entry to keep it hidden from others. Otherwise, should a treasure truly emerge, a fierce battle would be inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Fan remarked, "Lead the way. Time is of the essence that we must think of a way to shake them off as we proceed." With Mo Fan's formidable spiritual strength, he sensed the presence of someone covertly tailing them, and this constant feeling of being watched was quite unsettling. A solution was imperative. The 3 of them traveled together. And indeed, 2 small tails followed discreetly behind. Both Mo Fan and Long Zhe were aware of this, allowing the followers to trail them for the time being. Mo Fan began to observe his surroundings. It was undeniable that this was an artificially created secret realm, its environment entirely crafted by a powerful being, rendering its structure utterly bewildering. The dense forest was intricate, with numerous ancient trees and overgrown weeds. Yet there were also many remnants of crumbled walls and several grand ancient structures that stood resilient against the passage of time. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel as though he had stepped into an ancient ruin. As Long Zhe guided the way, he explained, the entire structure of the secret realm can be roughly divided into 2 parts. We are currently on the outskirts, where the jungle intermingles with abandoned cities. Within these forsaken buildings, there are traces of human habitation. The elders speculate that this place may have been established by a powerful being long ago, serving as a refuge from calamities or a retreat from world. Beyond the dense forest lies the core of the secret realm, a vast labyrinth that is yet to be traversed by anyone. It is fraught with traps, and the pathways are a convoluted maze. There are many hidden chambers within, and one must tread carefully to avoid inadvertently stepping into a trap, as there are numerous restrictions to be wary of. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement. It was akin to embarking on a grand adventure. However, he remained vigilant, recalling that Shui Yubai had mentioned this royal secret realm was discovered during the reign of a certain emperor of the Long Yan Kingdom, and countless generations had sought to explore it, yet none had succeeded, highlighting its complexity. Just as they were making their way, in another part of the forest, Mo Yunting and Mo Yin were navigating through the trees with another member of the Mo family. "Brother, are you certain there are indeed sacred beasts here? Even if we find one, we cannot tame it," Mo Yunting said, his expression flickering. "We won't know until we try. Will we? Sacred beasts are incredibly precious. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must confirm it." Oyan's bright face briefly clouded with worry before she added, "But what about Fanma? If that fool Mo Mingxin's words are true, and this person can casually produce a beast with bloodline akin to that of a sacred beast for Long Yue, it signifies he is no simple character. He might possess even more formidable magical beasts. Should we not shift our focus onto him?" Evidently, Mo Ming Xian had divulged the incident of offering a magical beast to the young princess to these two siblings out of spite for Mo Fan. In their eyes, a spirit beast might not seem particularly impressive. Although spirit beasts are rare, they were, after all, the favored children of the Qingyan Hall and had seen their fair share of spirit beasts. However, the spirit beast that Mo Fan had presented that day surpassed that of the finest spirit beast bloodline, qualifying as a half-step sacred beast, which made the situation entirely different. A glint of intrigue flashed in Mo Yunting's eyes. Yet his steps remained steady. Let us leave it to those two, for now. Mo Fan is merely a high-level spirit master. He cannot contend with the Mo San and Mo Si brothers. We shall await their news. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's group continued their journey, with the presence behind them remaining intermittent, clearly still following at this juncture. Long Zhe furrowed his brow and said, "Brother Fanma, the mechanism site is located at the outermost edge of the labyrinth. We cannot allow them to follow us any further, if I am not mistaken. Those two are likely the Mo San and Mo Si brothers, who are Mo Yunting's capable subordinates and often engage in discreet tasks for him. I have frequently been trailed by them." It was evident that Long Zhe harbored a strong aversion to the two tails behind them, as the crown prince and future heir to the throne of Long Yin. It must be quite vexing to be followed by the offspring of the Qingyan Hall's elite. Mo Fan narrowed his gaze and inquired, "How much longer until we reach the mechanism site?" "We can hasten our pace, yet it would take another day. The secret realm opens for 5 days. There is sufficient time." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan frowned. While he had agreed to assist the old emperor in reaching the mechanism site, he could not afford to squander his own time seeking opportunities. Thus, he abruptly halted. Long Zhe and Long Yuer had no choice but to stop as well, with Long Yuer immediately asking, "What is wrong? Is there danger approaching?" This was Long Yuer's first venture into the royal secret realm, and she felt somewhat anxious, promptly summoning her double-tailed white fox and cradling it in her arms. Mo Fan was taken aback for a moment, then explained, "Traveling at this pace is too time-consuming, and this forest is hardly a safe place that you have any contract flying magical beasts." Upon hearing this, Long Zhe and Long Yuer exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. "We truly do not. My sister's contracted beast was given by you, Brother Fanma, and mine is certainly not of the flying type." Mo Fan smirked, clearly having anticipated this. "Very well, then I shall use mine. I hope the tiger-headed flying eagle can bear the weight of the three of us." Before Long Zhe and Long Yuer could respond, Mo Fan focused his spiritual energy and summoned the tiger-headed flying eagle. As the spirit beast appeared, both Long Zhe and Long Yuer were momentarily taken aback, unable to tear their gazes away from the majestic creature, when they sensed that this tiger-headed flying eagle not only belonged to the spirit beast bloodline, but had also attained third-tier strength. Even Long Zhe, the prince, was at a loss for words to his knowledge. Mo Yunting had contracted a flying spirit beast as well, and he too desired one. Yet regrettably, he could only choose a magical beast that suited his combat prowess. Flying magical beasts are notoriously difficult to capture, and those that are easily caught typically possess low combat power, making them suitable only as transportation. However, Mo Fan's beast was evidently different, with its tiger-like head. It was a formidable being regardless of its type. "Wow, Fanma, what kind of spirit beast is this?" Long Yuer exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration and envy as she scrutinized the tiger-headed flying eagle. The tiger-headed flying eagle, feeling the gaze of such a lovely young lady upon it, grew bashful, flapping its wings and lowering its body to crouch before Long Yuer. "What does this mean? Do you consent to my riding you?" The tiger-headed flying eagle nodded its formidable head, instantly transforming into an endearing figure, prompting a fit of giggles from Long Yuer. Mo Fan could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. What kind of creature had he contracted? Its skills in charming the ladies were unparalleled. Even he felt compelled to concede. After casting a disapproving glare at the tiger-headed flying eagle, Mo Fan leaped onto its back and said to Long Zhe, "Come aboard. Traveling on foot is too slow. This is my first, and likely last, visit to the secret realm, and I am quite eager to test the labyrinth's complexity and see if we can find our way out." Long Zhe promptly mounted the back of the flying eagle, and as it soared into the sky with a powerful flap of its wings, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fanma, are you interested in that labyrinth?" Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying meaning in Long Zay's words. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Of course. Are you not intrigued?" Long Zay chuckled wryly and remarked, "This royal secret realm has existed for so many years, with generations of Long family descendants venturing in for adventure, initially filled with confidence. Many ancestors ventured into the labyrinth during their youth, including those who were also princes or royal heirs. However, as more of our forebears perished within its confines, the Long family resolved to cease any reckless attempts to enter in order to preserve our bloodline." Long Zay sighed and continued, "I am certainly intrigued by the labyrinth, yet I am acutely aware that even my ancestors could not accomplish such feats at my age. What can I possibly achieve? According to my father, the secret realm opens for 5 days at a time, and once the 5 days elapse, it automatically expels all individuals within, including the deceased, as long as there are corpses. They will undoubtedly be sent out. But guess what? Not a single one of the ancestors who ventured deep into the labyrinth returned. All vanished without a trace." Clutching a two-tailed white fox, Long Yuer felt a chill run down her spine, her small face losing its smile as she instinctively leaned closer to Mo Fan. "How frightening! I had no idea it was so perilous here. Brother, let us not go." However, Mo Fan, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with curiosity. A surge of excitement coursing through him. In that case, I must see it for myself. Wealth and fortune lie within danger. Such a powerful secret realm must harbor treasures. If they truly exist, they are bound to be within the labyrinth. I choose to take this gamble. With unwavering determination, Mo Fan gazed ahead, fully aware that opportunities like this are fleeting and, once missed, may never return. Long Zay and Long Yuer were moved by Mo Fan's words and fell into deep contemplation. The tiger-headed flying eagle whisked the three into the sky, gradually soaring away. This prompted Mo San and Mo C, who had been ordered to follow them, to rush out from the shadows, watching helplessly as the trio disappeared from view. "What should we do?" Third brother. "We've lost them and cannot report back to the young master." Mo San maintained a composed demeanor and suddenly turned to fly in the opposite direction. "Let us first regroup with the young master. The one named Mo Fan being with the crown prince, and the little princess is already suspicious. He must be informed." With the swift flight of the tiger-headed flying eagle, they reached the edge of the dense forest just as dawn broke. Bathed in the morning light, an expansive and grand labyrinth appeared before Mo Fan's eyes. The sight was so awe-inspiring that he couldn't help but rise, standing atop the eagle's head to gaze into the distance. The entire labyrinth resembled a lost city, exuding an air of mystery and danger in the morning glow. Towering walls rose in majestic layers, while the serpentine paths of the labyrinth twisted and turned chaotically. Even with a clear view from above, locating an exit seemed an arduous task. Scattered throughout the labyrinth were numerous palaces, their details obscured. Yet each solitary structure emanated a chilling aura. They resembled lonely tombs, as if the architect of this secret realm had built these sepulchres in anticipation of intruders. Suddenly, the tiger-headed flying eagle came to an abrupt halt mid-air. Screeching loudly to IT quickly conveyed to Mo Fan, "Master, there are formidable restrictions ahead. The air is forbidden. I can only take you this FAR." As soon as the eagle finished speaking, a sudden chill swept through the air, leaving the trio gasping for breath, as if plunged into an icy abyss. "Quickly descend," Mo Fan urged, holding his breath as he hastily prompted the eagle to lower itself. They finally landed, gasping for fresh air, though the eerie sensation lingered in their hearts. Noticing Long Yuer's pale face, drenched in cold sweat, he couldn't help but express concern. "Are you all right? Perhaps we should rest here before proceeding inside." Long Yuer nodded, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her brow, and replied, "What was that just now? It nearly frightened me to death." Long Zay, filled with regret, chastised himself. "This is my fault. I forgot to mention the restrictions present within the labyrinth. I apologize, sister. Please take this pill." Long Zay led Long Yuer to a clean spot at the forest's edge where they could recuperate, and Mo Fan decided to summon Wang Kai. Although Wang Kai was a mutated firehound, its canine traits remained unchanged, and its keen nose was even sharper now, having ascended to the level of a magical beast. With its heightened senses, it could discern not only scents but also various auras. After summoning Wang Kai, Mo Fan turned to the two seated beneath the tree, saying, "You both focus on regaining your strength. I will take my dog ahead to scout the path." With that, Mo Fan and Wang Kai approached the towering outer walls of the labyrinth. Long Zhe watched Mo Fan's departing figure, lost in thought. Following the summoning of the tiger-headed flying eagle, Mo Fan had now called forth another contracted beast. This magical beast, adorned with golden fur tipped in crimson, resembled a typical firehound. However, Long Zhe had clearly observed that this firehound bore a blue lightning mark on its forehead, indicating its extraordinary nature. Thus, it was likely that the firehound Mo Fan had contracted was a variant. Unbeknownst to Mo Fan, summoning two contracted beasts in succession had astonished Long Zhe, who now stood at the corner of the labyrinth's high wall. From afar, he had noted how clearly the labyrinth structure was visible even from such great heights. Underscoring its vastness, now, standing at the base of the wall, he could truly appreciate its grandeur. The labyrinth's walls towered at least 18 stories high, making the presence of numerous palaces within seem less surprising. Mo Fan examined the labyrinth's walls closely, discovering that not only were they immensely sturdy, but they also seemed to pulse with a unique energy. As he gently touched the surface, a sudden wave of repulsion surged towards him, startling him into retracting his hand. "Master, these walls possess formidable restrictions. Do not touch them lightly," warned the little azure dragon from within his spatial pocket. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan released the little azure dragon and inquired, "What kind of restrictions?" "I merely brushed against it, and a force struck back at me. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have been flung away." The little azure dragon performed a graceful spin in mid-air, gliding over to inspect the wall. After careful examination, its youthful voice turned grave. "This is an ancient restriction. Anyone who touches it will face varying degrees of backlash. The greater the attack, the stronger the counterforce returned, potentially overwhelming you. Such a restriction exists. Does that mean possessing it renders one nearly invincible?" Mo Fan's heart raced with astonishment, eagerly awaiting further explanation from the little azure dragon. Invincible? Certainly not. Any potent restriction is bound by strict limitations, and constructing such a barrier demands tremendous sacrifice from its creator. Restrictions stem from formations, a fact Mo Fan understood. He had always believed that as long as a formation master was powerful enough, they could easily manipulate any artificial barrier. It was not as simple as he had assumed. "You claim this is an ancient restriction. Does that imply this colossal labyrinth dates back to ancient times?" The term ancient referred to a distant era, so remote that the four great sects had yet to establish themselves on the Hongwu continent, leaving the world's configuration shrouded in mystery. However, the little azure dragon mused, "Not necessarily. The ancient restrictions on these walls have significantly weakened. From current observations, they appear to be at least 500,000 years old. Yet if this truly is an ancient labyrinth, its presence here is quite peculiar. The formation of this secret realm cannot have occurred over 10,000 years ago. I do not believe it feasible for anyone to transport such a vast labyrinth into this realm." Mo Fan adjusted his mask, then shrugged and stated, "Regardless, this sufficiently attests to the labyrinth's mysterious nature, indeed warranting our risk to explore further. Alas, I am limited to 5 days. Should the opportunity arise, I must return." In this sprawling, intricate labyrinth, with its no-fly zones and walls laden with prohibitive restrictions, shortcuts would be futile. He would have to rely solely on his own wits to navigate through. 5 days was truly a tight time frame. At that moment, Long Zhe and Long Yuer, having regained their composure, approached Mo Fan. The little azure dragon, sensing their presence, quickly slipped into Mo Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Do not mention my presence. I am far too embarrassed in this form to be seen." Mo Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his sleeves, just as Long Zhe and Long Yuer arrived before him. Long Yuer, with a hint of suspicion, gazed at Mo Fan's trembling right hand and could not help but ask, "What is wrong? Is your hand injured? Let this princess take a look." As she spoke, She attempted to approach and examine Mo Fan's right hand, but he quickly concealed it behind his back and chuckled. It's nothing at all. That I merely brushed against a restriction on the walls of this labyrinth earlier, by the way. You two should exercise caution as well that not touch these walls. They are imbued with potent restrictions that will rebound against you. Mo Fan promptly diverted the conversation to the restrictions on the walls, causing Long Yuer, who was close to the labyrinth's walls, to gasp in alarm and retreat to Mo Fan's side, keeping her distance. Long Zhe, appearing somewhat dazed, scratched his head and said, "Apologies, I was aware of this, but forgot to mention it." Mo Fan looked at him in exasperation and couldn't help but retort, "Is there anything else particularly important that you need to remind us about? Perhaps you should recall it quickly and share it with us? You always speak after the fact. If I were to have a stroke of bad luck, would you only think of it once I'm cold?" Long Zhe awkwardly chuckled twice, then furrowed his brow and said earnestly, "Aside from the void restriction and the omnipresent backlash restrictions on these walls, there's another critical detail to consider after entering this labyrinth. Various intricate restrictions may manifest, such as sealing one's spiritual power, confining one's consciousness, or rendering spatial artifacts unusable. Thus, before we enter, we should summon our respective contract beasts, and it's advisable to keep weapons and pills, typically stored in our chinquan bags, on hand for unexpected needs." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan began to calculate in his mind. He had no pills and no weapons. As he assessed the situation, he realized he only possessed a few magical beasts. In contrast, Long Yuer and Long Zhe were taking out various bottles and jars, each equipped with a handy weapon. Instantly, Mo Fan felt like a mere commoner from Anha village again. Long Zhe wielded a sword, a common choice among spiritual cultivators. After all, infusing spiritual energy into the sword could yield formidable attack capabilities. Moreover, Long Zhe's sword was a spiritual tool. Although it was of lower grade, possessing any spiritual tool is quite remarkable and not something an ordinary cultivator could easily afford. Meanwhile, Long Yuer's weapon was also a lower-grade spiritual tool, a dark red serpent bone whip that exuded a faint aura of lethality. Yet in her hands, it seemed entirely fitting. She coiled the serpent bone whip around her slender waist and soon noticed Mo Fan's gaze lingering on her. Long Yuer's face flushed slightly as she asked, "Mo Fan, what about your belongings? Do you need to take them out? Otherwise, if we encounter a restriction that seals our consciousness, it may be too late." Mo Fan snapped back to reality from the daze induced by Long Yuer's beauty and couldn't help but twitch his mouth, laughing awkwardly. "No need. I don't require such things." He certainly didn't need to mention that he was simply short on resources and happened to have nothing at all that moment. Long Zhe's spiritual energy surged, his mental power ignited. And in a flash of white light, a simulated black steel bear appeared beside him. This black steel bear, like the tiger-headed eagle, was a third-tier spiritual beast. Even in its simulated form, it radiated immense power, making it a notably combative spiritual creature. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, then glanced down at Wang Kai, contemplating whether to release the Titan ape from his beast ring. Long Zhe and Long Yuer were seeing Mo Fan's Titan ape for the second time. Upon this encounter, the image of the large, unsightly creature sprang to their minds, causing them to shudder in sympathy for Mo Mingxian. Then, Long Zhe's expression shifted, and he pointedly said to Mo Fan, "Brother Mo Fan, your Titan ape is tamed but not contracted. May I inquire?" "Don't ask. The answer is no." Mo Fan interrupted before Long Zhe could finish, decisively refusing. The Titan ape was both strong and exceptionally intelligent. It was ideal for working in his egg house. It could serve as a bodyguard and assist with various tasks. And most importantly, magical beasts do not require wages. Feeding them was sufficient as a frugal owner of the egg house. Mo Fan resolved that he could not part with such an outstanding potential employee. Long Zhe's unfinished sentence lingered in his throat, and seeing Mo Fan's resolute attitude, he could only sigh and abandon the thought of acquiring the Titan ape. After making thorough preparations, the three decided to venture into the labyrinth, aiming to locate the hidden mechanism before night fell. There were numerous entrances to the labyrinth, and the one they stood before was found by the Long royal family after generations of exploration. It was relatively the safest and also the closest entrance to the mysterious mechanism, as the three entered side by side. The moment their feet touched the labyrinth's ground, a chilling aura surged from beneath them, sending shivers through their bodies. "Brother, this place is even colder than our royal tomb." Long Yuer clutched Long Zay's sleeve, cautiously following as fear etched on her face. Long Zay, equally apprehensive, felt compelled to remain calm for his sister's sake and reassured her. "Do not fear, sister. I am here, along with a Mo Fan and 4 magical beasts. There is no need to worry." However, Long Zay's words served more as a psychological comfort for himself, and they seemed ineffective, as he still trembled uncontrollably to Mo Fan, walking ahead. Initially felt the same icy chill creeping down his spine, a sensation of unease washing over him. But he soon discerned the true cause of this feeling. He immediately attempted to channel his spiritual power, but to no avail. Then he focused his mental energy, which finally lightened his body and dispelled the inexplicable chill of fear. Try invoking the mental energy from your consciousness. It should alleviate the discomfort, he advised. The two behind him took his words to heart and promptly complied. Once they activated their mental energy, the tension and fear that had gripped their bodies indeed dissipated. Long Yuer's small face regained its composure as she furrowed her delicate brows and asked, "Could that have been a kind of restriction? Brother, why didn't father mention this?" Long Zay frowned. Equally puzzled, their father had only instructed them about prior matters and had not mentioned that entering the labyrinth would induce such inexplicable fear. Mo Fan, having examined the situation with his mental energy, stated solemnly, "It appears to be a form of mental interference that if we do not resist it with our mental energy, this disturbance will continuously affect us, making us prone to fear and anxiety. Over time, it could impair our minds, causing intruders to become eternally lost within the labyrinth." After contemplating further, he added, "However, this mental interference likely only manifests at the entrances of various labyrinths. It should improve once we venture deeper. Its purpose seems akin to intimidation, either to frighten away intruders or trap them forever. Your ancestors may have entered the labyrinth without realizing this mental interference, and experienced explorers typically utilize their mental energy to probe new areas, thus evading its effects." Long Zay found Mo Fan's insights to be highly reasonable, and the trio continued onward. Indeed, after walking several hundred meters, the mental interference faded. They simultaneously retracted their mental defenses to conserve energy and paused at Long Zay's signal. He produced a sheepskin scroll from his robe, unfurling it to reveal a rudimentary map. This map was crafted from the memories of ancestors who had narrowly escaped, detailing the location of the hidden mechanism, which was the only route through the labyrinth that had allowed their forebears to exit safely. Venturing elsewhere could easily lead to getting lost. After Mo Fan memorized the layout, he took the lead with Wang Kai and the Titan ape forging the path. The labyrinth's corridors were exceedingly spacious, flanked by towering walls that enveloped them, imparting a profound sense of oppression. Additionally, the pathways branched out in numerous directions, their complexity such that choosing the wrong path could yield entirely different outcomes, necessitating utmost caution from those who entered. Mo Fan meticulously observed the ground at these junctions, noting various markings of differing depths, presumably left by previous explorers. However, such markings seemed to hold little significance. Given that this was likely an ancient labyrinth, it would not permit intruders to retrace their steps, so easily based solely on simple markings. Once one entered, the choices were binary: either conquer it or perish. Long Zay's ancestors, who had narrowly escaped, likely did so simply because the hidden mechanism was situated not far from the labyrinth's entrance. Thus, they were fortunate enough to retrace their steps and exit the labyrinth, while the others remained hopelessly lost within its confines. The trio had not ventured far when they indeed arrived at the secret chamber of mechanisms, having only navigated 2 turns, which made it quite difficult to lose their way. "Here we are," Longza exclaimed with a hint of excitement, eager to investigate, but was promptly halted by Mofin. "Hold on. Caution is the mother of safety." In this open area stood a modest palace, expansive in size, yet only 2 stories tall. Such palatial structures were numerous throughout the labyrinth, and the one before them could be considered among the smaller ones. Suddenly, Wang Kai, their loyal companion, barked excitedly and dashed forward. "Wonkai, come back," Mofin called out, a touch of urgency in his voice. For the secret chamber was surely rife with hidden traps. Although Wonkai had recently ascended to the second-tier cultivation, he still needed to exercise utmost caution in this place. Fortunately, with his keen sense of smell, Wonkai returned shortly after sprinting 50 meters, a bone clutched triumphantly in his mouth. "Is your firehound hungry? Have you fed it?" Longyuer asked sympathetically, casting a disapproving glance at Mofin, as if to reproach him for neglecting his contracted beast. Mofin raised his hands in mock surrender. "What an outrageous accusation. I am quite generous when it comes to my magical beasts. I have not skimped on feeding them beast cores at all." This was indeed true, as most of the beast cores obtained from the Titan ape were devoured by his contracted beasts, for he knew no alchemists, and to let these cores go to waste was simply illogical. Longyuer, however, remained skeptical. She knelt to pat Wang Sai's furry head, her heart aching for the poor creature. "You poor thing, your master must not be feeding you. You must be starving to react so excitedly to a bone." "Woo-woo," Wonkai, unable to bark due to the bone in his mouth, emitted a series of muffled sounds. "Look, master, this beautiful human cares for me. Perhaps I could ask her for food in the future." Mofin rolled his eyes, ignoring Wang Sai's thoughts, and snatched the bone from his mouth. Fanma, you are being too much. How dare you take away the bone meant for my firehound?" Longyuer exclaimed, grabbing Mofin's hand as if to defend Wonkai. The touch was unexpectedly cool and smooth, causing Mofin to momentarily pause. Looking at her delicate hands gripping his, a strange sensation flickered within him. Yet his attention was quickly drawn back to the bone, and he firmly held both of Longyuer's hands, using his other hand to examine the bone while remarking, "Stop fussing. This bone seems far from ordinary, and why Wonkai is not that picky of an eater." Longyuer did not anticipate Mofin would hold her hands so firmly, the warmth of his grasp enveloping her delicate fingers, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. "Why you let go of me?" She stammered, feeling flustered, for it was her first experience being held so closely by to make matters worse. This enigmatic Fanma had stirred an uncontrollable flutter in her heart. Mofin remained engrossed in the study of the large bone. Oblivious to Longyuer's discomfort, he continuously probed it with his mental energy, occasionally finding the softness of her hands rather pleasant, leading him to squeeze them gently from time to time. This unconscious gesture only deepened Longyuer's embarrassment, the flush on her face creeping to her ears. "Fanma," Longyuer finally exclaimed, a mix of indignation and shyness in her voice, startling Mofin back to reality. He realized she was immobilized, trapped by his grip. Due to their height difference, she was practically suspended by him in an awkward position. "My apologies. I was too absorbed in my studies and did not notice," he said, releasing her hands without realizing the unnatural blush staining her cheeks. Long Zhe, equally oblivious, was intrigued by the bone that Wonkai had retrieved, failing to notice Longyuer's discomfort. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, thinking how dense the two men were. Seeing that Mofin had returned the bone to Wonkai, Long Zhe presumed he must have discovered something significant. "Fanma, what kind of bone is that? Have you uncovered any clues?" Mofin, observing Wonkai gnawing delightfully on the bone, couldn't help but chuckle. "This is a segment of a holy beast's leg bone, and it appears to be quite ancient, judging by the residual pressure from the bone. This holy beast must have reached the 9th tier during its lifetime." "Holy beast? 9th tier?" Long Zhe exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. He immediately focused his mental energy on the bone, and within moments, he felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, causing him to stagger back in shock. "Indeed, it carries the pressure of a holy beast that I cannot discern its cultivation level, but as you said, it could genuinely possess 9th tier power. Even a spirit lord would not exude such an oppressive aura." With that, Long Zhe became fully engrossed in the astonishment. While Longyuer shook off her earlier embarrassment, her gaze fixed on Wonkai, who was blissfully chewing on the bone. Suddenly, she gasped, "If this is a holy beast's leg bone, it must be an excellent material for refining weapons, right? Fama, are you sure you want to let your firehound chew on such a precious bone?" Mofin paused, glancing at Wonkai, who was thoroughly enjoying the bone. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. As long as Wonkai enjoys it, it's fine. While the holy beast leg bone is indeed valuable, Wonkai can also enhance his strength by refining and absorbing Itida Tiomi. There is no difference. Longwearer looked at him in surprise. I did not expect you to be so generous. I apologize for misjudging you. You truly care for your contracted beast, T.O. If she had obtained a holy beast leg bone, her first instinct would have been to keep it for herself, perhaps seeking an artisan to forge it into a weapon or artifact. A master so generous to his contracted beast as Mofin was indeed a rarity, particularly in the realm of Longyin, where she believed there was no other like him. Wonkai continued to devour the bone with zeal, while Mofin began to explore the palace further. Longzhe approached, his expression turning serious as he regarded the palace's grand entrance. Fanma, the ancients were blocked by this very door. The restrictions upon it are remarkably intricate, and no method we have attempted has been able to open it. Mofin raised an eyebrow, carefully stepping forward to the palace entrance. Upon looking up, his expression shifted dramatically. The palace's exterior bore no resemblance to the intricately carved halls he was accustomed to. Rather, it resembled the simple yet grand white palaces of the West from his past life. However, the imposing iron gate stood out, intricately adorned with lifelike depictions of magical beasts. What astonished Mofin most was the circular pattern at the center of the massive iron door. Carved into the door were two droplet-shaped grooves that, when combined, formed a perfect yin-yang symbol. Surrounding these grooves were meticulously carved representations of the four divine beasts, each appearing almost lifelike in their realism. The azure dragon on the left, exuding an aura of dominance, the white tiger on the right, radiating majesty, the vermilion bird above, vibrant and flamboyant, and the black tortoise below, embodying stability and restraint. As Mofin scrutinized the four divine beasts, he suddenly felt a surge of dizziness wash over him, causing him to stagger backward. Be careful. Longwearer, who had been observant, rushed to his side, using her slender form to steady him. The sudden warmth of her presence jolted him back to awareness, and the tumult in his mind subsided. He quickly regained his footing and thanked Longwearer before hurrying back to the imposing iron door, unable to contain his awe. Indeed, this door is full of mysteries. Longzhe rushed over, concerned. Have you discovered something? Mofin, brimming with excitement, pointed at the four divine beasts. Look at these four divine beasts. They must have been inscribed by a powerful being. Every stroke is infused with immense mental energy. This iron gate undoubtedly conceals something extraordinary within. At this moment, M.O. Fan's heart surged with excitement, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The four divine beasts corresponded precisely to the four divine orders and the four direct bloodlines of the Qingyun Palace. This lineage belonged to the Azure Dragon, holding the Azure Dragon Order in hand. The palace door was adorned with numerous magical beasts, yet only these four divine beasts were crafted by the hand of a formidable being. A mere glance could lead to a disruption of one's mental faculties, and a prolonged gaze might render one an imbecile. Such a grand display led M.O. Fan to believe that the interior of the palace must be intimately connected to the four divine beasts, perhaps even revealing the secrets behind the so-called four divine orders of the Qingyun Palace. Unable to contain his eagerness to attempt to breach the door, M.O. Fan suddenly felt the little azure dragon hidden in his sleeve stir restlessly. It sensed something, a call from its kin. M.O. Fan paused, casting a casual glance at Longzhe and the others, who were engrossed in their own examinations of the door, with a mental nudge. He communicated with the little azure dragon. What do you sense? I feel it. I sense the call from my azure dragon clan, emanating from within this door. The little azure dragon buzzed with excitement, wriggling in M.O. Fan's sleeve. If it weren't for the presence of others, it would have burst forth to assert its dignity as an azure dragon. Master, you must find a way to enter this door. There is an aura of my azure dragon lineage within. Perhaps I might absorb a bit of dragon energy and escape this predicament. Startled by the little dragon's words, M.O. Fan couldn't help but share in its excitement. Is that true? If you absorb dragon energy, can you finally shed this form and assume your true self at will? After a moment of silence, the little azure dragon, reluctant to deceive M.O. Fan, replied with a mature tone. In theory, I would need to reach the Azure Dragon's transformation pool to obtain the true Azure Dragon inheritance to fully awaken. However, if the dragon energy here is sufficiently potent. It may sustain me until I find the transformation pool. M.O. Fan gazed earnestly at the massive iron door, realizing that he was destined to explore this palace. Returning to the door, he refrained from fixing his gaze on the four divine beasts to avoid further mental interference, and instead turned to Long Zhe. What intelligence do your ancestors possess? What methods have they attempted? Long Zhe pondered before responding. Naturally, every conceivable method has been employed. The key to opening this door lies within these two recesses. Our ancestors concluded that two correct forces must be channeled simultaneously. However, ordinary spiritual energy and internal strength are ineffective, and forcibly breaking through is out of the question, as the restrictions are formidable. Even the strongest array masters of the current continent would find no means to succeed. Did you discern anything, Brother Fan M.O.? Furrowing his brow, M.O. Fan did not respond immediately, adjusting his mask as he contemplated. This was an ancient labyrinth, and conventional methods would surely be futile. Most array masters of the Hanwu continent were unlikely to possess knowledge of ancient formations, rendering an array-based approach impractical. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he swiftly communicated with the little azure dragon. What if you attempted to infuse your azure dragon aura into these yin-yang recesses? It might just work. Cautiously, the little azure dragon peeked out to observe the patterns on the door and promptly withdrew, replying, "There's no need to try." The young gentleman's ancestors were correct. Such yin-yang patterns are common in ancient formations and require the simultaneous infusion of two distinct energies. However, the sources of power in this world are countless. Even spiritual energy varies in its manifestation. So who knows what two types of energy the one who set this restriction intended? Typically, such yin-yang patterns are left for posterity, with their unlocking conditions passed down through generations, often safeguarding either a family treasure or bloodline legacy as a means of theft prevention. Alas, it seems my wish is doomed to remain unfulfilled. Is this my fate? The heavens have cast me adrift in a foreign land, and just when I sensed a trace of kinship, I find myself at an impasse. The little azure dragon sighed repeatedly, its momentary joy swiftly fading. Upon hearing the little dragon's explanation, M.O. Fan's brow furrowed even deeper as he focused intently on the yin-yang recesses. With the four divine beasts positioned around, could it be that the infusion of the powers of these two unique beasts was necessary? Yet after contemplating further, he promptly dismissed the thought. Even in ancient times, gathering two divine beasts at once would have been a formidable challenge. If the unlocking conditions were excessively stringent, one could end up losing both allies and opportunities. Moreover, since there were no bloodline restrictions in place, it suggested that either fated individuals or those with sufficient capability could gain entry. With this realization, M.O. Fan's resolve solidified once more as he extended both hands, placing them on the two yin-yang recesses. Long Zhe and Long Yue, seeing this, immediately gathered closer, their gazes fixed intently on M.O. Fan. Merely observing will yield no results. Only through direct engagement can we hope to break through. Be cautious. I may trigger unforeseen consequences when I channel my power, and if danger arises, prioritize your own safety and retreat. With his mastery of the turtle-breathing ghost steps, he was confident that he could escape even in dire circumstances. Thus, M.O. Fan activated his god-level beast taming technique, channeling spiritual energy with one hand and beast taming power with the other. In a fleeting moment, the yin-yang recesses shimmered, and M.O. Fan's eyes brightened at the sight. The four divine beasts surrounding the recesses suddenly began to rotate in a clockwise motion before swiftly returning to their original positions, falling silent once more. Furrowing his brow, M.O. Fan withdrew his hands. What just happened? There was clearly some movement. I thought I had succeeded. Long Zhe chuckled wryly. I neglected to mention that our predecessors had already tried every available power. They concluded that one of the required energy for the yin-yang recesses is spiritual energy. As long as spiritual energy is infused, the four divine beasts will rotate, but only for a moment, and the iron door remains unmoved. Internal strength, mental energy, beast taming power, and various magical beast spiritual energies were all tested. Long Zhe nodded, causing M.O. Fan to scowl with a sense of discontent. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, albeit a faint possibility. Yet he resolved to give it a try, After all, one might stumble upon a hidden opportunity. Steadying his thoughts, Mo Fan again placed both hands on the recesses, one hand condensing spiritual energy and cautiously infusing it into one side of the yin-yang recess, while the other hand focused internal strength into the other side. With one hand channeling spiritual energy and the other channeling internal strength, both powers emerged simultaneously and were maintained in a stable manner. This was a demonstration of the dual-hand combat technique he had practiced while learning the four directions lion palm. These two energies, inherently distinct and demanding different control methods, manifesting within a single individual, defied the natural order. Yet Mo Fan, being adept in both spiritual and martial arts, could now wield and manipulate these two forces with remarkable ease. A feat unparalleled in history. Long Zhe, initially contemplating the simultaneous infusion of spiritual energy and internal strength, recalled that their predecessors had already deemed this method ineffective. However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening in shock. How is it possible that he possesses two forms of power within him? The fact that both his spiritual energy and internal strength had reached the levels of a spiritual master and a martial master respectively was astounding. Long Zhe's mind raced, questioning the plausibility of this phenomenon, yet he was witnessing the impossible unfold before him. His expression shifted, and a newfound caution colored his gaze as he regarded Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Long Yuer, being more straightforward, couldn't help but exclaimed softly, "Fan Mo, how can you simultaneously channel both spiritual energy and internal strength? How did you achieve this?" Mo Fan was at a critical juncture. With no time to address their inquiries, that he was acutely aware that the yin-yang recesses were absorbing both forms of power from his body, creating an insatiable void, despite his mastery of the god-level beast-taming technique. The relentless drain made him yearn to withdraw his hands, yet the recesses clung to him like a massive suction cup, offering no chance for interruption. Damn it, my spiritual energy and internal strength are not conjured from thin air. Leave me some. Just as Mo Fan felt himself on the verge of being completely drained, suddenly the force of attraction ceased, and the spiritual energy and internal strength within his body finally stopped their incessant flow. After taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze intently on the yin-yang groove before him. Waiting for a few seconds, the heavy iron door showed no signs of change. Just as Mo Fan began to doubt his gamble, that the key to breaking the seal was not meant for a dual cultivator of spiritual and martial arts. A pulling force re-emerged from the palm of his hand pressed against the door. Damn it, it's back. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, and just as he prepared to forcibly withdraw his hands, an abrupt transformation occurred. Before he could react, a tremendous force surged forth from the yin-yang groove, flooding back into him and forcefully channeling into his body through his palms. The overwhelming power created a significant airflow that directly sent the siblings Long Zhe and Long Yuer flying aside. Fortunately, this force only pushed them away without causing any harm. After regaining her footing, Long Yuer anxiously observed Mo Fan. "Brother Huang, he won't be in danger, will he?" Long Zhe, rendered speechless by the shock, recognized that the previous force was undoubtedly a mixture of spiritual energy and internal strength. The two energies that Mo Fan had infused were now being returned by the yin-yang groove. However, the returned energies were not only pure, but also significantly stronger. After the initial shock, Long Zhe couldn't help but feel concerned. Such power far exceeded what a low-level spiritual master or martial artist could withstand. Now that both energies surged into Mo Fan's body, if he couldn't absorb them, he would face overload in such a scenario. The lightest consequence would be broken meridians and a shattered dantian, while the worst could lead to his body exploding in contrast to the worries of Long Zhe and Long Yuer. Mo Fan, with his back turned to them, was brimming with excitement. If not for the fact that he couldn't afford to be distracted at this moment, he would have laughed joyously at the sky. He never anticipated that the two forces, which had just been forcibly absorbed, would all be returned to him. Not only that, but the returned spiritual energy was even more refined, and the internal strength was significantly more potent. It could be said that this yin-yang groove acted as a filter, refining all his energies. An unceasing stream of spiritual energy and internal strength surged into him, filling his meridians and dantian. making Mo Fan feel invigorated and refreshed. However, it wasn't long before he noticed something amiss. His internal spiritual energy and internal strength had reached saturation, and he could no longer absorb more power. Yet the yin-yang groove continued its relentless supply of energy, causing Mo Fan to break out in a cold sweat. He quickly calmed himself, took a deep breath, and settled into a meditative stance, closing his eyes to eliminate all distractions and began operating the divine beast control technique. The pure spiritual energy and internal strength collided within him. But the moment the divine beast control technique commenced, relief washed over him. It was as if these energies suddenly found their rightful paths, beginning to flow orderly through his meridians. Upon examining internally with his spiritual sense, Mo Fan was astonished to discover that his body was no longer as mundane as it once was. As his meridians expanded, the two distinct energies occupied opposite sides. The blue energy representing spiritual power and the red energy representing internal strength flowed like two non-interfering conveyor belts, coexisting harmoniously within his meridians. Looking at his dantian, the previously muddled energies now displayed clear distinctions, forming a yin-yang duality. From Mo Fan's internal perspective, his dantian had transformed into a taiji symbol, with the red and blue energies coalescing into a harmonious design. Mo Fan was utterly astonished. Although he was unsure how this had come to be, the increasing purity of his spiritual energy and internal strength was enough to indicate that the bizarre seal on the iron door was indeed helping him refine all his internal powers. After completing a small circulation of energy, Mo Fan suddenly opened his eyes with a flash, his gaze sparkling as if stars were swirling within. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted from his body, and the spiritual energy of the heavens converged upon him, causing the small realm around him to whirl violently. Longzhe exclaimed, "He-s breaking through." In a matter of moments, Mo Fan was set to achieve a breakthrough. What incredible fortune! Simultaneously, this commotion not only affected the small maze but caused a ripple throughout the entire royal secret realm. Everyone who had entered the secret realm was startled, looking up to see a swirling vortex of spiritual energy in the distance. From the looks of it, someone was either breaking through or a treasure had appeared. Unbeknownst to Mo Fan, the commotion he caused had prompted many to abandon their treasure hunting and rush toward him. A quarter of an hour later, as the vortex of spiritual energy dissipated and the air settled, a resonant hum echoed as Mo Fan abruptly withdrew his hands and leaped into the air, striking the open space ahead with a powerful palm strike. His robust spiritual energy transformed into a blade-like force, crashing into the ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a deep chasm emerging on the surface. Mo Fan landed, retracting his hands, and gazed at the fissure created by his spiritual energy blade, feeling a surge of excitement. Congratulations, Mo Fan. You've managed to break through to a high-level spiritual master in such a short time, surpassing even my brother Huang. Longzhe's expression flickered, filled with a mixture of awe and admiration as he regarded Mo Fan. And not just that, you've simultaneously broken through to a high-level martial master. In the past, Longzhe would never have imagined witnessing such a prodigious talent. Yet now, the extraordinary individual stood right before him, and having personally witnessed this miraculous feat, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Previously, Longzhe had only envied those from the Qingyan Hall. Now, he had added another to that list. After retracting his overwhelming power, Mo Fan walked slowly towards the two, his expression shifting as he cast a cold gaze at Longzhe. About this matter, before Mo Fan could finish, Long Yuer raised 3 fingers to the heavens, swearing an oath to the heavens. I, Long Yuer, vow with my heart that I will keep everything I witnessed today as secret and will never disclose your affairs. Mo Fan, to anyone, including my father. As her words fell, golden light enveloped her, and an oath of the laws took shape. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, as he had indeed intended to address this issue. But he was surprised by the little princess's integrity. Despite her usual composure and restraint being merely a fade, she was vivacious and spirited. However, when it came to significant matters, she displayed wisdom beyond her years. The act of dual cultivating spiritual and martial arts was already enough to astonish the entire continent, And at this stage, Mo Fan was still in the early phase with insufficient self-preservation capabilities. If he were to act recklessly and prematurely expose his talents, it would be incredibly perilous for him. With Long Yuer proactively swearing to keep silent, Long Zhe naturally followed suit, immediately taking the opportunity to make a similar oath in Mo Fan's presence. Then spoke solemnly, "Brother Mo Fan, your talent is indeed extraordinary. Under such circumstances, unless you have a strong backing, you should find a sect to join, preferably one with the power to protect you until you can grow. Any of the 4 major sects would be most suitable. With your talent and strength, entering any of the 4 major sects should pose no problem." Mo Fan had long considered this, and he appreciated Long Zhe's kind reminder. Thus, he would not dismiss it. "Thank you for the suggestion. I will take it into account. But first, let's find a way to enter this palace." The 3 of them returned to the iron door, only to discover that the yin-yang groove on the door had inexplicably vanished. Furthermore, the 4 ancient divine beasts that had originally surrounded the groove had also disappeared without a trace. "What is happening?" Long Zhe questioned in confusion, but Mo Fan paused, exclaiming, "The seal on the door is gone." To confirm his revelation, Mo Fan immediately gathered spiritual energy in his palm and unleashed it. The force containing spiritual energy struck the iron door with a resounding crash, and the once impenetrable barrier was instantly shattered. This, Mo Fan examined his palm, confirming he had only used 80% of his strength, that a spiritual master, regardless of their level, could not easily break such a seal. This could only mean that the seal had indeed vanished, rendering the door vulnerable. Long Zhe stood in stunned silence, astonished that Mo Fan had truly breached the door to this secret chamber. It seemed the seal on the door did not simply require both spiritual energy and internal strength to be injected simultaneously, but rather that both energies must originate from the same person. No wonder this place had never been breached before. As the conversation unfolded, Mo Fan had already taken the lead into the palace, with Wang Kai and the Titan following closely behind. Long Yuer and Long Zhe exchanged glances before also entering, though they appeared considerably more anxious than Mo Fan. Upon entering the palace, a stone door suddenly descended behind them, sealing the palace once again. The surroundings were instantly illuminated by wall-mounted lamps that had ignited, revealing the interior of the palace in its entirety. "What is this? Why is there nothing here?" Long Yuer, clutching a 2-tailed white fox, cautiously followed the 2 men. Suddenly, as if she had spotted something, she hurriedly called out to them, "Look over there! Is there something?" At her words, Mo Fan immediately unleashed his spiritual power and indeed detected movement in the corner of the wall. Wang Kai suddenly barked and dashed over, returning with a mouse clamped in his jaws. Mo Fan grimaced, retrieving the sacred beast's leg bone from Wang Kai and holding up the mouse that was actually a spirit-seeking mouse. How could it be found in such a place? The creature in Mo Fan's grasp was none other than a low-tier, treasure-finding genius, the spirit-seeking mouse. Although the spirit-seeking mouse's lineage was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary spirit mouse, it was highly sought after in the realm of cultivators. The presence of a spirit-seeking mouse indicated that there was indeed a significant treasure nearby. However, judging by its appearance, it seemed to have yielded little and was quite famished. Xiao Qinglong whispered through their mental connection, peering out from Mo Fan's sleeve with a mischievous glint. Mo Fan pinched the body of the spirit-seeking mouse, noting its emaciated state and feeble aura, which explained why they had not discovered it sooner. Despite not knowing how this creature had found its way here, it was nevertheless a prized spirit beast, and finding it was fortuitous, without hesitation, Mo Fan activated the beast taming technique, and the beast taming array in his sea of consciousness surged forth, enveloping the spirit-seeking mouse, that in mere moments, the mouse ceased resistance and willingly accepted its domestication. Long Zhe and Long Yuer, aware that Mo Fan was a beast tamer, were astonished to discover the extent of his taming prowess. And no matter how weak a spirit beast might be, it still possessed a certain level of power. Even the prodigy Mo Yunting from Qingyun Palace would have to exert considerable effort to tame one yet Mo Fan had effortlessly tamed it, clearly expending little energy in the process. Once tamed, The spirit-seeking mouse obediently climbed up Mo Fan's sleeve and settled on his shoulder, swaying slightly as it found a comfortable position to sit. Puffed. Longueur couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mo Fan, you are truly extraordinary. I've never seen a beast tamer who can gain such affection from a magical beast after taming it. Even contracted magical beasts do not immediately develop such intimacy with their masters. This spirit-seeking mouse seems quite fond of you. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow and retrieved some magical beast jerky from his silver ring, offering it to the spirit-seeking mouse. The mouse chirped excitedly and began to feast, clearly starved. Seizing the opportunity while the spirit-seeking mouse was occupied, Mo Fan began to search for an escape route. The entire grand hall was sealed, but from the outside, the palace appeared to encompass much more space, indicating the presence of hidden mechanisms and secret passages. Earlier, Longzhe had mentioned that this was a place rife with traps. However, as Mo Fan thought back, he realized that there were no visible signs of such dangers from the outside, suggesting that the Long family had concealed certain truths from him. Since everyone seemed to be hiding their cards, he felt no obligation to assist them in their pursuits. When the time came for favorable opportunities, he would not hesitate to act. After a thorough investigation, Mo Fan found himself a loss. His gaze remained fixed on Longzhe and Longueur, who appeared to be exploring as well. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether he was overthinking things. Perhaps these two were just as clueless. Just then, the flamehound barked at him. "Master, come quickly. There's an entrance, Titan, and I found a dog hole." Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement, but upon hearing Wang Kai mention a dog hole, he nearly stumbled in frustration. "You foolish dog, how am I supposed to crawl through a dog hole?" As he crouched down to inspect the corner, he found no such hole and couldn't help but thump Wang Kai's head. "Where's this dog hole? Although I don't crawl through dog holes, you needn't deceive me. Be careful, or I want to let you gnaw on any bones." Wang Kai whined in protest. "Master, you're wrong. There's truly a mechanism leading inside. My dog nose is quite keen, not inferior to that spirit-seeking mouse on your shoulder." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "You silly dog. Are you feeling jealous? Surely you wouldn't be envious of a mere spirit-seeking mouse." Wang Kai's demeanor clearly reflected a sense of grievance, his eyes narrowing at the spirit-seeking mouse with a hint of malice. Baring his teeth in a menacing grin, the spirit-seeking mouse, having enjoyed its jerky, trembled on Mo Fan's shoulder, clearly frightened by Wang Kai's predatory gaze. "Master, I can do what the spirit-seeking mouse does. It's just about treasure finding, right? Watch me." Wang Kai, unwilling to let the spirit-seeking mouse enjoy such privileges, promptly turned around and began digging. Though his movements appeared clumsy and lacked finesse, a closer inspection revealed that this seemingly foolish dog was far from it. He wrapped his claws in spiritual energy, precisely excavating at the wall's corner, occasionally spewing flames to scorch the area he was digging. Coincidentally, the spots that had been burned began to crack, making it easier for him to dig. As Wang Kai continued to excavate, a small hole finally emerged from the once impenetrable wall. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming energy poured forth from the tiny opening, creating a gust of wind that echoed throughout the sealed space, producing eerie wails reminiscent of tormented spirits. "Ha ha! Finally, someone has come in. Finally, someone has arrived." Along with the howling wind, a raucous voice resonated throughout the palace. This boisterous shout was laden with a multitude of emotions, akin to that of a madman, but he laughed incessantly. And as he did, his voice unwittingly infused with spiritual energy, reverberating within the minds of the three like a death knell that, "Ah, brother, my head hurts." Longueur, possessing the weakest cultivation, was the first to succumb as her sea of consciousness shattered, and she collapsed, her eyes rolling back. Seeing this, Longzhe gritted his teeth and summoned the protective spirit guardian jade. Placing it upon Longueur, the spirit guardian jade, a top-tier artifact, required no master to use. Once activated, it would offer a degree of protection against mental attacks. Nevertheless, even such an artifact was limited, and the individual surreptitiously unleashing spiritual power was immensely formidable. Before long, Longzhe too could no longer withstand the onslaught. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the protective barrier he had conjured shattered. He abruptly coughed up blood and gradually fell to the ground. In the last fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Longze distinctly saw Mo Fan, who had initially stood before him, suddenly flicker as if a phantom, gradually vanishing from sight. Ha ha ha! As the world spun chaotically, Mo Fan felt his body uncontrollably plummeting downward. The laughter that disrupted the tranquility of his consciousness grew nearer and more unrestrained. Suddenly, the sensation of weightlessness vanished, and Mo Fan swiftly stabilized himself. When he finally landed, the scenery before him had transformed entirely. He found himself in a vast, white expanse. Beneath him was an equally empty void, exuding an unreal sensation. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm coursed through Mo Fan as he sensed something was amiss. He raised his hand to feel, only to find that the dark misty mask he had always worn had inexplicably vanished. Moreover, Wang Kai, Titan. After calling out repeatedly with no response, he lifted his sleeve to discover that the little azure dragon was also missing, as was the spirit-seeking mouse perched on his shoulder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mo Fan immediately activated the beast-taming technique, only to find that not only had the magical beasts vanished, but he was also unable to summon any of the spiritual energy, internal force, or mental power from his sea of consciousness. Had he fallen into a completely enclosed restriction? Young man, there is no need to try. You are presently merely a state of consciousness. This is my spiritual realm, an absolute domain, where I reign supreme. Everything here is under my control, including your consciousness. After the sound faded, a flickering apparition suddenly appeared before Mo Fan, a venerable elder with flowing white hair and a demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being. Mo Fan could not help but be astonished, struggling to reconcile the previous maniacal laughter with the serene visage of this ethereal figure. Noticing that the elder, despite emanating a formidable presence, appeared somewhat insubstantial, he inquired, "Esteemed senior, what is the purpose of bringing me into your spiritual realm?" The elder's brows shifted slightly at the question. His eyes, seasoned by the passage of time, revealed a hint of loneliness. Yet, as he gazed upon Mo Fan, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and he intoned gravely, "What is your name?" Mo Fan's heart raced. The elder's penetrating gaze seemed capable of piercing through all facades. It felt as if his very soul was laid bare before him. Realizing the elder was no ordinary being, Mo Fan instinctively moderated his previously carefree demeanor, responding humbly, "I am but Mo Fan." The elder nodded approvingly, scrutinizing Mo Fan for several moments before stroking his beard in satisfaction. "Indeed, a fine talent. Merely 18, you have achieved the dual mastery of spirit and martial arts, and your beast-taming prowess is on the verge of breaking into the ranks of advanced beast-tamers. Even in my time, you would have been considered a prodigious genius." Flattered yet somewhat bashful, Mo Fan scratched the back of his head, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Might I ask why you have brought me here?" "Esteemed senior, is there some guidance you wish to impart?" Seeing Mo Fan's humility, the elder's satisfaction deepened, and he chuckled heartily. "Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. After safeguarding this celestial gate for many years, I have finally encountered someone capable of breaking my constraint. Why curiosity compelled me to bring you here for a closer look." Mo Fan furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Celestial gate? Guardian, pray tell, who are you?" "Esteemed elder." A shadow of reminiscence crossed the elder's weathered face, his expression growing somber as he replied slowly, "I am merely an old gatekeeper. Why physical form has long since deteriorated, leaving behind but a remnant of my soul. Barely lingering here, as for the celestial gate, his gaze drifted into the distance, and he fell silent, unwilling to elaborate further. Mo Fan frowned again, sensing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. He then ventured, "Esteemed senior, since this palace is your domain, might you know if there are any traces of the azure dragon here? I have come in search of treasures, and now that the palace's master has made an appearance, it seems rather difficult for me to continue my search incognito. It would be more prudent to acknowledge the situation openly." The elder sighed deeply, his apparition fading slightly, as if he might vanish at any moment. It seems I am destined to dissipate from this earthly realm. However, since we are fated to cross paths, I shall grant you an opportunity. How far you can go depends solely on your own fortune. With that, the elder's figure shimmered and suddenly appeared before Mo Fan, gently tapping his finger on Mo Fan's forehead. Startled, Mo Fan instinctively attempted to evade the withered hand, only to find himself immobilized. Forced to allow the elder's frail touch upon his brow, in an instant, a sensation of lightness surged through him. Something penetrating his consciousness. Go forth, young one, that a dual master of spirit and martial arts shall inevitably reach that pinnacle. I believe you will one day breach the celestial gate and arrive at the celestial capital. In a haze, Mo Fan lost consciousness once more, plunging into an abyss of oblivion. Time passed, and Mo Fan felt warmth upon his face. A dampness that brought about an itch. Sister, stop it. If you keep licking, I shall have to retaliate. Mo Fan's mind wandered as his hands began to explore the enchanting figure of his dreams, only to find himself grasping fur. Sister, your leg hair is rather prickly. Perhaps it is time for a trim. His face, a mixture of delight and perplexity, bore traces of saliva as his consciousness remained hazy. Convinced he was engaged in something significant. Just then, a familiar bark echoed in his ears. Woof woof! Master, wake up! It's me, your Wonkai. Wonkai, in a state of panic, feared that his master was about to make a move on him as he felt Mo Fan's hand on his leg. Mo Fan frowned, forcefully swatting Wonkai away, muttering, Wonkai, be still. I am at a crucial moment. Do not interrupt my rendezvous with the beauty. Wonkai's eyes reflected disdain as he suddenly turned to the Titan of the ape. The Titan, with a face resembling that of a black gorilla, grinned broadly, exposing a row of gleaming white teeth, and promptly presented his rear into Mo Fan's nose, with a muffled sound. An indescribable odor flooded Mo Fan's nostrils, jolting him awake from his dreamy reverie. Damn, so even a beauty's flatulence can be foul. Once he regained his senses, Mo Fan realized he had been transported to another unfamiliar space. The elder had vanished, but he found that he could once again wield his powers. That moment, both Wonkai and the Titan approached him with concerned expressions. Master, you're finally awake. Did you just dream of wanting to eliminate me? Mo Fan was taken aback. What makes you say that? Do I appear to be that sort of person? Then why were you touching my leg? Were you checking how much meat I have? To see how much I might be worth? Embarrassment flushed Mo Fan's face as he realized that he had been fondling Wonkai's leg instead of a beautiful maideness. The earlier flatulence belonged to the dog as well. Seeing the Titan suppressing laughter with his hand over his mouth, Mo Fan couldn't help but smirk, feeling utterly at a loss. Oh, you conspired to mock me? Just wait. Having fully awakened, Mo Fan recalled the events that had transpired. The elder and the mysterious realm were surely not mere figments of a dream. He needed to investigate what the elder had done to him. Entering a meditative state, Mo Fan swiftly delved into his consciousness. Upon discovering an additional scroll within his sea of consciousness, his heart raced with excitement. He immediately summoned the scroll into his hand. However, before he could warm it in his grasp, it transformed into a streak of golden light and surged back into his mind. In an instant, a buzzing sensation filled his head, and before he could comprehend it, fragmented images began to materialize in his thoughts. Once he processed these images, Mo Fan was rendered speechless. The scroll gifted by the elder was none other than a celestial-grade spiritual technique. This technique, named Celestial Slash, was not only authentic but also classified as a superior celestial-grade skill. The fragments flashing through his mind revealed the existence of a labyrinth, one vastly grander than the one he currently occupied. Deep within that labyrinth, wisps of celestial clouds hinted at a hidden paradise nestled among the clouds. Mo Fan was uncertain of the significance of these images, but as he studied the Celestial Slash and read its opening line, understanding began to dawn upon him. The Celestial Slash was a requisite technique for breaching the Celestial Gate and entering the Celestial Capital. It could sever great celestial beings above and fearsome spirits below. Those within the Celestial Capital who neglected this technique would be expelled from the Celestial Realm. Once again, the Celestial Gate surfaced in his mind. What sort of place was this? To require an upper-tier, celestial-grade technique as a prerequisite was indeed extravagant. Mo Fan sensed that the Celestial Capital was no ordinary locale, It surely did not reside on the Hongwu continent. Could it be situated on a more advanced continent? After mentally noting the celestial gate and the celestial capital, he resumed his study of the celestial slash, only to sigh and exit his meditative state. Rising to his feet, the training threshold for the celestial slash was even more rigorous than that of the Five Seals divine technique, requiring practitioners to reach the Spirit King level before they could unlock its potential. Although he had attained the level of an advanced spirit master through sheer luck, this hastily acquired power was ultimately unstable. He resolved to first solidify his foundation, postponing any breakthroughs for the time being. Otherwise, a shaky foundation would lead to insurmountable difficulties in future advancements. Mo Fan emerged from his meditative state. Wankai scampered over, whimpering, "Master, the Azure Dragon took the Seeking Spirit Mouse while you were unconscious. He said he would seek his own fortune and instructed me to inform you once you awoke." Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his sleeve to find that the Azure Dragon was indeed missing, as was the Seeking Spirit Mouse. "Since when did the Azure Dragon become your elder brother?" "You're quite the sycophant." Wankai chuckled softly, then conveyed telepathically. "Just now, after I dug out the dog hole, we were all transported here. During your unconsciousness, I, along with the mighty Titan, have already explored this cave. It is rather peculiar. The walls have no apparent exits, and the only possible egress may lie beneath this lake." Upon hearing Wankai's words, Mo Fan realized they were indeed situated within a sealed cavern, illuminated by ample light, with a shimmering lake at its center. How could such a pristine natural cave exist within a palace? Where exactly is this place? Rising to the lake's edge, Mo Fan leaned forward slightly to peer down, only to find the lake's depths unfathomably dark, reflecting his handsome visage, devoid of the mysterious mist mask. Mo Fan furrowed his brow slightly, extending his mental energy, but it was repelled as soon as it touched the surface. Unable to ascertain the lake's condition, Mo Fan resolved to plunge into the water himself. After sensing the bond with the little Azure Dragon, he could vaguely perceive a pulling force emanating from the lake's bottom, suggesting the possibility of some hidden secret. After summoning Wankai and the Titan back, he leaped into the lake, enveloped by a shield of spiritual energy that isolated him from the surrounding water, and immediately descended to the depths. The lake water did not feel like the stagnant depths of a pond. Rather, it bore a cool, refreshing quality that tempted Mo Fan to indulge in a leisurely soak. Moreover, the water was not stagnant. It flowed with a gentle current. It seemed that the water was subtly infused with a moderate concentration of spiritual energy. Mo Fan recalled tales of a rare spiritual spring. Revered as treasure by various sections, the heavenly spirit water contained within such springs was a natural treasure, capable of sustaining a practitioner for several days with just a sip. Mo Fan surmised that while this lake water could not compare to a low-grade spiritual spring, it was undoubtedly a product of heaven and earth, and perhaps in 3 to 5 years, its quality would vastly improve. However, he soon found himself astonished as he swam along the current's direction. The spiritual energy within the water grew increasingly rich, with impurities diminishing. Suddenly, after navigating a narrow bend, the water's flow surged violently. Mo Fan focused his mind, releasing the strength in his limbs, allowing the current to carry him forward. Before long, he realized that the previously downward-flowing water had inexplicably shifted direction, now flowing upwards, with the spiritual energy intensifying to the level of ordinary low-grade heavenly spirit water. With a thought, Mo Fan parted his lips slightly, swallowing a mouthful of lake water, which he quickly gulped down. Instantly, the water cascaded down his throat to his taste buds, refreshing him throughout. The spiritual energy within the lake gradually converged in Mo Fan's dantian, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. This sensation differed significantly from the self-absorption of spiritual energy from the air. The lake's energy, nurtured by heaven and earth, was not only impeccably pure, but also imparted a euphoric feeling, compelling him to desire a second and third sip. Although Mo Fan had never tasted the so-called heavenly spirit water, this lake water was certainly remarkable, undoubtedly meeting the standard of low-grade heavenly spirit water. As he continued to ascend with the current, Mo Fan soon caught sight of a bright light above. indicating he was nearing another lake surface. With a splash, he was propelled out of the water by the force below. He quickly stabilized his posture and stood on the shore, soon discovering yet another natural cave. In contrast to the previous enclosed cavern, this one was open, with an entrance leading elsewhere. Turning to glance back at the lake, Mo Fan realized it could no longer be classified as a mere lake. It resembled a gushing spring, from which he had been propelled by the turbulent waters below. I could see that moment. He suddenly felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness, and the power of his bond with the little azure dragon surged. "Master, you have finally arrived. Quickly follow our bond to find me. There are great treasures here." The little azure dragon's excited voice echoed in Mo Fan's mind, filling him with joy, prompting him to summon Wankai. "Wankai, go find the little azure dragon." After a couple of barks, Wankai sniffed the air and dashed towards the cave entrance. Mo Fan smiled broadly and followed closely behind. Tracking such matters required no personal effort on his part. Wankai's keen nose was far more efficient than his own. The cave network was intricate, and Wankai led Mo Fan through a labyrinth of twists and turns until they arrived at a vast natural chamber. "Master!" Suddenly, a voice filled with joy emerged from behind the rocks, as the little azure dragon flew out, exhilarated to see Mo Fan. "You must come and see. I have found something extraordinary." Mo Fan hastily followed the little azure dragon around the rocks, and upon seeing what lay before him, he gasped in astonishment. What unfolded before Mo Fan's eyes was an impeccably preserved beast bone, resembling that of a dragon. The little azure dragon fluttered excitedly over the dragon bone, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly a bone of the azure dragon. It is a pity it did not transform into its true form upon death, but all its essence remains intact. A dragon bone is still a dragon bone." Seeing the little azure dragon so animated, Mo Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, bemused. "Isn't this, after all, one of your kin? Shouldn't you at least pay some respects?" The little azure dragon, however, was unfazed, laughing heartily. "Why mourn for it? I do not even know it. Besides, all dragonkin are buried in the transformation pool upon death, and their essence is gradually absorbed by the pool, ultimately becoming a pile of useless bones. A dragon's death is not meant for future generations to mourn, but rather to continue contributing until the end. Should I ever find myself in the transformation pool, I too will willingly offer all my essence for the benefit of my descendants." What is so strange about that? Mo Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the little dragon's perspective point. One had to admit that the beastkin's values were refreshingly straightforward, more genuine than those of some hypocritical humans. "What are your plans now? Are you intending to refine your ancestor right here, or will you wait until we leave?" The little azure dragon fluttered over, a sycophantic gleam in its eyes, whispering, "Master, since you are here, why not serve as my protector? I have long wished to refine it, but unfortunately, my spirit mouse is too weak. Should any mishap occur, it would be unable to protect me. With you here, I feel at ease." Mo Fan found the little dragon's flattery quite pleasing, nodding in satisfaction. "You may refine it without worry. Rest assured, your master will guard you well." With Mo Fan's promise, the little azure dragon gleefully soared above the dragon bone, transforming into its semi-true form in midair. Coiling around it and commencing the absorption and refinement process, Mo Fan couldn't help but gaze at the little azure dragon in its true form. Though currently only in its semi-true state, the might of a true dragon was unmistakably evident. Its previously sleek body was now adorned with shimmering dragon scales, gleaming with a metallic luster that a pair of jade-like dragon horns emerged from its azure mane, promising a striking presence when it grew to its full size. The little azure dragon entered a meditative state, surrounded by an aura of azure light. The dragon bone before it shimmered with a similar azure glow, and flecks of golden light ascended from the bone, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that were drawn into the little azure dragon's form. After waiting for a while, Mo Fan summoned the fire spirit fox, the titan, and the tiger-headed eagle, ensuring that 4 magical beasts guarded the little azure dragon. This should suffice for protection. After issuing a few instructions, Mo Fan returned to the spring's edge with the spirit mouse, eager to explore further. The formation of any spiritual spring takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy present in this spring was already quite remarkable, and Mo Fan did not believe it to be a mere coincidence. Thus, there were two possibilities. First, this spring water could indeed be a rare spiritual spring, indicating the presence of a springhead beneath the lake. Alternatively, it could be that the lake's bottom concealed an inherently rich treasure of heaven and earth, affecting the entire body of water. Regardless of which scenario it was, Mo Fan felt it was imperative to investigate. After confirming that the surroundings posed no danger, Mo Fan placed the spirit mouse on the ground. Speaking gently, "Spirit mouse, my treasure-seeking endeavor now relies entirely on you. Quickly dive into the depths of the lake and see if there are any extraordinary treasures hidden within the waters." The seeking spirit mouse had been tamed, and, in gratitude for Mo Fan's gift of jerky, it swiftly twisted its small body and plunged into the spring water. Upon witnessing this, Mo Fan immediately conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy and similarly dove beneath the surface. Despite its diminutive size and seemingly weak power, the seeking spirit mouse proved to be as agile as a water rat underwater, its almost negligible forepaws generating an astonishing swimming speed that compelled Mo Fan to harness his spiritual energy to keep pace. As their exploration deepened, the seeking spirit mouse abruptly hesitated before accelerating once more, turning its head to frantically swim towards another location. Mo Fan's brow furrowed. It seemed the seeking spirit mouse had discovered something. The little creature swam with great effort and soon vanished from Mo Fan's sight. Startled, he immediately pursued it. The deeper they descended, the stranger the currents became. Here, the water formed a small vortex, with all the spring water converging towards one point, only to surge forth from the same location, subtly manifesting as two opposing whirlpools. The disappearance of the seeking spirit mouse into the vortex filled Mo Fan with concern, given its minuscule size and lack of combat capability. It was a spirit beast devoid of self-preservation. Mo Fan hastened his speed towards the vortex, needing to exert more spiritual energy to stabilize his form. Finally, after several seconds, he safely reached the lake's bottom, where he spotted the small body of the seeking spirit mouse resting there. Seemingly unharmed, as he approached the lake bed, he noticed a glimmering light flickering before the seeking spirit mouse, with rhythmic flashes. Concentric ripples formed around it, and rich, pure spiritual energy began to emanate outward from the spring water's undulations. Feeling the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy enveloping him, Mo Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a spring eye. He had indeed stumbled upon a genuine spiritual spring. The rarity of such springs goes without saying. The mere appearance of even a small portion can incite a frenzy among various factions, each vying for a share. This contention primarily centers not on the heavenly spiritual water itself, but rather on the spring eye, a naturally occurring and treasured entity, prized for its inexhaustible potential. Given sufficient time, it could produce a continuous stream of heavenly spiritual springs. Moreover, the spring eye can evolve and grow by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, transforming from one that births inferior heavenly spiritual water to one that can yield superior heavenly spiritual water with a mere drop. Although this process requires extensive time for refinement and sedimentation, it is a pursuit every sect is willing to invest in. The establishment of a sect inherently involves the accumulation of resources. And the reason the four major sects have gradually risen to their current status is due to their seizing of opportunities throughout the ages, gaining far more cultivation resources than others. Such resources nurture the strong, who in turn contribute back to the sect, continuing the cycle of resource accumulation, leading to the rise of great sections. Currently, each of the four major sects boasts its own spiritual spring, having successfully obtained spring eyes, thus providing an unceasing supply to their disciples. Rumor has it that after all these years, the number of superior heavenly spiritual waters that can be cultivated from the spring eyes within the four major sects is exceedingly limited, and thus they still treat inferior spiritual spring water as a treasure. Mo Fan was fortunate enough to have seen in the old man's tome that the spring eyes of the four major sects were roughly the size of a walnut, naturally yielding limited heavenly spiritual water. However, the one presented before Mo Fan now was the size of an adult's fist Mo Fan's heart raced with fervor, his trembling hands betraying his excitement. It felt as if an endless stream of heavenly spiritual springs was beckoning to him. Just then, the spring eye before him rippled unexpectedly, as if something beneath the lake bed was breaking through the surface. The sudden jolt in his brow signaled an ominous premonition. He quickly grasped the seeking spirit mouse and tucked it into his sleeve, then reached out to seize the spring eye and make his escape. Yet, the radiant spring eye seemed to possess a life of its own, effortlessly evading Mo Fan's grasp and darting away, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the lake bed. What the hell? It's alive. Mo Fan was momentarily stunned by the revelation that a spring eye could indeed be sentient. However, the commotion at the lake bed grew increasingly tumultuous, muddying the waters, forcing him to temporarily retreat with the seeking spirit mouse. Upon returning to the shore, Mo Fan observed the spring water before him bubbling and roiling as if boiling a tea that moment. An immense pressure emanated from the spring water. Mo Fan was taken aback, swiftly employing his ghostly steps to retreat. After backing away several meters, a slender tentacle burst forth from beneath the water. Adorned with barbs that pierced the cave ceiling like a spear, a sharp sound of water being sliced through followed, as a thousand-clawed serpent surged from the depths, instantly affixing itself to the cave's apex. Hiss! Mo Fan gasped in shock. This thousand-clawed serpent resembled an octopus, yet its soft, undulating tentacles were covered in sharp, blue barbs that emitted a piercing sound as they collided. When Mo Fan focused intently, information about the thousand-clawed serpent flooded into his mind. It was an ordinary magical beast with a bloodline close to that of a spirit beast, though not quite possessing the bloodline of a spirit beast. It contained a trace of dragon blood within its ordinary lineage, far surpassing that of typical magical creatures. This juvenile thousand-clawed serpent had just barely reached the 5th tier of cultivation, yet due to the prolonged nourishment from the spiritual spring, its true strength likely exceeded the 5th tier. The serpent had long since locked its gaze onto Mo Fan, its head reminiscent of a dragon's, featuring a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes fixed intently upon him. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, suspecting that the sudden disappearance of the spring eye was the work of this creature. Magical beasts possess intelligence. It understood that with the spring eye taken, the spiritual energy within the spring water would gradually dissipate, depriving it of its cultivation resources. Oh, so you wish to compete with me for resources? Bring it on. Mo Fan, undeterred by the serpent's menacing gaze, felt an exhilarating thrill. Coincidentally, he had just broken through to the advanced spirit martial master level, making this an opportune moment for practice. Although a 5th-tier magical beast posed a challenge, it would serve as a worthy sparring partner. As he spoke, Mo Fan set the seeking spirit mouse aside, his gaze becoming resolute as he focused on the thousand-clawed serpent above him. Let us settle this one-on-one. The victor claims the spring eye. The thousand-clawed serpent seemed to comprehend Mo Fan's words, but showed no signs of acquiescence. It suddenly extended 2 tentacles, launching an attack directly at him. The once soft tentacles transformed into 2 swift, precise spears, slicing through the air with such speed that the surrounding atmosphere stirred violently. With the sound of air being torn, Mo Fan had already been prepared, quickly employing his ghostly steps to vanish from his original position, reappearing near another rocky outcrop. Seeing Mo Fan's impressive speed, the thousand-clawed serpent emitted a sharp, piercing cry, its internal spiritual energy swelling as it inflated itself like a balloon. Mo Fan's expression faltered, it about to self-destruct. However, in a sudden turn of events, the myriad blue spines adorning the body of the thousand-clawed serpent emitted a brilliant blue light, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified. Mo Fan's pupils constricted sharply. A profound sense of peril washed over him. Without hesitation, he summoned a dual-layered defensive shield of spiritual energy and internal force, swiftly retreating behind a reef for cover. Indeed, in the very next moment, the thousand-clawed serpent let out a piercing roar, unleashing a torrent of countless arrows of spiritual energy that shot forth from its spines. The dense array of spiritual arrows surged like a torrential downpour, piercing through numerous surrounding reefs, filling the cave with chaotic spiritual currents. The reef before Mo Fan was soon riddled with arrows, the erratic splatter of spiritual energy striking his dual-layered defense, threatening to breach it. Witnessing this, Mo Fan erupted with fury. Spiritual energy surged into his palm. And with the simultaneous application of turtle breathing and ghost steps, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a flickering afterimage. Ascending into the air, he swiftly maneuvered to the rock wall behind the thousand-clawed serpent. As the spiritual energy in his palm coalesced, he propelled himself towards the serpent with a powerful push of his legs. Concurrently, the square lion's paw, charged with energy, was launched towards the thousand-clawed serpent. The lion roared ferociously, its spiritual power wreaking havoc in an instant. Mo Fan's square lion's paw erupted with astonishing might, a vividly lifelike lion leaping forth with tremendous speed, hurtling towards the thousand-clawed serpent at the cave's apex. The entire cavern was rocked by the force of the spiritual lion's presence, the waters of the spring churning violently. Amidst the lion's thunderous roar, a sharp screech resonated. The thousand-clawed serpent, taken aback by Mo Fan's audacity, was caught off guard and struck squarely by the square lion's paw, plummeting from the cave's ceiling. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Fan pressed the attack, delivering another powerful strike. Once more, a lion, equally fierce and imposing, burst forth from his palm, its momentum overwhelming, swiftly engulfing the thousand-clawed serpent. Where the spiritual energy passed, the sound of tearing flesh echoed, the serpent shrieking in agony as it tumbled along the shore. Eventually plunging into the spring, fleeing towards the depths of the lake. Mo Fan frowned. This thousand-clawed serpent appeared to lack any combat experience since its birth. Thus, in terms of practical combat, it was inferior even to him. Opting to flee after suffering 2 blows from the square lion's paw, a 5th-tier magical beast should not be so feeble. With a steely glint in his eyes, Mo Fan gave chase. If the thousand-clawed serpent were wise enough to relinquish the spirit spring-eyed him, that would be another story. However, if it remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. Diving into the spring, Mo Fan quickly discerned the serpent's trail, a crimson streak of blood weaving through the water. At the end of the blood trail lay the coiled body of the thousand-clawed serpent, which, upon noticing Mo Fan's pursuit, attempted to escape once more. Mo Fan scoffed. He had never encountered such a cowardly magical beast, and it left him utterly disappointed. Just as he prepared to let this timid creature go in search of the spirit spring eye, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered in the direction of the thousand-clawed serpent. Damn! Despite its cowardice, this creature had not forgotten to carry away its treasure in its flight. Mo Fan's expression sharpened immediately, and he employed ghost steps to pursue. The application of ghost steps imposed no restrictions by terrain, allowing him to maneuver fluidly even in water. Soon he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rapidly closing in on the thousand-clawed serpent. The spring was now murky from the serpent's thrashing, but Mo Fan approached swiftly, spiritual energy coalescing in his palm as he prepared to unleash another spiritual lion to tear into IT that moment. A clear roar broke through the water, resonating like a muffled thunderclap in Mo Fan's heart. Instantly, his expression tightened, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. IT was the roar of a dragon. It seemed the little azure dragon had made a breakthrough. As the dragon's roar echoed, a mighty dragon's presence descended. Though the thousand-clawed serpent possessed a trace of dragon blood, it paled in comparison to the azure dragon, resembling nothing more than a humble earthworm, utterly insignificant. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, fear flickered in its blood-red eyes, causing it to freeze in place, paralyzed by dread. The dragon's might did not wane, and soon a youthful yet authoritative voice rang out. "You dare to seize what belongs to this king? You little worm seeking death?" Mo Fan could not contain his laughter, picturing the pompous demeanor of the little azure dragon as it spoke. Yet he had to admit, the creature's bravado was quite impressive. The thousand-clawed serpent, merely a fifth-tier beast with bloodlines significantly weaker than those of the azure dragon, was also in its juvenile stage, having seen little of the grander world. The azure dragon, hidden in the shadows, merely needed to exert a hint of its threat, and the thousand-clawed serpent felt as though it were confronting a divine beast, instantly abandoning its pursuit of the spirit spring eye to flee for its life. Mo Fan's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly advanced, snatching the spirit spring eye into his possession before breaking the surface of the water. "Hey, master, what do you think? Was I not impressive?" Upon emerging from the water, he beheld the azure dragon, in its true draconic form, coiling majestically in midair. At the first glance, the dragon exuded an overwhelming might, rendering it difficult to gaze upon directly. However, after sensing the situation, Mo Fan furrowed his brow. This it. After absorbing a piece of azure dragon bone, why are you still at the 5th tier? At this moment, the little azure dragon, despite revealing its true form, showed no substantial changes, leaving Mo Fan greatly disappointed. Yet the little azure dragon, brimming with excitement, declared, "The dragon energy and essence within the azure dragon bone have been fully absorbed, but now is not the time for refinement. Once we exit this place, I shall enter seclusion." Mo Fan nodded, then produced the spirit spring eye, grinning with satisfaction. "Look what I found! The spirit spring eye!" The little azure dragon exclaimed in astonishment, darting over to circle around the eye. Unable to contain its awe, indeed, it was the spirit spring eye, and of high quality. It could potentially yield a mid-grade or even top-grade celestial spring. Even as a divine beast, the little azure dragon was exceptionally thrilled at the sight of the spirit spring eye. Underscoring its rarity, Mo Fan tightened his grip on the spirit spring eye, unable to suppress his pride. For cultivators, aside from innate talent and relentless effort, fortune and opportunity held immense significance. His first venture into the secret realm had bestowed upon him the legacy of a mysterious elder and such a precious spirit spring eye, signifying his remarkable fortune, a crucial factor for any cultivator. Just then, the spirit spring eye suddenly flashed with a brilliant white light, momentarily blinding Mo Fan. The little azure dragon, however, exclaimed, "It's coming out. The spirit spring eye has produced a drop of celestial spring water." Mo Fan was taken aback, opening his eyes to find the little azure dragon fixated on the spirit spring eye in his hand, a suspicious liquid already forming at the corner of its mouth. He glanced at the spirit spring eye and indeed saw a drop of mysterious water shimmering with silver light, poised to fall from the stone bottom of the eye. "Master, let's not beat around the bush." Before the little azure dragon could finish, Mo Fan swiftly extended his tongue, seizing the drop of celestial spring water and swallowing it whole. The little azure dragon lamented in exasperation, "My mid-grade celestial spring water! My precious elixir!" Mo Fan savored the moment, unable to hold back a series of impressed clicks of his tongue. This is the flavor of mid-grade celestial spring water. It is indeed far sweeter than that spring water." Mo Fan squinted, reveling in the experience when suddenly, a warm current surged from his dantian, activating the divine beast taming technique on its own accord, allowing the spiritual energy within his body to circulate through his limbs. After a small circulation, Mo Fan felt the spiritual energy within him had noticeably strengthened, becoming denser. Though he had not achieved a breakthrough, just one drop of celestial spring water had produced such significant effects, further deepening his affection for the spirit spring eye in his grasp. After securing the spirit spring eye, Mo Fan relied on his spirit-seeking mouse to locate the exit, preparing to leave the area. Meanwhile, Long Zhe and Long Yuer, siblings who had been knocked unconscious by the old elder's mental force, had already regained their senses but remained trapped in the original Grand Hall, staring blankly at the mysterious mist mask unearthed by Wang Kai. "Brother, do you think Mo Fan will be all right? Why is his mask here? Where could he have gone?" Long Zhe pondered, clutching the mist mask, his expression darkening as he recalled the scene he had witnessed before losing consciousness. Outside the palace, the others who had entered the royal secret realm had gathered, having rushed to the grand iron door upon hearing the commotion caused by Mo Fan's breakthrough. They were now all assembled, including Mo Yunting and Mo Yin. After Mo San and Mo Si reported their surveillance findings, Mo Yunting's expression shifted, a hint of danger flashing his eyes. "What did you say?" The two siblings, Fan Mo and the Crown Princess, are together. Upon hearing this, Mo Yin was equally taken aback, and soon succumb to her conspiratorial thoughts. It seems that the Longyan royal family intends to court Fan Mo. Are they perhaps trying to distance themselves from our Qingyun palace? Mo, Yunting narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance, and then remarked, "This matter can wait until we return. Our immediate priority is to open this stone door." That roar we heard was unmistakably a dragon's roar. "There is a dragon confined within." As he spoke, Mo Yunting's eyes burned with fervor. Initially, he had only heard rumors of a sacred beast residing here. His journey into the secret realm was solely for that beast. He never anticipated that within this seemingly inconspicuous palace, there would be a dragon. A dragon, indeed, is a creature of divine caliber. Mo Fan was unaware that he and the little green dragon had entirely captivated all those who had entered the secret realm, and they were now gathered outside the palace, seeking a way to break through the door. Following the guidance of the spirit-seeking mouse, he not only found an exit, but also stumbled upon several spiritual herbs growing in the corners along the way. Thus, by the time he returned to the main hall of the palace, Missouri Fan had made quite a considerable harvest. He recognized the small hole before him. This was the very spot where Wong Kai had broken through. With a surge of luck in his palm, Mo Fan gently struck, causing the wall to collapse with a thunderous roar from within. The violent noise startled Long Yue, who jumped in alarm, and she turned to see a handsome man emerging from the rubble. Upon noticing his attire, the fiery dog accompanying him, and the spirit-seeking mouse perched on his shoulder, a flicker of astonishment flashed in her clear eyes. You are Fan Mo?" Mo Fan was momentarily stunned. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the siblings, he remembered that his handsome visage was now exposed. Consequently, he broke into a broad smile and approached them with ease and "My dear friends, I hope I did not frighten you too much." Long Zhe, recovering from his surprise, immediately handed over the mask he held, his expression flickering as he glanced at the fallen wall. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Brother Fan Mo, have you encountered some fortuitous event? You seem quite different." Long Zhe's gaze shifted, and as he released a hint of his mental energy to probe, he was immediately taken aback by the unpredictable expression on Mo Fan's face, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. You have broken through again?" At that moment, Long Zhe's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. If Mo Fan claimed to have encountered no fortuitous event, he would find that utterly unbelievable. Mo Fan had anticipated that Long Zhe would pose this question, so he had prepared his response beforehand. The fist-sized spiritual spring eye stone was far too conspicuous. If it were revealed, all the experts on the continent would surely covet it. Thus, before emerging, Mo Fan made a decision that he carefully removed a small portion of the spiritual spring eye stone and tossed it back into the spring water, sacrificing a piece the size of a fingernail. He could temporarily evade detection and fulfill his promise to Long Chungtan as for whether the old emperor would keep his promise of a low-grade spiritual artifact. He was indifferent. After all, he had gained considerably from this journey, and it was not in vain. Therefore, when Long Zhe attempted to probe further, Mo Fan generously replied, "Naturally, there's been a fortuitous event. Otherwise, how could my cultivation have surged so dramatically? What fortuitous event? Where is it?" Long Zhe, momentarily impatient, spoke with a tone of urgency, only to quickly realize his lapse in demeanor, promptly apologizing to Mo Fan. Unfazed, waved his hand and said, "Deep within this palace lie many natural caverns, and I discovered a natural spiritual spring therein." "What?" Mo Fan's words prompted Long Zhe and Long Yue to exclaim in unison, their expressions mirroring one another in exaggerated astonishment. At a spiritual spring, Long Zhe's breath quickened as he eagerly asked, "Brother Fan Mo, is this true? Is there really a spiritual spring?" Long Zhe's thoughts raced. As a prince, he understood all too well the significance of a spiritual spring to a family. If there exists a spiritual spring here, it is highly likely to be one with a spring eye. Mo Fan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Absolutely true. There's indeed a pool of spiritual spring water, and it is quite expansive. However, it is inhabited by a fifth-tier magical beast, so I dared not delve deeper." Upon hearing this, Long Zhe suddenly regained his composure, a flicker of suspicion creeping into his mind. After a moment's thought, He remarked, since it is a spiritual spring, Brother Fan Mo must recognize its preciousness. Why then would you share this information with us? Long Zai's tone was laced with an evident hint of skepticism, prompting Long Yuer to pout in discontent. Brother, what are you implying? Do you think Fan Mo would deceive us? Long Zai froze, realizing that his words were indeed somewhat accusatory. However, out of caution, he needed to gauge how Mo Fan would respond. Mo Fan maintained a calm visage, deepening his expression before casually stating, I am well aware of the value of a spiritual spring, but I must also be able to take it with me. Much of the heavenly spiritual water within that spring has already been absorbed by me. Therefore, it is impossible for me to take it away unless I possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Long Zai was momentarily taken aback, having momentarily overlooked this fact. The spiritual spring, being naturally formed, had long since merged with the earth. To relocate an entire spiritual spring in a short period would require a spatial treasure of a grade above sacred artifacts. Realizing this, Long Zai quickly dismissed his doubts about Mo Fan, sincerely apologizing before asking, By the way, Brother Fan Mo, did you hear the dragon's roar earlier? Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the little green dragon's roar and the release of its dragon might have been detected by others that he feigned nonchalance, pondering. The dragon's roar, you say? Is it truly a dragon's roar? Where did it come from? Mo Fan once again showcased his Oscar-worthy acting skills, portraying shock and disbelief with finesse, before turning to the side and scolding Wang Kai. Foolish dog, if there truly was a dragon's roar. Why did you not wake your master? Is this how you protect me? Wang Kai whimpered, feeling wronged, a glimmer of disdain for Mo Fan flashing in his doggy eyes. Master, why must this dog always be the one to bear the blame? Mo Fan shot Wang Kai a secretive glare and communicated mentally. Just cooperate with me. The matter regarding the little green dragon cannot be revealed just yet. Wang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking that while it was amusing for the green dragon to show off, the one left to clean up the mess was none other than him. Awoo! Reluctantly forced into action, Wang Kai let out a howl at Mo Fan and nodded his head. Seeing this, Mo Fan promptly gave him a light kick. Fool! How could you not wake me for something as significant as a dragon's roar, even if I was in a meditative state, as your contracted beast? You should still be able to rouse me. Wang Kai immediately drooped his head, unable to meet Mo Fan's gaze. He appeared thoroughly aggrieved, though his lowered eyes betrayed a hint of exasperation. This was too much. His master was simply unreasonable. This wave of grievance would have to be swallowed for now, but he would make sure to seek recompense later. Mo Fan and Wang Kai exchanged banter, successfully diverting attention from their earlier conversation. Although Long Zai still harbored some doubts, if Mo Fan wished to conceal the truth, there was little he could do to uncover it. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the stone door before the three shook, sending layers of dust cascading down. Long Zai's eyes flickered, and he immediately stated, It must be the commotion here that has attracted those individuals. The barrier on the previous door has been breached, and this stone door cannot hold for long. Indeed, nearly 20 individuals outside were working together, causing the stone door to shift. That Mo Fan contemplated for a moment and suggested, Brother Long Zai, why don't you and the little princess enter first to inspect the spring? I will hold them off here and ensure they do not breach the door. Long Zai nodded in agreement. Then I shall entrust this to you. My sister and I will confirm the situation inside and return to join you. Eager to explore further, Long Zai quickly pulled Long Yuer into the wall opening. After they departed, Mo Fan donned the Xuanwu shadow mask, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he summoned the Titan Ape. Titan Ape, lend them a hand and break open this stone door. With a flick of his finger, the Titan Ape understood immediately, pounding its chest before transforming into its true form, T8 meters tall. It had to stoop within the hall, and with a mighty blow, it struck the stone door. The door was instantly smashed open, creating a large hole, causing the entire palace to tremble thrice. The individuals outside, still laboring to break through the door, were caught off guard as flying debris sent them sprawling. What on earth is happening? The crowd recoiled in unison, still unsteady on their feet, when they suddenly felt a colossal shadow loom before them. As they looked up, they were instantly petrified. The 8-meter-tall Titan ape took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath it, its calm countenance fixed on the people below as it awaited the next command from Mo Fan. Among the throng, the siblings Mo Yunting and Mo Yan were taken aback by the sheer size of the beast. Upon further perception, their expressions shifted dramatically. Mo Yan cried out in alarm. "Brother, it's a 5th-tier spirit beast, an untamed beast that hasn't been contracted." Mo Yan was filled with excitement. Yet Mo Yunting stood beside her, momentarily speechless, an odd expression crossing his face. This seemed to be the very creature that Mo Mingxian, that good-for-nothing, had mentioned. The Titan ape accompanying Fan and as soon as Mo Yunting finished speaking, a tall man clad in a dark, ornate robe emerged slowly from behind the Titan ape, wearing a mysterious mask. It's him. Mo Yunting immediately recognized this as the arrogant individual mentioned by Mo Mingxian, the same one who had delivered a substantial insult to the Qingyan Hall. The moment Mo Fan appeared, a flicker of hostility ignited in Mo Yunting's eyes. He understood that Fan Mo was an intermediate beastmaster, and possessing such a beast without rushing to contract, it suggested that he either had a superior beast or a plethora of contracted beasts already. For ordinary cultivators, contracting 1 or 2 beasts was the limit, while beastmasters like them could easily contract 2 or 3, given their mental strength allowed it. In Mo Yunting's eyes, a Titan ape was indeed a rare find. Were he in Fan Mo's position, he would have seized the opportunity to contract it immediately. The fact that Mo Fan had not done so spoke volumes, self-proclaimed as the continent's foremost genius beastmaster at the tender age of 22. Mo Yunting was already a high-level beastmaster. The fact that this unknown youth, who possessed a beast he could not have, looked down on contracting it, even casually giving away a 2-tailed white fox that surpassed the pinnacle of spirit beasts, was nothing short of a provocation to him, the so-called genius of the continent. "Ah, everyone is here. Did you know I was coming out, so you gathered to welcome me in advance? How embarrassing. I, a nameless individual, could hardly trouble you to line up and greet me," embodying the attitude that as long as he was not embarrassed, it was others who should feel awkward. Mo Fan made a grand entrance, exuding arrogance. The crowd, comprising mostly the proud offspring of nearby minor sects or prominent families of the Longian Kingdom, erupted at his audacity. "What do you mean by lining up to welcome you? How shameless. Exactly. Who do you think you are? The esteemed young master and young lady of the Qingyan Hall haven't even spoken, and you dare to make a fuss." Among them were those who had not attended the princess's birthday banquet, thus unaware of Mo Fan and the Titan ape, so they reacted vocally to his arrogance. However, a few present had indeed attended the banquet and vividly remembered the Titan ape's earlier humiliation. Of course, Mo Fan's display at the banquet had also drawn considerable attention. Thus, most remained silent, merely observing with vigilance. Mo Fan chuckled dismissively, unfazed, and casually patted the Titan ape's leg, remarking, "Ah, the view here is limited. I'd like to stand a bit higher." The Titan ape understood, promptly bending down and extending its massive hand towards Mo Fan. With a grin, Mo Fan thought to himself that the Titan ape was indeed quite clever and perceptive. The crowd watched as Mo Fan stepped onto the Titan ape's palm, which lifted him high above their heads. Mo Fan finally stood atop the Titan ape's shoulder, looking down at the crowd, and erupted into a wild laugh. "This is it. Only those who stand higher are qualified to see further. What do you all think?" The crowd seethed with resentment. Did they not understand this principle? Did they not wish to stand high and point out the world? The problem was, did they have the imposing and magnificent contracted beast to do so? They did not, seeing the frustration on their faces, as they clearly wished to retort but could not articulate their thoughts. Mo Fan felt a pang of pity. Thus, he grinned widely and seized the opportunity to promote his business. "What troubles you? My friends? Are you lamenting your lack of impressive contracted beasts? Are you envious of my extraordinary spirit beast? Are you calculating how to seize this untamed 5th-tier spirit beast? I advise you to save your energy. The Titan ape only listens to my commands, and it does not regard you at all. Those of you confident in your mental strength may attempt it." But Mo Fan's gaze flickered as he shifted his tone. "Should fortune not favor you and you end up a fool, I cannot be held responsible. M.O. Fan rambled on nonchalantly. Yet to the ears of others, his words were acutely grating and uncomfortable, just as the crowd seemed ready to retaliate verbally. He suddenly laughed. Do not be angry. Encountering me is your good fortune. I am Fan M.O., and after we exit this secret realm, I will be opening a beast shop on Wangting Street. The prices will be absolutely fair. The variety of beasts extensive, and the bloodlines will surely satisfy you. You are welcome to visit. Even if you do not purchase, just coming to show your support would be appreciated. Once the crowd heard this, they knew they would find the offerings enticing. Oh, by the way, my beast shop is called Egg House. Please remember the name. After finishing his advertisement, M.O. Fan crossed his arms, confidently surveying the crowd below. Although most said nothing, they absorbed his words. When the time came for them to visit his shop, they would undoubtedly find it appealing. As M.O. Fan had anticipated, many among the crowd were indeed lost in thought. Secretly noting the name Egg House, some cast pointed glances at the M.O. siblings, realizing that with them present, Fan M.O. had the audacity to openly promote his beast shop, blatantly vying for business, a behavior they deemed suicidal. Indeed, it was M.O. Yin who first reacted, exclaiming upon hearing Fan M.O. daring to speak of his beast shop in front of the Qingyan Hall members, "How bold of you! You are clearly challenging us." M.O. Fan turned his gaze toward the assertive M.O. Yin, momentarily taken aback. It must be said that despite her youth, she possessed a certain charm, in terms of bloodlines. M.O. Yin ought to refer to him as cousin. Thus, it followed that the brooding M.O. Yun Ting, who regarded everyone as if they owed him money, was also his cousin. M.O. Fan smirked, nonchalantly digging in his ear and scoffing. Challenge? We are merely conducting business openly. Is it a requirement that all beast shops on this continent belong to your Qingyan Hall? Are you unaware of the pitfalls of market monopolization? Market monopolization? The crowd was bewildered, with someone quickly asking for clarification. What is market monopolization? What are its drawbacks? M.O. Fan smiled mysteriously, speaking with an air of authority. Market monopolization refers to a single entity dominating the market, creating a one-sided narrative. To put it simply, it's like the Qingyan Hall. They wish to monopolize the entire continent's beast trade, thereby controlling the entire market. The drawbacks are evident. If all beast shops across the continent are under their control, naturally they dictate the terms. Originally, the customer was king, but now they become mere sycophants, while the sellers assume the role of deified figures. You still think you have a meaningful shopping experience. In a gathering, individuals exchange glances, each aware of a palpable sense of persuasion lingering in the air, despite their outward reluctance to voice their thoughts. Many in the mainland had long sensed this reality. The Qingyan Hall indeed stood unrivaled in the realm of beast taming. Numerous individuals had depleted their fortunes to hire the beast tamers from Qingyan Hall to domesticate magical beasts, all while being subservient, dependent on the whims of others. Among the myriad of factions, beast tamers were certainly not in short supply. However, the exceptional prowess and renown of Qingyan Hall attracted a multitude of talented beast tamers to join its ranks, resulting in a scarcity of independent beast tamers. Over time, this monopoly solidified. The three major sects had contemplated curtailing the arrogance of Qingyan Hall, yet every year, during the Continental Beast Taming Competition and various sect competitions featuring beast battles, the top three positions were invariably claimed by Qingyan Hall. This situation had persisted for millennia. Qingyan Hall not only monopolized the market, but also nearly all of the continent's beast taming prodigies, leaving other factions at a fundamental disadvantage in competing in this domain. Although M.O. Fan's words were blunt and dismissive of Qingyan Hall, they held an undeniable truth, rendering them unable to refute his claims, and instead, they silently expressed their agreement. That moment, M.O. Yunting and M.O. Yan's expressions darkened. Realizing that Fan M.O. was openly opposing Qingyan Hall and brazenly criticizing it in their presence. Nonsense, M.O. Yunting bellowed, stepping forward from the crowd to confront M.O. Fan. Yet his heart sank almost immediately. Feeling stifled, he intended to stand against M.O. Fan, but the latter was perched upon the shoulder of the Titan ape, forcing him to look up in reverence. M.O. Yunting had never felt so humiliated. If you possess the ability, come down and speak with me. Relying on a magical beast is hardly a mark of skill. Mo Fan chuckled upon hearing this. Why shouldn't he rely on a magical beast he had tamed himself? After all, you are a distinguished young master of Qinyan Hall. Surely, you possess your own contracted beasts. If you have the means, why not showcase them? How absurd for a beast tamer to discourage reliance on magical beasts. Mo Yunting was momentarily taken aback, and when he regained his composure, he was struck with surprise. This fellow claimed that the fifth-tier Titan ape was personally tamed by him. How could that be? Such a magical beast not only possessed a powerful lineage and significant cultivation, but was also fully grown, making the taming process exceedingly difficult, something that only a master-level beast tamer could achieve. He prided himself on being the foremost prodigy in beast taming, yet he dared not boast so audaciously. This lad was simply too arrogant. Before Mo Yunting could expose Mo Fan's claims, Mo Yin stepped forward, pointing accusingly at him. Everyone, did you hear that? This fellow is clearly boasting. His beast taming skills are merely intermediate, far inferior to my elder brother's, yet he asserts that he personally tamed this adult fifth-tier spiritual beast. Even my elder brother, a senior beast tamer, could not accomplish such a feat. Do not be deceived. The crowd, upon reflection, found Mo Yan's argument to be sound. Though they were not beast tamers themselves, they understood that a magical beast of such caliber could not possibly be tamed by an intermediate beast tamer. Someone from the crowd, still contemplating Mo Fan's earlier assertion of market monopoly, remarked, "Hey, you claim this is your tamed beast. How can you prove it?" Unfazed, Mo Fan crossed his arms, maintaining an air of composure. How to prove it? Perhaps we could allow the esteemed young master, Mo Yunting, to give it a try, and see if he can command an adult fifth-tier spiritual beast that was tamed by someone else, yet remains uncontracted. The Titan ape responds solely to my commands. Does that not serve as proof? While the Titan ape had indeed been tamed, it was not solely due to Mo Fan's actual beast taming prowess. An intermediate beast tamer would indeed find it impossible to tame an adult fifth-tier magical beast. Even a master beast tamer could face failure. The Titan ape's willingness to be tamed stemmed entirely from the existence of the heavenly Tao Saint's hand. When Mo Fan activated the beast taming array, the Titan ape had offered no resistance. Thus, even though it was tamed, the only one it acknowledged from start to finish was Mo Fan, unless he explicitly commanded it to be contracted. It retained the ability to resist any other cultivators attempting to bind it. Mo Fan's declaration thoroughly enraged both Mo Yunting and Mo Yan's expression suddenly hardened, and pointing at Mo Fan, she exclaimed, "It seems you have indeed become excessively arrogant, not even grasping the simple principle that a tamed magical beast can be easily contracted. Let me expose you today." With that, Mo Yin surged forth, unleashing her spiritual power towards the Titan ape. If she could imprint her spiritual power upon the Titan ape's consciousness, the magical beast would belong to her, and Mo Fan's arrogance would be silenced. Though such an act was somewhat unscrupulous, as long as the magical beast remained uncontracted, it was theoretically ownerless. After all, who could blame Mo Fan for his confidence in parading a tamed beast? Initially, Mo Yunting intended to stop Mo Yin, but after a moment's thought, he decided to observe the unfolding events. It was common knowledge that once a magical beast was tamed, it theoretically lost its ability to resist spiritual power and could be contracted by any cultivator. Mo Yunting was already envisioning the moment he could mock Fan Mo for his regret. However, they were unaware that exceptions existed, and Mo Fan was one such anomaly. Indeed, the moment Mo Yan's spiritual power entered the Titan ape's consciousness, the Titan ape suddenly exhaled forcefully, pounded its chest with its powerful fists, and let out two roars toward the heavens. An overwhelming aura erupted, stirring the surrounding dust into a whirlwind. Mo Yin felt a sudden tightness in her chest, a sharp pain in her consciousness, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Yunting was taken aback, quickly producing a pill for Mo Yin to consume. However, the effect was minimal. Mo Yin appeared utterly drained, her condition precarious. Mo Yunting's expression tightened as he probed Mo Yan's condition with his spiritual power, his heart filled with shock. Mo Yan's consciousness had sustained severe damage. If she did not receive immediate treatment, it could result in lasting harm to her future cultivation. Gritting his teeth, Mo Yunting shouted at Mo Fan. Fan Mo, I will remember you. If anything happens to my sister, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. With that, Mo Yunting scooped up Mo Yin and turned to leave. Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised at how deeply Mo Yunting valued sibling bonds. However, Mo Yin's backlash was of her own making. Had she not attempted to contract the Titan ape, would she have suffered such repercussions? In truth, they ought to be grateful that the Titan ape had shown restraint. Had it retaliated fully, Mo Yin might have been rendered an imbecile by now. Injuries to one's consciousness were no trivial matter. Recovery was arduous and resource-intensive, yet Qingyun Hall possessed ample resources. So Mo Yan's consciousness should be reparable. As the Mo siblings departed, the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, finding the situation utterly astonishing. With the Qingyun Hall members absent, the crowd grew animated, looking up at Mo Fan and clamoring, "Brother Fan Mo, your Titan ape is undeniably tamed. How is it that Miss Mo Yin attempted to contract it, and yet suffered backlash?" After this inquiry, the speaker felt a sense of relief for not having entertained the idea of seizing the opportunity to contract the Titan ape, as that would have spelled disaster for him. Mo Fan smiled and replied, "I'd already warned earlier that those who dare to attempt a contract may do so, but they must possess unwavering confidence in their spiritual power. Though the Titan ape has been tamed by me, it still heeds only my commands. Without my explicit permission, do you think you can contract it? Impossible." Seeing Mo Fan speak with such conviction, and observing Mo Yan's near-catastrophic experience, the crowd began to regard him with a growing sense of intrigue. "Then, Brother Fan Mo, what magical beasts will be available for sale at your egg house? How do the prices compare to those at Qingyun Pavilion?" Mo Fan chuckled. "Let me put it this way. The prices at Qingyun Pavilion are notoriously inflated and unreasonable. While I cannot claim that my egg house offers the lowest prices, rest assured it will not be as exorbitant as Qingyun Pavilion, as I, too, must earn a living as for the quality of the magical beasts. I believe some of you attended the princess's birthday banquet. You may recall that I presented 3 spiritual beast eggs that day, with 2 still remaining unsold. They will be among the first batch available in my store. So feel free to come and take a look." That Mo Fan did not exaggerate. Such a straightforward approach to business, with excessive marketing, can indeed be counterproductive. It is only when customers truly enter the establishment to explore for themselves that the quality, be it good or bad, becomes apparent. Mo Fan's words ignited a spark of excitement among the crowd. Some had not attended the banquet, yet they had heard whispers about it. The tale of Fan Mo presenting a half-step holy beast, surpassing even the finest spirit beast bloodlines, had spread widely. On that day, 3 spirit beast eggs were revealed. The other 2, yet to be traded, might possess qualities akin to that singular half-step holy beast. The more they contemplated, the more exhilarated they became, feeling an urgent need to visit, even if it was merely to witness the spectacle. As the time drew near, Mo Fan waved his hand grandly and said, "All right, if there are no further matters, I advise you all to disperse and seek your own fortunes. There are no treasures left here. It is time to leave." The crowd exchanged glances. Even if there were still treasures within, they could not breach the defenses of the ape titan. Thus, following the departure of the Mo siblings, the throng gradually dispersed, as Mo Fan suggested, to continue their quest for fortune. When Long Zhe and Long Yuer finally emerged, they expected to engage with the crowd. However, to their surprise, they found themselves alone, with the ape titan standing majestically at the entrance, while Mo Fan sat comfortably on its shoulder, resting. Upon seeing the siblings, Mo Fan leapt down and remarked, "I have done what I needed to do. May I now act independently?" Long Zhe and Long Yuer were momentarily taken aback, poised to inquire if Mo Fan had dealt with the crowd outside, only to witness him retract the ape titan and stride deeper into the maze with the firehound. "Fan Mo," Long Yuer called out in concern, chasing after him, but he did not turn back. Long Zhe stepped forward and gently restrained her, shaking his head. "Do not go. You would only become a burden to him." Long Zhe could not fathom Mo Fan, yet he firmly believed that he was no ordinary individual. From a moment he broke the restrictions here, Long Zhe understood that they were different. Some individuals are destined to tread upon an extraordinary path, and that person was not the Prince of Longyen, but rather someone like Mo Fan. After spending 2 days within the palace, only 3 days remained until the secret realm closed. Once Mo Fan departed, he immediately activated his ghostly steps, soaring into the depths of the maze with Wang Kai. The spirit-seeking mouse, concealed within his clothing, occasionally poked its head out to sense the surroundings. Just moments ago, it detected an unusual aura and promptly indicated a path for Mo Fan. Seeing this, Mo Fan's face lit up with joy as he veered towards the right fork. Indeed, after traversing several paths in the maze, he arrived at an open area. To his astonishment, there were no palaces here, but rather several primitive stone houses. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and the bluestone path between the houses was covered in moss. Presenting a scene of desolation, the spirit-seeking mouse had already bounded out from Mo Fan's clothing, dashing into one of the stone houses, and when it reappeared, it sported a jade ring on its small body. Chirp, chirp! Mo Fan looked down and was taken aback. The spirit-seeking mouse had indeed donned a section of jade ring, appearing rather comical. Yes, he removed the ring and examined it. His expression shifted. The jade ring felt icy to the touch and seemed quite ordinary at first glance. However, when Mo Fan gently brushed his finger over it, he discovered intricate patterns etched into its surface. Uncertain of what this treasure was, Mo Fan furrowed his brows, intending to use his spiritual energy to investigate further, when suddenly the little azure dragon's voice resonated in his mind. Master, do not. Have you not noticed? The spiritual energy imprint of this spatial ring still lingers, startled by the little azure dragon's warning. Mo Fan scrutinized the ring more closely and indeed discerned a faint spiritual energy imprint upon it. He frowned and mused aloud. Could it be left by the last group of cultivators who entered the secret realm? With this question lingering in his mind, Mo Fan scoured every nook and cranny of the stone houses, finding no further discoveries. Holding the spatial jade ring, he pondered and dismissed his earlier assumption. Spatial artifacts are exceedingly rare. The silver ring he owned was a family heirloom, merely classified as a spirit weapon. Yet this jade ring emanated a sense of quality far beyond that of the silver ring. Perhaps it was a holy artifact. Master, you have stumbled upon a treasure. I must say, this spirit-seeking mouse is quite remarkable for being able to sense the presence of such an object from a distance. The little azure dragon conveyed again, piquing Mo Fan's curiosity. What exactly is the grade of this spatial artifact? Mo Fan inquired. The little azure dragon pondered briefly before responding with certainty, without a doubt. This is a spatial divine artifact. Mo Fan thought he had misheard and repeated incredulously. A divine artifact. Is it of lower, middle, or upper grade? The little azure dragon realized that Mo Fan likely found it hard to believe. So it clarified, Master, this is indeed a divine artifact, not merely a holy one, and it is currently sealed. That is why you cannot sense its presence. Yet this spirit-seeking mouse could detect the sealed divine artifact from afar. Which surprises me as well that Mo Fan was utterly astounded. He had initially thought it to be a holy artifact, only to discover it was a divine artifact. Even a holy artifact was sought after by many throughout the continent, with only the 4 major sects and a few deeply rooted families possessing such treasures that a divine artifact that was akin to the legendary creatures of the Hongwu continent, existing only in myth. Never seen by human eyes, thought Mo Fan felt compelled to study the jade ring further, as the little azure dragon had indicated. Even after learning it was a spatial divine artifact, he still could not perceive a hint of its divine aura. The residual spiritual energy imprint also intrigued him. Since it was indeed a divine artifact, it could not have been left behind by the last group of cultivators who entered the secret realm. It must have existed within this maze all along, hidden in these stone houses, undiscovered by anyone else. However, the little azure dragon had previously speculated that this maze might well be an ancient one, existing for at least 500,000 years. Have a divine artifact still possessing a trace of spiritual energy imprint after such a long time. Could it be that the owner of this jade ring still lives? An ancient being surviving to this day? The more Mo Fan pondered, the more incredulous he felt. While it is true that once a cultivator reaches a certain level, they can attain immortality, This immortality merely extends to living for several tens of thousands of years, which is akin to eternal life when compared to the lifespan of ordinary humans. The notion of an ancient being living from the ancient times to the present day was beyond Mo Fan's comprehension. At that moment, the little azure dragon also engaged in thought before speaking. This spiritual energy imprint is already quite faint. Its age indeed matches the ancient restrictions on the walls of this maze, indicating a significant passage of time. Based on the strength of this imprint, it is likely that the previous owner of the jade ring has perished. Otherwise, their spiritual energy would not be so weak. Yet, even if it was weak, no one from the Hongwu continent could forcibly erase this imprint. The only possibility that came to the little azure dragon's mind was that the spiritual energy imprint was related to the artifact's seal. If the seal were broken, the imprint would naturally vanish, and the artifact would once again become unclaimed. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan felt a rush of excitement and could not help but ask, how can the seal be broken? An ancient seal, especially on a divine artifact, must be quite complex to unravel, right? Indeed, there are two methods to lift the seal. The first is to possess strength greater than that of the one who sealed it, thereby forcibly breaking it with superior cultivation. The second is to discover the method of sealing, a conventional approach to unravel it. The little azure dragon explained, then emerged from its beast space, coiling around Mo Fan's hands. Its dragon eyes fixated intently on the jade ring in his palm. Its tone grew serious as it said, the seal on this jade ring is evidently an ancient one, and even our Azure Dragon clan's inherited memories do not document it. Thus, I am unaware of how to break it. Master, you will have to wait for an opportunity to arise and hope to find a method to unravel. Fan understood that such an ancient seal would not be easily broken, and he would not receive a divine artifact without effort. Therefore, he felt no despair upon hearing the little Azure Dragon's words. As long as this item was in his possession, he believed that one day he would find a way to break its seal. At that time, he would not only acquire a spatial artifact, but it was also possible that within this artifact lay the remnants of an ancient power. After stowing away the spatial artifact, Mo Fan felt an immense sense of joy, and even the industrious spirit-seeking mouse received a reward from him. A piece of dried magical beast meat. Spirit-seeking mouse, I never expected you to possess such remarkable abilities. You could detect the aura of a sealed artifact. It seems I cannot part with you. Stick with me, and you shall have plenty to eat. With that, Mo Fan promptly contracted the spirit-seeking mouse. This particular spirit-seeking mouse had a poor self-preservation ability and was currently at the first level of cultivation. In contrast, the newly born fire spirit fox had recently reached the second level of strength. And even the once humble dog, now transformed into a magical beast named Wonkai, had also advanced to the second level. This clearly illustrated the limited talent of the spirit-seeking mouse in terms of cultivation. Many do not survive to adulthood and are often devoured by other magical beasts. Had it not been for the miraculous circumstances of appearing within a secluded palace, devoid of predatory magical beasts, it likely would have perished long ago. Chirp chirp, the spirit-seeking mouse, now under contract, was exceedingly excited, feeling its future secure, and prepared to work even harder to find spiritual treasures for Mo Fan. However, at that moment, a sudden gale swept through the previously clear mystical realm. Dark clouds swiftly engulfed the sky, plunging the light into darkness. Woof, woof, woof. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Beside them, Wonkai and the spirit-seeking mouse both became agitated. The latter, as if sensing something dreadful, burrowed into Mo Fan's clothing. Through the fabric, Mo Fan could even feel the spirit-seeking mouse trembling uncontrollably. Wonkai was no better off, with its mouth agape, forelegs lowered, fur bristling, and emitting a low growl from its throat, a clear sign of an impending threat. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, feeling nothing amiss, yet the wind that blew was increasingly frigid. Wonkai, do you sense anything? At this moment, Wonkai, visibly tense, had its front paws deeply embedded in the ground, its aura becoming chaotic, completely oblivious to Mo Fan's words. Alarmed by this, Mo Fan swiftly summoned Wonkai and the spirit-seeking mouse into the magical beast space, whereupon their conditions improved immediately. Regaining its senses, Wonkai transmitted a warning. Master, we must leave this place at once. I sense an exceedingly strange aura forming slowly. Just moments ago, it nearly shattered my consciousness. Mo Fan was taken aback. So serious. Why didn't I feel anything? After speaking, he extended his perception and discovered a layer of golden light emerging within his consciousness. What is this? It was the divine beast mastery technique automatically protecting him. He had been so focused on Wonkai and the spirit-seeking mouse that he had overlooked the changes in his own consciousness. It turned out he had not felt anything because the divine power was shielding him. The strange aura that Wonkai mentioned, capable of disintegrating consciousness, had no effect on him. What exactly was happening? As he looked up, the dark clouds had completely covered the sky, turning day into an unnatural night. Even darker and more eerie than a typical night sky. Amidst the howling winds, a chilling breeze mingled with the gales, causing even Mo Fan, who was not easily affected by cold, to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, the tempest abruptly ceased, the surroundings shifting from a cacophony to an eerie silence, as if the world had been rendered deaf. The clouds appeared unsettlingly chaotic, overwhelming Mo Fan. Suddenly, a surge of intense unease surged through his heart, causing his heart to pound uncontrollably. Instinctively, he entered a state of alertness, ready to employ his breath-holding technique to respond to any sudden threat. In the very next moment, radiant golden light erupted all around him. Without needing to seek the source of the illumination, Mo Fan immediately understood what had transpired. Within the vast labyrinth, every corner and towering wall was now adorned with intricate golden patterns. The dazzling golden light emanated from the walls of the labyrinth. Surrounded by golden glimmers on all sides, the strange aura began to emanate from within the walls. It seemed they had triggered some mechanism, activating the ancient prohibitions embedded in the labyrinth and initiating a banishment array. A banishment array? Upon hearing Xiao Qinglong's explanation, Mo Fan quickly grasped the situation. This meant the labyrinth would expel all those still within its confines. Xiao Qinglong pondered for a few seconds before replying. To be precise, it will expel all living beings. The consciousness of the deceased dissipates, and even the ancient prohibitions cannot interfere with the soulless body. Barely had Xiao Qinglong finished speaking when Mo Fan felt his body suddenly immobilized, as if bound by some invisible force. And no matter how he struggled, he could not muster even the slightest bit of strength. Even the divine beast mastery technique was suppressed at that moment. Indeed, it was an ancient prohibition, utterly insurmountable. Just as Mo Fan uttered these thoughts, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the world around him spun rapidly. Within mere moments, he found himself standing at the entrance of the labyrinth. The sensation of confinement dissipating. What just happened? Why is everyone here? What terrifying aura just occurred? Outside the labyrinth, in addition to Mo Fan, a dozen or so cultivators who had entered the mystical realm were gathered, all wearing bewildered expressions as they exchanged glances, uncertain why they had been abruptly transported to this location. Fan Mo. Amidst the crowd, a voice filled with joy rang out. As Mo Fan turned, he was greeted by a waft of fragrance. And Long Yuera rushed towards him, her face beaming with delight. Fan Mo, I'm so relieved to see you safe. Mo Fan smiled slightly. What could possibly happen to me? At that moment, Long Zhe also approached, his expression equally bewildered. Brother Fan Mo, do you know what is going on? Why were we all teleported out of the labyrinth? Long Zhe was particularly apprehensive about the labyrinth potentially being compromised. He had finally discovered a small, nail-sized spirit spring stone beneath a spiritual spring, and just as he was about to retrieve it, he got forcibly sent out. The thought of never being able to enter the labyrinth again was disheartening, as it would mean losing the opportunity altogether. Mo Fan gazed at the towering labyrinth walls, illuminated by golden light, that we must have triggered the prohibitions, leading to our forced expulsion. There is nothing we can do about it. However, next time we enter, it should return to normal. After all, the banishment array consumes energy, so there is no need to worry too much. Hearing this, Long Zhe let out a sigh of relief, but soon furrowed his brow. It seems this expedition into the mystical realm has come to an end. We shall have to wait until the next opening. Mo Fan felt a pang of reluctance. The next opening would be 5 years hence. Although his age would still fall within the allowed limits, who knew if he could seize the opportunity again after such a lengthy interval? In the following 3 days, everyone remained at the labyrinth's entrance, none daring to leave the mystical realm prematurely. Yet, it seemed the ancient prohibition calculated their time perfectly. Just as the moment arrived for the mystical realm to forcibly expel everyone, the golden lights within the labyrinth abruptly vanished, restoring the environment to its original state. Damn it! Mo Fan uttered this last exclamation as he was forcibly expelled from the mystical realm, returning to the entrance. Emperor Long Chengtian had long been waiting outside, and upon seeing his 2 children return safely, he let out a sigh of relief. Mo Fan was retained in the royal palace, personally attended to by Long Chengtian, while the others departed separately. In the study, Long Chengtian sat in a position of authority, with Long Zhe and Long Yue seated below. Mo Fan calmly glanced at Long Chengtian, who was soon interrupted by Long Zhe, who began recounting the gains from their expedition. Long Chengtian was taken aback, rising from his throne in excitement. "What did you say? A spiritual spring, and you found a nail-sized spiritual spring stone. You must be certain." Long Zhe could fully comprehend why his father would be so exhilarated. He had felt the same astonishment and excitement when he submerged underwater. "Father, it's absolutely true. We owe this discovery to Brother Fan Mo. Without him, we would have never breached that palace, nor would we have ever found such a spiritual spring." Long Chengtian was exceedingly excited, yet he did not forget to express his gratitude to Mo Fan. He promptly produced the spiritual artifact he had previously promised. "Young friend Mo Fan, I had pledged that should you assist me in breaking the restrictions of this secret labyrinth of the Lonian Kingdom and obtain the treasures within, I would bestow upon you a low-grade spiritual artifact as a token of my appreciation. If it does not displease you, please accept it." As Long Chengtian spoke, he presented a jade pillow before Mo Fan, who was momentarily taken aback. A pillow. Upon receiving the jade pillow, an extraordinary sensation immediately washed over him. Indeed, a low-grade spiritual artifact was remarkable, although it appeared to be an ordinary jade pillow with no unique features. Its touch revealed profound mysteries. Noticing the glimmer in the only pair of eyes visible behind Mo Fan's mask, Long Chengtian's expression shifted, and he could not help but exclaim, "It seems young friend Mo Fan is fated to have this dreaming immortal pillow. I have truly gifted it to the right person." Mo Fan paused at this remark and could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "Dreaming immortal pillow? What do you mean, Your Majesty?" "Ha!" Long Chengtian laughed heartily, gesturing towards Long Yue. "This dreaming immortal pillow was originally prepared for my daughter, but alas, she is not destined for it. In her hands, it is merely an ordinary pillow." After Long Chengtian spoke, Long Yue pouted and retorted, "Father, do not mock me. Did you and royal brother not also show no reaction to this dreaming immortal pillow?" With a flick of her eyes, she turned to Mo Fan and curiously inquired, "Mo Fan, what do you feel holding this dreaming immortal pillow? Please share with us." Mo Fan was taken aback, then took a moment to sense it again, soon realizing that holding the dreaming immortal pillow brought a calming sensation that soothed him, particularly in his sea of consciousness. There seemed to be a gentle breeze that provided immense comfort. After articulating this feeling, Long Chengtian and the others gazed at Mo Fan with envy. Long Yue unabashedly exclaimed, "I envy you, Mo Fan. It seems you have gained the pillow's recognition, while none of our royal family have shown any reaction to it. Thus, it has remained untouched in the treasury." Long Chengtian sighed, then added, "To be honest, this dreaming immortal pillow is not even a royal artifact. It was merely acquired by our ancestors during their travels across the continent. It is said that sleeping with this pillow allows one to cultivate in dreams and occasionally receive guidance from immortals in their slumber. However, the authenticity of this claim remains to be verified. Young friend may wish to try it out." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, weighing the dreaming immortal pillow in his hand, and smiled. "Then I shall gratefully accept this gift from Your Majesty." After departing the palace, Mo Fan made his way directly to the Tianji Pavilion. Concerning the labyrinth, it was uncertain whether the continent's foremost intelligence network, Tianji Pavilion, would possess any information. However, upon arriving at Tianji Pavilion, he was informed that Shui Yubai had gone far away. young master fan. Our pavilion master is known for his elusive nature, rarely returning during ordinary times. This time, he lingered here longer due to your matters. However, with your plum blossom token, seeing you is akin to seeing the pavilion master. When he departed, he specifically entrusted us to oversee your beast business within Longyan City. Mofin nodded in agreement. He had to admit that Shui Yubai was quite reliable. With his assurance, it seemed that even if he left, the business of the egg house would continue to thrive. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to the steward and inquired, "By the way, how does the Tianji Pavilion conduct transactions for intelligence?" The old steward's eyes flickered as he led Mofin inside, asking, "May I inquire whether young master wishes to buy or sell?" "Buy." Upon hearing this, the old steward said no more and immediately guided Mofin into a private chamber, stating, "This is the designated area for clients to purchase intelligence. Please wait a moment, and the Black Enforcer will arrive shortly." After speaking, the old steward exited the chamber, as dealings pertaining to intelligence were beyond his purview. Necessitating his departure, Mofin briefly surveyed the chamber, noting the tightly sealed barrier surrounding it, ensuring excellent security. Just then, a figure cloaked in black emerged quietly from within. Judging by his gait and aura, this so-called Black Enforcer possessed the strength of a spirit king, exuding a commanding presence while maintaining a restrained demeanor, indicating exceptional capability. "What type of intelligence does this client seek?" The Black Enforcer inquired directly after taking his seat, his raspy voice tinged with age, revealing he was an elderly man. "Are you seeking information about a person, a family faction, or perhaps details regarding a secret treasure?" Uncertain of the specific regulations for purchasing intelligence at Tianji Pavilion, Mofin politely asked, "What are the differences in acquiring such intelligence?" His inquiry pertained primarily to pricing. The old man observed Mofin's remarkable bearing and the mask on his face, which could presumably block mental probing. Such a mysterious individual seeking intelligence from Tianji Pavilion surely had significant matters at hand. Thus, he patiently explained, Tianji Pavilion has engaged in intelligence trading for several millennia, with a vast array of information available. Generally speaking, the most basic intelligence involves inquiring about a person's affairs, and the price varies according to their status in the world. The second category pertains to information about rare materials and treasures. If such materials are not recorded in our pavilion, clients may post tasks for our top intelligence agents to investigate. Another category involves seeking information about clandestine matters, including the interests of sects and factions, which we can also trade. However, the price is not merely in spirit stones. What type of intelligence does the client wish to purchase? Mofin pondered for a moment upon hearing the Black Enforcer's words, uncertain if the labyrinth within the secret realm fell under a particular category, and directly inquired, "I wish to gather intelligence concerning the secret realm." Upon hearing Mofin's request, the Black Enforcer understood immediately. Nodding slightly as he replied, "You're inquiring about the royal secret realm of the Longyan Kingdom, correct? I regret to inform you that our Tianji Pavilion has little information on it, only a single confidential scroll. And it is quite expensive as the royal secret realm of the Longyan Kingdom had just recently closed. It was not surprising that the Black Enforcer could deduce this. However, the scarcity of information even within Tianji Pavilion regarding the secret realm likely stemmed from the fact that entry was controlled by the Longyan royal family, restricted to cultivators under 30 years of age, a limitation that naturally curtailed the intelligence available." Noticing Mofin's silence, the Black Enforcer added, "If the client seeks to understand matters concerning the labyrinth within that secret realm, then this intelligence may not be particularly useful." The Black Enforcer's honesty in not exaggerating the value of the intelligence further solidified Mofin's belief that Tianji Pavilion was a commendable faction. Since there was no useful information regarding the labyrinth, Mofin shifted his focus to other inquiries that I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of two individuals, Emo Jintian and Emo Jiqiu. Does Tianji Pavilion have any news about these two? Emo Jintian was Mofin's grandfather, while Emo Jiqiu was his father. Years ago, both parents had gone missing, their fates unknown. The old man had abandoned Mofin in Anha village to search for his son and daughter-in-law, leaving without a trace for several years. Though Mofin had traversed into this realm, his soul had long since merged with this Mofin, inheriting the ties of kinship. Thus, out of both affection and reason, He felt compelled to locate them and ascertain their well-being. The names Mo Jichio and Mo Jintian had long been absent from the world, fading from memory. Yet the current palace master Qingyan Hall was named Mo Jintian. Differing by only one character from Mofin's grandfather, and they both belonged to the same lineage. This resemblance was bound to spark speculation. Having served as the intelligence officer for many years, the Black Enforcer was likely unaware of Mo Jichio. But he had certainly heard of Mo Jintian. His expression grew serious as he regarded Mofin, then turned and stepped deeper inside. When he re-emerged, he held a scroll in his hand. These two individuals are indeed recorded. Are you certain you wish to purchase this information? Without hesitation, Mofin nodded, yes. How many spirit stones will it cost? After Mofin's inquiry, the Black Enforcer examined the sealing talisman on the scroll before replying. This is a Xin-grade scroll, not overly expensive. You will need to pay 500,000 spirit stones, 500,000. Mofin was taken aback. Such a sum was equivalent to the price of a less expensive spirit beast egg. It was evident that Tianji Pavilion was quite adept at generating profit. The Black Enforcer seemed to see through Mofin's thoughts, letting out a chuckle. In this world, intelligence is invaluable. The prices for D-grade scrolls are even higher. While Tian-grade scrolls command astronomical sums, if you wish to buy, then buy. If not, no one will compel you. Mo Fan pondered for a moment, recognizing the undeniable significance of intelligence. However, such information is not merely accessible through strength, as it requires consideration of numerous factors. After some contemplation, he produced the Plum Blossom token and inquired, if I possess this token, might I be afforded a discount? At that moment, he found himself devoid of spirit stones. Having expended all his savings on establishing the egg house, 500,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum. Upon citing the Plum Blossom token, the enforcer's expression shifted subtly. It had come to his attention that their leader had remained in the vicinity recently. Specifically for a junior who wielded the Plum Blossom token, could this enigmatic figure before him be the very one? After a moment's reflection, the enforcer declared, since you are a friend of the leader, consider this first piece of intelligence a complimentary gift from our Tianji Pavilion. Take it. The scroll was thus effortlessly placed into Mo Fan's hands, and he regarded it with a flicker of disbelief. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? 500,000 spirit stones are dismissed so readily. Surely, Tianji Pavilion is being overly generous? The enforcer, however, fixed his gaze on the Plum Blossom token in Mo Fan's possession and replied solemnly. There is no need for concern, esteemed guest. The Plum Blossom token you hold indeed warrants such a price. After acquiring the scroll, Mo Fan departed from Tianji Pavilion and, upon returning to the inn, eagerly unfurled the scroll. The moment the sealing talisman was undone, the scroll unfurled automatically, and rows of ink swiftly soared into Mo Fan's consciousness.